Secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have made it to the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Trafe alongside RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. And we have an absolutely loaded show for you today. Inside the Star at 6 o'clock to continue the Buffalo preview. Payload at 6:40. A Bills high-low at 7:20. We're going to have another Green Day ticket giveaway during that 7 a.m. Expressway. Pat Doney to preview the Texas High School State Championships at 8 o'clock. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. Patrick Walker in the final hour of the program.
Pulling up my pants as we speak, ready to fight. Me and John Moran.
Oh.
I don't know, I'm just
You were gone for a while. So
I was in the bathroom.
What you were doing with your pants.
I was fighting for life in there. I didn't see Peyton in his studio, and I didn't hear him in the kitchen. And I was like, am I going to have to fight for this bathroom stall? Because the only other one that would be up here would be him. Thankfully, he wasn't in there.
Why would you have to fight for it? There's two stalls.
The other one, the door doesn't close. There's a gap. There's about a foot gap between the two. So you can't go in there. You got to go. I would have to either go in the ladies' room, which I'm told is quite nice.
Not a bad choice.
Or go downstairs.
Have you been in there?
I have.
Why?
I have. Because the other one was taken, and I didn't want to do my business with someone else in there.
There's few better feelings than walking into the bathroom and the lights are all off.
Oh, it's a great feeling.
And
great feeling.
I got this to myself.
Yeah, it's all mine. That was all mine today, and I needed it. I needed some peace of quiet in there.
What'd you eat last night?
We had a soup. She got soup from Sam's.
Okay.
It was I don't know.
Pre-made?
Yeah, it was one of those things in the yeah, it was pre-made.
You don't know what type it was?
I can't remember. She said it. It had.
She doesn't have to say it. What was it?
I don't know. It was.
You ate it.
I know.
Was it red? Was it white?
It was brown.
Well, it was brown. Okay.
Okay, it was brown.
French onion soup?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Ooh, you don't like French onion?
Don't care for it. Don't care for it.
Fantastic.
I need a lot of veggies and a lot of meat, or whatever. Right.
Ton of onions in there. No meat.
Yep. And there was onions in this.
Okay.
Okay. Tomatoes.
Minestrone.
It may have been, but it was more taco soupy.
Okay.
So it was good. It was pretty good. He threw some avocado in there. It was pretty good. It was pretty good.
Chili.
Could have been chili. Could have been chili. I don't know. I don't ask. When something's put in front of me, I just eat it. I have no idea.
Except for Jared Sandler's charity food. Then you asked.
Well, yeah, I asked. I didn't even ask that. I asked you. What I asked is, hey, where's the real food? That's what I asked. Where's the real food?
All right. What did everyone get into last night? You had a night off without the Mavs, without the Stars, no NFL. Pepe, what did you take in?
Well, I tell you what, Payload's going to be awesome. High-low is going to be great. So I worked on that. And then, I could not fall asleep from my nap yesterday. Don't know what happened. So I was super tired. So I was in bed by 8:30 last night.
Ooh.
FaceTimed the lady and then said by 9:15, I was like, look, I'm yawning. I got to go to bed. I'm tired.
9:15, you were out.
I think I was out 9:15, 9:30.
All right.
Okay.
And you feel refreshed?
I feel good. I woke up fine. The last 2 days, throat's been a little sore. So I was like, oh no, am I catching some DFW bug right now? But I woke up today fine. I think I'm fine to go.
I took in 2 sports documentaries.
Oh.
You got me really, really hyped up and excited for the Barry Sanders one.
Okay.
Run, Barry, run. I was a little disappointed. Of course, we already knew the story. I was hoping to get some new, like, shocking, stunning information. It was cool to have Eminem in there. Figure out just how much Barry Sanders hated attention. The number of times he gave up accolades, like rushing titles in college or in high school, staying off the field. In college, in the National Football League, trying to get to 1,000 yards or rookie record or these different types of awards he could get. He kept himself on the sideline, and the announcers thought it was some type of coaching controversy. Barry just wanted no part of it. He wanted no part of winning the Heisman Trophy. Zip, zero, none. He was uncomfortable, visibly uncomfortable. When Dan Patrick went to interview him before the draft, Barry had agreed to it. They couldn't find him. He just completely disappeared. Didn't answer the phone. Did not come out from his house. Finally, hours later, they got to the whole best running back of all time thing. His father being a hard ass, but also, having that soft side, saying you'll never be better than Jim Brown. You're the 3rd best running back of all time. Well, who's number 2? Me, your pops. Jim Brown's 1, I'm 2, and you are number 3. So run, Barry, run.
Okay.
But the documentary that I loved, and you should check it out, MLB Network, was Brett.
Oh, I've heard it's supposed to be a good one.
It was really, really good. George Brett. I spent a year in Kansas City before coming here, worked for the home of the Royals, had an unfortunate incident with George Brett that I was probably the guilty party in. But, man, I love this thing. You talk about gritty, hardcore, intense, but also a big-time partier. A big-time partier. I didn't realize the Royals-Yankees consecutive run of years that they ran. I was like, okay, Kansas City had a nice year here and there, but they sucked. It was Yankees-Royals for 3 straight years, like 4 out of 5 years. Obviously, you have the Pine Tar thing, but damn, George Brett winning batting titles in 3 different decades. He's an amazing storyteller. The crab leg story that he did not like us telling in Kansas City. That's an epic story with the runs down the leg like Choppy just had in the bathroom possibly. But if you're going to take a couple hours, watch the George Brett one because he's still probably a guy who gets
respect
Mm.
forgotten.
Yeah.
He's real technical explaining his weird batting stance. It was awesome.
There's nobody that can hit. Nobody in the game that hits like him. Not a single player. That hits the way he does.
Well,
he
he
hit
kept
for average and power.
He kept, and they were like, he wasn't the biggest power guy, but he had some 25, 25 home run seasons. He was talking about how his hands would always just wrap in the back of his head. He couldn't stop his hands from coming up, so his batting coach is just like, dude, keep it in the back of your shoulder.
Yep.
It just stay locked back there. But man, that was really, really good.
Okay.
So I took that in.
So it's called Brett. So it's on MLB Network.
It was on MLB Network. I don't know if you can go back on one of the apps and get it.
Okay.
The Barry one, I want to say
right?
it was Amazon
Okay.
Prime. Yeah, but it was nowhere near the hype that some people were building it up to be.
I do want to see the Brett one. I was I took in the schedule release show, the SEC schedule release. For next year. I'm an idiot.
Okay, this is the one that they were hyping up like at the NFL.
Yeah, because they didn't really announce the teams you were playing.
Bobby is hating being a part of this now. he's hating joining the SEC.
I'm sure he is. I'm sure he is.
Well, like total opposite of Clarence Hill. Like I always ask Clarence, why do you want to go get your ass whipped or go to tougher competition? And it's just like going to the cool kids club.
Yeah.
And Bobby is not feeling it.
No,
he's homeschooled.
He's homeschooled. And then
doesn't care about being part of the mix.
We watched Forensic Files. That's what the true crime crap. I'm trying to find a Kennedy assassination documentary.
Ask Michael Lombardi.
I know.
Holy crap! And there's a podcast that he's like taking in that he won't stop.
It's a Rob Reiner podcast. I've started listening to that, but I can't get into that one because it's like I feel like I'm listening to the radio in 1945 in the absence of television. It's like there's TV out there. I want to watch a TV documentary on this. So I'm just looking for one, and I can't find one that I like. But I need to find one. The 60-year thing that happened a couple of weeks ago just kind of triggered my history buff, kind of intrigue, and I need to find one on this.
So did the SEC schedule release match up better, same, worse than what the NFL does every year?
Well, it's different because, the SEC one, you didn't know necessarily who your opponents were going to be. So I think that was a little bit more intriguing, but it's the same thing. I mean, they focus basically the entire show on Alabama or Georgia, and then they focus a lot on Oklahoma and Texas. So it's like, and then, you've got 16 different people that are going to analyze this. And the other major difference is that, before the transfer portal, you have no idea how good these teams are going to be. The NFL, a lot of this, they do the NFL schedule release. It's before the draft, after the draft, right? It's in May. So what you already have, right? You look forward to those things. And it's a little tougher with college.
Peyton, are you excited for your Longhorns to go to the SEC?
I was back and forth with it at first. We'll see. Hey, if we win the Natty this year, then I'll be more confident. But looking at their schedule last night, it's way easier than OU's. OU's is brutal.
Really?
Our toughest is Georgia, but we get them in Austin. Mississippi State's in there, A&M obviously, OU, Arkansas, Kentucky, Vanderbilt. So it's not as hard as it could be, for an SEC schedule. But compare and contrast, it's easier than OU's.
Oklahoma's is Temple, Houston, Tulane, Tennessee. Choppy in Norman.
Yep. Me and Sarah and Carter are going to head up to that game.
Oh, yeah? You already got the tickets?
Oh, yeah. Well, we don't have the tickets. Carter's going to get them. He's going to buy his tickets in the second row from the top.
Like, buy you the tickets?
No, that's what he's going to get.
Oh.
He likes the nosebleeds.
Tennessee at Auburn. Of course, the Longhorns at the Cotton Bowl, South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's really brutal.
Well, then,
look at the end.
Look at the end. Look at the last 5 games.
It's not pulling up on my computer.
It's not pulling up on mine either. Here we go. Great internet. Here we have here. This is fantastic.
Their last 2 are Bama and LSU.
Oh.
Bama and Norman at LSU.
Oh.
But they also have I think they also have Ole Miss in that schedule.
At Ole Miss, yeah.
And then they might have Georgia. They might have Florida's got a gauntlet too. Florida ends their season, their schedule in just a brutal way. Here we go. They play.
Here we go.
They play Texas on the 12th, then South Carolina, and then Ole Miss. Then they play Maine. Shout out my dad's school. Then they go to Missouri, Alabama, and then at LSU. That's the end of theirs.
So Alabama and LSU.
Yeah, Florida has a gauntlet at the end.
We got breaking news in the NBA. Draymond has been suspended. For how long? Giannis dropped 64. But Rick Carlisle pettiness taken away from the historic night. We're just getting started. We got Inside the Star as well with our Cowboys Insider Bobby Bell. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ, just getting started.
Coming up in the next G-Bag. Warren gets the ball taken away by Beasley, feeds it ahead. Giannis, here comes the exclamation, flushes it through. How about a clean 64 for the Greek Freak? The freakish flyer takes off again.
A career high for Giannis. That was the call on Bucks Radio. 64 and 14. 4 steals. 24 of 32 from the line.
Oh.
32 free throw attempts as Milwaukee gets the W over Rick Carlisle's Indiana Pacers. But there is apparently pettiness afterwards. Did you see this chaos? Did you see what happened?
I did not see the chaos. I saw, the 64. The 32 free throw attempts is an absurd number. It's an absurd number. Someone's in the bag. Nobody ever gets 32 free throw attempts. That's crazy.
The Pacers apparently took the basketball. Giannis is sitting there yelling and screaming, "Where's the ball?" He runs immediately back to the tunnel. I just retweeted the videos at 1053SS on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. He's running to the back like a WWE wrestler, and he's having heated words with members of the Indiana staff. There's people yelling back in the locker room, "Don't give him the ball. Give him the effing ball. That's his ball." And Indiana apparently not wanting to give it up. Giannis then in the post says, "I have a basketball, but I do not know if this is the actual game ball." Also said he does not possess the Game 6 finals ball either. So the Pacers not wanting to give it up to Giannis after 64.
So is this customary? I had no idea this was a thing. I had no idea, when Kobe scored 81, did he get the game ball, right? Did they give him the game ball? I have no idea.
Right.
It's like, in baseball, they use 1,000 balls a day. So you just get the final out ball, or you get the ball that you hit the home run with. But when you win the World Series, the first baseman just puts it in his pocket. Rizzo did that when he was with the Cubs. He just put the ball in his back pocket when they won.
Yeah.
First one since 1908. I had no idea the basketball game ball was a thing that you just get the game ball after a big performance.
Look, this is no doubt petty. I don't know if our boy Rick was behind it, but I also kind of love it. I also love this type of little pettiness. This is something that Isaiah Thomas would coordinate and plan and choreograph. So I don't know if there's some type of beef between Milwaukee and Indiana in a part of the country that some people make fun of, but here's the Pacers.
I didn't know they were big rivals. Maybe they have the ABA rivalries or whatever. I don't. I have no idea. Didn't know they were big. They're not even they're close-ish. They're close. They're not. It's not like let's see. That's Chicago and Milwaukee, which was 90 miles away. They're close-ish, but not like that.
Giannis becomes the first player in history to make at least 20 field goals and 20 free throws in a game while shooting at least 70% on each. Also, the most points with fewer than 30 field goal attempts in a game. So the Freak dropped 64. The news breaks last night that the NBA has suspended Draymond Green indefinitely. Indefinitely. Now, of course, the obvious question is, what does indefinitely mean?
Could be something as simple as, hey, we'll just see you after the first of the year. It could be we'll see you after the All-Star break. It could be Adam Silver's just going to suspend him now and then take the time to really investigate this whole situation. Could mean anything.
And they're going to make him go through the paces. Like, he's going to have to do the whole counseling thing. He's going to have to talk. They're setting up some program or future schedule for him to, some people are trying to make this a counseling thing. There's quotes after the game against
Nurkic.
Phoenix. I hope Draymond gets the help that he needs. Nurkic saying there's something really wrong with this dude.
Yeah.
Upstairs. So Draymond out indefinitely. The Warriors' nightmare season just got worse.
It's awful. It's an awful season for them. Maybe this actually helps them. He is a pain in the butt. All right. He is I can't imagine. He's probably.
It's not going to help him, trust me.
Well, some guys will have that. Some teams will have that one guy that you love if he's on your team, but you hate if he's on somebody else. I think we're past that with him.
Yeah, but he is look, I would have taken him here in the offseason on the Mavericks. But aside from the edge, what does he do? Because I could see Mike Bassick having a basketball fight with me later on. He does facilitate the offense. He is a very good passer. And, I'm assuming he's still a very, very good defender. He rebounds. He does all the dirty work that your Stephs and your setting screens, your Klays and your Stephs and your Wiggins and your scorers need. And they've said, we need you out on the floor. But he's never going to change. There's just no way. He's the TO from a stubbornness standpoint of the NBA. So thank you. Good job, Adam Silver, finally protecting the rest of your league and dropping the hammer on this fool, because this is ridiculous. And then Klay Thompson has gotten benched. A reporter suggested to Klay that, hey, did you actually bench yourself?
Kurt talks a lot about believing in his guys, especially the starting lineup. Won championship not too long ago. Having patience, letting guys kind of, find their game. How aware are you of that kind of patience, and how much do you value it?
What do you want me to bench me?
No. It's like that's.
You want to bench Wiggs?
I don't think I said that.
Okay. I mean, you can suggest it. It's fine.
Yeah.
But I mean, thanks, Steve. I guess. Like, I don't know. Sometimes you earn these things like patience and time to find yourself. And I think history is on our side when it comes to that stuff.
You say that. Have you heard people say that, or?
No, I don't care what people say. Like, they don't do what we do. They can't do what they do. That's why they talk. Why would I? Like, come on. I don't care what people say at this point in my life.
The dynasty looks like it's over.
No dynasty ends well. There's always egos involved. There's always players who think they're still at an elite level, but no longer are. Everybody kind of gets into their own legacies at some point. No dynasty ends well.
Klay has plummeted from 22 points a game to 15. The field goal percentage has gone from 43 to 40. The three-point percentage has gone from 41 to 34.
Ugh.
Fall-offs everywhere, off a cliff.
And like the guys that are getting, Wiggins is not, he didn't get a lot of playing time at the end of that game the other night against Phoenix. And neither did Klay. Klay was on the bench. He was pacing. He was shouting at the huddle.
Yeah, something's wrong with Wiggins, man. Bad. I know the stories of his personal life or family last year.
Yeah.
But this whole thing is a mess.
It is. When he the top pick? He was the top pick, right? It really is. And
Killed us.
Yes, he did.
Killed us in that series.
Yes, he did. Like now, Kuminga's playing more at the end of these games. They got some other dude that's playing a lot. It's like.
What analysis that was.
I can't pronounce his last name. It's Beads Micro or Bedizmits or something like that. I can't pronounce his name. So his name is now that other dude.
That other dude that plays more.
Vita. Call him Vita from now on.
Does Jerry care that Dallas gets shut out of the Super Bowl talk again? Would he entertain Brazil or Mexico? And the Cowboy topic I've been waiting for all week long. Should Trayvon Diggs be helping out against his brother? Inside the Stars, Bobby Bell joins the show next.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys Insider, Bobby Belt, as the Buffalo preparation continues. Roberto, what was happening out there in Frisco yesterday?
Boy, Mike McCarthy is a big fan of Josh Allen. Can't help but heap all the praise on top of him.
Really?
Compared him to Brett Favre. That's who he said he reminds him of. Which,
Well,
not a bad comparison.
He knows football clearly.
He does. Not a bad comparison, Brett Favre. Because when you watch him out there, I would say Josh Allen is even more than Patrick Mahomes to me. Josh Allen is the most frustrating player to watch as an opposing team, like when you're trying to watch them play defense. Because there will be times where it's like he's about to get hit, he looks like he's throwing the ball away, and he's actually just throwing it to Stephon Diggs 30 yards down the field, and he's completing it and dropping it in a bucket. He is really frustrating to watch, and it is that Brett Favre energy of just making the impossible happen.
He's a bigger Brett Favre.
Rocket arm. Yeah, honestly, that's exactly what he is. And so
I'm trying to think of another guy he could be compared to with the size that played like that, and I don't know if I can
the
come up with
comparison that he gets a lot, and I think he's a little more athletic. I think his arm is better. The comparison he gets a lot is Roethlisberger for being that size and mobile.
Ben
and
was just lumbering. He's big.
Well, and Ben became a bigger volume passer once his athleticism kind of ceased. He wasn't like Allen where he was combining both. But
yeah, I mean, I could see a Steve Young, although he's got a much better arm, is not as accurate as Steve.
About 100 pounds heavier than Steve Young,
a lot bigger. Size, no, but just like they can move, they can throw. Really,
I don't know
really
if I
well.
could think of a more opposite one than that.
Well, that's because he's lefty.
Lefty, smaller.
Yeah, I'm not talking about
arm.
size. Yeah, I'm talking about from a mobility and a passing standpoint.
Anyone still can move, basically. Randall Cunningham, throw out.
No, I wouldn't say that one. You can't compare a black quarterback to a white one. They don't allow that.
I mean, honestly, if you want to go further down, and I know Randall Cunningham calling him a Vikings quarterback is a misnomer. Wow. He's an Eagles quarterback. But if you want to go another one, similar to early on the way Culpepper was. Culpepper was big, mobile, threw the ball aggressively downfield, had a big arm. Similar kind of player.
He did throw it aggressively downfield.
Anything else?
No, Malik Hooker missed practice yesterday. That was kind of the biggest one. So he had left the game against the Eagles, but he came back on the field. He didn't look like he had any sort of a problem. Everybody had an expectation that Jonathan Hankins wasn't going to be out there, but Malik Hooker missed practice yesterday with an ankle injury, so we'll have to keep an eye on that and find out what McCarthy has to say for that, because he did not give a heads up that he would not be out there.
Is this interior run D in trouble without Hankins, with more focus on Mozzie?
I don't know that it's in trouble. Hankins is really good. Like Hankins has been one of their most consistent players. For all the talk that has been out there for the last couple of years that the Cowboys don't have good defensive tackles and that interior's not very good, you could make an argument that's two of their most consistent players on the entire team this year is their defensive tackles. Oso Odigizua and Jonathan Hankins have been good just about every week. Like Hankins is out there making plays. Osa's out there making plays against San Francisco when nobody else was. And so those two have been really, really good. And Jonathan Hankins has shown some pass rushing prowess. He's eaten up blocks inside for the run game, but...
Well, you'll love this then.
What?
You'll love this. I went and looked up the PFF grades for Hankins and Mozzie. What do you think it is, Choppy?
Mozzie is getting a 62.
Way too high.
47.
49.6. That means what?
It's well below average.
Yeah.
You below starter level too. Below reserve.
No, what it means is absolutely nothing because they don't know what they're watching.
Well, Hankins that was from Mozzie. Hankins is a 45.7.
Oh, gosh.
4 points worse than Mozzie Smith.
They are one of the defensive tackle is one of their worst graded positions where they don't know what the hell they're doing.
I would think corner is worse, is more difficult.
Corner's bad. Difficult. Offensive line is bad a lot of times for them. Offensive linemen hate PFF. If there's a position group in the NFL that hates PFF more than anybody, it's offensive line. But defensive tackle, years ago, they used to just trash Terrell McClain in 2016 when he had a really good year. And I remember people inside the Cowboys were like, PFF has no clue what they're talking about. Terrell McClain may be one of our best defensive players this year.
So This is my favorite topic of the week. Dan Quinn was asked whether he would ask Trayvon Diggs for the scouting report and tips on his brother, Stephon. Dan Quinn said, quote, "I would not do that. I wouldn't want to put him in that situation. That's his brother. I certainly would not." I'm fascinated by this topic. What is the right thing to do? Anyone got a problem with Trayvon Diggs being like, well, Trayvon didn't reject it, but Dan Quinn is like, no, I'm not even really going to ask him. Is this not happening if Trayvon Diggs is active? Are they not having Stephon Diggs scouting reports in the meeting room with Trayvon chiming in? If it was your brother, how are you approaching it? You got an issue with Dan Quinn not even asking Trayvon how to shut down by far their best weapon? Let me know what y'all think on the truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. I love this.
It's weird. There is a little bit of...
I think I got a little problem with Quinn and Trayvon. I think you got a little problem with it.
It's odd because there's a little bit of... In some ways, you look for these advantages and you talk about, oh, well, we'll be able to get the inside scoop, or, oh, you know, we've got this guy. He played with them earlier in the season. He's on our team now. He'll be able to give us all the insight. You get that a lot. And then there are other instances where they don't do that. I remember when the Cowboys were going up against Gary Kubiak a few years ago, that when Jason Garrett was the head coach, Klein Kubiak, Gary Kubiak said is on staff with the Cowboys. He's one of their national scouts. And somebody had asked him kind of jokingly, but was like, hey, have you thought about pulling Klein off of the scouting room this week to get some insight on his dad? And Garrett went, nope. And I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. Eric Weddle gave an interview a couple of years ago. This was not even his brother. He had played with, was he Rams then Ravens or Ravens then Rams?
Yeah.
I think it was Ravens then Rams. But he told the media, he said, yeah, I know the little hand signals the Ravens do because I was there. And then he told the Rams, he said, yeah, no, but I'm not going to let them know what they are. He's like, those are my guys. I'm not going to, we got to beat them another way. I'm not going to give away their hand signals. Those are my boys, and I'm not going to mess with them. And so there is these weird areas in football where guys don't want to go there.
Yeah.
But I also think that...
And I have a huge problem with Eric Weddle doing that.
Oh, no, that was, to me,
Weddle,
I've got a deal.
Weddle for sure. The sibling thing, I don't have a same-sex sibling that I would have competed against in sports. I have no idea what the general competitiveness is there. Like, I know Peyton would not go to an NFC team when he was doing his free agency tour because he didn't want to compete against Eli. He didn't want to block Eli from getting to a Super Bowl. It was just like there was just that sort of, I think, secured respect, and it's like, I'm not going to go down that road.
It's also, you don't have to ask Trayvon, I don't think.
Well, that was going to be my follow-up. Is there any way that Trayvon versus your scouts, right? Like your scouts are looking at all these plays and games of Diggs tape. Is there any way that Trayvon would not have an extra bit of insight that your professional scouts have already seen?
So
did Trayvon tell you something? Like, there's no way that in conversation, if you're close as brothers, right? Trayvon is going to know something that Stephon loves to do.
Yeah. That
maybe isn't picked up on film, or maybe someone in your scouting department is not seeing. I don't know.
So they're very close. Trayvon and Stephon are very close, but they also are extremely competitive, and they get chippy. And I remember that was one of the things that people liked about Trayvon when he was coming out of Alabama, was that they said that Trayvon is a guy who that was part of what drove his mental makeup. He told an NFL scout, he's like, I am not Stephon Diggs' brother. I'm Trayvon. I'm Trayvon Diggs, and that's all you're gonna address me as, and that's all you're gonna think of me as, because I'm not my brother, and that's not who I am. That's not part of my makeup. And so I know people around the league have been impressed with how he motivates himself based off that competition with his brother. But I think absolutely there's got to be releases or just style or other things that he would know about, that if this is the Super Bowl, are you not asking him? Because, I mean, there's been talk before about a couple of years ago, I remember people said, what if you get a Diggs brothers matchup, Buffalo and Dallas, because those are two of the better teams. So if this is Super Bowl, you're not going to tell him anything? You're not going to go ask him? I think Trayvon volunteers it because he's competitive. And I think Stephon Diggs probably tells the Bills, yeah, you want to go to Trayvon? Do this.
But DQ is I'm not even going to ask.
But I also wonder, again, if that's because he knows Trayvon will just tell him. And so he's like, I can position it this way because I know he'll tell me.
That way you're not putting him in a position to make a decision.
Yeah.
He just comes to you on his own.
So how would you feel, hypothetically, if Trayvon came out and he's like, no, I didn't volunteer I wouldn't do it. That's my brother.
I would have a much bigger issue with Eric Weddle because there's no relation.
Right.
With Trayvon, I wouldn't care as much. I think you're right. There may be a very, very small tidbit that he could, give. Think about this. Growing up, they were 6 years apart. They weren't playing against each other in the backyard all the time. They're 6 years apart. My kids are 3 years apart. They never play in the backyard together. Like my 11-year-old cannot keep up playing catch with my 14-year-old. He just can't.
No, but I mean, they were competitive up to like Trayvon being in high school and into college because Trayvon was trained at Michael Johnson Performance before the draft.
High school and college, sure, yeah. But like that's
well, and that's when he would have seen who he is and the type of player that he is. And he had said on there that he was like, yeah, Stephon won't run routes against me anymore. He gets mad because I lock him up.
Let me know what the totals are saying if they have that sibling issue. Like, could you give the exact broken down scouting report? And would you give it? Like family versus football. D and Forney, you're live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, D.
Hey, Sean.
Yo.
Man, look here, man. Let me tell you about what's going on, man. He don't have to ask Stephon to do anything to help his brother out, man, because he's already checked out. Have y'all seen the last game?
Oh, Stephon Diggs is checked out?
Now his brother is checked out. Stephon Diggs is checked out, man. He's already the last couple of games, man. Just look at his numbers.
Yeah.
You only ask somebody for help if that person is really killing in football.
Oh.
Right now, he's not doing anything.
I love the take. Like, you don't even have to ask about Stephon because he's not a factor. So I have been noticing in the last few Bills games, early on, here's my book on the Bills. They asked Josh Allen to do way too much. It's ridiculously unfair. And early on, they were overly, I said this on the show, they were force-feeding Stephon Diggs. Like, it was like going overboard. And in the last few games, like 3 weeks, I've been like, man, is Stephon Diggs on the field? Why isn't he getting involved as much? Here are the targets from the beginning of the season. 11, 16, 12, 12. That's what I'm like, man, they're forcing this. I know CeeDee Lamb gets a bunch of targets, but they all feel like natural. This is like, yo, we don't want you to go off on us on the sideline. Then the targets went from 12 to 7, 5, 8. And actually, in the last 2 weeks, it's gone back up to double digits, 11 and 11. But he has not had more than 6 catches for the last 5 weeks.
the last time he led the Bills in receiving in a single game. November 5th.
In receiving?
In receiving
like
yards. In yards was November 5th. You had Cook, Davis, Shakir, Davis, and then Diggs November 5th. We are on December 14th.
Wow.
Breaking news, that's 10 days away from Christmas Eve, Sean.
That's pretty stunning right there.
Yeah, I mean,
good call, D. Good point.
Well, yeah, and what's also funny, I mean, look, if he's wanting to get out there, get out of that city bad enough, and if Trayvon wants to prime out of there bad enough, maybe you don't have to ask Trayvon. Maybe Stephon will just tell you, hey, here's the lowdown on how to beat Josh Allen and everybody else, because he seems to want to get the hell out of there.
The Cowboys get shut out, Choppy, of another Super Bowl. The next one down the road is going to be in Los Angeles. Jerry Jones was speaking to the media yesterday, said he's not disappointed about AT&T not getting to host. Quote, it just has not been a fit for us. I'm proud for the league. LA is a perfect spot for one. We will just look to the future. And then Jerry was saying, look, we're not itching to play one of these international games. We certainly would not want to play in Brazil. If we had to, we would want to do Mexico City.
Yeah, the Super Bowl has been awarded in 2027 to Los Angeles. It was just in Los Angeles a couple years ago. All right. And Jerry can say all he wants that we're not itching. They're never going to get another one. It's a crime. Phoenix has gotten one twice since we had one last. New Orleans is on the schedule for the second one. Miami, LA, San Francisco, for crying out loud. That dump.
Santa Clara. Come on, not San Francisco, Santa Clara.
I know, we still got to go stay in the loin. All right, that's where they're going to put us at the haunted hotel with Sean's name on the elevator, despite the fact that he had never been there before, but his name was printed on the elevator wall. It's the creepiest thing I've ever seen. But those places are all getting a second Super Bowl. since the Cowboys and AT&T hosted one last.
So why?
I think that it's, well, a couple things.
The freeze or the layout?
The layout doesn't help.
No, it does not help.
The layout does not help.
It's really confusing to everyone who comes and visits here.
If it was, now the layout though, the Santa Clara, that's the other issue. That's an hour and a half in traffic from downtown San Francisco to get out to that stadium, which is where they did remember they did the media day in San Jose at the SAP Center where the Sharks play.
It's so easy for the NFL too, because it's like there's the stadium, there's SoFi, and then you've got the NFL Network headquarters, literally office with SoFi. They're next door. There's so many advantages to doing it in LA, but yeah, it's weird that Dallas cannot get a crack at this.
Another reason for Bobby to hate Shohei Ohtani. Are you looking for a job? You can protect the World Series trophy and get paid for it. And oh man, we are right there with Charles Barkley for one of the most awkward sports events that you could ever think of, with Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen together. That's all next on Sean and RJ. maybe the best sports song ever.
Yeah, I'd have a hard time coming up with one better than this. This is, you just get goosebumps right as soon as you hear it.
Because is this like a natural song from somewhere else? Is this someone's music?
Yes.
Yeah, isn't it? I can't remember who it is.
Spotify it through the headphones.
It's like the Alan Parsons Project or something.
Is it?
Yeah, it's something like that. I'll look it up.
The Chicago Bulls intro music. For those that don't know, as yesterday, the news came out that they're creating a Ring of Honor. Was it Choppy?
It's called Sirius. Sirius, S-I-R-I-U-S, by the Alan Parsons Project. That music history course I took in 1997 is paying off, baby.
The Chicago Bulls announced the establishment of their Ring of Honor with 13 individuals going in for the inaugural 2024 class that will be honored on January 12th. Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, awkward, Jerry Sloan, Phil Jackson, Johnny Red Kerr, Jerry Krause, Tony Kukoc, Dennis Rodman, Tex Winter, amongst those going into the Bulls Ring of Honor.
Now, is Jerry Sloan going in there for what he did with the Bulls or for how he just choked things away 2 years in a row to help Michael get to 6?
I assume it's what he did with the Bulls as a player.
Okay.
Him and Bob Butterbean Love.
Rest in peace, Jerry Sloan.
This will be entertainment. Like watching those two in the same room together, reading all the body language, trying to see who's over here, who's Larsa Pippen sitting with, or who she's sitting closer to.
Yes.
I'm very excited to see this.
It's gonna be wild, man.
Is Michael Jordan going to be up there for his son as the best man for the Larsa wedding? They're getting married.
They're getting married. Is he the best man?
She's sick. She is
devious.
sick and devious. But Charles Barkley was on with Dan Patrick, and he's like, I'm buying a ticket. He checked his schedule.
Yeah, he's off. It's a Friday night.
And he's like, am I going to be free? You said the audio was not great for that?
It was chopped up. I didn't think it was very good.
But Charles was like, I have to be
Charles
there.
was like, I've got to be there.
Just to watch.
Dan talked a lot during it, so it was very just jumbled. But he was like, I've got to be there. He goes, and he also said, why were they waiting this long?
Yeah.
It's 30 years ago.
I almost want to eradicate all Rings of Honors. These teams, it's mainly because of Jerry and the way he, throws his little kid fits over my sandbox and making people wait. The power trip that these Rings of Honors are. My other question, who the hell else is going to go in after this class?
Oh, nobody.
Who else in the history of the Chicago Bulls going into a Ring of Honor?
Yeah, they got a few.
Joakim Noah.
They got a few guys from the 70s and the early, that are going to go in there with them.
Derrick Rose.
Derrick Rose.
John Paxson.
Judd Bushler.
Serious.
Judd Bushler.
I don't know. If I'm Michael, I wonder if I even show up to this.
Michael, see, I
can't. I don't know. Scotty will probably fold. He's one of those people, I think, when he's in person, he sits there and shuts his mouth. He likes to bark and go on his rants while he's trying to sell a book and kill Michael, and not even doing it during the last dance, not even speaking up. Scotty will probably show up and be dead quiet.
See, I was trying to figure that out. I was trying to think who's most likely to just dip out on this. Is Michael going to big time? Michael he has returned and done some stuff there because he is still such a legend, obviously, not just of old game basketball, but the city of Chicago there's nobody with higher approval ratings in the history of that city than Michael Jordan. And so I kind of wonder if it'd just be Pippen would be the one that would dip, but I could see Scottie Pippen just not showing up.
Pippen needs to sell books. He's going to be there.
Well, we don't even know what the status of the book is. What's the name of the book? I have no idea. Is it still being sold? But man, he's talking about awkward,
man. I can't. I would love to be there.
Rodman will be peacemaker. He'll be sitting there mediating.
Who's he gonna bring?
He'll
Kim Jong-un?
Yeah, I was about to say he'll be trying to mediate with North Korea and everything again. Yeah.
So that news was incredible that the Bulls waiting this long.
I'm stunned.
And Michael and Scotty maybe together again. Woo! Draymond suspended indefinitely by the NBA Bobby Belt. What do you think about that?
Well, look, I mean, he's suspended indefinitely, but it's also apparently because what's the report today? I think it's that he and his agent and somebody else are supposed to meet
Rich
with the
Paul
league
and
go through anger management courses or whatever. Basically, they're going through the same Ja Morant steps they went through last year, where they were trying to be like, hey, we're gonna put our arms around Ja and we're just here for him and helping him work through some of these emotional issues, where at first they were trying to victimize him, and then after a while they're like, yeah, this isn't gonna work anymore. This is bad PR. For some reason, that's the mode that they're going to take here with Draymond Green. Is that they're saying, hey, you got to work on yourself. That's why you're suspended. This is time away for you to work on yourself, become a better person, work out these issues, and then you can come on back. So that's why they didn't want to put a game number on it, apparently, because they don't want to say how long that takes. But
Here are the odds yesterday from Bet Online.
I love that there's odds on this.
Before the news was announced, how long will Draymond Green be suspended? Even money was 21 to 30 games.
Whoa!
11 to 20 games was 3-2 odds. 1 to 10 games was 5-1. 31 to 40 games, 6-1. Rest of the regular season, 9-1. No suspension. So 21 to 30 games, even money.
And
11 to 20 games, 3-2.
I couldn't believe 11 to 20 is the favorite, or was the favorite. I'm sorry, 21 to 30. That's a lot. 11 to 20, I would have thought would have been the favorite there.
Mm-hmm. Well, what does indefinitely tell you? Does indefinitely tell you that it's going to be more than 15, more than 20?
So I think it's the psychological thing. When you say indefinitely, he could come back January 10th, right? Or let's say January 14th, right? It's a full month. He misses a month, but he only misses 12 games or whatever. Yeah. Right. So, like, the time you see he's suspended, like, it could psychologically say people, oh, it's a longer suspension than it actually was.
Yeah, it indefinitely sounds brutal. Yeah. That sounds like, oh my gosh, you're gone forever. But in theory, that could mean he could just be out until tomorrow. Like, obviously, that's not the case. He's not going to be reinstated tomorrow. But indefinitely also means that, well, that could be shorter than what we even had. We could get away with 7 games as the suspension, essentially. But yeah, I think that ultimately this probably is an issue where he's gone for, I bet they make him disappear for 2 months. However many games that ends up being, I bet they just make him disappear for 2 months, have things quiet down, come on back. Maybe they just try to get up to the All-Star break. I don't know.
Give me the game check that he will lose. How much money per game?
$380,000.
$380 a game? That was a stupid guess.
I have no idea.
$154K.
It's a lot.
$154,000 for every game, roughly, that he misses.
Shohei laughs at that.
Yeah.
Laughs at that kind of money.
So
he makes that about the third inning.
Shohei laughs at nothing.
Well, let's get to Shohei, because yesterday, another nugget of the contract was unveiled. Was it you all over this, Bobby? You're stalking out this deal?
I wasn't stalking it out. It was a viral tweet from Ken Rosenthal. Get better, Jeff Passing. You need to get ahead of Ken Rosenthal and not let him break all these stories.
Jeff, don't worry about getting suspended by your network.
Two interesting notes that Ken Rosenthal had in this one. The first one is that he's going to there's no opt-outs. People were wondering does he have a 7-year opt-out? Is there going to be something like that? This is a 10-year contract with no opt-out, no option years. But Ken Rosenthal says if a specific change in Dodger personnel, the player may opt out of contract at the end of the season the change occurs. And he said, at this time, it's not known who it is. The AP followed up later and said that this is in relation to the owner of the Dodgers and Andrew Friedman, the president of baseball operations. So if those two leave the Dodgers, Shohei can bail. So
10 years of protection, 10 years of job security, especially for Friedman.
That is such an insane nugget in a contract that you can basically leave the organization if your boss leaves too.
Oh, by the way, happy birthday, Gavin Spittle.
Happy birthday, Bossman Spittle.
That is, we have never seen anything like it, ever.
Yeah, that is bizarre, and they were locking themselves in. So the talk yesterday was that this is a clear sign from Ohtani that he was tired of the Artie Moreno, just like everything was unstable all the time. This is an indicator of like, I'm going to make sure it's in my contract that I don't go through that again. And so that's what that is. But Andrew Friedman gets to lock himself in for another decade. And then the other thing here is that his contract stipulates that he'll donate to a Dodgers charity in an amount that will not exceed 1% of his contract, per Rosenthal.
What the hell does that even mean?
What, is that 1% of the $2 million? Is that 1% of the 70? What is it?
Why would you put in there like a limit on your charity donation? That's a little bit weird. The latest out of L.A., Rosenthal says they're working on a Tyler Glasnow deal that would not preclude them from getting involved with Yamamoto. As Bob Nightingale says, the Yankees, he thinks, are still the favorites for Yamamoto.
Yeah, and now the talk with his contract is upwards of $300 million. The reporting on these deals has been awful, and it always is. But nobody ever thought even close to $700 million for Shohei. And the initial reports on Yamamoto were in the 180 to 210 range. And now we're talking $300 million? Maybe the biggest pitcher contract there is, period? That? Okay. All right. Someone's going to pay it.
Look, if you got the money deferred and the money to spend, throw it at him.
The Rangers apparently don't have any money, but they do have money to throw out for a unique job title.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not able to re-sign Will Smith or Chris Stratton. Who knows what's going to happen with Jordan Montgomery?
I don't know if we really wanted all of them back.
But you, dear listener, may be able to get some of that Texas Rangers money because they are in the process of trying to hire what is termed a trophy transport coordinator.
Stop it.
Yep. So basically your job here is you got to make sure that nothing crazy happens to the trophy as they're parading it around town at events and stuff like that. You can go to teamworkonline.com and find this job posting for the Rangers.
No way.
Essential functions of the position include, but are not limited to the following: ability to travel routinely, including overnight stays, to ensure championship trophy, which they capitalized, by the way. They capitalized championship trophy.
Sure.
Is delivered on time and safely returned to its home at Globe Life Field.
Right.
Maintaining detailed records of transportation schedules. Upon arrival, arranging the trophies for display, ensuring they're showcased appropriately and safely. Conducting regular inspections to guarantee the condition of the trophy remains pristine, and arranging for any necessary maintenance or repairs. And this is one of my favorite ones: ability to assess potential risks during transportation and implement measures to mitigate them. This involves foreseeing potential vulnerabilities and proactively addressing them. So they basically want a Secret Service agent for that trophy. And you can go apply for this job if you want.
Is there a salary?
Yeah.
There's not a salary listed.
What could it be? What could the salary be?
That's a great... Do you get to wear white gloves?
It says you must be flexible with working long hours, nights, weekends, and holidays. So I got to figure, if they're asking that much of you, it can't just be, well, you get to be with the trophy. That's payment enough.
50?
I don't know. This would be a seasonal job, wouldn't it? Is this just forever?
What do you do?
I just applied for it. 60.
What are you going to do to protect, to do anything with it? What are you going to do if someone bum rushes? What's your go-to move? What are you going to do? You going to punch? You going to take down? You going to grapple?
The Draymond Green special.
That's the thing. What is it that do they want somebody with like, are they talking about like, do they want like a really big guy? Like, hey, you got to be ready to take somebody on. You got to be ready to fight somebody. Do they want, maybe this will be the job for old Dom, old Eagles Dom. This could be his new gig.
I'm trying to see like how much the Stanley Cup guy makes, and I can't find the number on that because they have a guy, the keeper of the cup.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't find out his salary though. That's wild. I would love to see what they're making.
All right, Peyton is getting killed by Los Hombres for the next guys trip that he wants to take. Apparently, people are getting shamed for how they shower, and you heard we did Spotify Wrapped. Apparently, there's Dating Wrapped as well. The Payload with PayPay is next.
Let's get you over to Platinum.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State with the R weight loss. That's soda, and by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. That is all I do. It is the Payload, 6:40 on a Thursday morning here on 105.3 The Fan. Get in on the conversation, 877-881-1053. And I got to start off with a shout-out. Girlfriend of the year already. Yesterday I was FaceTiming her and she surprised me. She brought up the Payload.
Oh.
She said, hey, it's Thursday. It's time for the Payload. You know, what are you going to talk about? She's interested now. And I said, whoa, you listen? You know, you haven't really brought this up before. I know you know the segment, but you haven't, brought it up to me before. And she's like, well, I don't listen live because I'm still sleeping, but I go back and listen. I go, the Odyssey app? When did you download the Odyssey app?
Whoa!
She said,
right next to her Tinder.
or Bumble and all the above. No, she deleted that. We confirmed. And I was like,
you get yours deleted yet over there?
No, absolutely not. But the good news is I look, and it hasn't been active in like 2 years. So that's all that matters.
So she was telling me, no, I don't have the Odyssey app, but I go back on the website. And I was like, you go back on the website and listen. I never heard of that before. I know you can do that, but usually when people say they go back and listen, it's the Odyssey app. So shout out Mackenzie, my dear girlfriend. Thank you so much.
Do you feel like she is a little starstruck now? She's proud that she's dating like a Z-lister?
She sees all the Texas William memes and stuff on Twitter. She'll DM me and says, okay, you got to explain what this means. So Texas William, you've been noticed by Mackenzie.
But if you get recognized like out in public, she's like, it's going to be a better night.
Oh, yeah. It'll be a great night.
He's misinterpreted this, by the way. Yeah. He thinks this is like support. No, this is checking up on what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
So now we got to watch what we're saying here.
Okay.
Thanks a lot. But guys, we talk about my group chat, the Los Hombres, my dear closest friends. And we talk about guys trips and stuff like that. Once a year, we'll go on a guys trip.
Like the Jared Sandler college guys trip. You've been on one.
I've been on that with them. That's it was a good trip. Very good, very fast, very good trip.
So we've been to, Denver, we've been to California, we've been to Las Vegas, and I brought up New York City. I said, hey, big city vibes, clubs, comedy shows
and she's,
out there.
by the way, still cool with this taking place?
Oh, the guys trips?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, she's totally fine with
Well
it.
done.
She says, go on. You do your thing.
Wow.
And so I know. She's amazing.
It'll change.
So, what's she doing while you're away?
Well, I have her location now, so.
What? Wait, hey, what?
You guys don't do that? You don't share each
being
other's locations?
Are you being serious?
No.
Well, that's a different conversation. I
think that is now the
conversation.
Does she have your location?
Yeah, but I mean, like, it wasn't like, we just said, you want my location, I'll take yours. Like,
who suggested
exchanging
it?
numbers.
Wow.
Who suggested it?
No, I did.
First off, no, I don't know if you need to be.
Hang
like,
on. I had my location. Hang on. It was not me that put it on there. I found it on my phone 2 years in. Okay? Because she was nuts.
And you never had hers?
No, I never did.
Okay. Have you done this?
I would do this if she wanted. I would totally do it. I'm not hiding. I don't care.
It's not about hiding something. Yeah. It's like it's invasive.
No,
it's like
if
you're not. No, I'm not giving you my location. If you have a little bit of trust, then roll out. If you have a trust issue, I'm talking about for me.
Yeah,
not
I
you.
wasn't even thinking that. I was thinking safety.
Okay, if it's my children, yes.
Yeah.
I will have the location of my kids, but no, I'm not asking for it, nor am I giving it to my wife.
If I want to know where she is, I'll ask her, and I'll trust that she's telling me where she is, and that's it.
If you think that I'm sleeping around on you, then you have underestimated the amount of women that would be cool with a sweatsuit walking into a date or their apartment. If I walk in the house every day and I'm like, you think I'm somewhere else lighting up the town? I mean, we don't have that conversation, but that's what it would be.
Yeah, we have the attire of loyal men.
Yeah,
I got my kids like Life 360 or whatever it is, that app, so I know where my kids are. But no, I mean,
one time I was at like the house project for a while, and she like gave me a little bit of a hard time. I said, okay, fine. For the next meeting, you're coming then. you're coming to the next irrigation meeting. You're coming to the next brick meeting. You're coming. And she's like, I haven't heard a word since.
Yeah.
She's like, no, you go ahead and handle those.
Plus, there's ways you can find where she is without even having her location. Just
on the fan
go
text,
under Google.
maybe it's a younger thing. I don't know, but I mean, 817, it's normal. 817 also says it's normal at our age, so it's a younger audience. I mean, I don't think it's that uncommon to do that.
Wow, this is
because I don't think it's a trust thing. I mean, no, it depends on your relationship. I think it's just one of those like you do it. You want to know where your person is when they're leaving work. When they're, I know it comes down to the trust issue thing, but
okay, is this a general? What is your Google point, by the way?
Your Google keeps track of where you are at all times anyway.
Okay.
So if I go to my Google Maps, you can go to your timeline. You can see where you've been.
But how would I see where she is?
I mean, you have to get on her phone.
But I can't look her up now on my Google.
Unless you guys tag your Googles together. This is like Sarah's got her friends, her friend group. They all have each other's location. Like
I have all mine.
Her and her 3 or 4
all of mine.
friends.
We all share location.
Why?
Just
safety.
To have it. Just
for safety.
Just to have it. Just to see what's going on.
It's not just to have it. That's weird.
I'm blown away.
I would
the
never
safety
do
thing.
this.
I understand.
So you're telling me that all y'all's friends are at different points in the time in the day being like, I just want to make sure this, Amber Alert is not my friend.
I just want to make sure you left work at 5:02 like you said you left.
Like Sarah's got
for
friends
safety.
that'll text her and be like, "Hey, I see you're here. I'm right down the street from you right now. Do you want to meet up?"
My God.
I've had people drop a pin before or share a location if it's like, hey, I'm here, I don't have an address or something, but not just as like a, hey, I've got your location at all times.
Let me ask you this. How often do you look at her location like today? How often will you just look and randomly check?
So on the text message, if you open up our text message, it'll give her like the city, like at the top. It'll say, Dallas, Rockwall. So if it changes from like another location, then I'll know like, oh, she left. What is she up to? But like I know like where she's at. I don't check all the time. I really.
How
don't.
many times in a day?
Oh, twice. Because sometimes she'll
feels
say
like a lot to me.
you guys have trust issues.
What?
You guys have the trust issues. Yeah, this is not that bad of a deal.
Ask Ryan if he does this or he thinks this is weird.
Ryan, is this weird?
Oh, we really got to put a mic in back there.
He says it's on the Snapchat too. Snapchat does the same thing. Where like you can do ghost view
if you share
or
it.
not.
If you share your location, yeah.
Set up a poll question.
Okay.
A lot of people that try to turn up text line are saying like it is a thing, and they are saying like it's actually more trusting to share it, which I get, like because you're showing, hey, like I have nothing to hide. Here you go. It's the same thing. I don't think it's necessary. It'd be far more for me. It's not even a trust thing. It's a safety thing. That's why you would share it. From a trust thing, it's if you don't trust the person you're in a relationship with, get the hell out of the relationship.
Yeah, I got to find a way to ask this question. Like exactly, word it the right way so that it doesn't get skewed.
All right, sorry, Peyton. We
No.
derailed
Hey,
you.
it was a great conversation. But so my original question or statement was about going on a guy's trip to New York City. Because, we had gone to California, Las Vegas, all the mainly man trips, but I suggested New York City to my group chat, to my friends, and they all turned it down. Said, absolutely not. That's not what you do with the homies. That's a couple's trip that you go to New York City. I thought there's enough to do, and we're not staying there for 10 days. We're there for 3 days, 3 nights, 4 days, and we're coming back. So, I think, there's enough to do out there where you don't have to make it this is a romantic trip. You can go out there for
I
a
never
guy's
thought
trip.
of New York as romance.
It's not Paris.
That's what I was thinking.
Did you suggest like a bed and breakfast in New
No,
York?
I just said New York. I said, look, we got the Yankees, the Mets. We got sport events there. You got the downtown. You got scenery, everything I know. And they were like, no, that's somewhere I would go with my girlfriend.
It is, especially Christmas time. It's a great couples trip.
And right. This was like down the road. This wasn't like, hey, December 25th, let's go there and let's go there New Year's Eve. And Mackenzie said it was, a couples thing too.
And the other cities that Los Hombres has been is where?
Las Vegas, California, which we were like in Carlsbad and Oceanside.
So how is Carlsbad? How is Carlsbad, California more manly and less,
I don't know.
less romantic than New York City?
California seems like the ultimate place to take your girl. Go hiking, go
on the beach,
Napa, go to the beach.
Yeah.
Is it a romantic thing? Like, are they like, oh no, that's too romantic for us? Or is it more like, well, if I'm gonna go to New York, I'm gonna go with my girl? Like, is it that kind of a sense of like, I can't go to New York unless it's a trip with my girlfriend because like that's where she'd want to go. I can't understand. This is odd. I've never thought New York is like the hub of America.
I have friends that say they're coming here to try to attend like Cowboys game near New Year's, and they're like, give us some things to do in Dallas. And like, I have a hard time coming up with like 3 things to do.
Well, you send them to Fort Worth.
Well, I said you should walk up and down Fort Worth. They're like, no, we're going to stay Hilton, Dallas. I'm like,
Dealey Plaza. Go see the Kennedy stuff.
Go see the. So New York, your friends are dumb.
Your friends are dumb.
Nick. Where are they suggesting?
Except Nick.
They would like, Phoenix, Arizona. They want to go Chicago.
Good.
Which were great suggestions.
How's Chicago different from going to New York?
Same thing. It's a smaller version.
Yeah. So I'd never been to New York City. I like the vibes there. I thought it was a nice, northeastern.
Wait, did you say you've never been?
I've never been to New York City.
But you like the vibes.
Yeah. Well, obviously I've seen videos. And
that's something I would say. That's something I would say.
That's what the kids say.
Yeah.
Oh, the vibes.
TikTok gives you inside all New York City. You
Yes.
can basically be in New York City without being in New York City.
You know what? That's the best way to take in New York through TikTok.
Just TikTok.
It's free. You have to deal with anybody, the people. It's the best way to do it.
I know the city gets crapped on all the time. Philadelphia. Go to Philadelphia, Peyton. That is a great city.
Ooh, it is.
Especially if you like history. If you like history, Philadelphia is like, you're not going to find a better one.
Last thing here, real quick. We all shower, I believe. Right? We all take showers sometimes multiple times a day. Did you know there was a debate on the way you shower? Because apparently there is. Because you're either you lean back and the water drips down the back of your head, down your back shower, like that's how you bathe, or you're face forward and the water drips down your face. Which one are you?
I've seen this phenomenon. I don't believe anybody faces forward.
I don't
to do the
either.
hair. Nobody washes their hair, running it down their face. Everybody faces back. The question is, do you do hair first or body first?
Do hair first to let that like sit and set in, and like the face wash.
Oh, so you put the soap in, you let it sit, then you rinse it after you're done washing your body.
Yes.
Gotcha.
I would like to be efficient. Very efficient. So face wash, shampoo, let it sit, body, rinse everything.
Yeah, head down. That's the way I just work. Yeah, but I don't let it sit as it goes down. It's like head is cleaned. Now it's all right. I'm gonna scrub into the beard. Then we're gonna go down.
Sometimes I face forward to the water, and sometimes I face backward.
So really, it feels really good. I think if you just let the water and soap from your head drip down your face, like I like it. Like I'm not. Because people were complaining about, the water and soap gets in your eyes. Well, close your eyes, idiot. Like, that's all you gotta do. So that's why I do. So I don't mind the face forward, but I just thought it was fascinating that was actually a debate. I didn't think people cared.
Like I face forward as the showers go up, but if it's like rinsing the soap out of my hair, I'm turning my head.
Yeah,
around.
I face forward unless I'm rinsing the hair off. Then it's like
the payload. We will. We may have to give you a Pay Part 2 today since we hijacked. I'm so fascinated by this location conversation. Tolo's coming in. Yes, safety, but I know that stalker mentality is for the other half. Come on now. Are you married to a Hispanic girl like me and Bobby? Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on DFW Sports Station. We'll do a Buffalo Bills high-low coming up at 7:20, but a Longhorns quarterback is leaving. We got SMU and Dion in the headlines as well. We need to do a Thursday college football kegger along with a Green Day ticket giveaway after this. And this
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
College football! A Cowboys-Bills high-low coming up at 7:20 during the Expressway to get you ready for Sunday. Also, another Green Day ticket giveaway. We will debut the Neighborhood Watch to cover you with all the stories you need to know up and down, left and right through DFW. Pat Doney, NBC5 at 8 o'clock for the high school state championships coming up this week and weekend. But Choppy, you and Bobby both taking note of a little window or change with the transfer rules?
Yeah, this is very, very strange. Not very strange, I should say. It's dumb. I don't like what they did. Yesterday, a judge ruled a 2-week injunction that it is now open season. You cannot be blocked from transferring a second time as an undergrad. Current rules are you get to transfer one time. So you start at Texas and you realize you don't want to be there anymore. You get to transfer, play immediately somewhere else at another Power 5 or FBS school. If you want to transfer a second time, you got to sit out a year until you graduate, and then you're a graduate, and then you can go anywhere immediately and play, like Dylan Gabriel. All right, at Oklahoma, who has transferred to Oregon, and then he can play wherever he wants. He can play immediately.
Oregon loves their 40-year-old quarterbacks.
They do. So the judge now ruled in West Virginia an injunction that is gone. So for 14 days, you could transfer and play. So you could transfer theoretically right now as a second-time transfer and play in a bowl game this year.
Yeah, you could, where this is going to have a bigger impact immediately is college basketball.
Yes.
So anybody who's been held out and has been trying to play, over the next 2 weeks, they can play until this is reviewed again. If they review it again and it gets sent down and stopped, like you could in theory have these guys play over these next 2 weeks and then they have to sit out again until next year. Like it's going to be this weird window where they've got this opportunity to have it. Like to me, it's kind of Pandora's box is open a little bit. Like if you're going to let these guys play, you probably just need to let it happen now.
Right, absolutely. It's and now it's like, you know, it's open season.
Wild West.
Wow, if you thought it was a Wild West before, you ain't seen nothing yet, because now you got everybody who's already transferred once and like, oh crap, I made a mistake. Now I want to transfer again.
It's tough to weigh it, because to me, I look at it and say, all right, I want some of these student athletes to have access to the best opportunities and to do what's right for them and everything else. But also, there's got to be, I don't want to sound like old Krusty or Dabo here or anything else, but there's got to be some sort of regulation to this. This has gotten a little out of control just with the NIL stuff and the transfer portal. And if you remove any restrictions, there's nothing stopping this from being a guy has a new team every like 4 years or a new school every 4 years. Like it's going to be insane if this is allowed to happen.
I think the good thing this will do is that it will create contracts. So they may be longer than, because these players are on 1-year deals or on 1-year scholarships. I think what they'll do is this will create schools to force these players, not force them, it'll force the schools to give these players contracts. Hey, you're guaranteed for 4 years here. You know, for one, you're guaranteed this money for 4 years, not on a 1-year deal.
College football is essentially becoming professional football. Matt Rule talked about the other day. Matt Rule, when he was talking about the quarterback position, sounded like a team, like an NFL team, the way they talk about quarterback, where he's like, man, you know, it costs $2 million if you want to go get a quarterback in the portal. We prefer to grow our own. When have you ever said we prefer to grow our own in college football? Like, it's always just been, you get guys from high school, you develop them, and that's what it is. Now it is a free agency every offseason.
So you talk about Dylan Gabriel, and Malik Murphy was the big quarterback news yesterday. Bobby.
Malik Murphy is transferring, which I'll be honest, he deserves a ton of credit for sticking around as long as he did. Because I thought for sure Malik Murphy was going to transfer as soon as Arch committed. But he's somebody who leaves Texas with no ill will. He said in an interview yesterday, he said, look, I hope I'm remembered as a Longhorn for life. I love it here. It's just time for me to go, explore another opportunity. Sark had some really nice things to say about him yesterday and was like, we love Malik, and there's no negative feelings here. Texas Longhorns fans are wishing him all the best. He just ran into a situation where there was going to be no opportunity to play.
So if something happens to Quinn Ewers in the Final Four, Arch is now the backup.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
He's gone.
He's gone now. He's gone today. He said he wanted to stick around through the bowl, but it wasn't going to work out. So he is gone.
Oh, so what does this mean for Arch down the road, you think?
I mean, and I know Chop had said this yesterday. This could be that Malik Murphy knows that Quinn Ewers is coming back potentially, which he's still in the process of making a decision. Or it's Texas has told Malik Murphy, look, if Quinn's gone next year, it's Arch. Arch is starting, and you're not going to get a shot at that. And so it's probably one of those two. I still think Quinn probably goes.
I'm going to ask the two Longhorn fans. Pepe, we'll start with you. Do you want Quinn Ewers to return next year?
Yes, because I don't think he's at his peak yet for the NFL. I think the Longhorns are better with him at quarterback for next year.
Okay, Bobby.
Quinn's probably better to play right now, but I want to see Arch play.
Yes.
I'm ready to see Arch play.
That's what I was hoping to hear. Peyton's looking out for the program, but what about the hype? What about the second coming?
Look, if we were playing Bama next year, I would want Bama killer Quinn Ewers out there. But no, give me Arch Manning. I'm ready for him to just wreck shop.
What's going on with SMU?
So SMU got a big portal commitment yesterday. They got Ashton Cozart, who just last year was a nope, not that guy. Just last year was a top 250 player in the country, who's one of the higher recruited receivers from where, gentlemen? What high school? I wear it every day. Marcus High School. Marcus High School stud receiver, committed to Oregon. Didn't play this year for them and transferred after 1 year. He is heading to SMU, heading home. This is a big get for Rhett Lashley and them, and We've been really impressed. I think the couple times we've talked to Rhett Lashley, and they're building a really strong program there. And, getting a commitment like Cozart at a program where they've had a really good run of developing receivers. Rashee Rice is in the NFL now with the Chiefs. James Prochet is with the Browns. We've obviously seen Cortland Sutton, in the past. Guys like Emmanuel Sanders, Cole Beasley have come out of there. So SMU, if there's one position where they've had some really strong development in recent years, it's receiver. And so to land a guy like Cozart, it's a big deal.
Very nice.
Choppy, you have been tracking and following Dion.
There's a lot of things going on with Dion. One of them is not a very good look at all. His former quarterback, or one of his former quarterbacks, that was unceremoniously booted off the team, said that Dion only cared if he made his son better. This is Maddox Kopp. He said that he only cared about the development of his son, Shador, once he arrived. And he said that to the other quarterbacks in the room, your only job is to make his life easier, to make him better. That's it. That's his only job as a backup quarterback. It's not to get ready for a play a game, nothing like that.
Do we believe and buy that Dion said that?
Yeah.
I've been waiting to hear some teammate leakage on Dion pacifying and just focusing on his kids versus the rest of the roster. I've been waiting for some of those jealousy leaks.
I could see that. I mean, look, he came in and
because he trashed the offensive line throughout the entire year.
He did.
He's like, what do you want? Look at my son. Look what my son's dealing with.
Yeah,
and we're going to have turnover here.
And look who he has targeted the most in the transfer portal and in recruiting.
He got a big-time offensive lineman, didn't he?
He did. Yeah. They've been going after nothing but offensive line for the most part. That's what they really, really want. He knows what. Look, you need to have a good offensive line. It's a great thing to have.
Yeah, I don't know if you need to trash the current one. I mean, although he's, I guess, telling it like it is.
That's what he's been doing, though. Since he got there, he's been trashing, who they had before and the few guys they did keep. But Maddox left the program, but he was like, yeah, my only job was make Shador better. I barely any reps in practice, barely any.
Barely.
So it's not the greatest look for Dion. It's a tough spot for him to be in, coaching your son at that level anyway.
He has gotten the big recruit, though. You mentioned Jordan Seaton, the offensive tackle. He's the number one recruit in the country. He went on ESPN and did the whole Suge Knight, if anybody wants to be a real player, come to Colorado. And they got another commitment just 2 days ago from another top 100 player in the rankings. And so Dion's starting to collect some real talent. He's essentially rebuilt the offensive line already this offseason.
It looks like they're losing this kid named King Joseph to Syracuse of all places. Ugh. Why? This kid
snow.
Yeah, this kid apparently was so impressed. Syracuse, they play in the Dome. They play in the Carrier Dome or whatever it's called now. It used to be the Carrier Dome. It's where the basketball team plays, it's the football team plays. They brought a hibachi chef into the Dome, put him on the 50-yard line. And this kid was so impressed that he is telling people that he had hibachi in the Dome. Yeah. And everyone's like on social media trying to get him to go to Colorado. He goes, no, man, they can't do hibachi in the Dome. And I'm like, what is happening?
Dude, I think it was Pittman, Meat Church, who rented one of these for his kid's party. Uh-huh. And I texted him, I'm like, how much is do that? This? Yeah. How much? He gave me the website. I think I remember the number correctly. You want to guess? I mean, I know I don't have the rough estimate. It was probably for 15 people.
For 15 people.
15, 20.
Oh, gosh. I mean, the food, the bill alone, if you go somewhere, 15 people is $600-$700.
600. 600 to have the hibachi chef show up. But pretty cool. Pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
I love that food, too.
Oh, I do, too. I think it's fantastic.
I love that meal.
My kids love it.
If you're a Syracuse fan, that's got to be like a rallying cry. They can't do hibachi in the Dome. That's a wonderful selling
point. That's a
point
t-shirt.
right there.
Yeah. College football kegger continuing here on Sean and RJ.
Oh, man. How about this?
And by the way, the Dion quote that stuck with me the most this whole offseason, privacy. I really wish we had like a little bit more privacy during the course of the year.
Have you ever?
I've been a Dion supporter for all this. Man, shut up. Stop. What a joke.
I can't have Netflix following you everywhere and want privacy.
Get out of here.
That's true, but I
loved it when it was good.
He wasn't. See, that's the thing. I think that's been some people are taking it and like running with it. But to me, he put it in the context of like, yeah, you'd always like more privacy, but and then he went on and said like, look, we're trying to establish culture, we're trying to do things. It comes with the job, yada yada yada. But it is funny. I've never
ever
heard him say
spun
a little. Because I think he was saying it like, sure, you'd love that. Everybody would like to have a little more peace and quiet, but this is the reality of the job. But I've also never heard him say he wants peace and quiet ever or privacy. He wants attention all the time.
I mean, he does. There's no doubt. Otherwise, you don't have Amazon Prime, Netflix, and everything following you around. Have you ever gone into a Goodwill and found like really cool team gear? Well, that happened in Oregon. Oregon State coach or former coach Jonathan Smith.
Goodwill too expensive for me.
It is expensive.
It is.
It's not like this cheap place. Not
My
at all.
Lord.
He is now the coach at Michigan State. Oregon State's his alma mater. He was the MVP of the Fiesta Bowl when they destroyed Notre Dame. They had his wide receivers were guys named T.J. Hushmanzada and Chad Johnson. Those are the wide receivers on that team.
Not bad.
He left Oregon State presumably because Oregon State's going to basically the Mountain West. And all of his gear ends up at a Goodwill. And they're like, wait a second. Did he, an alum? Surely an alum didn't give his gear there. Did the school, was the school so mad they threw all of his gear at the Goodwill? And why just the Goodwill? Why not spread it around? Why not bring it to a homeless shelter or whatever? So that's the big question. Did he throw away his gear or did the school throw away his gear for him?
This happened a couple years back with Dave Campo. That some woman had gone into.
What happened to my underwear? What happened to my underwear?
I don't know where no underwear.
Some woman went into her local Salvation Army and she got a Cowboys polo and it had Dave Campo's name stitched in it. And so she like took a picture of it and tweeted it and was like, "Hey, just curious, is this yours? I found this. I bought it. Is this actually
Dave
yours?"
Campo's number.
No, she tweeted him.
Oh, tweeted him.
Yeah, and was like, "Is this yours?" And Dave Campo was like, "Yep, enjoy." And
Dave was just in the white pages.
No clue how it got there. One of the nicest people of all time, by the way,
absolutely.
Dave Campo.
All right, there it is. Everything you need to know with a little surprise edition of the College Football Kegger. Pat Doney previews the high school Texas State Championships at 8 o'clock. But next is the Expressway. We have tickets for you to go see Green Day, and everyone makes fun of us for reliving the 90s championships. We're going to relive the 90s championships.
Yes.
With a Cowboys-Bills edition of High Low to get you ready for Sunday.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course.
QC Kinetics.
This is the Expressway. In case you are new to the show, this is Sean, RJ, and Bobby, and we are commercial free up until 8 o'clock here on your home of the World Champion Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys. Pat Doney, NBC5, previews the state championships coming up at 8 o'clock. Babe Laufenberg talking about his new restaurant venture with Jason Garrett, his Madden ranking, and the Buffalo Bills at 8:40. And we were trying to decide what to do with this version of high-low, whether we go with, the current Bills, but we've already talked about a lot of the current Cowboys in these previews. So we decided to kind of make fun of ourselves a little bit here in the Metroplex and take it back to the glory days.
Oh, baby. Let's go back in time. A little 1992-93 high-low.
Standing, Ryan.
Bills, high-low. We were all alive for that, right? We all remember the glory days.
So
even myself.
This is my favorite NFL offense of all time. If I lose this, I'm expecting my mom to pep talk me here like she did when I went 0-2 against Gavin Dawson.
You are a Sharif.
With the
you are
wing.
a winner.
Yeah, she's like, you were obsessed with Jim Kelly was my favorite player.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Kelly was my favorite.
One of my all-time favorite quarterbacks. I love him.
No huddle, K-gun. It was different. It was unique. I was in love with these teams. It broke my heart that the Dallas Cowboys smashed them.
Now, I think we need to
had a Bills starter jacket.
I think we need to ask. I think we need to ask a question to get a handle on what kind of clips we're going to get here. Peyton, since this is 1992-93, did you select these or did you get some help from Gavin?
No, these are all me.
Because you were not alive. You were born in what?
But I did my research.
Wait, when were you born?
96.
Oh, God, I was a senior in high school.
He was even born after the Steelers title, the one over Pittsburgh.
That's important to know, though, because if Gavin's not picking them, there's no way Peyton's going to know who Steve Tasker is.
Gavin would have Pete Metzelaars
Cornelius
in there.
Bennett, whatever.
All right, so Pepe, this is Cowboys and Bills players from the 92 and 93 matchups. No coaches.
No coaches.
All right,
no
Marv
coaches
Levy,
at all.
get up out of there. All right, let's do it. Bobby Belt is coming off a perfect score from last Friday in Wiley.
Peyton, I'll take high.
We're supposed to block like linemen, supposed to run routes like wide receivers, and we're supposed to do that all in the body that we have.
Wow.
You know it already?
Yes.
Who is Jay Novacek?
Yep.
God, I think Bobby's nailed his last 4 or 5 3-pointers, man.
Yes.
The fix is in.
I'm like the anti-Klay Thompson.
Did you even change his voice?
It sounded so much like him.
I did change his voice. That was
I didn't know it, but I'm an idiot with this.
Don't sell yourself short. You're a Sharif.
So
You're
Bobby,
a winner.
already 3 points. Well, Sean?
Oh, I'm looking at 3 out of 4 people right now on ESPN picking Buffalo. Orlovsky, Buffalo. Damian Woody, Buffalo. Harry Douglas, Cowboys.
Idiots.
Kimberly Martin, Buffalo. I will go high.
I wouldn't rule anything out. He obviously, has a relationship with the head coach. He knows the offense. He'll keep himself in great shape. I'm a big Jimmy Garoppolo fan.
So you did a great job asking whose clues these were. Because that is Aikman.
I'm going to need his first name. We're going to need his first name, Sean.
Jeff Aikman. Yes. Troy. Old Troy. Oh, yeah.
It gets tougher. It gets tougher, I promise.
Yeah, it's going to get tougher right here. I'm probably going to get Derek Lassick.
Keith, Derek Lassick.
Yeah, sure, high. Why not? You didn't change the first 2 voices, so why not?
I love sticking my neck out for people I believe in. Yeah, I'm willing to put it on the line for players that you believe in. I believe in this team. I believe in Carson. I just cringe when I hear stuff like that.
Carson.
The hell is Carson?
Harry Carson.
Johnny
Harry Palmer.
Don Beebe.
Ooh. Write that down. Good guess.
He doesn't know who Don Beebe is.
Clue number 1 for 2 points, RJ. He couldn't win with the Bills in the 90s and couldn't win while a head coach this season.
Oh, Frank Reich. So hang on a second.
There we go.
That's a pretty easy clue.
Yeah, that was an easy clue, but the voice.
Yeah.
The voices are these two.
Hey, I've gotten screwed plenty in the past.
We're pie.
So it
Fine.
needs
I'll
to be
take my
higher.
2 points
Okay. All right,
and I'll
all
shut
right.
my mouth.
All right, Bobby, back to you.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't changed the voices yet, so let's see if you changed them for low, Peyton.
I think I did.
It's for entertainment. It's not for the sport of football. So, again, do you want to change with that time, or do you want it to go back ever to be like where we were?
That's tough.
Let's go with Thurman Thomas.
Oh, sorry, not. Okay, first clue, Bobby. You got it wrong.
Underrated all time, you think?
Yes, totally forgotten.
Pretty underrated.
The original Marshall Faulk, I like to call him.
Yeah, completely underrated.
I was Roger Craig, but definitely Thurman Thomas. He was along with that.
Super Bowls weren't fun for this receiver, but the comeback was.
Oh, this is your point, 'cause you weren't born yet either. Barely.
Shut up.
Andre Reed.
Very nice.
Why the comeback?
Because
The
that's what it was,
Oilers.
the comeback. That's what it was called. See, I did my research, Bobby.
Isn't there some massive troll happening with the Oilers coming up?
Yeah, they are wearing the Titans are wearing Houston Oilers throwbacks when they play the Texans this weekend.
Say that again slowly so I can match all that up.
The Titans are wearing Houston Oilers throwbacks when they play the Texans this weekend.
Oh,
it's good. NFL should allow that. Totally, it's a spit in the face of Houston fans. NFL shouldn't allow that. That's terrible.
Can't believe they're allowing
That's
it.
terrible.
That's awesome.
The only thing, if the only saving grace that they're not doing it in Houston, the game's in Tennessee.
Yeah.
If it was in Houston, that's too much. There'd be a riot.
Oh,
There'd be a riot.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, Bobby has 5. Choppy has 2. I have 3. Let's go low.
It's hard to have depth in a salary cap era. You know, that's one of the things that all the teams struggle with. You know, why do some teams handle the injury situation better than others? You know, why has Green Bay been able to do what they've done 2 out of the last 3 years?
Oh my God.
Moose! Jeez, Peyton.
Well done. Sean has the lead. So that was a good one. That was low too. That was really low.
Yeah. It was at the end.
Let's not complain every time.
Yeah, just another guy that we all hear every week.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that is the exact clip he played like 3 weeks ago for Moose.
I don't think he did Moose 3 weeks ago. That was 5 weeks ago. RJ.
Why does it matter? Just dealer's choice.
Crying. Listen to all this crying.
All right, here we go.
As long as you can get to the quarterback and make a bunch of tackles and help your team win, that's all that matters.
Bruce Smith?
Wow!
All right.
No way.
You're the luckiest SOB. I swear to God. He just throws it out. He just throws out these names.
That was an educated, deductive guess.
Look. I mean, I
That was
don't.
a great player too.
I don't think that was that hard at all because it didn't sound like any Cowboys players know.
Right.
It was clearly a defensive player. Peyton's not going to know anybody on that defense other than the name Bruce Smith.
I thought it was tough.
Hi, Peyton.
655.
Roger Goodell and the NFL do not want to have Tom Brady sit on. He's the greatest quarterback. That's an asset to the NFL to have a guy like Tom Brady.
Who is Jim Kelly?
Wow.
Bobby grabs the lead.
Wow.
All right, Sean can walk it off here, can't he?
Yes.
He can. God, I can't hear. I just can't hear the name Jim Kelly. Still my greatest embarrassment of all time. Super Bowl. Hey, Jim. The hell are you still living in Buffalo for?
Oh gosh.
Well, that's where I buried my son. Okay, we're done here.
Mm-hmm.
Walked away. One question interview. That interview lasted 8 seconds. I'd have won the rodeo with that interview.
I'm going to make you proud here, Mom. Listening on the Odyssey app with the walk-off win like Scott Norwood.
Don't be Scott Norwood.
Going high.
Everybody's kind of had their say about it.
Sure.
And my number one saying from that game, after that game, was, how come Cook not touching the ball in the second half?
Join me, RJ.
That is so familiar. It's so familiar. Let me go. RJ's got his nipple out. Let me go, Emmett.
Oh, yes!
Whoa,
Still
we're alive,
baby! baby.
Do y'all know who it is?
No, I didn't. I didn't even listen to the clip.
You would have pulled it out and hit it. All right, let's go.
Yeah, he would have.
Shut up.
Clue number 1 here. He's no Emmitt Smith, but still in Canton nonetheless. Take that, Bobby.
Why didn't I guess Thurman Thomas first?
I thought you would. The other running back.
8. Choppy can force overtime. A 3-way overtime if he gets this first, which I guarantee he will. Guaranteed.
Dealer's choice again? Oh, what do you
Yeah,
want?
you know what? It works so well. Let's do dealer's choice, Peyton.
Okay.
Did you do dealer's choice last time?
Yes, sir.
That was ballsy.
Offensively, we don't have the chemistry that's required. We're not matching what our defense is doing from a chemistry standpoint and functionality standpoint.
You know, Bobby?
Yeah, I think so.
What about offensively? James Lofton.
Good guess.
He's done. He's out.
I'm out.
Clue
number 1. A rush of excitement for Cowboys fans when he got the ball.
A rush of excitement? Dion?
Who is it,
No,
Bobby?
it's not Dion. He wasn't on that team. Irvin?
It's Emmett.
It's Emmett. So RJ got it wrong. A rushing.
All right.
Oh, I'm an idiot because I thought you would pick Emmett in the last one, and I was like, Emmett was out.
I did, but it was wrong.
Yeah, Emmett was out. I should have paid attention. I wasn't.
Okay.
I was thinking about my win.
Overtime with myself and Roberto. I have the Rangers red and blue on. This could be the Buffalo representation. Bobby has the Cowboy hat on.
Oh, baby.
For the overtime winner.
Oh, baby.
Now, how did we do this last time? You play the entire clip, and then we can start guessing randomly?
Yeah.
One at a time? Or
in the past,
We've thrown it out.
you just throw it out.
All right.
And after a few guesses, if you get it wrong, then I'll just start giving clues.
I just want to make sure I have it right because I don't want to be accused of cheating. As soon as the clip is over,
You can
then
guess.
you and I can just start throwing out
Yes.
names.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Peyton will cut in for the clue when there's a dead moment. When Peyton cuts in, we stop guessing.
Okay.
Here we go, gentlemen.
You know, the turnovers wasn't pretty, and we can go back and correct all these things, and Nate knows this. I don't care how bad you play. When you go in to watch that tape on Monday or Tuesday, it feels better with that W behind you.
Larry Brown.
Oh, my God. Wow!
I knew that voice.
Wow!
Not even a...
Does that make you sick how good I am at this?
Back to
I have become choppy at
back.
this.
Did you have cereal today?
I had cereal late last night.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, baby.
What time?
Hook up the Tolos.
Like 12:30.
So you woke her up in the middle
Hit the button.
of the night.
I got to find the button first. I got to stall some time.
Please, Peyton.
By the way,
That's not just-
while he's stalling, I will say here's my strategy. I knew for a fact that was going to be a Cowboys player because I wrote out there were only 5 names that Peyton was going to know from the Buffalo Bills off of that list. That's why it was important to know, and we had run through all 5, so I knew it was not any of them.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Green Day in concert on September 11th, 2024 at Globe Life Field, courtesy of Live Nation. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, Bobby is going to give you the Cowboys clinch scenarios here. Hopefully it won't be as confusing as last week. But, Choppy, you were listening to Brandon Aubrey first on the Dan Patrick Show.
Yeah, so, like, Brandon Aubrey was being, obviously interviewing Dan Patrick, asked how he became an NFL kicker. What transitioned him from soccer to kicking?
My wife, actually, we were just sitting there watching football like we did every Sunday, and she mentioned to me in passing, hey, I think you could do that. And, obviously, having been a professional athlete, I thought she was crazy. I knew how much work it took to become a professional soccer player and take just as amount of hard work to become a professional anything. So at that time, just kind of got a ball and went to the field and tried to see if I could do it. And it looked like I had a little bit of talent for it. So just found a local coach in the area and just started grinding at it.
But when you went to Notre Dame, did you think about kicking for the football team?
No, not once. Never crossed my mind.
So I don't think, like, his switch is remotely brought up enough. Just that, like, this is another 2-sport star. We don't think of it that way. We don't think of it in, like, and it's not. It's totally different, but it's not like Dion and Brian Jordan and
Bo.
But it's not this. Just because he's kicking is not the same. It's like saying just because you're a quarterback, you mean go pitch for the Rangers. You know, it's totally different. It's like it's a completely different skill set.
Or like how people have talked about this before. They've thought it was a natural transition, but it has not been for a lot of people. It's like how, well, because you played rugby, you can play football. For a lot of those rugby players, it's not been an easy transition, even if they've been dominant. But what it does say is you clearly have the most important thing you need to be able to do that, which is you've got the leg.
I wonder, like, is it easier to go from a Australian rules, from a rugby player as a punter, or like soccer to a field goal kicker?
There have been a lot of Australian rules punters and guys like that have come over here. So I would think it's that one because I don't feel like we've got a ton of Brandon Aubrey stories out there.
Who else besides Mulata has made a rugby transition?
No, I'm talking about Australian rules punters. We've had like Matt McBriar was one. Who was the Buffalo used to have one that was an Australian rules
college,
player.
they're all over.
The
college.
Miami punter.
They're all over the college.
What are the clinch scenarios?
So this is going to be a lot easier this week. Basically, it comes down to this. If Dallas beats Buffalo or they tie Buffalo, they're in the playoffs. So they clinch a playoff berth if they get that. Even if they lose, they have 13 other scenarios that can clinch a playoff berth for them. The top one is if the Rams lose or tie and Seattle loses or ties. Seattle faces Philly. Seattle has Philly this week.
But by the way, everyone is picking Seattle. I was listening to KMC yesterday. Bassick was pretty stunned that the spread was like 4 or 4.5 for Philly. Everyone is predicting their demise.
Those are, if you look over the last 7 weeks, those are the two worst defenses in the NFL. Seattle and Philly.
If Philadelphia loses,
Cowboys are in. They control their destiny.
And everyone wins out. Cowboys control their destiny.
If Philadelphia loses this week,
yes.
Yeah.
And Cowboys and Eagles then win out. Cowboys win the East.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this is, I mean, you absolutely need to be cheering for Seattle this weekend. That is a big, so you don't want the clinch scenario coming from a Seattle loss this week. What you want is you want Seattle to go ahead and beat them and just have Dallas take care of business. But there are several clinch scenarios involving like Green Bay losing and the Rams and the Falcons. So it seems like a pretty good bet that you're going to get some combination that works for you, and Dallas is likely to clinch a playoff berth this week.
So if the Eagles if the Eagles lose and the Cowboys lose this week, the Cowboys then control their own destiny as well, right?
No, because Philadelphia beat Buffalo. That's a tiebreaker. Philly beat Buffalo. That's record in common games, and Dallas would have lost, and so that would have negated the Seattle loss.
But the Cowboys beat the Jets.
I know, but currently Philadelphia has an advantage and will have an advantage when they beat Arizona in a couple weeks.
Gotcha.
Peyton got life hacks canceled, so we had to come up with something new on a Thursday during the expressway. And Bobby did this.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
That's right.
You're fake.
We've been talking about this a lot. I feel like we've been talking about this for like 6 months behind the scenes, just trying to figure out like, hey, the Firehouse stuff, it's been so popular, like getting in the community and talking about things locally that are around there. It's been fun to connect with everybody. So there's always interesting stuff going on around DFW, interesting news stories that we don't necessarily have time for. So that's what we're doing here. We're doing local news, and we're calling this temporarily Neighborhood Watch, unless you guys vote and say it's terrible.
I like the name of that. That's what we have in my driveway on Friday and Saturday nights, the Neighborhood Watch. Me and the rest of the PABs.
Exactly. So I think it's fitting.
What's a PAB?
A punk,
I don't know what
That's
the
what you call punk AB?
Yeah.
Why?
That's what we call ourselves. That's our group chat name is.
I thought you were something else.
Yeah, weren't you the Hood Rats or something?
No, the Hood Rats is a different group chat.
Oh my gosh.
Do you have their location?
I do not. Yeah. Those fools in my neighborhood don't leave the house ever.
Really?
Literally ever. My one neighbor, Cresswell, he might go to a DeSoto High School football game. That's it.
All right, so
except for January 6th.
Yeah,
they will all be together on January 6th.
I know.
Nobody needed to share their location that day. All right, so first story here. This one is causing a little bit of a stir. Don't eat candy if you're in Granbury. That's a no-no. So 8 middle school students in Granbury ended up in the hospital on Tuesday after they were given tainted candy, and now Granbury police are getting involved. Because at first, whenever you have kids, they take some candy from a classmate. Kid gave them some candy in his middle school.
In a wrapper? I need to know what the candy was. Was it wrapped or unwrapped?
So that's what's not clear, or that's what hasn't been spelled out yet. Now, what they said it looked like a Twizzlers. So I don't know. Would you take an unwrapped Twizzlers from somebody?
Depends who it is.
I wouldn't take a wrapped Twizzler from
That's true.
anybody.
Twizzlers are gross. So handed out this candy to kids in class. Pretty quick after the kids started not feeling so well, they went to the school nurse. Several of them did. A bunch of them started passing out. 8 of them ended up at the hospital that day. And police are now having to get involved because the candy is clearly tainted. And they already checked it for THC because that's the concern when you get one of these is, somebody was playing a bad practical joke, did this, and kids got really sick off of it. The concern now, according to WFAA, is they're now trying to figure out if this may have been laced with fentanyl, that this kid may have handed out fentanyl-laced candy. Now, what's not clear at this point is this something where he is an innocent bystander in all this? He didn't know that this was this way? Or is this a kid who was trying to basically commit a crime at Granbury Middle School? And one of the kids said it tasted like toothpaste. It was really disgusting. It was gross. Looked like a Twizzlers. Said, I felt really dizzy. My heart was going really fast. I felt like I was really sick. And like I said, a couple of these kids just flat out passed out.
I think the Dallas Morning News did this whole fentanyl series a month or two ago. I have to throw this in. Were you yawning or reacting to that? Like your hands over your face just then?
Oh, no, I was reacting to that. We are my oldest starting to go to parties.
Mm-hmm.
And we were paranoid about pills. I got a buddy, DEA agent.
Well,
he's like, dude, we don't care about literally anything other than fentanyl right now.
What is it? What form does it come in? A pill? Powder? What is it? I don't even know what it is.
And I think he basically said it'll be blue.
Typically it's pills.
Blue pills.
Typically,
okay.
It is pills. And so, but I mean, that's one where, fentanyl is that's the new focus everywhere.
The drug smugglers will just cut it with fentanyl.
I got to throw this into the neighborhood watch. Congratulations to our boy Babe Laufenberg, who will join us an hour from now because he is partnering up with Jason Garrett for a restaurant in Highland Park that is opening next year. Cafe Luca, named after Babe's son Luke, who passed away in 2019 from that rare form of blood cancer. But Jason Garrett, Babe Laufenberg, partnering up for an Italian cuisine place from the same people who run and own Ficini and Nona. Got a big-time Tolo at Nona. Fantastic restaurant. I believe that Jerry Jones has frequented as well. But they're expected to open on Oaklawn Avenue, and it's going to be a place that has breakfast, lunch, cocktails, and dinner. Laufenberg, we know, is big time into coffee, and Jason Garrett said, hey, it's not just about the coffee, it's about the experience, but we'll have the best coffee in Dallas. So I know that Babe always posts those pictures of him, Aikman, and Jason at some ritzy uppity up place. Or it's not ritzy, but it's in Highland Park Village. They always go get chips, salsa, and beers. So they sit there and chill out every weekend. So we got to ask Babe how this came about.
Yeah.
Jason Garrett and Babe Laufenberg, along with some partners, doing an Italian place.
I wonder what Garrett's Italian dish of choice would be.
Isn't he? Yeah, I feel like he's talked about this before.
One of the specialties is going to be house-made ricotta and meatballs. Oh, Rayo's we've talked to him about in New York.
And Rayo's, of course. Good luck getting in. Somehow you got in.
Except for me.
Yeah.
So that you mentioned the meatballs there. I've got a friend, and I don't know, I'm not the food connoisseur that you guys are.
Yeah, you don't think prime rib's even a steak.
Yeah, I mean it's not. It's brisket. But the thing that's interesting, I had a friend who used to always say that's the way you judge an Italian restaurant is the meatballs. If the meatballs are good, he generally feels like they're gonna get everything else right. If you don't have good meatballs, he doesn't really trust you to make anything else there.
Fair. That's pretty basic. I mean, you could judge it by the Italian bread. You know, if they give you bad bread, I mean that's really hard for an Italian restaurant to screw up.
So you were just mentioning there that you got a DEA agent friend and how they're just all worried about, they're worried about fentanyl right now. That's their big focus. Apparently, Dallas cops, all they're worried about right now is reducing car break-ins and stealing cars. So this has been happening a ton, apparently, recently, just people breaking into cars like en masse. Like there was a situation a couple weeks ago, I think it was in Plano, where 50 cars were broken into in one neighborhood in one night. Like just going down the line, breaking into a car over and over again. And this is such a big problem that a Dallas cop actually took to Reddit yesterday to crowdsource ideas on, hey, how would you guys recommend we, make y'all stop breaking into cars? Because this is a lot for us. He says he works as a patrol officer. He says they're very busy. He says we are having a crisis of thieves breaking into cars, steal items. And he said there's a very real TikTok craze of stealing cars that is influencing this right now.
I have an idea.
Hit me.
How about like the Ring camera version for a car, DFW security?
Perfect.
But because I feel like if someone's going to have a mask on, it's going to be more likely for a bank, a house than a car. Like you're going to be unmasked for a car. So how do we get something built into like the rear view mirror or something like that in all these cars, or something that you can add onto it in order to record?
My nephew, Tindy Hands.
Oh yeah.
He's got
the one you guys kicked on the street.
We did not kick him out of that one. We did.
Sorry, that's our video production room. You got to go.
He has a camera built in, sees the front, sees behind, and sees in the cabin.
Wow.
And it's nonstop. It's always any kind of motion it picks up, it gives him an alert.
What is the technology?
It's like a $300 camera. It's like a dash cam. So he could see, and like he had somebody break into his work truck, or try to break into his work truck and steal some stuff, and he caught them on his dash cam.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then so on NBC5, they can just sit there and replay the video and put your face out on the news.
That's perfect. But as we established in a unethical life hack segment one time, Sean, all you got to do when you're committing that crime is put your middle finger over your face, and then they have to blur your face because they can't show that on there. So that wouldn't work. But he's talking about
way to help out the criminals, Bobby.
Look, I'm still trying to.
Those who didn't hear that edition of Life Hacks now know.
We're still trying to incorporate it a little bit there. But this cop is talking about how he says specifically the apartments along the tollway are getting ravaged right now. And he said those apartments even usually have security guards, and it's not helping right now because a lot of these security guards are going, I'm not going after this. I'm not chasing these
They're
guys.
told not to, I'm sure, in some place. Like Kevin Hagelin at Blockbuster.
Yeah, and so he says that even when they end up in chases and they catch these guys, he said a lot of times it's 17 to 22-year-olds, just like kids being punks, essentially trying to break in. He said that they're able to post bail easy. They don't show up for court dates. They go.
Is there a new method of breaking into a car that I don't know about, or is it just always going to be a window smash?
No, it's apparently like window smashing, because he said that that's one of the big problems they're having right now.
It's awfully cold.
But like,
it's awfully cold to be driving around with a busted ass window.
He said that they've arrested 7 to 8 people in the last 10 days who have been caught breaking into cars, and he said it's been up to 50 at a time. Like that they're just ravaging neighborhoods, trying to break into cars, steal stuff, steal cars, do whatever they have to do. I used
catalytic converters, and people are stealing those like crazy.
Dude, that's something that we had at one of the spot I work in Irving. They had 4 cars in one night that were parked there, had catalytic converters stolen off of them.
Wow.
And so that's another huge problem there. But I just think that's brutal when you've reached the point where you just go like, let me go to Reddit. Let me do the Ask Reddit segment to fix crime in Dallas right now. But car break-ins, big deal. Sean, what do you hate most on this earth besides Jeff Passan?
HOAs.
Oh,
yeah. Ooh, we're on the same track here.
If we're on the same track, then HOA goes along at this time of year for me with property taxes.
Property taxes.
Thank you, Governor Abbott.
You're well.
Thank you.
There's one guy who's not thanking anybody right now. 76-year-old Army vet, a 30-year member of the Dallas Fire Department, is having to unretire just to hold on to a 50-foot by 198-foot plot of land he has in Salina. So he's got this little sliver of land there. And it's something that has been in his family for generations.
50 by 100?
50 by 198 is what he still owns from that. But it's where like his grandfather's apartment once was before it was torn down and everything else. So he's got this little sliver of land, and he's just held on to it as like hey, this is something that's been in our family for forever. He doesn't have property on it, nothing else. So In 2021, that sliver of land was valued at $7,200. So he paid about $160 in taxes on it. When he got his tax bill this year, what do you think that sliver of land was appraised for?
55 grand.
Should be lower. Should be lower because of the governor.
That's right.
$132,000.
Oh, wow.
So he is now having to come out of retirement, drive a truck 2 days a week just to be able, because he's on a fixed income.
Bro, sell it.
He does it. It's a family thing. It's a sentimental thing. He doesn't
From
want
$7,200 to $132.
Yeah,
in
so
2 years.
the property taxes have gone from $160 to $3,500 is what he has to pay on something he doesn't even have like a house on.
Why did it go up like
That's
that?
that should be against the new rules because it's supposed to increase no more than like 10% a year.
Right.
So
that's too much.
And apparently this is in large part due to the normal breaks people would have because they have property on the land and some other
Homestead.
things. He's not able to take advantage
Can't
of
homestead
because of that. So it's a unique situation, but it's put him in a bind. And apparently the people that WFAA talked to over there, with the state and then the tax assessors, they had said like, no, this is just reflective of like what's happening in Salina right now. Like this is just property values are going up. We're not being jerks here. This is just what it is. I kind of wonder if they're saying
it's a bit high.
I kind of wonder if they're just saying like, man, that's a little cut of land we would like to not have to just work around. We'd like to just own that, please.
Yeah.
And so that's my conspiracy theory is that they're going after them.
Does this make you happy to stay in your apartment?
I mean,
when you hear these HOA property tax nightmares?
So did I tell you about the floors of our apartment?
No.
So the
floors?
Are they lava?
I walked
Are they
in.
lava?
They're not lava. But I walked in. We've been walking up and down the thing recently, and I've been like, I feel like I'm walking downhill at different points. What's going on here? This foundation is there. It's different points. Like it's higher at different points. It's like a old Texas Stadium where it peaked in the center of the field and went downhill.
Very crowned.
I went up to Laura the other day. I was like, honey, do you have a marble? And she brought me a marble, and I set it down in the hallway, and it rolled into the bathroom. So,
oh man,
maybe I'd like to just pay those property taxes. But poor Billy Pell here, 76-year-old veteran, Vietnam veteran, fire department veteran.
What firehouse? What firehouse?
I just said he was Dallas Fire Department, but
Wiley?
he said it's not that big, but they act like there's gold on it. They didn't like the tax collector in Jesus' day, and I still don't like him.
Oh heck yeah, man!
Man,
that's my guy.
Man, gosh, I don't.
It's all a racket. Everything's a racket.
Everything's a racket. I don't have time to even get started on it. All right, there it is. The debut of the Neighborhood Watch with Roberto Bell taking you all over DFW here during the Expressway. One of my favorite segments of the year. He is a high school football machine, and we are the Mecca when it comes to that. Pat Doney, NBC5, Mr. High School Football previews the state championships. Text in all your questions. You got any questions about players, schools? He'll know them. We'll even take some calls, possibly, at 877-881-1053. Pat Doney previews the high school state titles next. But let me go ahead and get you set up. Man, I felt like we talked about 3 stories right there.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. Home of the Cowboys, home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. Babe Laufenberg coming up at 8:40 on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. But this is one of my favorite interviews of the year because he just cranks out all the nonstop high school football information. Choppy, you already got a text from your neighbor that you just said was a loser and never came out of his house.
He never leaves his house, but he's leaving his house for this game because he is a DeSoto alum. He sent me a text. I'm going to read this. He says, South Dino runs this state. Whatever the hell that means. I think it means South Dallas.
Okay.
But that's what it is. DeSoto, Duncanville, South Oak Cliff. They're all repeating.
Text in all your questions that you have for the school, the matchup, or the players for Patrick Doney, Mr. High School Football, with his own show on the subject with our TV partner, NBC5. Good morning, Patrick. How are you?
Morning, boys. I'm doing great. How are you guys this morning? It's a great week, man. State championship week is here. This is going to be an awesome week of high school football.
Set us up for the matchups, please.
All right, here we go. So it starts today. Already this afternoon, we have a couple of local area programs on the outside of the Metroplex, but they're listening to 105.3 The Fan, and they're watching NBC5. So got to represent, Gunners playing this afternoon, Malakoff playing tonight as well. I think both of those teams have a solid chance to win a championship. But it really gets going. Guys, we have a chance to win a lot of championships in the DFW area tomorrow and Saturday as well. Anna plays tomorrow afternoon. Big fan of Anna High School. I spoke there last year. They corrected me in a very kind way. You'll love this, Chop. Here you go. They're not the Coyotes. They're the Coyotes.
There you go.
Okay, so they'll let you know that the Anna Coyotes have a great chance to win the state championship tomorrow. They've got this receiver named Jacob Emmers, and he reminds me so much of like a Randall Cobb type guy. I mean, they line him up all over the place, and he makes plays every single week. He is a really good player. I think he's under-recruited. Right now he's choosing between like UTSA and Cal and Boise State. But I think Anna's got a chance to win the state championship tomorrow in the morning. Gilmer in the afternoon is an area program as well that's been on a crazy run to get to this point. And then tomorrow night, Aledo has a chance to break the UIL football record to continue their streak of that record, and that's to potentially win a 12th state championship tomorrow night.
Wow.
They're a big favorite in their game. Guys, they've been winning every game by like 30, 40 points, it feels like. Their quarterback is a guy named Haas Haney. He is going to to TCU, and his family is a big TCU family. He's a great kid, phenomenal athlete, can throw it really well. I mean, they are really good, and here they are again with a great chance to win another state championship tomorrow night. That's the big game on Friday night as they take on Spring Branch Smithson Valley, but I think Aledo is going to win big. And then as your neighbor mentioned, Chop, South Dino. I've never heard of that before. I mean, that's new to me. South Dino, we'll roll with it, I guess. The Southern Dallas area. I think all three Southern Dallas programs playing in the state championship games on Saturday are going to win. In fact, it's kind of bizarre that the top four levels of high school football in the state of Texas, I think, are all going to be repeat champions from the Dallas-Fort Worth area, which I don't think has ever happened before. Because I think Aledo's going to win again in their game on Friday night. And then South Oak Cliff what's going on there, man, is just unreal. I mean, they're getting ready to win a third straight state championship. And they'll be just the 20th program in Texas history to three-peat if they do it on Saturday morning when they play Port Neches Grove. Their running back, Danny Green, is, I think, super under-recruited. He has like a 70 or 80-yard touchdown run every week, if not more than one. And the reason I know this is, have you guys ever done highlights? I mean, I don't know if you've ever had to like.
We've never been on. We've never anchored for NBC.
I didn't know if at any point you've ever done highlights. There's nothing harder than having to be like, and now watch this play. He takes the handoff, and it's like a 7-second, 8-second long run because you're just having to talk through the whole play. And the dude has like two of them every week. This Danny Green running back from South Oak Cliff. I think they've got a great chance to three-peat and win it again. An awesome job by their coach, Jason Todd. Duncanville is playing in the afternoon against Galena Park North Shore. It's Duncanville North Shore Part 5. I mean, it seems like they play for the state championship almost every year. But Duncanville won it last year for the first time for Reginald Samples. And I've spoken to a lot of coaches who believe they're going to win it again this year, and they don't think it's going to be close. They think Duncanville is that much better than North Shore. They've got a guy, a defensive end named Colin Simmons, going to Texas. He reminds everybody, and the first thing I thought of is Kayvon Thibodeau, from the guy who went to Oregon and then went to the Giants, first-round pick. He's going to be awesome at Texas. Remember this name, though. Here we go. You ready for it?
Yeah.
Running back, Caden Durham, okay? The Duncanville running back, Caden Durham, is going to be a star at LSU next year. Okay, I'm telling you, Caden Durham is a track star. He's going to probably, if not win it, come close to win the 100 meters this spring for the state of Texas. And he's a 5'8", 200-pound running back who has just been tearing everybody up. And then his teammate, a receiver, DeCorian Moore, is also going to LSU. He's a junior. Duncanville's awesome. And I think they're the second best team in the state. And the only reason why they're number 2 is because they lost to the best team, in my opinion, and that's DeSoto. And DeSoto plays later that night. Your neighbor's going to be fired up, Chop, because I think DeSoto's winning that state championship big, man.
He's trying to get me to go. He's trying to get me to go to the game.
Well, I mean, you can go and you can take off at halftime. Maybe not halftime. I'm just playing around. I think it's going to be I do think it's not that.
Why so much dominance, Pat, on all your picks? Like so much just local dominance in what should be a championship game that's closer, right?
It just feels like a lot of these teams played games. Other than, I think Duncanville's game against North Shore is, I mean, it could be very close. But I think that a lot of these teams, like DeSoto, for example, played South Lake Carroll last week. And I think South Lake Carroll's right there in that conversation with DeSoto, Duncanville, and North Shore as the 4 best teams in the state. And, I mean, so they already went through the tougher opponent to get to the championship game. Sometimes that's how these brackets align. That's not to say, look, it's a football game. You guys know any given Sunday, right? Any given Saturday, somebody could win and shock the world and beat everyone or beat someone else. But I really think that these are the best teams in the state of Texas that are in that area of the Metroplex, the Southern Dallas Metroplex area of Dallas-Fort Worth has just kind of aligned to where it's this dynastic run at the moment. And their running back, Tiger Ryden, I just love that he goes by Tiger. His name's DeAndre, but he goes by Tiger. You may have heard of these schools. He's choosing between Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, Texas, Oklahoma.
Wow.
All right, he's really good. He's a junior. And then they have an offensive lineman who's a junior named Byron Washington, who is the biggest football player I have ever seen in my life. That's not an exaggeration. He is 6'8.5", 380 pounds is what he's listed at. And he's a junior. He probably just got his driver's license. So, he has another year of high school. And, he's choosing between TCU and Texas and a few others. But, boys, when I say he's 6'8.5", 380, I'm wondering if that's a little light based on what I saw in person. He is the biggest football player I have ever seen in my life, and he's a junior in high school. And, he plays guard, and he just I saw him pancake a dude in a game, and I just felt so bad for the other kid that this guy drove him backwards and just, dove on top of him, man. It's crazy what Claude Mathis has done there at DeSoto, the head coach of the DeSoto Eagles. I think they have a really good chance to win a second straight state title. But I know I've rattled off a lot of information in a row there, boys. But I think, man, this has been building to this year. High school football is always good in the DFW area. But I think we're kind of in a golden age right now, especially at the top, where we legitimately have some of the best teams, not just in the state of Texas, but in the country, all playing at the same time. And their only losses that they're suffering, South Oak Cliff only lost twice this year, I believe, and it was to DeSoto and Duncanville. Duncanville only lost once. It was to DeSoto. So we're in this golden age to where some of the best teams in America are all playing within a few miles of each other, and I think they're getting ready to put that on display on Saturday in AT&T Stadium.
We're talking with Pat Doney from NBC5. We're looking ahead to a lot of what's coming this weekend. There was a lot of buzz last night about what had already happened with Timpson winning the Class 2A Division I title. And the guy making waves last night was Terry Bussey, the big-time A&M recruit. Set a state record for longest touchdown pass and longest touchdown run in the game last night. The book on him or the excitement about him is just about, is he beating up on smaller competition? Is he as special as he seems?
Well, the question, I think, is a fair one to ask, Bobby, but at the same time, he's doing what you're supposed to do, right? If you're going to be a guy who's going to be a super recruit that's going to A&M and going to make plays in college at the SEC level, and you're playing a 2A, you'd better be unstoppable. That always is a red flag to me, is when a guy's a big-time recruit and playing at a low level, and for some reason they're not putting up huge numbers or they're not dominating on the field. Well, no, they've got the characteristics of the traits. It's no, if you're going to go from 2A to the SEC, you'd better be making everyone look really bad on the field at 2A. And he's absolutely done that. And, it reminds me a lot of times of some of the other great players of the past. A guy who I covered at Arkansas, Darren McFadden, for example, when he was – I'm not saying that he's going to be Darren McFadden, but I'm just saying Darren playing high school football in Arkansas high school football, in a lot of ways, they have some great programs there, but it's not the level of what we have here in Texas. And Darren in high school was going for 300 or 400 yards every game. He was unstoppable. Yeah. And then it turned out that he was a great player in college as well. So good for him to put up that performance in a state championship game, ending his career the right way, and to win 49-7 in a state title game is impressive at any level. I don't care. And some of his highlights from the game last night were just he's weaving back and forth between traffic, and it just made it look like this is so easy for this guy on the field. So he's an awesome player, and I expect him to do big things at A&M.
Pay some of the Tolos chiming in with questions for Pat.
Yeah, Pat, a lot of the Tolos are expecting Gunter to win big. I mean, they're expecting a 30, 40-point win in their matchup. And then some people are saying there's no way Anna takes down Chapel Hill, something you touched on earlier.
Yeah, I think Anna definitely has an uphill battle against Chapel Hill. I think that's a fair way to look at it. But at the same time, their offense is so explosive, and Emmers is so good and has been so good in the biggest moments that I would not be surprised if they make that game close. And you know how it is, if it gets close, then you never really know how it's going to go either way. And they're right, Gunner is fantastic. I mean, I think Gunner has a great chance to roll to to a state championship tonight in their game against Elmatone Tidehaven. I think that game has a chance to be pretty one-sided. Gunner is a great program. And I'm interested to see what Malakoff does tonight as well. You know, Malakoff is a program that's been pretty consistent from the DFW area. And, can they do it again in a state title game in their matchup against Franklin tonight? That's what the cool thing is about this week too, fellas, is always being there and seeing some of the programs. I mean, look, you're talking about the 5A teams, the 6A teams. You know, South Oak Cliff, we were at their game last week in the state semifinals and a great game against Frisco Emerson. Emerson's quarterback, Mike Hawkins, is going to Oklahoma. He's the real deal. I mean, that was really cool to watch him go against a team like South Oak Cliff and put them on the ropes for a little bit. But they're playing at the Star in Frisco, and they're playing at some of these massive stadiums. But when you have somebody like, you know, we have programs like Gunner, or like we were talking about earlier about Tipson with Bussy coming and winning last night. And they're playing at AT&T Stadium, the home of the Cowboys. Mm-hmm. Always super cool to see them walking into the stadium the first time, that eyes wide open, like, am I actually getting ready to do this? They're living their dream, man. And it's what this week is all about, is kids getting the chance to live out their dream, and it's a lot of fun to be a part of every year.
TV coverage to go along with it?
Absolutely. NBC5, Inside High School Sports. If you don't watch our show and you like high school football and you like high school sports in general, you're missing out. We do, I think, the best job in the Metroplex with high school football, and our team coverage is just the commitment to it by our guys like our producer, Ward Fasold, is just off the charts great. It's every Sunday at 10 a.m. on NBC5, and then it repeats again after our Big Game Sunday show when Newey Scruggs and I cover the Cowboys game on Sunday nights after Sunday Night Football as well. But Inside High School Sports every Sunday at 10 a.m. and then again on Sunday nights. Set your DVR if you like high school football. It's a great way to get highlights and recaps, interviews with some of the best players in the country, not just the state. And I think it's a really cool way to follow along as we once again are getting ready to have a bunch of state champions from the DFW Metroplex, boys.
Awesome as always. Thank you, brother, and hope your boy's doing well. We appreciate you.
Doing much better. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate y'all. Have a great day.
Pat Doney, NBC5 on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Draymond suspended. Did Rick Carlisle cheat Giannis? And LeBron and the anthem. Bobby wants to talk about it next. But first, let me go ahead and get you set up with Trajan Wealth. Trajan offers tailored.
Personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Warren gets the ball taken away by Beasley, feeds it ahead. Giannis, here comes the exclamation. Flushes it through. How about a clean 64 for the Greek Freak? The freakish flyer takes off again.
What?
Why is clean 64 makes it sound like, a round number. Why clean 64? That seems weird.
Man, I really don't know. It makes no sense.
Is it because it wasn't one of his 32 free throws and it came off a bucket? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that could be it.
I don't know. 32 free throw attempts as Giannis puts up 64 on Rick Carlisle and the Pacers. But all the controversy after. We'll get to that in just a second. Thank goodness Adam Silver dropped the hammer. Well, I guess we don't know what he dropped. He dropped something on Draymond because the news came out yesterday that Draymond Green is suspended indefinitely for the punch to the face of Yusuf Nurkic. Nurkic was asked what exactly happened with the incident.
I was behind the play. I don't think what's going on with him. I don't know. Personally, I feel like that brother needed help. I'm glad he not try to choke me, but at the same time, it had nothing to do with basketball, man. Like, I'm just out there trying to play basketball, they're swinging. I think we saw that often, but hope he, whatever he got in his life, to get better.
Suspended indefinitely. He's going to have to go through some treatment stuff, either with the team, certain conditions through the team and the league. According to the NBA, he's going to lose $153,000, basically $154K per game if the suspension is less than 20 games. If it's more than 20 games, Draymond will lose $203K a game. Ugh. $203K a game.
Why does that matter? Why does the amount of games change the total of the contract?
No idea.
Per game.
I think he's making $25 a year. I think he signed 4 for $100. Maybe they deem like a 20-game suspension or more is like more justifiable to take out of your check. I don't know, but those are the numbers from ESPN.com.
By the way, this whole thing yesterday. NBA players, former NBA players, are getting on the RJ Choppy train. Gilbert Arenas and Nick Young. Why is my throat doing this? 1 second.
Let's see. Could be a lot of reasons.
Okay.
First off, you quote those two guys, it doesn't give your next statement
probably
a
not.
lot of credibility. Here's a cough drop.
Swaggy P did. Thank you. Swaggy P did play with him though, and so these two players, they said the same thing Choppy did. They said Draymond just goes after European players. That's all he does. He will not attack everybody else. He's got a problem with European players. That's what he's trying to do.
Bassett called me in the commercial break, and he relayed what Charles Barkley said yesterday on Dan Patrick. I thought it was fascinating. Barkley said he did some of this in Houston. He got into a wrestling match with Othello Harrington. Why? Othello Harrington was kicking his ass as a younger, better, more athletic player. And Charles said, I started acting up and doing this stuff because I couldn't play. And Draymond is doing this stuff because he's losing that ability. And he's just kind of lashing out through this because Charles said he did that in Houston. And I thought that was a fascinating point.
Wasn't that the thought from a lot of people when he fought Jordan Poole? Was that there was just this tension simmering of like Draymond feeling like he was losing his place within the team, and that there was that tension built in with them. So I mean that makes some sense. And that's the only non-Euro that I guess Draymond's hit was Jordan Poole. But man, the issues
is that the only non-Euro incident?
I mean, when you
Steven Adams
of the late ones, Steven Adams is what, Australian?
Yeah, he's Australian. But if you look at the foreign play, like if you look at that highlight reel that was out there yesterday of all the cheap shots he's taken,
Sabonis.
It may have. I think it was, if not 100%, it was like 90% foreign players.
Well, Sabonis, Gobert, France, Nurkic.
Wow.
And then Steven Adams.
Mm-hmm.
So there's your 4.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Giannis apparently got the basketball taken from him last night after dropping 64. all the TV shows are slow-mowing this video footage. Was it actually a member of Bucks personnel who got it? Giannis is yelling and screaming on the sideline. Then he runs to the back like it's a WWE wrestler trying to find Vince McMahon, running down the ramp to the back curtain. Rick Carlisle gives his side of things.
What happened after the game was unfortunate. There's a misunderstanding about the game ball. It was Oscar Tshiebwe's first official NBA point, so we always get the game ball. We were not thinking about Giannis's franchise record, so we grabbed the ball, and a couple of minutes later, several of their players ended up in our hallway, and there was a big, I don't know what to call it, a fracas, melee, whatever. I don't think any punches were landed, but my general manager got elbowed in the ribs by one of their players. Unfortunate situation. We don't need the official game ball. There's 2 game balls there. We could have taken the other one, but it didn't need to escalate to that.
Who scored their first point?
Oscar Tshiebwe. He was at Kentucky for like 18 years. I think he played at Kentucky with Pitino coach.
Okay,
he played with Saul Smith.
This guy, 2-way contract, Indiana Mad Ants of the NBA G League. So this is not like a top 10 pick.
He was a.
So wouldn't it mean more to him?
He
he may never score again. Get him his points. And maybe Rick Carlisle was trying to send a subtle message that was his first points. They're going to go, well, that was just a free throw. And then he'll say, yeah, and so was 24 of Giannis's points last night.
Yeah, I'm not seeing his draft status of where he was taken. Is this a common thing? No matter if you're a bum, you score your first point, you get the basketball? Or are they just doing this for him?
He said Rick Carlisle said it is. Rick Carlisle said it's the norm for them.
Wow.
So I guess so. But yeah, he was undrafted.
Giannis should get the ball. He scored 64.
Now I get the Pacers wanting, any player that's I get it, right? Any player scores the first point.
I didn't know this was a common thing.
I didn't either.
I didn't know it was first hit in baseball, first touchdown NFL, first point, you get one of the 2 game balls.
Yeah, I get it. How many times do you score a first point?
1.
Well, no, how many times a game does somebody, how many times a year, obviously all the draft picks will score their first point, but
right.
It happened, one time. I get it.
Huh.
Well, what's the point? Like you say, obviously Giannis should get the ball. What's the point threshold that says, all right, that trumps the guy who got his first point?
64.
64? But I'm saying, if it would have been 60?
60, yes. Because I think he scored 58 times, so maybe that's old to him. Maybe you want every single one of you. These guys are also...
But there's multiple game balls, so, one for each. It's not that hard.
But I think it's I want the ball that I shot. I want the ball that I scored.
The last 2 clean points.
Yeah.
I want the clean basketball points.
Exactly.
Speaking of hoops, you got the numbers for the in-season tournament before Bobby goes off on LeBron in the anthem?
Look at this.
Stop putting words in my mouth.
The mostly non-competitive semifinal game between the Lakers and Pelicans averaged 2.2 million viewers across TNT, TBS, TrueTV, and Max. It's on 4 spots. That is up 66% over their average December game telecast from last year.
Up 66%.
Yeah,
over last year.
Instead of 3 people watching, 9 did. So that's how that worked. Also, gambling was up 3 times. 300% on the NBA in-season tournament elimination games compared to a normal regular season game. So people are betting 3 times more on an in-season tournament game than a regular season game, which I get. Theoretically, you're trying more, less people sitting out of these games. So a little side note on that one.
But so the NBA
it's a success.
Is going to view that as a success?
They should. They should view it as all jokes aside. This was and we.
It was on 4 channels though.
It's on 4 channels.
It's on 4 channels. So, yeah, I would imagine it'd get higher ratings than a regular season game last December.
We are ugly Americans. We believe in one trophy. We don't do these in-season tournaments, but this was a success. And if I'm Rob Manfred, if I'm Gary Bettman, I'm taking note of this. What can we do? Do you do an in-season baseball? They tried this with WBC. That's kind of cool. We got into it last year. But do you do an in-season tournament? And the winner gets, I think for the fans to get involved, It can't just
got to
be
mean
money.
something for the standings.
Yes, I think for the
It's got to
fans.
mean something for the standings. You get eliminated. You secure a playoff spot. It's got to be something serious for the standings.
Amen. If you want the fans to really buy in.
I do not care about this NBA tournament.
In baseball, if you want the fans to buy in, the winner of the in-season baseball tournament gets an automatic wild card spot.
Something.
Or they start every playoff series up 1 game to none.
These are funny numbers. Like I think this is propaganda that the NBA is pushing on us. Because isn't this also since last year? Isn't that also the change in the way the TV ratings are counted in terms of how they count households as well?
Yeah, they don't do numbers anymore necessarily. They just count over people over 2.
Right, and they start accounting for like they're tapping into larger numbers because it's like the way they count households now is different than they did in the past, and that's increasing numbers. And then they put it on 4 TV channels. So then to say, well, look, it was 3 times higher. Well, God, I'd hope so. Like if it wasn't, then that's a epic collapse. That's an epic failure. And you were forcing everyone in your league to hype it up as the most important thing ever. I think 3 times as many viewers, given all of those factors, is kind of disappointing. And I don't want to see the NHL or the MLB or anybody else try and mess with this because it was a stupid idea.
Tolo Steven, great tweet, said the Pacers rookie scored against the Lakers in the in-season tournament.
Oh, this is tournament. Doesn't count.
For real?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I mean,
dude, I assume
here it
the
is,
in-season
December
tournament's
9th, 1 point in the in-season tournament. Great tweet. Great tweet, Steven.
So did he score? Was it a free throw last night or a basket?
No, it was a free throw.
Yeah, he scored 1 point.
What? Then unless they're saying that the in-season tournament doesn't count.
It doesn't count on his game log. Like if you go look at Basketball Reference, he has 1 point in his career, and it was last night.
So the in-season tournament doesn't count for your stats?
I guess that specific didn't. That didn't.
What?
This is
because it's pool play?
This is so confusing.
Adam Silver is the worst.
Not according to these numbers.
Yeah.
And the players seem to take it more seriously and care. The Lakers are putting up a banner.
$500,000.
And our Tolos didn't necessarily love it, but it sounds like it was a success.
What do you mean not according to these numbers? It's like if I threw a party one year, and then the next year I threw a party and I was like, but there's going to be 3 multi-sites in addition to my place. And then I went, we had so many more people at the party this year.
Babe Laufenberg on his Madden ranking. What does he really think of Josh Allen and his new restaurant with Jason Garrett? Next.
Let's get you over to Zeros. Get your carpet clean. Clean Way, Green Way, Zeros Way, RJ Choppy Fan Special.
Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Restaurant owner, Tecmo Bowl star.
That's right.
Dallas Cowboys analyst, trivia cheater, Babe Laufenberg on the Johnson Fitness and Wellness Home Fitness Equipment Stores hotline here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
If the trivia question today is about the 90s Super Bowl matchups with the Bills, I will win this one. We won't get it to Peyton.
I know you already won high-low. Good morning, Babe.
Good morning. I sound like I have some type of split personality going on.
Well, is it unfair? Really? You know?
Oh, no. It's good to have multiple personalities. You can pick which one you like that day, right?
That is good.
Yeah, today you're Brandon instead of Babe.
Yeah, who do I want to be today? Okay, trivia, and this one's easy for Bobby.
Okay.
Okay, so DeSoto and Texas A&M's own Von Miller, of course, playing for the Bills now, is trying to become just the second player in NFL history to win a Super Bowl with 3 different teams. He's won one with Denver and won one with the LA Rams. He'd be only the second player to win 3 Super Bowls with 3 different teams. Can you name the only guy who's done it?
Will Smith.
Ah, that was my joke. Damn.
If you were funnier like me, then you would have gotten it first.
I know. Man.
That's a tough one.
Just let us know when we need to turn to the trivia expert.
Can you give me a decade at least?
Sure. 80s and 90s. Drafted in the early 80s.
Damn it.
Won his last Super Bowl in the early 90s. Very early.
Okay,
90s.
Molly Carum. I have no idea who this is.
Pepe.
So this was the great linebacker Matt Millen. He was in Oakland, San Fran, Washington.
Wow.
He was a D lineman at Penn State, then the Raiders converted him to linebacker.
Yeah, he was.
But
Okay, Peyton, you're so smart.
But now I'm done. I'm done here.
What did Matt Millen do after playing?
TV broadcasting.
And then?
And then?
Radio.
Wow.
No, he was a wide receiver obsessed general manager for the Lions.
He was actually really ahead of the curve.
Other than drafting bad receivers
Well,
at the top.
no. Process was good. Draft offensive players, wide receivers.
Babe, a new restaurant?
That's what it looks like. And here's the irony of it. It's going to be called Luca's, and Julian Barsati is really the point person for it. Anybody know any kids with Luca and Julian that might want to come in and try to get a free meal?
I think my boys might actually be in there. Let's do it. I like it. I knew we were close, babe.
You know, we're going to serve a chopped beef sandwich or something just to get the whole family involved.
Oh, my God. Well, it's Italian food, right?
Well, we'll do whatever it takes for RJ.
Okay. Well, so you just decided one day while drinking some beer and eating some chips to team up with Garrett?
Well, you know, if I'm teaming up with Garrett, you know we didn't decide in one day. It was a process. It was a process. But honestly, we're at the early stages of the whole thing. And Julian Barsati owns restaurants and very successful restaurants. You probably Ficini's and Nona's and some of these places that people just love. So again, he'll be the brains behind the operation, but it should be a lot of fun.
Congratulations, Babe Laufenberg on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Oh, are you a Josh Allen fan, or are you a more of a critic? You know, the turnovers, you know, some of the reckless play, the Bills a disappointment this year. I take a lot of heat for being a huge Josh Allen fan. Where do you stand?
Oh, I'm a huge Josh Allen fan, and obviously, if you could just take away a play or two a game, the guy is like a Hall of Famer, and he still may be a Hall of Famer. But he's so fun to watch. Would you agree with that? I mean, every play looks like, oh, hey, watch this. It's 4th down and 20, and they've got to get it in the – no, it's the first quarter. It's the first play of the game. But if you just popped in, you would say, what was that? But, no, I'm a huge fan, obviously extremely talented. Hey, Winston Churchill said about Russia, they're a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. and that's a little bit of Josh Allen. You know, you watch him play to play. But I love his style, obviously tough as heck. funny. You watch Josh Allen play, and obviously you're watching an NFL game, but it feels like you're watching a high school game, where you're a 3A team, and you got this quarterback who just carries the team, does everything, and he runs and he throws. And we've all been to those games, right? Where the one kid's just better than the other kids. That's what he does. Here's a good Josh Allen story for you, I think. So my son was at USC coaching, starting his coaching career there. He was an assistant to an assistant, and he had a guy on the staff. His brother, another young guy with him, and they were friends, and his brother was the head coach at, I believe, Stony Brook College, right? So the young man at SC said, hey, I watched this guy who was Josh Allen. You need to take a look at this guy. Nobody recruited Josh Allen, if you recall, out of high school. He didn't have a single offer. And they say, yeah, I don't think so. Now, do you want to have on your resume, yes, I was the head coach at Stony Brook College, and I turned down Josh Allen. That does not look on the resume. Now, obviously, a whole bunch of people turned down Josh Allen. But, no, I love him. He's hard to handle. You're going to have to use a spy on him at times because he runs so much. No, I'm a big fan.
So you said it's like watching a kid at a lower level, division high school. Does that mean that their team is just like, what's wrong with their team this year? They've struggled. Are they just not very talented this year?
They've struggled, but I always say too, they lost Matt Milano, who was a huge part of their defense. Nobody ever looks at that, right? I mean, you see it the day it happens, but as long as the quarterback is there and the people we recognize, right? As long as they're there, Stephon Diggs, as long as he's there, you don't really look at the guys going in and out underneath him, right? They also lost their best corner, Tre'Davious White. He went out, tore his Achilles in week 4. So they've had some things there. But the biggest thing to me, okay, they're 7-6, right? So they're not awful. They've lost twice in overtime. They've lost by 5 points, 4 points, 6 points, and 2 points. They lost when they had 12 guys on the field against Denver, right? But that game's over. They're going to win it until 12 guys, and then they re-kick. They lose to Philly. That game goes to overtime because Jake Elliott, Philly's kicker, hits a 59-yarder in the pouring rain. I mean, so sometimes I think you're a little bit snake bit, and I think that's been Buffalo this year. But obviously, they're a good football team. 2 games, 2 losses in overtime. The other 4 were by an average of 4 points. So nobody's beat them by a touchdown. So it's going to be a heck of a game up there.
We're talking with Babe Laufenberg here on 105 Through the Fan. Babe, how would you approach the receiving core here for Buffalo, specifically Stephon Diggs, who, it feels like is having a little bit of a tough time kind of finding his rhythm in recent weeks?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about Stephon Diggs. I mean, does there always seem to be something going on?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Does there? I mean, so, he wanted out of Minnesota, then his brother tweets about get him out of Buffalo. And so he's obviously talented, but I just don't know what's going on. I wish I were closer to that situation. I do like their tight end, Dalton Kincaid. He is a player. They traded up a couple spots to get him in the first round this year, and I believe he has like 60 catches, and you can just see him kind of coming on each week. Now, he banged up his shoulder against Kansas City, so we'll have to see how that plays out, but I did see that he practiced in a limited fashion yesterday. But he's going to be a weapon. He's going to be a guy to contend with, especially down the road, although I know Cowboy fans are only worried about this Sunday.
Babe, we always argue about this, especially in crosstalk with Bassick, but while you were on the radio, Mike Tirico and Collinsworth were relaying a conversation with Dak about how he was just raving about Mike McCarthy's offense, and he never knew football could be like this before, and the 1-2 out as we continue season long to try to compare McCarthy's offense to Kellen Moore's offense. Your take on the job that McCarthy has done lately?
Oh, I think he's been fantastic. I mean, when you look at it, you had the COVID year, although I know everybody said, well, COVID, that doesn't count. Well, who won the Super Bowl? Tom Brady. Who wins Super Bowls in non-COVID years? Tom Brady. So it counts for a little. But, yeah, he's been fantastic. And, 12 wins in the last 2 years, going to win 12 or 13 this year, who knows? No, I mean, this team is playing well. He's got them playing well. You know what's funny is you look at Mike McCarthy. If you were to say, hey, we got an option. We can get Mike McCarthy or Sean Payton. Who do you want? I think the average football fan would say, oh, Sean Payton's great. And I love Sean. Sean's a friend of mine. And this is not a disparaging remark about Sean Payton. They're the same guy.
Yeah.
McCarthy's been at it 17 years, Payton 16. McCarthy's winning percentage is .622. Payton's is .626. In the playoffs, McCarthy is 11-10. Payton is 9-8. They've both been to and won one Super Bowl. And yet the image is Sean Payton is a genius and McCarthy is he's a good coach, whatever. I don't know that anybody was excited when they got Mike McCarthy here to Dallas, but everybody was thrilled when they got Sean Payton to Denver, right?
Yep.
So, but they're the same guy, but the same guy being a good thing. I mean, I think they're both really, really good coaches, both knocking on the door for the Hall of Fame. And if McCarthy wins the Super Bowl here, I mean, you can punch his ticket to Canton.
For sure.
There's no doubt about that. He may be going anyway. He's going to be around long enough and win enough games. But in the parallel, they each had Hall of Fame quarterbacks, right? I mean, that's a big deal. McCarthy had Favre and then Rodgers. That doesn't happen often. And basically, Sean Payton spent his almost entire career in New Orleans with Drew Brees. So, but the funny thing I think is, to me, there are two national teams in the National Football League. The way Notre Dame is a national college, people that never went there, don't live there, are Notre Dame fans. And I feel the same way about the Cowboys in Green Bay. You find Cowboy fans everywhere, Packer fans everywhere. And he could not have coached for two dissimilar organizations, right? The one doesn't even have an owner. Green Bay is owned by the fans or whatever. And here they do have an owner. And there it's all football, and here it's a lot of glitz. And to navigate both those cities and what you have to do in each of them, and he had very little say up in Green Bay in terms of player personnel. That was Ted Thompson. That's just the way it was structured. So anyway, the bottom line is McCarthy's done a heck of a job. And again, he wins the Super Bowl here, it punches his ticket to Canton. And when you think about where he came from, and I don't know if anybody would have pointed to the tight end at Baker College and said, there walks a Hall of Fame coach. But that'll be exactly what he is.
Babe Laufenberg here on the Fan. We got less than a minute. Did you have any opinion on the Kadarius Toney controversy?
Yeah, just very quickly, we all weigh in, and I kind of hate the officials. And Kansas City is screaming, let us play. But they weren't screaming, let us play when Valdez-Scantling was getting tackled in Green Bay, were they?
Right.
On the post batter. It's like, you got to call that. Well, same situation. But here's the deal. Joe Gibbs, I played for him in Washington.
Yeah. Well.
He used to always say, I don't fine you, you fine yourself. Meaning you come in late for a meeting, you just find yourself by being late. He didn't fine you. And he'd say, I didn't fine you. So the officials didn't penalize Kadarius Toney. Kadarius Toney penalized himself.
Yes.
All you have to do, and you see it, just watch any game, the receiver turns to the official to his side, he puts his hand out, said, basically, I'm good. Every play, watch Tyreek Hill, every play, he points over. So that's on Kadarius Toney. And it was funny, too, very quickly. I heard about the play. I'm at the game. I'm 3 hours early getting to the Cowboys game. Somebody tells me, see Kansas City. I said, no, I didn't. And then when I finally saw it, I was like, well, of course it's Kadarius Toney.
Right. Yeah. Ask the Giants.
Yeah. They said, well, of course it's Kadarius.
Hey, congrats on the restaurant. Give us more details later. Name something after me and Bobby, please. And we'll hear you Sunday. Have a great trip.
I will do that. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, brother. Babe Laufenberg, brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness Home Fitness Equipment Stores. They're thinking about changing these rules in the NFL. Where are the Cowboys in terms of Pro Bowl voting? And Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com as well. It's all next. Final hour, Thursday on The Fan.
Let's get your
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on a Thursday as we try to get you quickly to your weekend as fast as possible. Here with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. Another hour to go. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. Bobby, where do we stand with Peyton's poll question about whether shared locations are happening with these couples out here?
Yeah, and so, again, we had to get the exact verbiage correct. It was going to have to be very specific verbiage to make sure that we got the right answers that we wanted. So the question was, do you and your significant other share each other's location at all times? So far, 709 votes, 56.3% say yes.
Ooh.
Thank you.
43.7% say no. I don't think you get to ring yourself up for that.
I was right.
Well,
You're right about power rankings and whatever your metric you use, so I'm right about this situation.
The idea was that it was just it seemed a little aggressive from you. Not that like other
No,
people haven't
I
done.
definitely did not believe it would be over 50%. Now, if
Younger
you have
audience, baby.
If you have kids, different. I think safety is being named as the number one reason, but I think that's just a cover up for y'all being jealous. That's just some jealous tolos out there who have to know. Control freak, power trips. I got to know where you're at, and vice versa.
Khalid had
You
a whole
use
song
safety
about
as
it.
a cover up.
Khalid had a whole song about it for this
Can't we just
generation.
talk?
Send me your location. So, I mean, it's what people do these days, I
But
guess.
is it not more sketchy if you deny
Refuse?
it? If you refuse, why do you need it? You know,
it's more
I go both
sketchy.
ways here. I think
It's the request.
If you're asked, if you're asked to share location with your significant other, and you say no, that's sketchy.
I just gave mine to Mackenzie. I just said, like, I know it's a girl thing. Like, she just girls want it. Girls want it.
Wow.
So I was just like, I'll give it to you.
So you just volunteered it. It wasn't a discussion.
It was discussed, but it wasn't like so when can we share a location? It was just she had brought up like her other friends' locations. I was like, oh, well, you want mine, so I'll send you yours. And she was like, okay, I'll send you mine.
Yeah, he
And,
said,
like,
I'll
it was
show
like
you
that.
mine if you show me yours.
Yeah, and it
Go
happened.
ahead. Ask me. You just said they would be sketchy, so you be my wife. Bring it up.
Hey, I'm
no,
gonna-
Choppy. Choppy brought it up.
We're getting Oliver's getting a phone. We're gonna have a family location sharing.
Okay.
We're all gonna get the app. I think you can do it through Google too, but you're all gonna get the Life 360 app.
Okay.
And we're just gonna share. We're gonna have everybody's location. So if anybody's in trouble, they get kidnapped, they lose their phone, whatever, we can find it.
Okay, that is presented differently for me. I would probably go along with that if you're painting the picture in my mind that something is happening to my kid with my wife. So like the two of them are somewhere and I'm being paranoid about it.
Because one of you will always be with the child.
Yeah.
For the most part, right? You'll always...
Except for school, like
For sure.
Like she's never really anywhere with him now that I'm not there. Because he'd go to school, she goes and picks him up and then brings him home. But like you paint it that way, but we're talking about a no kid situation here. It's the same as like your justification of, well, let me see your phone. Okay, like you can look at my phone once, maybe twice. You're not going to ask me every freaking day for it. Now,
Right.
that's
No, I
not
agree with
because
that.
I'm hiding something. It's just you don't get that right. You're not going to look at my stuff nonstop all the time. If you don't trust me, we can split. That's the way it is.
Also-
You're not going to have access to my phone, and I'm not going to ask you for yours.
Well,
It's just it's the principality.
Also,
Smokey.
if you really if you go through somebody's phone, you will find something that you don't like. It doesn't matter who it is, no matter how trustworthy they are. There's always something that somebody could say they don't like this. It could be anything.
Well, if you want to turn it into something,
Right. That's the point. What are you looking for if you're not trying to turn it into something? You're obviously trying to turn it into something. You're looking through it.
What is you mentioning the going through the phone? Now that asks another question. What is your lock method? Do you have the facial scan? Do you have the passcode?
Both.
Whatever else?
Either or.
Okay. All right. So because we just have like the little pattern locks on our phones, and Kristen and I have both our pattern locks. So I mean, in
Right.
theory, if I just left my phone out, she could just go over there and open it up, and I could do the same to hers.
Right.
But
Now, what if she told you or asked you, like, hey, do you consider looking at the phone like the location, or the location is
If she has to look through
looking at the phone is much worse.
If she has to look through my phone, I'd say yes, but I'd also kind of be like, okay, the fact that you feel the need to do
why?
this. Yeah, the fact that I'd say fine, but
if she wanted to look at your phone the day that whatever happened in the car with the music incident, that's fair.
Yeah, Rosie. Rosie, when it was her niece that had connected the Bluetooth there.
Yeah, Rosie popped up on the Bluetooth.
Rosie.
Yeah,
that's fine. But like random checks, man, if there's no reason, no, man, you ain't doing that. You got the wrong relationship. But these two, see, Peyton's jealous. See, this is what at least here's what I would like everyone to at least do.
I'm a jealous person, but I wouldn't do that.
You're jealous?
Yeah, I have jealous tendencies.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm proud of you for at least admitting it. Peyton, in this whole time we're doing this topic, has not reminded us that he's jealous. It's just like, so y'all using it as a mask. You're using it as a cover-up. Just say that you're jealous and you want to know their whereabouts instead of this whole, I just want to make sure I don't have to call America 911. I just got to make sure that I don't have an Amber Alert put out on you. That because you go down the street in Rockwall, y'all act like you're going to New York City like every other weekend, traveling out of the state for work or for leisure. Just say I'm jealous. I'm a control freak, and I'm doing it because of that.
Now we do, like we said, we do have the Life 360 thing on like Jacob. So Jacob, we're
gotta have on your kids,
especially because there's no telling where he is. Probably not where he's told us he is. And so I'm about to slap an Apple AirTag on his back is what I'm gonna do. So.
All right, so there it is. You all had this conversation whatsoever about locations?
No.
Okay.
No, I mean, if she asked to do it or I asked, we would both do it.
Right.
We're not trying to hide anything, but
I mean, my wife said I was too lazy to play video games, so I ain't going nowhere. I ain't doing nothing, clearly. I hope you're in the car, sweetheart. 877-881-1053. Chartrek.com text line. So that was part of the payload from 640 this morning. We should just let Peyton finish the payload with his Spotify. Is that my computer? Dang it.
Nope, that was mine.
Okay. Spotify Wrapped versus Dating Wrapped. But first, Bobby, Pro Bowl update for the Cowboys.
We have a new leader in NFC Pro Bowl voting at the quarterback position.
Cutlets!
Dak has lost his spot. It is Tommy Cutlets. It is not. No, it's not.
Okay.
A lot of ballot stuffing going on there.
Because, by the way, that NFC Offensive Player of the Week, that was criminal.
By the way, I went back. I did feel like the Zach Wilson was a little more justifiable when I went back and looked who played in the AFC last week. That one you could justify.
A lot more justifiable.
No, but I know we were also ragging on the Zach Wilson one. I'm saying the Zach Wilson one I looked at and I was like, you can make an argument for it. The DeVito one, you could not. There were like 4 guys on San Francisco you could have given it to.
Now, in Tommy's defense, he also did rush for 70 yards at 7 yards of carry. That counts. We just ignore rushing with quarterbacks like that. That absolutely counts. I mean, but I still think there would have been.
They wanted to do a New York
Mm-hmm.
thing. They wanted to do that. That's not what it's supposed to be about. That's an NFL joke, in my opinion.
Yes. So the update to the Pro Bowl voting: Dak Prescott has lost his spot as the top vote getter at quarterback at the NFC. It now belongs to Brock Purdy. His biggest competition for the MVP award. The Cowboys still have several other guys leading the positions. The guys who were there the last time are still in the lead. So that's CeeDee Lamb is leading receivers for the NFC. Zach Martin leads guards. Micah Parsons edge rushers. Deron Bland leads corners. And then, of course, Brandon Butter Aubrey, which I don't like the nickname Butter that Dak gave him, by the way. It's just, I don't like it. But
why is it Butter?
Because he's smooth. He's smooth.
But it doesn't go along with Aubrey at all or Brandon.
I know. That's why I'm trying to get Godbury going, Brandon Godbury, but nobody's jumping on that one. Top vote getter in the NFL, Tua Tagovailoa. 129,000 votes so far. He leads the AFC, and he leads all vote getters. After that, it's Christian McCaffrey, C.J. Stroud, Tyreek Hill, and Brock Purdy.
You would never have convinced me that the fans in Heaven's Waiting Room over there in Florida
even know where to find the voting
would be. Yeah, this must have been this. Maybe this is tied to his culture.
This is. I mean,
on the rep.
I think what it is
representing.
Miami must be doing an aggressive social media push because here are the leaders in the AFC: quarterback Tua, running back Raheem Mostert, fullback Alec Ingold from the Dolphins, receiver Tyreek Hill, tackle Teron Armstead from the Dolphins. It's just Dolphins on offense.
Okay, so there it is for your Cowboys. Pepe, let's make it your day.
Yes.
High low. Payload Part 1. Finish off Payload Part 2.
So a couple weeks ago on the Payload 640 on Thursdays, we talked about we shared our Spotify Wrapped. What was our number one song of the year 2023? What was our number one album, genre, all the above. And so people have now trended to a dating Wrapped. They go through their whole 2023 dating process, all the dates they've been on, and they basically categorize it into how many, dates they went on once, how many guys or girls, they went on a second date with, and so on and so forth.
We should just bring Gavin Spittle in here, the birthday boy, to recite his whole year. That'd be good radio.
So this is a little snippet of a audio clip of this girl going through her dating Wrapped and how obviously it's a lot more than mine. She was with more guys and went on more dates and stuff. So this is kind of
more guys than you, huh?
Well, obviously, but so this is kind of what I'm saying when I mean dating Wrapped.
Let's do my 2023 dating Wrapped. I went on 36 first dates this year with a total of 18 second dates. The amount of men who came back from 2022, 6. Total amount of times that I received flowers this year, 6. Total number of men I really genuinely liked, 5. Total amount that wore Rolexes, 14. Total amount of finance bros, 22. Total amount of men who wore Creed Aventus, 8. Total I wish I could have a second chance with, 3. Average number of cocktails per date, 3. Amount of times I was taken to Nobu, 5. Number of times I was sent an Uber Black specifically, 11. Amount of times I gifted a guy perfume or skincare, 7. Total number of horrendous first dates, 2. My most frequented bar or date night spot, Dusha. Number of men who tell me they can't give me what I want but refuse to go away, 3. Total amount of men who tried to plan a trip with me on the first date, 8. How many trips actually went on? 1.
So she broke it down.
This is amazing.
That's fantastic.
And so what the crazy thing is it's all over TikTok. People will break it down into like PowerPoints. They'll go through a PowerPoint slide and go, okay, first dates. How many went on second dates? How many did I meet on dating apps? And there was one term I learned when they say I met someone in the wild. Do y'all know what that means?
The wild?
Without a dating app?
Yeah,
a
bar. Okay. Yeah,
You just learned that?
Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing.
You couldn't have used context clues on that one to figure out where it was?
Anyway, this is amazing. This is fantastic. This to me seems very helpful.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That is really. By the way,
I wrote
3
down-
drinks on the average for the date.
Yeah,
3.
I like that.
Yeah.
Now she seems like with her getting Uber Black, XL, she's living in the city. That's
Okay,
obviously more
so
cocktail.
I never thought to order their Uber home.
It makes sense. I love the idea though.
Yeah, you would because that's sketchy. It's stalkerish. You want to figure out where they live.
But it's money.
You want their address.
It's money Peyton has to spend, though. So
Yeah, I'm not calling your Uber home. Like on the first date, you like we're responsible for our own rides. I never really thought of that. I guess Uber Black would really make a great impression, but I mean, they're gonna give me their address? Like that would seem a little bit sketchy.
Now I do think she was meaning Uber to the place, which I mean I guess it's the same thing. But yeah, or you just Venmo them the money and say grab an Uber. You could do that as well.
Could do that as well.
5 Nobu, that's expensive.
That's very expensive.
Shout out
36 first dates.
Shout out Vicky.
Do you think it's a coincidence that she said she went to Nobu 5 times and there were 5 guys she genuinely liked?
Yeah, right.
Take her to Nobu. That's
okay.
the key.
What other?
Like 36 first dates. There's 52 weeks in a year.
That's a lot.
Like you are literally.
That's 3 times a month, right? 36.
Yeah,
3
3
times 12.
first dates a month.
14 Rolexes.
22 finance bros. I thought that was funny.
What was that?
Finance
22
bros.
finance bros, like what their
guys
job
in
is.
finance?
Yeah.
Do they all wear Patagonia vests?
Right.
And
Yeah.
I think cologne was another thing on there. Who sprays a certain type of cologne? So she broke it down. But I mean, it
8
was
trip
awesome.
offers. She went on a trip with 1. And people are bringing up a trip on the first date. That's
weird,
intense.
yeah.
I mocked you all year, Peyton, obviously, because we had fun with it, but it was mostly trolling. The reality is I would not want to be in the position you were in for most of the year. I would not want to be single in 2023.
Oh, it's awful. It's terrible.
Just
You'd
this
have
whole,
to find someone else with kids.
just this whole like tracking like of everything and the way like these TikTok personalities. I cannot stand any.
You would be single.
There's so much competition out there. Because I mean, like the dating app, it's just you're just another message. That's all you are.
You would be so single. You'd be so single. Trust
You'd
me.
have to go out,
No.
Bobby.
it's a
crazy.
nightmare.
Yeah.
No.
Look at him. He's trying to give it like a
You're
slow
trying
face.
to act like
No,
Your
no,
style,
no,
your
no.
drinking, your spending is impressive, but you don't want to go to fancy restaurants. You have horrible food taste. She would have to have a really like raw sense of humor.
You found the perfect one. She would have to be homeschooled. The only way to understand you is to be homeschooled.
With
And now,
kids.
again, only
With
homeschooled.
kids.
Only homeschooled starting in 4th grade.
Patrick Walker.
Satan got to her for 3 years.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Shouldn't Trayvon Diggs be giving the scout report on his brother? We'll ask Patrick next.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. That's 877.
DallasCowboys.com.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com every Thursday at this time with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. My favorite Bills topic of the week is after Dan Quinn said he wouldn't put Trayvon Diggs in a position to scout his brother, Stephon. How are we feeling about that? Yeah, as a fan, how you feeling about that? Whether Trayvon should give up the goods if asked about his brother.
Well, there's two trains of thought here. Number one, I understand what Dan Quinn is saying in that he's not going to employ Trayvon to scout his brother. But there's the other train of thought, which is to say Trayvon is going to scout his brother.
Right.
Trayvon knows exactly the magnitude of this game, what it means to the Cowboys to go up there in Buffalo and take this win. I mean, they're only 3-3 on the road right now. They need to establish themselves with a statement win on the road and then do it again next week against the Miami Dolphins. But, you know, I spoke with Gilmore after Sunday's beatdown of the Philadelphia Eagles, and he said that Trayvon was already giving him some information as early as training camp. You know, far before Trayvon even got injured, they were talking about some top secret, top level things about some of the tendencies of Stephon Diggs. So you just know that without Trayvon being able to play, he's giving that information freely. And it was funny because I know someone on Twitter said, "You do that to your brother? Listen, this is not turning state's evidence. I'm not going to the cops on him. But I absolutely am going to give all the information I need to my teammates to get this win, and then I'll see you at holiday dinner." So, yes.
Was last week a big bounce back for Terrence Steele?
Absolutely it was. Absolutely. If you go back and look at the Week 9 contest against the Philadelphia Eagles, Hassan Reddick, which is he's a game wrecker, he absolutely had a day against Terrence Steele. It was not a good day for Terrence Steele. Not the entirety of the day, because there were a couple of things that Terrence did well, but for the most part, he struggled with Hassan and allowing those pressures. Not so much this time around in Week 14. I think only 4 or 5 pressures, only 1 sack allowed to Hassan Reddick. But Terrence Steele, he had a strong game, one of the better games of any of the offensive linemen, and that's promising because it shows that his confidence is coming back to where it needs to get. It shows that his knee is not necessarily an issue anymore, if at all, for him in his return from that torn ACL. So it's got to invoke confidence for the Cowboys and Dak Prescott to look at that offensive line, that front five, and see that all 5 of those guys are really starting to play at a high level.
Patrick, which team's record doesn't match what they are more, Philly or Buffalo?
Ooh, Philly. You know, I think the Buffalo Bills, I think their record at 7-6 tells you exactly who they are. For the most part, I mean, they could easily be, 8-5. For example, talk about that overtime whiff on that route from Josh Allen to Gabe Davis that could have knocked the Eagles down in Buffalo in that rainy weather. But for the most part, the Buffalo Bills are boom or bust. They're and typically when you have a boom or bust team like that, they will middle the road the way the Buffalo Bills are middling the road. So huge win in Kansas City for them to get above 500. But there's a reason that in the standings right now, mathematically, they're ranked number 11 as far as playoff picture is concerned. So I'm not surprised because they can do some damage, but at the same time, they can do a lot of damage to themselves. And you never really know who you're getting on a week-to-week basis. The Philadelphia Eagles, they've been consistently skating by. And that's not to take away from the fashion in which they've been able to win some of those games, but there's also situations like I just said, the Gabe Davis whiffed route and then the drop by MVS for Patrick Mahomes. I mean, those are games that really should have gone to the opposition, and they didn't because the opposition didn't execute in the biggest moment of the game. So that 10-3 record for the Philadelphia Eagles, it feels fugazi to me. It really does. And their luck ran out when they went up against the 2 best teams in the NFC in consecutive weeks. And one of those teams, the 49ers, did it on their field in Philadelphia. And then they were supposed to bounce back and, we're not going to lose 2 in a row. Cowboys don't lose 2 in a row. We're not going to lose 2 in a row either. And then you come into Arlington and get absolutely mopped like my grandma's floor in 1984. So I think the Philadelphia Eagles are much more questionable when it comes to comparing records to what they actually are.
Patrick Walker joined us here, 105.3 The Fan. All right, so I guess about a month ago, we were asking about Josh Allen. I think you said you had him somewhere around 15. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right. You're right.
Where is that still the case? Is he higher, lower?
It's still the case because
damn, Pat.
This is no disrespect to Josh Allen.
It is, though. It is.
No.
Sounds it.
I don't feel like it is. I don't feel like it is. And to be honest with you, I could probably make the argument that, or accept and concede to the argument that 12, right? So let's 12. But if you're trying to put him in the top 10, I can't put someone who turns the ball over that often in the top 10. I can't do it. Now, that doesn't mean he's in the bottom 15, 16 in the league. I'm not going to say that because that would be erroneous. But when you have someone who leads the league in turnovers, period, that includes fumbles as well over the past 3 seasons, I understand the production that he can, put up with Stephon and Gabe Davis and Dawson Knox and James Cook out of the backfield. I get it. 100% I get it. I know why he's only been sacked 18 times. It's because he gets the hell out of the pocket and he's a unit. He's hard to take down. As an athlete, top 10, well, actually as an athlete playing quarterback, top 5 in the league easily. As a quarterback playing quarterback, 12 to 15 at best because of his proclivity to give the ball away via fumbles and interceptions. That's where I am with Josh Allen. He doesn't do well when the game starts to get away from him. So all you have to do is make the game get away from him. Contrary to that, when the game starts to get away from guys like Dak Prescott and when Patrick Mahomes has weapons and the game starts to get away from them, those guys don't get rattled. They are still the same guy, and they're still leading the league in fist bumps, as Mike McCarthy said.
All right, I respect this. I respect the stance. I'm going to give you some quarterbacks just to put up against Allen. Little pop quiz, quick hit, and you just tell me who you take, okay? Cool?
All right. Yeah, let's do it.
Herbert.
I like Herbert more.
Tua.
I like Tua more.
Hurts.
I like Josh Allen more.
Lamar.
Lamar.
Watson.
Why'd you even do that? Come on. Come on.
Deshaun.
I don't like that guy's a human pass.
Stafford.
Ooh, now that's a damn good one. I'm going to go with Stafford. He's got a ring on his finger, and he doesn't put the ball in jeopardy as often as Josh Allen does, but he can put up the same numbers, if not more, than Josh Allen does.
Goff.
Which version?
Right now.
Then Jared Goff.
Cousins.
I'm going with Cousins. Unpopular opinion. I think Cousins is better than a lot of people give him credit for. I think it's easy to bag on Kirk Cousins because of his time with, the Washington Commanders, and he was a former rival and everything. But if you look at what he does when he's healthy with the Vikings, even when he doesn't have Justin Jefferson, I think Kirk Cousins is a better quarterback than Josh Allen.
Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor, especially with that upside.
Derek Carr.
What?
That was my last one. I mean, I was about to, breathalyze you depending on that. Just making sure.
Josh Allen 100%.
Okay. All right.
Not even a question.
Thank you for the exercise.
All right. We're talking with Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com. Pat, we obviously knew that, yesterday was going to be a rest day for several guys, but Malik Hooker ends up not practicing with the ankle issue. Any question about his availability for this weekend?
Not a lot of concern, if much at all. I spoke with a couple people in the building, and they pointed to exactly what you said, Bobby. Yesterday was a walkthrough, so they were giving him some rest, but his was injury-related rest, unlike several of the veterans like Tyron Smith and Gilmore, some of those other guys. But today's going to be the one that will give you a lot of substance as far as if the ankle injury on Malik Hooker is something to be concerned about, because today is a full practice and arguably the most cumbersome practice of the week for the Cowboys. So if today's injury report shows that Hooker did not participate again, then it's time to raise some eyebrows. But as we have this conversation, it did sound like anyone was majorly concerned about it.
How big has the adjustment to the Tyron Smith rest day, you think, contributed to just his availability and his level of play?
I think it's been massive, and that's saying the least when you look at the fact that it's keeping him available for games. And I think I said this to you guys last week, or I said it to someone last week. This this plan as it stands, it might add 2 years to Tyron's career. If this continues to be what the plan is going to be, and it is going to be for this year, but if coming back next year, they say, hey, well, look at how strongly you ended last year with this particular plan. What if we deploy this for 2024? And if they do that, I mean, there's no reason why Tyron Smith would not be able to add 1 or 2 years to the back end of his career. That would be huge for the Cowboys. Now, does that mean that should that preclude them from looking at the position in next year's draft? Absolutely not, because he is, in fact, at the back end of his Hall of Fame career, and you got to address that. And now Tyler Smith, he's showing what he can do at left guard and probably be your next Larry Allen there, which isn't an exaggeration. So they don't want to move him back out. So probably address it still in April. But Tyron Smith, this no practice and just show up on game day and steal souls, that plan is working magnificently. And like I said, it might even extend his career, which would be huge.
Have you made a pick for this one?
I'm supposed to send that pick in today, but I'll give you guys the leak. Okay. I'm going to take. This is going to be a close one. Yeah, if it holds, weather's not going to be that much of a factor, which would be great if it holds. So take that out of the equation and make it just football weather. I'm going to take the Cowboys in this one. I know that Dak Prescott does not get rattled. I know Josh Allen can be rattled. I know Stephon Diggs can be rattled. A lot of weapons, though. Give me the Cowboys in a close one. Let's say 35-28.
35-28. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you, Pat. Have a great one.
Talk to you guys soon.
He's brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. He's lost his Josh Allen mind. He has definitely done that. But weather-wise in Buffalo, I'm looking. We're up to about 50% chance of precipitation now with a high of 49 Sunday, low of 45, 18-mile-per-hour winds. So the rain has now been added in as a factor compared to when we spoke with Jerry on Tuesday.
That's nasty. No, I would much rather snow than mid-40s and rain.
Yes, I agree.
There's nothing worse.
I need to go back and look it up. I don't know how it looks for the last year or so, but I mean, there's a history of Dak does not play well when it's colder. And so I got to go back and look what it is, but I know that I think there was a point where 7 of his 8 lowest passer rating games were in games that were in 40s or lower.
And we'll talk to Mike McCarthy about it tomorrow at 6:30 on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece is next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it'll be a big football.
Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Let us crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece featuring what?
I had a question for you, Sean, and I wanted to save it until we got on the air.
Oh, God.
You had your sweatshirt or your hoodie in your mouth. Were you chewing on it while you were looking at your phone?
I wasn't chewing.
Okay.
I think I was just like this.
I mean, you weren't like that. I appreciate that you changed it. It was definitely in your mouth area. So I was just curious because my wife sometimes chews on her shirts.
I chew on the string all the time.
Because Bobby's hoodie string photo drove me crazy. So I don't think I was, but I don't even really remember what I was doing. But I'm pretty sure I wasn't like chewing it.
Okay.
I
was just curious.
Feeling the, I have a lot of little, I mean, I can't stay still a lot of times. I've broken off every pen cap.
Is that you who does that?
Yeah. I'm always spinning my wedding ring.
Okay.
Sometimes I'll do the leg shake. So I have a lot of those issues.
So much tape gets pulled off
Oh,
of the
yeah.
tape dispenser.
And he'll just wrap it around.
He just breaks off pieces of tape and just starts
I could see
messing with it.
I'm stunned
I
the
do that
emotion
too.
lasted
I do
as long as
that
it did.
too.
But I don't I don't know if you
I do that a
chew
lot.
it, but you definitely do bring the bottom of your hoodie up here a lot.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you're like chewing it or what.
I'm
but
not saying that was
you
bad.
rip
I was
one
just
and you're
curious.
trying to not smell it?
No, because it doesn't go up to my nose.
It's like right at his
It's just
mouth.
right
Gotcha.
here. Maybe it's like I'm trying to protect chapped lips. I don't know. Staplers. I'll
See my
hit the
stapler?
stapler and I'll bend them in my hand for
Yeah,
some
into
reason.
a square?
Yeah. Or I just try want to bend them.
Do you ever do that with a toenail when you cut your big toe off? Do you
What?
bend it?
Until it
Are
bends
you
it?
saying?
Yeah. What?
Yeah,
Yeah, you do that, right?
yeah, because toenails can be very thick and big.
I worked with a
big
guy who
toenail.
did that once. He took his peeled the skin off his heel.
Stop.
And then
What?
chewed it like gum.
No way.
Why are you doing what? You bite your toenails.
That is true.
You bite your toenails?
I don't eat them. I spit them out.
I used to. But I can't do that. I can't get it up there anymore.
Kevin!
I don't think I can get it up there anymore.
Look,
I don't think I can get up there anymore.
Mike,
oh my
look.
god, he's
he really-
vomiting. He's vomiting.
you legit can't talk about this stuff.
I think there's food in there too.
Kevin,
I've done that before.
Kevin,
for
I think
sure.
it's the
I
exact.
have for sure.
Chew the toenails?
I've bit them off. Right? Yeah,
I've done that
Not really
for
the
sure.
toenail.
You bit them off?
Yeah, it wasn't the toenail. It was the skin around it. You know, like the
But how can
cuticle
you
around
get it up to your mouth?
I was just limber like that,
You
man.
did not
I
lift
did.
your
I
foot
absolutely
up.
used to be
You're
able
gonna
to.
throw
I
up,
can
leave
do
the
that.
room.
Kevin can
I'll
touch
get there right now. I'll see if I can do it.
You
I-
did- all right.
I don't know if I can do it.
Bobby,
anymore.
leave if you need to.
I don't know if I can do it.
Ryan, zoom in on Choppy.
I don't know if I can do it.
I'm
anymore.
sorry, Bobby. I didn't mean
Look at
for
that.
this to come up.
Okay. You got it up there.
Kevin, you can do that.
Whatever. I think I just fractured an ankle.
Hold on. Look at this. Look at that man.
Oh my
right there.
God! Kevin did it
How
while
did you get it up there?
Kevin did it while standing
Mark
up.
that.
In a boat.
I feel like putting the toenails in the mouth and chewing them is no.
No,
you
no,
might
no,
as well
not
swallow.
chewing them, just removing them.
Oh, to take it off? What the hell is going on?
The sound of the nail clippers freak me out.
Really?
Yes.
Sometimes Mike does it.
Mike does it during
I
the
really
show
think I hurt my knee. I
sometimes.
think I tore an ACL there or something.
Man, I didn't realize all that.
You can't really be a nail chewer as a pitcher.
Sorry, audience.
can't?
My apologies.
You'll have too many cuts on your finger
Oh,
and stuff.
yeah.
And so you have to. I mean, nail care is pretty important for throwing a baseball.
Do you lotion?
Wow.
Do you have to lotion a lot?
No,
the lotion
I
on its
never
skin.
had any blister problems with,
Did you
That's
ever get a pedicure?
fascinating.
No, I never.
You
or
think it's the same for
manicure?
NFL quarterbacks? Yeah,
I
manicures.
don't know because they're only throwing the ball a small amount of time. If you think about a baseball pitcher, and the thing is that ball's really coming off of your fingertips. And I don't really feel like, so just think if there's a jagged edge, because there's always a jagged edge when you're eating your
Yeah.
fingers.
Did you use like a rock to callus them up or
No,
pickle juice?
I never had
Pickle juice,
issues
nothing?
like that. I just, for some reason, I understand. I had plenty of players that I played with had very dry hands. I guess I just don't have the dry hand situation.
Corey, what's coming up on the show?
Guys,
Sorry about that.
NXT champion, current Ring of Honor champion, and Garland native Athena joins the show at 10:20 today.
Athena.
Yeah.
She's from Garland.
I've
She's
heard
from
that piano
Garland,
bar song.
the land of Gar.
Who is she again? Oh, sorry, I was talking to
NXT
Peyton.
champion,
No,
current Ring of Honor champion.
former
former
NXT
NXT champion.
champion.
Once you are, you're
No,
always.
they're competing brands.
It's like
so.
a president, you know.
Oh my
Once
God.
you're the president,
That'll be weird though when if they have a debate. they can't say President Trump and President Biden. One of them is and one of them isn't.
Oh, yeah.
You know who won the election? Okay. You know who won.
Oh my God.
And also, during the C
One of
block
them might
today,
not know
You'll
they're
see
the
it again very soon. Very
Oh
soon.
my God, who said that? Sean?
No, the stock market is
Okay.
very high right now.
You see it be 47 real soon. Just you wait and see, folks. Just you wait and see.
Come on, Spittle's birthday. Huh?
He's not listening.
Do we invest right now? Is this a good time?
Don't ask me.
Okay, all right.
Please don't ask. Ask Trajan.
I'll just ask Trajan.
Usually it's not a good time. I mean, I'm just assuming this. It's usually not a good time to invest when the stock market is going up.
Okay.
Because now you're investing at peaks. And so it's the best way to do it is when the stock market.
What is the stock market?
What is the Stark? Tony Stark
tells you which ones to buy.
Iron Man market.
At least
Yeah,
my
listen to
financial
Mike's advice.
At least my financial advisor, and I have more money than anybody in here.
I feel like a Derek Holland's not in here right now.
Even while just giving it to card companies. He still has more. Freaking ballot. You won't after ballot.
I mean, we have a house and 2 buildings. So.
Oh, you count your wife's money? You can't count your wife's money.
Yeah, we're the same.
No, you can't.
You
can't count your wife's money.
We're not getting divorced. That's the only time you can't count it, right?
that's our
You know what
money.
I'm saying?
I know, Mike. What's just point at me? I know exactly. Yeah, the
Then it
reason I'm
does-
still working
then it
today
does get split.
and not retired.
Oh, you would have been retired if you were still married?
The way that lady saved
You
money,
would not have been
holy
retired.
cow.
You
No,
better
that-
not have make the same as I do. I don't know about all that.
You make the most. You have the most commercials up here of the.
No,
of the
Choppy
station.
has the most commercials.
Really?
Oh yeah,
Slater has the most commercials.
Slater has the most commercials.
Man.
Hey,
Yeah,
she's working hard though.
yeah. What else can you tease?
Anything? Give us something.
Hey, when are you having Slater on this week to preview the Buffalo Bills game?
All right.
That's a great question. That's whenever she
Corey,
rejects
help
Bobby
us out,
again.
please.
Whenever
What
she
else
tells
is on
Bobby
the
no
show?
again.
At 1
Look how uncomfortable
today,
Bobby is. No, he loves watching making other people uncomfortable. Now we got him uncomfortable.
we will play audio from the Excel spreadsheet World Championship. So there will be some fantastic.
What?
Doesn't that
audio.
sound like a golf tournament?
What did you just? It sounds like a Virgin convention.
The
What did you just say? The Excel spreadsheet championships?
Oh my God.
It was in Las Vegas.
Okay, well,
So what does this mean?
What is it?
Who could populate the row column Q faster?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so
That's
my
exactly
joke
what
was
it is.
really offensive?
Yes, it's an Excel spreadsheet.
I mean, I've literally been in here like sorting data through Excel spreadsheets during
Championship.
this segment.
Can you show me how to use that? 'Cause I have no idea.
It's great. It's
learn
great
how
when
to
you know how to
use
use
it
it.
faster. You can learn how to use it faster by watching these 16 champions.
I'm in the middle of trying
equals
to.
parentheses.
Dude, the audio is
6.
hilarious. That's the only reason.
Okay.
We're going to play the audio and we'll
6-11,
discuss it at 1 o'clock.
Parentheses.
Oh man,
But this isn't how you thought.
You still have
crosstalk
5
would
more
go.
minutes.
Draymond Green indefinite suspension. How long is this going to end up being?
20 games.
Gone.
Huh?
20 games.
Now you're taking the word "should" out.
That's true. Yesterday I said should be 20 games. Now I say will be 20 games.
I'll still go lower, but I'm not against. Like I think you could be right. I'll go with now 10.
10. Why?
10 is a month.
Why not
Yesterday
just
they
say
said 2 or 3.
Why not just say 10 versus like indefinite?
Because I think that they need to feel like, and it didn't feel very good with John Morant. They need to feel like he's going to stop doing this.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Did we pull the Barkley stuff?
Yes, I asked Chris to get it.
So I'll throw this out here. What time are we doing that? at?
Probably in the 11.
Okay, so we'll have time to discuss it right now. Is that Charles Barkley was on with Dan Patrick? I heard you discussing that earlier with a different subject.
The Bulls,
I'm sorry.
the Bulls Ring of Honor.
Bulls Ring of Honor.
And
Awkward.
so they asked him about Draymond Green, and he said, "Well, look, I feel for Draymond. I understand Draymond because when Draymond Green started doing all these things, he said, I used to do these things too with the Houston Rockets. My game had deteriorated. I wasn't a good player anymore." And then he gave a story about how he threw Othello Harrington down at a practice when they were both on the Rockets. And he said, Othello didn't do anything wrong. I just got frustrated and mad because he was outworking me. He was outplaying me. So I threw him to the ground because I was just frustrated, and I would do stupid things like that in basketball games with the Rockets, pretty much is what he's saying, because he wasn't good anymore.
Yeah.
And he's like, Draymond isn't good anymore. So he used to be a good player. He's not the same player anymore. So just like Barkley took out his frustrations on everybody not being good at basketball, basketball anymore on the Houston Rockets. He's like, Draymond's doing the same thing.
It's like when Tyson bit the ear. Same thing. It's like, I'm
Right.
desperate. Like, what do I do?
That's what it is.
All right, Chop, go ahead. You wanted to ask him.
Do y'all share your location with your significant others?
I heard y'all's conversation. I do not, but if she wanted me to, for sure. I don't feel the need, but I heard y'all's discussion. It was really intriguing.
I don't, but I don't mind either. In fact, I think like a month ago, I just forgot. I brought it up to my wife. I was like, hey, should we have the phone when I got this new phone that cost $1 million?
Which one of your 3 offices are you guys in?
Yeah, I know. I was like, should we, in case a phone gets stolen or we can't find it?
Find my phone thing.
Like, yeah, like that thing where you can find your phone where it's at. So, but we haven't done that yet, but I brought it up. She was fine with it. Like,
we have something called Life 360 because my kid's on it. We can get a little chip installed on Carter and know where he is. So to keep up with all the kids. Now, one day we saw that Avery was
Carter
in a car.
is the dog?
What's that? Carter
That's
is my
his
middle
son.
son. Not like a chip like that.
He said
I
a
can put it in his
chip.
shoe.
He got
I
that
can put it in
dog
his
in
shoe
there.
and I know where he is whenever he goes like up to the dollar store and stuff.
He chipped his kids.
But yeah, man, it's coming.
I'm not
huge.
judging. I'm going to be a leash dad, so I'm not judging.
Oh no!
You're gonna put your kid on a leash?
I mean, if the second one, if I'm worried, if they run away, then I'm gonna have to leash them.
Yeah, a lot of runners. I had all 3 of mine were runners. They were always taking off. As soon as we get out of the cart, they're darting around the
yeah, man, gotta
the
leash
parking
them.
lot. I'm like, come on,
Watch
man.
the fan text for this.
Laura once got scooped up by mall security because she had run out of Crayola experience when Kristen was trying to help some kid get down from a playscape. And Kristen had a damn near panic attack. Couldn't find her for like 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, dude! I lost Carter once at the mall. We were in Dick's Sporting Goods, and he just took off, and I was like, "Where did he go?"
Staples.
It was the scariest thing.
Staples. You think that's where the kid went?
He went to Staples.
Because that was easy.
Why'd your phone
he
cost
needs office
a fortune?
supplies.
What type of phone did you get?
The
When you
15,
got
yeah.
Apple pressured?
Yeah. So now I have this phone that I'm like, I don't know if I lose it or forget it or whatever. Sue, you could hit the button to see where is it at. Did I leave it at the station? Did somebody actually steal it?
But the phone, if you would have upgraded with the previous brand that you had, it wouldn't have
Samsung?
cost a lot. Samsung?
Yeah, it would have been a lot less.
Oh.
Would have been a lot better too.
Facts.
My Samsung was the same price as the iPhone.
Yeah, but when you trade in, don't.
Oh, when you trade in,
because they're like, you only get this much credit
Right.
for an
So,
iPhone, and I
yes.
would have got a lot more credit for a
What I'm
Samsung.
gathering from your tone is the trade-off in family dynamic with the communication has not been worth the price difference.
I think it makes them happy. This was not this purchase was not to make me happy. It was to make them happy.
Okay, well said. Well said. All right, thanks for crunching up. You got any more bags you want to crunch up?
No, I'm good, man. I'm good.
The KM.
What a crosstalk.
There's a good one.
That was a
What
good one.
else?
That's a good
what
one,
else do you
Bobby.
want to talk about?
That's it.
You got crosstalk tomorrow.
I know.
We'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Roanoke.
I know.
And you lead it.
I might stop by tomorrow at some point.
You should.
You have to.
It's right down the
Yeah.
street. It's not even 2
Hey,
miles from the house.
Maybe Jane will stop by and preview the game.
Oh my God!
She would never go to Terry County.
KMC masterpieces next to me.
Kidding me.
Love you, Jane.
County. Bye.
Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a fun show set up for you today. Athena from AEW and Ring of Honor is already here. We will talk with her in about 20 minutes. She's in the TSN room. Don't worry, she's here, Mike. And right now, I want to talk about the Cowboys, if that's okay with you.
All right.
That's usually
They have an important game.
They do. They do have an important game. I would be inclined to agree with that. Are there any Bills players that you fear, and where do the Cowboys hold an advantage? I feel like over the next 2 weeks, this will be a lot easier, like it was last week with the Eagles, than the prior month when you were scrambling to try to be like, I mean, maybe this guy, I guess, if you have to. But when you look at the Bills roster, where do you point to players that you're like that person and that person?
Got a couple of. Go ahead, Mike.
I'll start and you
All
can
right.
finish.
All right.
Josh Allen.
That's a good one.
Worried about him.
Yeah,
you go ahead, Corey. I know that was very obvious.
He's pretty good.
Can we talk a little bit more about Josh Allen then?
For sure.
Okay. I'm a little afraid of Josh Allen running the ball. Like, I realize his passing numbers are really impressive, except for that one that we'll talk about in a second. But he seems tailor-made to be the type of person that when we crash in from the outsides, that he would zip right up the middle and really hurt the Cowboys.
Or lower his shoulder and put it into somebody because he doesn't care about his body.
To your point, if he has a couple of big runs early, and I can't believe they still won this game. I think of Dobbs. He had a couple of big runs early in the game, and it just makes you, as a pass rusher, I think a little bit hesitant to get out of your lanes. You almost want to make kind of a bowl and be like, just keep them in the bowl. And then if you give Josh Allen time without pressure, he can then pick you apart. So to your point is, I hope he doesn't have any in that first drive they score and he has like a 20-yard scramble and a 15-yard scramble on the drive, because then I think that your defense has to start going, how much do we get out of our lanes? How much do we push up, giving him lanes to run? And then that takes your pass rush down a little bit.
Now, Dak and Josh Allen, they're the top two in touchdown passes, with Dak at 29, Josh Allen at 26. And then this was impressive to me. Since the start of 2021, Josh Allen is second in the league in touchdown passes, and Dak is third, behind only Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that seems kind of right in that area that he should be.
But that's really impressive. On the flip side, well, one more thing, he does dominate NFC competition, 19-6 against the NFC. But also, he's thrown an interception in 9 straight games. So I feel like this is a game where you need to turn the ball over at least one time.
I agree.
The Cowboys, Kevin, are they're in the top 3 defensive rankings through 14 weeks.
I think that's right.
Bills are kind of in the 14 area, but they've only given up 27 touchdowns. Cowboys have given up 28. So like their defense has been pretty good. Even though they give up lots of yards, they've been pretty good at keeping people out of the end zone for the most part. And like the best defense, Kevin, Ravens, they've given up 19 touchdowns. So
that makes sense to me. I would imagine Cleveland would be pretty high up in there. I know
Browns have given up 33. But that's a different thing. All right. So when it comes to players to fear, though, it's all on their offensive side. I think their defense, I think they can.
In your face, Ed Oliver.
Hey, you know how I feel about Ed Oliver too. I think their defense has been better in the past, but it's still very good. I heard McCarthy say, look, this could be a 60 plus minutes game. You know, it's not going to be something where it's just an easy one. You have to go in that mindset. You can't just go in and be like, hey, we just turned them off, because they do come back. They do try. They keep playing. They keep playing this game, and they have to right now. So this is a desperate team also. But you look at their offensive side, Dalton Kincaid is everything that we heard he was out of college. He has turned into the tight end you expected. Plus they have Dawson Knox, and they're like, hey, we're going to keep throwing to that guy too now that he's off of his injury. James Cook is very good on multiple levels, whether it's going to be running in between tackles, outside of tackles, or these swing passes wheels up the sideline. He can catch. He's a really good receiver out of the backfield. And if they want to get physical near the goal line, they'll go with Latavius Murray and they'll run it on you. And that's something that I would be aware of. Stephon Diggs, you're going to have to deal with him. But for some reason, the last month or so, he's been not used in big-time third-down situations. And I don't know what's going on there. So, and then Gabe Davis he's a speed, big guy that can be a big threat. And so I think their offense has plenty of things to be concerned with.
Yeah, I agree with all this. I'm kind of changing the subject, and you say, I don't want to talk about this right now. Be honest, Kevin, say, I don't want to talk about this right now. I feel like you're bringing up players, and I agree with all of these players. We're bringing up all of their solid, good players that can hurt you. I wonder this with the Cowboys, and I don't think this. I think they have great leadership this year. We obviously saw the Arizona debacle. Do you think after losing to Philadelphia, there was this buildup, and I know they weren't looking forward to the Philadelphia game immediately, but they knew what they had to do, and they accomplished the goal. And they got to that Philadelphia game, and they super accomplished the goal. I'm hoping that there's not a kind of, it's human nature. You had a 6-week stretch where you had to do something pretty special after that Philadelphia loss, and they did it. Is that the Cowboys on Sunday afternoon don't go out there and we don't see the best Cowboys team because, in a way, human nature, they almost took like a sigh of relief, a breath on like, we accomplished what we needed to accomplish. I know that they know there's more, but we see human nature play out in a lot of these situations, and I'm just hoping that the Cowboys don't feel like they can take a deep breath because they did accomplish the goal of going undefeated, getting to the Philadelphia game and having to beat them to have a chance to win the division, and then all of a sudden go, we did it, we're tied, we got a chance, and then they're like, crap, Buffalo just beat us.
I think that's a great point that you bring up. I can't rule out that possibility. Anybody who says they can, they're lying. They don't know that. Like Mike McCarthy can stand up there and be like, we're not going to do this and that. Yeah. You don't know that.
And you don't know, right?
Yes. Agreed.
I asked Kyle Yeomans the Friday before the Arizona game, have you seen any type of situation because they're playing one of the crappiest teams in the NFL? Like sometimes guys don't have the best practices leading up to that week. And he said, I have seen nothing of that sort. They look ready to kill the Cardinals.
And that is obviously not what happened.
Or the Diamondbacks.
Either way, we got that job done. There are 3 specific reasons that I think that won't happen, though. Okay, and you might listen to this and be like, I don't know about that. Yeah. First of all, you're 4 weeks away from potentially getting a week off. That's a live thing that could absolutely happen. Now, that doesn't mean you're better than San Francisco. Obviously, you need San Francisco and Philly to still lose. But you can look at this 4-game stretch and say, gentlemen, we can get a week off and a free playoff advancement. I know what Wade Phillips would call that. Then there's the other 2 things.
A win.
I understand it's about the team. I'm not disputing this is about the team. I'm not saying these 2 specific players are disputing it's about the team. But Micah Parsons, who we'll talk more about later, he has an opportunity to win Defensive Player of the Year, and he's been second the last 2 years. I don't think he's going to take his foot off the gas. Dak Prescott has not been in the MVP conversation since his rookie year in 2016. He's not only in the conversation, he's at the front of the conversation. I don't think he's going to take his foot off the gas. I'm not saying that they only care about their individuals, but that helps to know that, hey, not only could you go 14-3, not only could you get a bye, you could win the MVP on your path. So those are my 3 reasons of other goals that I don't think will have them let up.
Do you think that that's a discussion, or do you think that their discussion is more along the lines of this week, Buffalo, and stay in that mindset?
I think that is from the staff. I think this is just, and Mike, you can tell me if you don't think it works like this. I think there are a group of players who are like, there's no effing way we're going to let Dak down, or there's no effing way we're going to let Mike down. Micah, I agree.
Oh, they're talking about me.
Yeah, yes. Well, it never let you down.
I've become a very motivating factor in the Cowboys locker room.
But I think you're right. I don't think Mike McCarthy's standing up there right now and being like, hey, we want to get a bye, because that would be foolish, because Buffalo is a good team.
Yeah.
But I think there are sections in the locker room, just because of human nature, that are like, hey, let's effing do this for him.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and I can see that, and finding something each week to play for is important, right? Like just finding something to add to your edge. Like you can get bored. You can get bored throughout the process of things a lot of times. Some people, that's what Jason Garrett always wanted, was love the process because that's the most important part. Sometimes you have to add something into that bucket whenever you're going along, and maybe that could be, hey, let's do this for him. Let's do this. Jerome Bettis gets a Super Bowl because Jerome Bettis was about to retire, right?
Right.
And that team was like, we're doing it for Jerome Bettis. And so maybe there is something along the way that they can add to this bucket. But I think all these guys are really, really focused on this week and what they have in front of them.
Okay, well, let's focus on specifically this week. And we talked about, because I think you're spot on, Corey, is James Cook and Stephon Diggs were the ones who immediately jumped to mind. But I feel like we're all on the same page. There are a variety of Bills' offensive weapons.
They're not a one-man show or just a one-weapon show.
Agreed. I think you can look on the other side and take a look at Ed Oliver, who obviously you are very familiar with going back to college. There is one thing that you brought up yesterday, Mike, that I decided to look a little bit more into and see if I could get the numbers. Cowboys lead the league in scoring, 32.3 points per game. Feel like we all knew that. But take a look at this, and this is an advantage that the Cowboys have. In their first 5 games, they were horrendous in the red zone. Scored touchdowns of 7 of 19 red zone trips, 36%. Okay. Awful. Since then, 25 of 38, 66%. Their efficiency in the red zone, not to get to the red zone, that's all fine and well. A lot of people can get to the red zone. Can you score a touchdown when you are in the red zone? And think about this for the Cowboys. They have been to the red zone twice as many times in these last 8 weeks that they were in the first 5 weeks. Yet they have the same amount, essentially, of non-touchdown drives.
Okay.
That's wild. They had 12 non-touchdown red zone drives in the first 5 weeks. In these ensuing part of the schedule, 13. Despite getting to the red zone way more often. So the key for the Cowboys is they get to the red zone and they score touchdowns.
Yeah, they absolutely need to. But Kevin, whenever you can score from the 60, when you can get your 3 points, why would you want to score in the red zone?
Okay, I thought you were going to say a deep pass because it's more points. I don't mean to be glib about that, but yeah, that's great. And I appreciate Brandon Aubrey. I don't want to see him except for kicking extra points.
I'm bringing that up with a purpose.
Can I ask you something real quick?
Yeah.
With Brandon Aubrey, doesn't it look weird when a guy's trying a field goal from midfield?
It
like
does.
when it happened 2 times, you're like, this looks so weird that somebody at the 50-yard line is kicking a field goal.
If you ever get the chance,
we're not used to it. We're not used to that.
Yeah, if you ever get the chance to take the tour, go stand on the star.
It's far
and
away.
Look at where those uprights are and think about kicking the ball.
Those uprights get very narrow.
Yes, they do.
Even though the reality is they're the same. But Bobby had mentioned this the other day, and I'm kind of curious how y'all think about this. He said, I wish that Brandon Aubrey wasn't so good because Mike McCarthy's play calling becomes more conservative. Because he feels like I can get this. And I think Mike McCarthy's play calling becomes conservative whenever he feels like he has a feel of the game flow, that they're in control of the game. They knew they were in control of that game against Philadelphia. His defense was on fire. So I think that he was like, we're going to be fine. We can kick field goals instead of pushing and going for touchdowns. And he pointed out a couple plays where it was like you gained 7 yards when you were, in a 1st and 20, and you probably should have been going for more. Do y'all feel that way that he does that? Or
the reason I don't is he goes for it so many times on fourth down with 3 points in his pocket. So if he was conservative on 4th and 3 from the 23-yard line, you would just kick if you're a conservative coach, and I don't mind these guys. I'm still, I guess, old school in this way. There's a lot of times, and I know that you guys are more go for it a lot, and I totally get it. That's what coaches usually do. Mike McCarthy, at what point this year, I understand Bobby makes his points. I'm going to make my point. At what point are we watching 4th and short and the Cowboys don't go for it? They go for it every time in field goal range.
And more often than not, they have done what I feel like we've talked about for a while is they look at 3rd and 4 as a multi-down situation. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll plan out a play where it's like, hey, we need to get some yards here. If we don't get all the yards, that's okay because we're going for it on 4th down, which I appreciate very much.
By the way, from the 214, this is the tour's manager at the Star. I'll be happy to let y'all on a tour anytime and let you stand on the Star, Kevin.
Yeah, and just imagine having to kick the ball straight over humans and then all the way down that way.
Real humans.
Do you feel that he's a conservative coach?
I don't think I do. I understand that line of logic.
At times, it's weird when he's like, I'll be conservative here.
Right.
But, and you know what? That's why he's the head coach. He gets to choose when. He gets to choose when to push the pedal down and when to take it off.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, former NXT champion, current Ring of Honor champion, Garland native Athena joins us live in studio to talk about Final Battle tomorrow. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
youtube.com/raise your hand.
Fancy masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Former NXT champion, current Ring of Honor champion, and of course the most important part of it, Garland native. It is Athena jumping in the studio with us. We're talking about Final Battle tomorrow at the Curtis Culwell Center. How are you?
I'm great. Can't complain.
Yeah, I appreciate you jumping in, and mostly I appreciate you allowing me to beat you down with Garland discussions immediately.
What? Beat me down? No. Just because you went to North Garland High School, it doesn't mean anything. So.
Sure, that's fair. I felt bad because I didn't actually tell her my name. I just said, hey, I'm also from Garland, instead of being like, hello, like a normal human. My name is Kevin.
Yeah.
That was a little awkward.
It
for
happens.
Me.
It happens.
Look, you've been the Ring of Honor champion for a year. It's okay if people get a little bit intimidated.
That's fine. I expect that. I am a minion overlord, actually. So, we can get you all set up at MIT, get you a minion number, so get you ready to worship your fallen goddess.
Woo! Okay.
I like it.
Athena, I have this question. I used to play baseball, and this is going to sound a little bit weird, but follow me here. The day that I was pitching, you'd pitch every 5th day as a starting pitcher. I would pee a lot before the game. Like, I had to go to the restroom a lot. Like, the adrenaline would happen, having to get ready. I'm wondering, before a match, how much adrenaline and nervous energy do you have before you step through?
That is not where I thought this question was going.
I have to talk about what
you
my body be like,
preface
I don't know.
She's about to be like, hey guys, I gotta go. Check out Final Battle at Culwell tomorrow.
Yeah. No, the adrenaline definitely rushes through. Like, I think once my entrance music hits, that's where it all stops. There's a moment before I hit that curtain, before I go out to entertain the masses, where I'm just like, oh my gosh, what am I doing? I'm here again. The nerves set in, the cold chills hit, and then it's like, well, music's hit. All right, it's time to go work. Da-da-da-da-da.
I was always afraid if it didn't happen, something was wrong with me that night or that day. Like, if that feeling.
I think when it doesn't happen, it means you don't care that you're burnt out, right? Which we've all had those days where we're just like, I'm over it. But the beauty of my job is that it changes day to day to day to day. There's always something new. There's always something different. There's always a different porcelain hussy to crush every week, and it's amazing. So, yeah, like, once that music hits, I'm ready to go. Like, game face on.
To be fair, though, you did kind of face your own level of burnout, did you not? Or did you have I don't know what the right feeling is when you bounced before you came to AEW and got involved with Ring of Honor. Did you have that feeling?
A little bit. I felt like I was going through the same circles, but, it's hard to explain without going into, like, super deep detail. But, yeah, like, we all experience burnout. We all experience a lack of emotion at times when it comes to our jobs. But sometimes you have to leave that circle and go on to the next place. And that's exactly what I did.
How scary is that? I imagine, because you were in an ecosystem, I don't want to speak out of turn, is where you probably could have just kept living your life and kept rolling along just fine. How scary is that to be like, I got to take a chance?
It was terrifying, but, like, at the end of the day, I was confident in me. Like, the change in environment was different. Like, and that, I think, was the scariest part, if that makes sense. Like, the switch over was like, okay, I've left the safety of the bubble. Oh no, I'm outside the box. How do I think? What do I do? But, just having confidence in your ability and having confidence in myself. And I think that was the biggest thing for me, is just trying to uplift myself and say, hey, you're worth this. You can do more. You can do what you want to do. And finding this place within Ring of Honor and AEW has been absolutely amazing. And it's made my confidence skyrocket to the point where people think I'm arrogant. It's wild.
I can't imagine. And for people that are curious, the bubble being WWE at the time. I know you knew that, but we have a lot of listeners.
Why did you do that?
We don't have to
we
pretend.
We were all trying to avoid
like
it.
Okay. Oh, no.
Here you are.
She used to be in NXT where she was the champion, and then she was in WWE. Now she's doing something totally different. It's okay. We all know that. We can talk about it.
Do you see people when you're in the ring? Do you see the audience?
I do.
I go on a stage and I'm just like, I don't see anything.
It depends. Like, I don't know. Like, normally signs catch my eye very quickly. Like, I remember wrestling Mercedes Martinez I believe last month for my championship, and there was a sign that had glitter and rhinestones, and it said Mercedes Martinez, and I go, I'm gonna rip that up. So yes, I see people like normally if they have a sign, I'm more drawn to that because I'm like, ooh, what do you have? You know, as a wrestling fan too, I've made my fair share of like wrestling signs, and mine were way worse than the ones I see out here. It was just black Sharpie on poster board, like, yay, I did it, you know? So coming back and like seeing the signs, seeing people, like I always try to find that little kid to mess with. That's my favorite. Like, because I would have loved that as a kid. Just be like, boo, I hate you so much. Give me a high five. No, I hate you, boo.
Or if they come over and tell you to shut up, I would be so happy as a kid.
I love yelling at grown men. It is the funniest thing to me. Like, they're always like, we hate you. And I'm like, you paid to see me. You're here. You know? So it's funny because they get so mad because they don't know how to react to that. They're like, yeah, I did pay to come see you. Yeah.
So when it comes to your career, it says that you liked video games and wrestling as a kid, and you got bullied a little bit for that. Is that correct?
A lot. I'm 5'2". We're gonna say 5'2". It's 5'1.5". Yep. But when I was in middle school, I was pint sized. And I didn't grow till I got out of high school. So I ended up in lockers. Like, I liked comic books. I loved Batman comic books. I loved video games. And like, that was the only thing I was like, I do my schoolwork before I even got home just so I could play the video game in this. And so one day comic books fell out of my bag, and that became a whole, oh, you're a nerd. And I was like, no, Batman's cool. And because I was a woman or a girl at the time, like, that wasn't cool for girls. It was makeup, high heels, and Barbie dolls, volleyball, basketball. That was it.
Right.
You know, and I didn't like any of that stuff. So because I was different, I got thrown in those little half lockers all the time. And there was this awesome friend.
Girls?
Yeah, by girls. Yes, who were way bigger than me. Once again, I was pint size. I think I was like maybe 3'10". Like, I was tiny in middle school, to the point now I went back and I was like, how are you all 6 foot? How did this happen? I wouldn't have survived now. I wouldn't have. But, you know, I got thrown in lockers, and a buddy of mine who we're still friends to this very day, she was a massive wrestling fan, and she introduced me to WWF at the time. And I was like, yo, this is the coolest thing ever. And like, Hurricane was there, so he was a living comic book character, and just all the characters, I just was so drawn to that we made out this game plan in like 7th grade that like, we're gonna be pro wrestlers, this is gonna be us, we're gonna be a tag team, we're gonna be this. And then like, as life happened, I was like, I'm gonna be a wrestler, I'm gonna be the champion, I'm this, because like, we parted ways. Yeah. And it was just one of those things that I just jumped in head first as soon as I could, and voila, forever ROH champ.
It's amazing.
And she's been that champion, Mike, for a year, a little bit more than a year, right?
A year and a couple of days, I think.
And you won it in Texas, in Arlington, where they just had Dynamite last night.
Absolutely.
Obviously you would care about Texas anyway, but how special is it to win the title in Texas and now defend the title in the main event of the show tomorrow night at the Culwell Center in Garland?
It's been a wild ride for sure. I go past the year that I've been just dominating the competition, going from winning the title in front of the hometown, in front of my parents, which meant the world to me because they've been on this wild ride. That was the first phone call when I decided to make the jump from WWE, that I was like, hey. And it was this moment of uncertainty, but to say, hey, I made the right decision for myself, and I got to do that in front of my friends and family, that meant the world to me. And then to come back to Garland, here we are again, we're coming, out of the building that I graduated out of.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's wild.
It's so weird because in Arlington, I actually went to UTA, and I left UTA to pursue pro wrestling. So that was one of those, well, this is weird. I lived across the street. That's my dorm room right there on the corner, huh? You know, and then to come back to Garland, where it was just like, wow, like, I have fond memories. I have not so fond memories, but to come back to Garland, the place that I graduated from, the place that I was like, I'm an adult now, by Garland, and to come back and say, hey guys, you can be something. You know, you can leave Garland. You can do anything that you want. I think that sets a bigger precedent that follow your dreams and do what you want.
Now, people are asking, we all know that the best Garland High School is North Garland High School, but what high school did you go to?
Oh, my gosh. Oh, you just really trying to catch it.
If it helps, my son didn't go there. He went to Garland.
One person from North Garland. It's you. You're the only person I've ever met from North Garland.
That is accurate. I mean, normally it's South Garland. Normally South Garland. I went to Lakeview Centennial. That was our big rival, was South Garland High School. Like, just we wanted to be good at sports. And other than our basketball team, like, we just tried our best.
That means they weren't good.
About 7 years before you were there, you had Derek Dockery on the football team. He was like 7 feet tall. He was a giant. I think he ended up playing for Washington, Kevin. But
I'll look into that. I don't know what to do with that information.
I remember seeing him. I was there one night with my friend, and I was like, that dude is giant. He's going to be in the NFL.
So how many tickets do you possibly have to get when you come back to the Dallas-Fort Worth area for family and friends?
Actually, I was the bad guy this year, and I said buy your own tickets because you deserve to pay to see me.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Of course. No, normally it's just my friends, my family, my husband. That's pretty much it. But like normally I limit it because you should pay to come see me because I'm that damn good.
You say, you threw me in the locker. I'm not giving you a ticket.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, I would so give the bullies a ticket and be like,
yes,
no, ain't nobody here to see you. They're here to see me.
Bring them up into the ring and then just let them have it.
It's wild. I would love to do that just to throw Billy Starks into them. Be like, hey, you remember when you did this to me? No! Or just throw a body into them just for fun.
And Mike, I wanted to throw this out there. I think you will be fascinated by this. Is Athena said she graduated at the Culwell Center. Is your main eventing tomorrow night, final battle at the Curtis Culwell Center against Billy Starks, who just turned 19 and graduated high school this year.
She graduated valedictorian, too.
Oh, that makes me want you to win.
I mean, sorry, we just established that's not an okay thing to do.
Yeah, it's okay to be valedictorian.
Your daughter, yeah, that's right.
It's wild because if you look at her, she started when she was 14 years old, started doing the independent circuit, which is like kind of unheard of now. Like in the aspect of like, whoa, you started really, really young. I started at 18 when I started wrestling, and I'm a lovely 22. Not 22, but we're gonna say that. But yeah, like, and now she's going and doing full college courses while also traveling full time wrestling. Like, that is insane to me because I tried to balance that and I couldn't. And I graduated top 10% of my high school, you know, to sit there and say, hey, I'm the smartest person out of my school and I am acing, made straight A's her first semester of college while being 18 years old. I did not have the attention span for that.
Well, I know you said you're 22, but I guess you're 23 or 24.
Yeah, we can add some more years.
When young women come into the profession, how much do you try to help them?
I feel like it's a wild shift for them, right? Because I've been doing this almost 20 years. That's why I said we're still 22.
You started when you were 3 or 4. It's amazing.
Yeah. You know, I am a legend. You know, when women come into the profession, like, it's a lot and it can be very overwhelming because there are so many intricate parts to what we do, not just on TV, but the independent circuit of like how to act, how to dress, who you can talk to, who you shouldn't talk to. And like, I try to help as many as I can, like to the point where I run a wrestling school in town, you know, in Bedford, Texas. So it's wild to me sometimes to see like how talented these girls are at such a young age. Like you have women like Sky Blue.
Yeah.
Not only Billy Starks, like I feel like I'm missing some Julia Hart, like these women who is our TBS champion. You have these women that are so young that are dominated because they are so confident in their abilities, and it's absolutely amazing to see across the board. So it's not even me like helping them; it's more me saying, "Hey, this is the way. Here's the guidelines. Stay between these and do your own thing." But honestly, if I wasn't there, they'd be doing just fine without me.
Can you stick around for another segment?
I guess.
Okay, appreciate that.
I guess.
And we're going to get you involved in some of our other shenanigans and nonsense. Coming up next, how do you feel about re-gifting? Plus, we'll talk more about Final Battle with the Ring of Honor World Women's Champion Athena. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The U.S. Leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
With her own finishing move, she's looking for the star 10 on the title. Oh, God. And will that be a preview of what we see Friday, December 15th?
That was a highlight of no good Athena trying to do nefarious bad guy tactics.
I did nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong.
She hit me first. I do want to say that.
She's in studio with us. She will main event Final Battle tomorrow, Curtis Colwell Center in Garland against Billy Starks. People have been asking. You can go to AEW Tix, that's TIX.com. If you want to buy tickets, you can watch it on, Tony Khan just announced this, on Honor Club for Ring of Honor if you pick up their streaming service. So we've got Athena with us. I was curious. I know you've been through this before, but what's it like when they come to you and say, you're the main event?
So the first time I thought he was joking. Because it's kind of been unheard of in AEW or ROH that there was a female pay-per-view. So I was the first ever woman, along with Willow Nightingale, who's absolutely amazing. And I love to kick her in the face. So beautiful. She just...
I knew you would like her, Mike. I knew you would like her.
It's like...
I love the hill.
Mary Poppins with like some really cool dance music. And then it's just like, I just want to put negativity in her day with my foot. It's amazing. But yeah, like the first time that Tony Khan told us that we were main eventing, I was just like, what? What? No, you're not serious, right? And then this time he's like, of course you're going to be the main event champ. And I was like, yay! It's weird because I never expect those things to happen, and to have a boss that believes in me and believes that I can deliver is really awesome.
Now, you just heard Mike, because when I took him to his first wrestling event in forever, it was several years ago, AEW Winter's Coming, where they had the 1 hour title match that went to a draw. And he asked me in the middle of it, hey, do matches always go this long? And I said, this is actually pretty rare what you're seeing right now. But he instantly gravitated towards people like MJF at the time. The heel or the bad guy is, I knew he would like you. Not to, I'm sorry.
I am not a bad guy. I took Billy Starks under my wing. She turned on me. I gave her a prestigious academy to learn from the absolute best. And you know what she did? In the middle of someone else's graduation ceremony, she threw me into a barricade. She threw the first blow. I just finished it. That's it.
She's the Skandar Akbar of this.
Well, you know, I was trained by Skandar Akbar.
Yes. That's why I brought that up.
I love Skandar. R.I.P.
And I've been watching a lot of WCCW wrestling, getting ready for the Iron Claw movie.
Nice.
So obviously Skandar Akbar's in some of that action.
He is featured in that movie as well. I got a chance to see it a couple weeks ago.
Oh, that's awesome.
It was really cool. I got to go to the world premiere, so Kevin and his sons were there. There were a lot of really cool people out there. It is, like I've said, my wife loved it. It made her cry. If you're a hardcore wrestling fan, the timeline might hurt your brain just a little bit, but other than that, it's very enjoyable.
Do you have a all wrestling Mount Rushmore in your mind?
I don't, because like wrestling is just evolved so much over the time. For me to limit it to 4 people is not fair, because I'm a firm believer you won't have The Rock without Stone Cold. You won't have Andre without Hulk, you know, and there are many, many more like big match feuds that we could talk about. But at the end of the day, it's like, you know, you can't have one without the other. So like you would have like 20 on there if they were mine. But I love the post-Attitude Era. Like that is my Mount Rushmore. There were so many amazing characters and such diversity. It was a little bit raunchy, but it was just really fun across the board.
Now you talked about, so who were the people you were making the signs for or against back in the day?
Against is what I really want to know. Yeah.
I loved Eddie Guerrero, and I had a Lie, Cheat, Steal sign, and we never got to go to the shows, so my mom would like drive me to the parking lot, so I'd be one of those kids in the parking lot holding the sign and stuff. But it was really cool just to be able to see them walk by, and I was like, whoa, they're so much bigger in real life. And I remember there was a time where Dad tried to call into the radio station and get tickets to meet The Rock for like a VIP meet and greet that we didn't even get the dial tone.
right.
It happens. See, all the listeners out there, it happens. Sometimes you don't even get that.
But yeah, I loved Eddie Guerrero. I loved Hurricane. I loved Crash Holly. I loved Stephanie McMahon because I thought it was so cool to have the $1 billion princess. Like, there were just too many people at that time. Taka Michinoku. Like, I could really just go on, but that whole like post Attitude Era, like that was my jam. Right to Censor. I can't say enough great things about Right
the way
to
they
Censor.
pivoted Val Venus is amazing. That's right, Corey. We're going there.
We're going. We went so hard.
How much does that influence your interactions with fans? The fact that you were that fan going through that. How does that influence you?
I try to be like, there are times where like 4 a.m. is a little much for me and I'm very quiet, but like normally to say hello, how are you, give a handshake. Like normally for kids, I will stop and do anything for a kid because I remember how important that was to me. Just meeting like some of those guys that took like 2 minutes out of their day to just say, hey kid, how are you? And I'm like, oh, you know, like having a moment of just like utter like awe of like seeing this larger than life character that was on TV. So I try to take as much time as I can without getting mobbed sometimes.
Right.
But like for the kids, I always stop. I'll always stop to take a photo. Like I don't really sign stuff anymore because of hecklers and them selling stuff online. But like I will always take time for a photo and like a 2-minute conversation.
Do you have a move that you wish you had come up with?
My actual finish, I did not create. A buddy of mine, my old roommate, actually created it. Yeah, which is wild because a condition of him teaching it to me was for me to say, Gigolo James Johnson created the O-face, formerly known as the Eclipse. So that is what I always have to say, which he has a wild name. He's actually going to pop because he lives in Irving.
Awesome.
So hopefully he's listening right now. But yeah, that is the one thing I wish I actually created out of my moveset to just be like, hey, I'm that cool.
That is awesome.
And I know it's been a while, but NXT Brooklyn 3, that kick out by Asuka on the Eclipse was just heart-stopping. It was amazing.
It hurt my soul a little bit, but you know, out of anyone between Willow Nightingale and Asuka, those are probably my two biggest rivalries out of my entire career. And like, honestly, me and Asuka still talk. We're bitter frenemies, I guess. Like,
right.
She'll send me texts about her arcade that she's building in Japan, and I'm like just sitting here like, could you just send that Time Crisis 3 to my house? How did you find the full machine with the pedals, girl? So like she's still a really good friend of mine to this day. We started both on the independent circuit together, but like those are the only two people on TV that have kicked out of the O-face was Willow Nightingale and Asuka.
Is that weird, the perception? Because we actually, it's a different level, but we go through that in radio as people leave and go to another station. People assume you're now bitter enemies, and that is not always the case at all.
I think across the board, like, we've all done this grind together. We started from the indies. We found success in different places. Like, we're always happy for each other. You know, like, some of us are friends. Some of us hate each other. But that's just life. You're not going to like everyone you work with. You're not going to love your coworkers at times. Sometimes you want to punch them in the face and be like, hey, can I get away with this without going to jail? Yeah. I think that every day I go to work. There are plenty of people in my locker room that I'm like, oh man, can I get away? Can I get away with this?
So we know you're really busy. When it comes holiday season, do you have to just say, hey, here's an autograph photo of me? This is all I have time for.
That's what Mike would do.
So it's bad because my uncle, who lives in Henderson, Texas, he's had one of my very original 8x10s in his barber shop. Cool. And my mom this year was like, could you just please get him a new autograph photo? Because it's like torn up and dusty from all the dirt that comes through because it's East Texas. There's nothing around. So that is his Christmas present this year. But normally I try to just shop early. So I start Christmas in September. I was done before Thanksgiving.
Wow.
Smart.
Mm-hmm.
So don't change your mind about what you want. It's already locked in.
It's already.
You sound like you're really scheduled. You're really successful, and you're also really scheduled because usually it gets to be December 23rd, and I'm like, oh crap.
I mean,
for like a few people, not like for maybe the closest people, but it's like, you remember we're going to Aunt whoever's house, and you're just like, oh, we are. Is there a gift exchange at this one?
I got to go get some cashews.
You would like this. So normally, like, we schedule out the list, and normally before Black Friday, like right before Black Friday hits, normally like September, October is where the best deals are every single year. And I buy electronics, so I can tell you guys this, right?
Okay.
Post Labor Day and that Halloween, that is the time to buy gifts. So I get like all my pre-orders, all my custom orders and stuff done, so it's in the house by November. Anyone that was not on that list, y'all get a magical Amazon gift card.
There you go.
And so I buy them in bulk because whatever I don't use, I just load onto my account. And so when we go to the party where they're like, oh my God, I got you that. And you're like, girl, I got you $25 on Amazon. Ooh. So like
Mike, you just changed your life right there.
So you pre-order for your loved ones, your close ones, and then you gift card it.
Yeah.
You know, you just have a spare.
There's been plenty of times we stopped by a grocery store on the way to a party and got the gift card.
You get them, but here's the beautiful part about it, right? You get like the gift wrapped ones,
Mhm.
so it looks like you tried.
Planned it out.
See,
Time.
See, like,
Special
hey,
little box
I
and
know you
everything.
like Starbucks, girl. I know you like that white chocolate mocha with soy milk, girl. I got you 15 for Starbucks right there, and it has your name on it. I wrapped it and put a bow.
Always thinking about it.
Absolutely. AEW's takeover and Ring of Honor's takeover of the Metroplex continues. Dynamite last night in Arlington. Tomorrow night, final battle at the Curtis Colwell Center in Garland. The next night, Collision at the same space. You can go to AEW Tix, that's TIX.com, if you want to grab tickets. And if they want to see Athena, I was curious, what would you tell people if they're like, hey, maybe I've never been to wrestling or I've been to WWE. Why should I come check this out?
Why should you come check it out? I'm here.
Good
Duh,
point. It's a good
Garland
point.
native.
It's a
I'm
good point.
born and raised. No. In all serious though, like Ring of Honor brings something to the table that no other company does. We are pure wrestling. From beginning to end, you're going to be jaw drop. We got Vikingo versus Black Taurus, which if you love lucha, I guarantee you will not be disappointed. These guys do just some of the most phenomenal stuff that you think belongs on a trampoline in some kind of way, walk away unscathed. Like we have a trios match with Brian Danielson, FTR. Look, when you switch the names around, like dyslexia comes in for me, but I've always known him as Brian, but he's one of the best in the world. We're doing a tribute to Jay Briscoe, who we lost. So that'll be absolutely amazing. But you're going to have me. That's the most important,
the most popular person
part.
ever from
like,
Garland.
Most important, right? You have me, who
face,
does
Liam,
a diving stunner from the top rope, who's willing to take all the risk. And now I got to teach this 19-year-old kid how life works.
Yeah.
If you've ever wanted to smack a young kid in the face, that is why you come and see Ring of Honor, because I will do it for you. And it's all legal because she signed the paperwork, y'all.
Yeah. She signed up for it.
After you kick her, when she's down on the ground, you yell at her, how did that taste?
Mike is clearly on your side.
I think I need Mike to escort me to the ring
that
at
would
this
be
point.
amazing. Ladies and
I'll
gentlemen.
be the Percy Pringle.
Yes, you could. Yes, you could. Some deep wrestling cuts right here today.
Love it.
Athena, final battle at the Curtis Colwell Center tomorrow. Collision on Saturday, AEWTix.com. Thank you very, very much for coming up here in person.
No, thanks for having me. This was fun.
Coming up next, the magic of the Derek Lively triple-double. Plus, I feel like we need to talk about Draymond Green. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We should hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy in just a little bit. But first, we need to talk some more about Draymond Green. We got the news last night that he is indefinitely suspended, and apparently this was all cleared through the Players Association because his agent, the commissioner, multiple people were in on this discussion. So it sounds like this suspension is not going to be challenged, at least for now, by the Players Association. But Mike, you called me last night with an interesting comparison. We're going to go to cut number 7. This is Charles Barkley kind of talking about maybe the reason why he lashed out and sort of suggesting that as a possible reason for some of Draymond's recent issues.
Dan, I started doing stupid stuff when I couldn't play anymore. It was very frustrating. My last 2 years with the Rockets, I sucked as a player. I actually hit Othello Harrington. Nobody knows about it. Othello Harrington, I hit him in practice because he was working so hard and there was nothing I could do about it. So I threw him down. And Rudy Tom Johnson, who I really respect, is we're gonna vote and you're not gonna play. And I was humiliated, but it was because I couldn't play anymore. So I was playing dirty.
So I heard that
That's
last
amazing
night.
insight.
It is a great, it was like a 6 or 7 minute part where obviously he was on with Dan Patrick longer than that and talked a whole bunch of other things. But I thought, wow, that was really interesting that I've never heard Charles talk about how bad of a player he was in Houston, because he was. Scottie Pippen hated him because of that. Scottie went there to play with Olajuwon and Drexler and Barkley. It was a dream team situation of like, hey, I know that Olajuwon wasn't on the 92 Dream Team, but let's get 4 Dream Teamers pretty much together near the end of their career, but we still have something left, and all 4 of us together can maybe win a championship. And Pippen hated Barkley because he was fat, he was lazy, he wasn't good, and I had to get out of that situation, and I thought I was going to a good situation. But Barkley's never kind of talked about himself in Houston and how horrible of a player he was, and here he is saying, I did a whole bunch of stupid things because I couldn't play anymore. And he's like, that's what Draymond's doing. Draymond's doing a whole bunch of stupid things these last few years. Why? Because he can't play at the level he used to play at anymore.
Yeah, it's like when you see an offensive lineman reach and grab and hold and you know they're done. Or you see a quarterback duck.
Or they start tripping, right? They start doing dirty things. Like, I'll just use a trip technique here that I hope the ref doesn't see.
Yeah, quarterback, whenever he just throw and duck. You can see they're doing different things than they were whenever they were younger that they wouldn't have done then. And that's where Draymond is, and that's why this suspension has to be so much more, because you can't have that, dude. You can't have guys going on the court going, I don't even want to play against this guy tonight because he's going to get me injured.
And I guess supposedly last night, or perhaps more today, they're going through what those conditions will be. And even Kevin Durant last night was speaking out about, like, that's not the guy I remember playing with, but he needs to go get some help. And so counseling is going to be part of it. I know.
I guess counseling could help with his anger.
Yeah.
But it's not going to help with his game. Look, he was drafted a long time ago. He was drafted in the Jay Crowder draft. Because I remember after Jay Crowder and Bernard James, great pick there, taking a 40-year-old center in the second round. The next pick was Draymond Green. And so that's how long ago it was. If you go back to when Jay Crowder was drafted in the NBA, he was a decent player for the Mavs, and it led to the Rajon Rondo trade. That's when he was drafted. His career's coming to a close, and he was always an undersized guy, and undersized guys' careers die quicker than usual normal-sized guys at their position. Draymond Green is a 6'6", 6'7" kind of center almost. And so his career is coming to a close, and I agree with Barkley. Like, I think Barkley is giving great insight. He's like, dude, I was a 6'4" power forward. My career ended pretty quickly because I couldn't do those things at my size anymore. And Draymond can't do it anymore. His career is coming to a close, and so he's becoming an a-hole in every which way as a teammate, especially as a teammate, but then against other teams, other players too. He's not afraid to end a person's season because he can't play anymore.
Now, in terms of, I have a twofold question for you. How long, I know this is big time speculation here. How long do you think it will end up being before he comes back? And how much trouble are the Warriors in? Because supposedly Klay Thompson's not happy because he didn't get his extension.
Yeah.
Well, when you watch him play, you see why he didn't get that extension. That team is already expensive as hell, and they're 2-5, or I believe now 3-5 without Draymond. That team, the Warriors, feel like they're in a lot of trouble.
I think they are. I don't think they're going to make – they definitely won't make the top 6 spots.
Okay, yeah.
Because I call that the real playoffs.
Sure.
I struggle to even see them making 7 through 10, to be honest. I think what they did in 2021 to win one more championship, I have that year, right? Or 22. I'm sorry, 22. Because that's the year they beat the Mavs in the Western Conference Finals. That's amazing that they got one more title out of the Steph Curry-led team. And they did it without Kevin Durant, after Durant left. So that's amazing to me.
And they were talking about wanting 2-3 more after that. They were like, we want to win a few more rings before we're done.
It looked like with the draft picks that they had, they drafted with the number 2 overall pick, James Wiseman, who they thought, we have a 7-footer to help us out for the next decade. Whoops. And we have Kuminga, and we have Moody Moses from Draymond Green.
It's just Moses Moody. That was all it was.
I don't
Kendrick
know exactly
Perkins.
what all those extra letters
Kendrick
were.
Perkins did that for 17 seconds on the NBA draft. So.
But that wasn't the one that he thought got like 6 inches taller in the summer, was it?
I think Kuminga did that.
Okay.
But Moosey, I think, and then it ended up like he couldn't get it right. Moses Moody, yes. I know who his name is. Just wanted to make fun of Kendrick Perkins there. But looking at Draymond Green, I'm looking at they're not going to let him play on Christmas. So if you look at that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That would be the 7th game.
Okay.
So they have 6 games leading up to Christmas Day at Denver. They're not going to allow him to screw up Christmas Day by trying to blow out Jokic's knee or something, or kick him in the nuts like he did LeBron in the NBA Finals. So he did.
There have been a lot of other ones too.
Even when he was a great player, and he really was great. I mean, he was a key part. Obviously, Curry and Durant were always the best, but he was a key part of their dynasty. But it's over for him. And unfortunately for Golden State, they have more years on this thing. I think they have 3 more years on his contract. Yikes. So it's not like they can get rid of him anytime soon. And I always thought, before hearing Charles Barkley, I thought, what if they're going to give him away? What if you could trade, and I'm just throwing this out, and I would say no to it because of what Barkley said, because I think Barkley's giving us insight. His career's over, and Draymond actually in the back of his mind knows his career's over, is what if you could trade Tim Hardaway Jr., because they're like, we're just giving up, because their salaries aren't too far off. What if you could just trade Tim Hardaway Jr., who you have an influx of guards, for Draymond Green, who could help you in – I wouldn't do it now. Yeah, because I think you're getting a washed-up player who has a horrible attitude and who's not afraid to ruin your season to just not show himself up.
I'd be more concerned about the rest of the Mavericks in that situation, because this is a guy, like you're saying, physically can't do the things that he wants to do. So when he wants to establish who he is in that locker room, he's probably going to take it out on somebody else rather than saying, I got to look into me more. And that's not what this team needs right now. You don't need a dude that's coming in here trying to say, hey, I'm the big dog in the room, when you already have a couple guys that have staked that claim.
It's amazing to see how spectacularly it feels like this Warriors team is going to crumble, because Draymond's suspension, we just talked about the unhappiness of Klay. And I feel like Steph has still been playing pretty well.
Yeah.
And so he's still clearly a usable piece somewhere, but he ain't going to go anywhere with Golden State. At least it doesn't feel that.
He might Dirk Nowitzki his career, right? Where he's like, I understand I'm not going to win
I
anymore.
won the championship.
I understand I'm going to be on a rebuilding team, and probably we're never going to go anywhere the rest of my career, but I want to be a Warrior my whole career. And I would get that from Steph.
If we could stick with basketball, I wanted to throw something out, if we can, is the magic of the Derek Lively double-double. So I was looking,
because you said triple-double, and I was
like, did I? I'm sorry.
And
I meant double-double.
I must have missed that game.
I mean, it feels like that would be pretty magical.
He got close, right?
Yeah.
Didn't he get 7 blocks in one game?
I think so. So that would be pretty magical if he got a triple-double. But no, more specifically, the double-double is He is the third rookie in Mavericks history to record multiple 15-15 games. So that's lovely. But
who was the other?
Oh, I feel like Roy Tarpley is probably on that list, and Dirk.
You think Luka's in there?
Oh, yeah.
As a rookie, I don't think Dirk did that, right?
Yeah, I guess probably not. And if it's 15-15, but
Maybe
it can
Kid
be
did
assists,
it. Yeah.
maybe.
Kid might have done that with assist.
But when he gets the double-double is when he scores in double figures. There's two different ways to look at this. It's been amazing, the correlation between the Mavericks winning. When he scores in double figures, the Mavericks are 8-1. And when he gets a double-double, they're 3-1. So it's not.
So he needs more double doubles.
Well,
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Can I throw this out there?
Sure.
Don't you think it's probably to get that number, 10-10, he has to stay out of foul trouble, which means he can be on the court for 24 to 30 minutes? Because when he's in foul trouble, you have to go to a non-NBA basketball player. I hate saying that, but he isn't. You have to then put a guy who's a hustler who kind of shouldn't be playing on an NBA basketball team in Dwight Powell. And that really hurts the Dallas Mavericks. So if he can stay out of foul trouble and he can eat up 30 minutes at that position and you only have 18 minutes of whether it's Rashawn Holmes, who I do like more than Dwight Powell. I don't think he's a lot better than Dwight Powell, but that leaves only 18 minutes where you're going somewhat centerless.
And I think the last 6 games you've seen, maybe not all the way, definitely not all the way, but a move towards that. In the last 6 games, Derek Lively, 11.3 points per game, 9.7 rebounds per game, 2.8 blocks per game, and he's shooting 79% from the field.
I know you probably don't have this. Do you have minutes? Is it close to 30 minutes? I'm assuming.
Yeah, actually, I can tell you that. Is this month, in the last 6 minutes, he is averaging 30 minutes on the dot.
In the last 6 games?
Yes. And so, like we said, they're moving closer to it. And by the way, not more than 4 fouls in any of those games.
Yeah.
I realize you'd love it if you could sit around the 3 area, but considering how many games he had where he had 5 fouls, or he had a number of fouls that was prohibitive early in the game, you can end with 3 fouls, but if you get 3 fouls in the first 8 minutes, that's not helpful.
In the first minute when LeBron James drew a cheapie on him for just dribbling the ball up the court, 2 dribbles, and kind of ran into Lively. I was like, oh, crap, we really need Lively to stay out of foul trouble. And LeBron knows it, and he drew a Lively foul 1 minute into the game, just dribbling up the court. I was like, but Lively did a great job. I'll tell you what, his maturity and IQ are way more than I thought it could be at this level so far.
Yeah, that's important for the Mavericks to continue adding players that have that ability to do that too. Have the IQ that Jason Kidd has is off the charts. The IQ that Luka has, even Kyrie, off the charts. And if they can be a smart team, he can learn a lot more along the way. Like that foul that LeBron went to go seek him on. He can learn how to avoid those things.
I know they're a little bit different. I just mentioned James Wiseman for a second, who's in Detroit. I mean, his career sucks.
So does Detroit.
Yeah.
No kidding. We'll talk about them later.
He's part of that because they were hoping that he could do something. He just doesn't have the IQ to play at this level. He does have the body. He has the ability. He just doesn't have the IQ. Where Derek Lively, we are worried a little bit about the body, and the body can keep getting a little bit better. He's only 19. Just think about what Evan Carter's body is going to look different, and he's 21 than when we see him at 25 or 26. I just think what's impressive to me is Derek Lively is already getting a lot of things that usually guys don't get till their 3rd or 4th year in the NBA when you're that kind of tall and lanky type of guy.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's going to be time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick, unless Coach McCarthy decides to interrupt you.
Well, hopefully he doesn't. Let's talk about, I know this sounds a little bit boring, but I think it won't be. Let's talk about the backup catcher situation.
Fan invites you to raise your hand and help support the North Texas Food Bank with 105.3 The Fan's first annual virtual food drive.
1 in 8 persons in North Texas are food insecure. Dallas County is 6th in the nation for food insecure persons and 4th highest regarding children who may go hungry. This reaches across the area where families are forced to choose between feeding their family and other necessities.
Raise your hand and donate to the North Texas Food Bank's first annual virtual food drive right now at 1053thefan.com/raise your hand.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
2-1. Here's the pitch. Bregman swings. It's a high drive to deep left field. Coming back is Carter. He's on the track. He's at the wall. He leaps, and he makes the catch at the 366 sign. Altuve all the way down to second base, returns to first. Another tremendous play by Evan Carter in front of the garage door in left field.
K&C masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, as Mike has got his Evan Carter cards up with him here today. It's time with Baseball Nuggets with the aforementioned Mike Bassett.
All right, it's interesting. I didn't know we were going to play that highlight, but I have a couple of Evan Carter cards that I have a lot of shops that I like and that we go to. Obviously, there's one that I have to go to court with that I don't really like too much.
I can say who that is whenever you want.
But I'm going to go to Sappy's today and take those
they're
cards.
Good. They're
great.
very good.
I love those guys. So anyways, I wanted to talk a little bit about a topic that some people might not care about right now, but I do, and that's backup catcher. Backup catcher is a very important position. Now, maybe it's because I'm a former pitcher. If you didn't know it, deal with it. You know, I'm a big-time major leaguer who won 10 whole games in the major leagues with a 5-something ERA. So how that happened, I don't know, but I got 10 wins out of it. So Austin Hedges, you know, what did you call him, Corey, the butt man? Because he put stuff on his butt.
I never called him the butt man, but that is the legend is that he wore his jock strap walking down the hall to the hitters meetings, and he would have a number written on his butt.
Yeah.
But I never
how many wins they needed or something.
How many wins they needed to win the World Series.
Yeah, and it worked out.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
They did it.
Can you imagine if, like, I don't know, Woolchuck. Let's say Woolchuck just decides, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm walking around in a jock strap today.
He'd have to do it in white marker because of all the hair the butt hair.
Austin Hedges was a vibe in the club. Right. He was a vibe in the clubhouse, and I think he was helpful to Jonah throughout the process too.
Yes, and Austin Hedges signed with the Cleveland Guardians a 1-year, $4 million contract.
He got $4 million?
Is it amazing how much money players get being part of a championship team and they hit free agency immediately?
Because it's like, hey, he's got to know something. You know, there's something that he knows.
He has
he's
the magic.
At a veteran presence.
They traded for Austin Hedges, and he was part of that championship run. He has that championship attitude, the championship mantra. Like he's going to help us out. I do think the Royals had such a bad season last year. The Royals weren't predicted to be that bad last year. They were predicted to not win the division, but they were like, hey, I think they might be able to compete at a 500 level. And I think they won 58 games
you demoralized them in the parking lot that one day.
And so they went out and signed Will Smith and Chris Stratton. And I think part of the reason they gave $8.5 million next year to those two relief pitchers is they know what it takes to win. Not that they're going to lead us to wins, but they're going to have the winning attitude that our young guys need to feed off of. And for Cleveland, I think Austin Hedges gets, if the Rangers don't trade for him, I'm just wondering, does he get $4 million?
No.
I don't think he does. I think he's maybe like $1.5, $2 million, but it's like we will pay an extra $1 million or $2 million to have that championship catcher in our room.
Which I understand. And I mean, outside of just what he did on the field, my God, how important did he feel for this team all throughout the playoffs?
Yeah, and it just goes to show. I loved his quote. I will always use this quote, especially with kids, when he said, I'm sorry I'm drawing a blank on the player that told him this. I'll remember it probably after the show's over, but said, hey, we all go through slumps, but you can always be a great teammate. And he's like, my whole career has been a slump, so I've decided to be a great teammate. So I just thought that was awesome from Hedgie.
My whole
career. He is a great
has been
teammate.
a slump.
Yeah. So the Rangers have to look for a backup catcher right now. Garver is a free agent. I know Garver's looking for more of a probably like a 50-50 split behind home plate.
Okay.
Instead of just being more of a designated hitter. I hope that the Rangers bring back Mitch Garver. I think he can be a guy who catches 25% of the games. Maybe the Rangers don't want that because he does deal with injuries. He is a guy that his durability is in question, but I do think he's a positive hitter, a positive player, a guy that I'd love to have back. I don't know if he's coming back because if Austin Hedges got $4 million and you look at what Mitch Garver did when Jonah Heim was hurt, you look at what Mitch Garver did in the playoffs, isn't that $10 million a year?
Yes, I think
so.
It is.
Do the Rangers want to give a 2-year, $20 million contract to a backup catcher who would also play DH? Let's say he's a backup catcher for 25% of your games and he's a DH for 50% of the games, so he's playing 75% of the games. I just don't think that the Rangers are going to have a budget of $10 million a year for a backup catcher who plays DH
not.
some.
Yeah, especially if you have interest in having other people at that DH spot at sometimes too,
Right.
you know.
So I don't know what the Rangers are going to do backup catcher wise. I did ask somebody about Sam Huff because 3 years ago he was a major prospect. He was at the Futures game, and I believe he hit a home run in the Futures game like in 2019, if I have my years right. And it was like, dude, this Sam Huff could really be an everyday power hitting catcher. I don't think the Rangers have in their plans for Sam Huff to be the backup catcher in 2024.
Does that mean then that he is probably not in their plans at all, or is that not necessarily?
I think it's a good question. If they don't believe he's a catcher, I don't know what they believe he is.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you'd have to move him to first base, right? Or DH. Do they believe he's a guy who can bat, let's say, 245 with 25 to 30 home runs and a 325 to 350 on base?
Okay.
That would be a stretch.
Not to step on you there, though, but if that's the case, why don't you go Foscue at just DH if that was going to be the case? I'm not trying to go against Sam Huff, but to your point, I just don't know how that fits.
I'm glad you bring up Foscue in this situation. Obviously, I have a card right here with Justin Foscue, who was the first round pick of the Evan Carter draft, and Evan Carter was the second pick, or the second round pick of the Texas Rangers in the 2020 draft. Foscue, from what I understand, is a DH and almost a DH only, especially in the Rangers organization. He was drafted as a second baseman out of Mississippi State, 14th overall pick, and he really hasn't been able to develop another position.
Yeah.
Well, you have Marcus Semien, who played all 162 games last year and does that on a consistent basis. Ezekiel Duran is a good defensive second baseman, and Josh Smith is probably even a better defensive second baseman than Ezekiel Duran is. So in your organization, Foscue is at best your fourth best second baseman, and that's kind of the only position he can play.
Yeah.
That makes it very tough. I don't think he can play third. I don't think, from what I understand, I don't think he might kind of go into that Nick Solak kind of defensive situation. You can put him in left field, but it becomes very dangerous if some plays need to be made out there because he's not really an outfielder or has developed it all into an outfielder. I asked about moving to first base, but then you start looking at his offensive numbers and go, offensively,
he's not better than Lowe. I mean, he's not better than what you're getting from Lowe right now.
Yeah, so I don't know. I do think for Foscue, from what I understand, this is Foscue's time to either be a Ranger or time to get traded. Like it's time for Foscue as a college draft pick in 2020. Now that it's 2024, either he is a major leaguer on your team or he isn't. And if he isn't, you need to trade him to get value out of him now because he has a window for another team where you can send him up and down. You can develop him into a second baseman for yourself. So Foscue, the Rangers are in a little bit of a situation with Foscue going, hey, he either needs to be on our team or he needs to be on somebody else's team, and we need to get value out of him.
If I told you I think he's more likely to not be on the Rangers then, under that scenario you described, than to be on the Rangers.
Okay. I would lean towards probably they need to look to trade him more. But I think right now, as free agency isn't playing out great for the Rangers, there's still a lot of free agency left.
A lot of free agents out there.
A lot of free agents. A lot of free agency left. Is that Foscue And I know that they won't do this, and he probably was like, I don't want to. Most people don't want to. Is you have a backup catcher situation, and I know he can't do this in 1 year. But if you keep Foscue, if you try to move him for a relief pitcher or in a package for a starting pitcher, and it just doesn't seem like you can get the value you believe he has.
Trade him for Austin Hedges.
No.
What? Oh, okay.
You say, you know what? You're going to catch every third day in Round Rock. You're going to figure out how to catch or not figure out how to catch.
This is your only option.
And this is your only option to be on the Texas Rangers. Because we don't see obviously our infield is set. Josh Young is our third baseman for the next 5 years. And Simeon has, I believe, 5 years left on his contract. Yes. And Seager has, and he's not a shortstop at all, but 7 or 8 years on his contract. So this is it. You either figure out how to be a catcher or we don't know if you'll ever be a major leaguer. And that I'm throwing that out there because you brought up Foscue and I don't know what to do with him.
How attached do you think Foscue feels to the Rangers since he hasn't played with the Rangers yet? Like, I get that they drafted him. He's developed it. Okay.
Like Mike, just the mentality of you guys.
Right.
I think he just wants his opportunity.
Yeah.
He would love for it to happen here. And this is just my perspective.
Because he got drafted by him. They gave him millions. I don't know, like $4 million, I'm assuming, at about the 14th overall pick.
But he just wants, just think about, Kevin, just think about us. We were a weekend show. We were a night show. We wanted a chance. And at some point, we're like, when is that going to really happen? And we were happy that it happened here. But you have to
think about things.
I just want my shot.
He sees what's in front of him. He wants to be a Texas Ranger. That's who drafted him. But at the same time, he also sees what's in front of him with Ezekiel Duran and Josh Smith and obviously Marcus Simeon and his maybe lack of. This is tough because he's a very talented hitter. But maybe
not the best fielder.
But maybe his
not that most athletic fielder.
Yes, maybe his lack of ability to go to left field, right field, third base, first base, whatever it is. I don't, I'd have to ask more questions about Foscue. That's where I would be like, dude, what if I put on the gear? Austin Hedges just got $4 million and he can't hit at all. He just can't hit, but he can catch. Now Foscue would be a little bit opposite, but guess what? Austin Hedges' timeline of his life and playing in the major leagues is honestly perfect because I think 2 to 3 years from now, we're going to have an automated strike zone, which means it doesn't matter how you catch the ball.
Yeah.
You just need to catch it. There's nothing you can do to frame the pitch. The computer calls the ball or strike. You cannot steal a strike. You cannot make a strike a ball. The computer tells us if it's a strike or ball. You are going to have a good enough arm to throw to second base. You're going to have to be quick with your feet. Well, if he was a second baseman, maybe his feet, I know we tried it with Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, and it didn't work out too well. And he's a very athletic guy who is able to play a lot of different positions. I just wonder with a guy like Foscue, Jose Trevino was never a catcher. No, guess what? You're going to catch. And he's like, I'm going to do what? And Jose Trevino is a great catcher, like defensive catcher. He's obviously a good offensive catcher 2 years ago or a year ago, if you take out, last year, is he made the All-Star team. I'm just wondering about Foscue. I know backup catcher is a situation where we probably need to look at names that we barely know. Obviously, I don't want Candy Maldonado. I can't remember if he signed somewhere else or not.
Even now, he still doesn't get his first name.
Oh, he's horrible. Martin Maldonado. There's no way you put him on this team after what he did. He tried to.
Yeah. I get it.
He was the main guy that started stuff. But you're going to have to look into that kind of pile of players and go, we either need to sign one of those guys. Maybe Mitch Garver is who I want back. So I'm done. Is that how you end the segment?
That's an excellent ending right there.
Thanks.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Wanted to remind you, 1053thefan.com/raise your hand. The station is raising money for the North Texas Food Bank.
Mike, you don't have to raise two hands.
It's a 3-day food drive that goes through tomorrow. So 1053thefan.com/raise your hand for North Texas Food Bank. If you want to donate some money there, excellent charity, excellent cause. Coming up next, let's talk some more about those high school football state championships, and we will check in with our Dallas Cowboys Insider, Mickey Spagnola. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Before we do that.
segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Rigdon downfield, the catch and the walk-off touchdown to end the 1A Division II state championship. Grayson Rigdon to Keegan Hayes, and the Benjamin Mustangs are back-to-back UIL six-man Division II state champions.
We will talk a little bit more about the plethora of state championship games going down at AT&T Stadium yesterday, today, tomorrow, and Saturday. But before we get to that, let's talk with the man who knows all the things about the pro team that plays at AT&T Stadium. It is our Dallas Cowboys Insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. How's it going?
Good, good, good. Did you learn anything, or did you think anything was particularly relevant in Mike McCarthy's presser today?
Did you know they have a chance to clinch the division playoff spot?
Whew, I thought you were
with
breaking some news there. I did. I wasn't going to beat you down with that or the fact that there's 12 other ways they can clinch a playoff spot.
Yeah, let's just take the easy one.
Okay.
Right?
Let's read them one at a time.
Just win, right?
Yeah, no, there's a whole lot of them. Yeah, I'm sorry. There's 13 other scenarios in which they could clinch besides just winning.
Yeah, the rest of it just gives you a tired head, right?
It does.
Name
yeah.
them all.
I just wanted to make sure you didn't jump the gun, you know?
Oh, well, I
Kevin
think
has already announced them
this,
in the playoffs.
This list is irrelevant. You could lose the rest of your games, and I guarantee you the Cowboys would make the playoffs. You don't think I'm wrong, do you, Mickey?
No, I think you got that one right.
Okay.
You guarantee it.
Guarantee.
Guarantee
but they also
it, right?
won't lose the rest of their games. So
yeah,
there you go.
I don't want to see them try either.
Neither do I. Neither do I.
Because other people will lose, right?
Yes, absolutely.
You know, I thought it was an interesting discussion on Mozzie Smith because obviously,
Yes.
I mean, you know, he's going to play a lot more than he has previously. I think, you know, he was averaging 16 snaps a game, high of, you know, low 20s, I think. So with Hankins looking like, you know, I'm pretty sure he's out, that he's going to get more snaps. I don't know if he starts. Because they've got other big guys they can put in there and kind of assume that spot. You know, Neville Gallimore can play, I think, both spots on that defensive line. But you know, he still, regardless of what everybody else thinks, he's still pretty high on the job that Mozzie's doing. And he at one point said, you know, the job he's asked to do is dirty. It's got to fill a role that doesn't bring much notoriety, meaning trying to kind of hold down the fort there in the middle for other guys to make plays and not get pushed out. And he just thinks that people need to recognize what goes on inside, and it's a really difficult job to do than just kind of stand there, right? There's a lot of recognition stuff that has to go on for a rookie player. And he brought up, and I don't think this is out of order on the walk-off, Rajay, the guy he had at Green Bay.
Oh, yeah.
Big defensive tackle.
Is that Bell?
BJ Raji.
CJ. Is that it? Yeah. And he said, you know, it took him a while to kind of figure out, okay, this is your job, right? And it's a job that, you know, not a lot of people can recognize because it's not full of sacks. And I guess if you're not getting tackles for losses, then, you know, everybody thinks, well, he's off to a slow start. But you know, I think maybe we keep an eye on him a little bit more in this game. You know, depending on what the weather is, you know, Buffalo may be wanting to run the ball. And boy, the thing that caught my eye, you know, we all talk about Josh Allen and the interceptions and the touchdowns. He's run for 10 touchdowns. 5.2 a carry, 347 yards. So we don't think of a guy that's, 6'4", 6'5", probably 230 as a running quarterback. But this guy can hurt you with his feet if you let them outside the pocket, and especially a lot of those runs that I've seen on TV watching them, for touchdowns. They're called plays. It's not him improvising. They're called plays. They use him as a running back, which means now they've got 10 blockers out there if the quarterback's running with the ball.
And I have to admit, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, I think that's the scariest play I've seen consistently against the Cowboys all year, and that Josh Allen could provide is you're crashing off the edges and getting so much pressure that a designed run straight up the middle, especially by the quarterback, can give you tons of headaches.
Yeah, and think about the trouble. You're right. The first game against the Giants, right? Daniel Jones, he was running all over the place. Even the little bit that Tommy DeVito did, he was running with the ball, right?
Yeah, that's your NFC Offensive Player of the Week, Tommy DeVito.
He and his entourage, right?
That's right.
Forget about it. God, that looks like where I grew up.
Yeah, are you cheering for him when they don't face the Cowboys because you feel that camaraderie?
Story. It's a pretty good story, right? But yeah, one of the things they have had problems with is the called quarterback run, and I'm sure they'll face a lot of that depending on what the weather is. And I thought Mike made a good point about talking about what's the climate and everything, and he said his biggest concern is wind and rain. You can manage the snow, I think, but it's the wind and the rain that can really disrupt a game. And the weather forecast I saw, and this is what's dicey about it. It's like for Sunday, it's a high of 48 and a low of 42 with 59% chance of rain, right? Well, the very next day, and we know how things change, and it will be a night game, right? By the time they start at 4:25 on that far.
Yeah, now that we don't have daylight savings.
Daylight.
Yeah. Right. It's a night game.
Right.
But Monday, the high is 42 and the low is 26, and there's 91% chance of precipitation.
Ooh.
So we're on, you're looking at that line where things could change. So, yeah, you just never know what they're going to be facing at about 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock on Sunday night when the game's going on. So, you kind of have to be prepared, and it sounded like they would kind of practice with a wet ball at some point today.
And I think I'm psyched out by the weather because of Corey and his prognostications of Brandon Aubrey maybe missing a field goal. Because I got sent odds on Brandon Aubrey and Harrison Butker missing a field goal this year. So, Mickey, I think Corey has psyched me out about the weather and the field goals.
Well, have we had a kicker go 100%?
It's actually happened a shockingly large amount of
12 times.
12,
I believe. Yeah.
There's no way I would have thought.
But how? But is it a minimum of something or?
I think all the ones that have done that were at least 28, I believe.
28 okay.
Or something, somewhere in that range. I think 39 was it Garrett Anderson, Kevin, that I said.
Yeah, it was a Gary Anderson, and then he missed in the NFC Championship game.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, now I'm panicked about that. Thanks,
Garrett
Corey
Anderson, the
and
former
Mickey.
Outfielder for the Angels.
And were they playing like majority of their games indoors or good weather? Did you check on that?
Ooh, I know Anderson would have.
Yeah,
right.
With the Vikings.
I don't know the rest.
But he
of
also
them.
had to go to Green Bay,
right?
Chicago.
Okay.
Yeah, it makes up for indoors at home, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're kind of a Southern team, either indoors or if you're playing your division games, chances are it's a good weather place, right? So. A lot of factors go into it. I'm prepared that he's going to miss one, right? He's going to miss one at some
I'm not
point.
prepared for that.
You
In
think
fact,
he's going 100%?
Mickey, I was going to ask if you could go ahead and guarantee me that he won't miss a field goal this year. Well, that would be great.
I think, you've got 2 of the last, 4 games could be bad weather. Washington, D.C. is it's not like you're going to the beach at the beginning of January. And then this one here, goodness knows what's going to happen.
Have you ever been to the beach in the beginning of January, Mickey?
I think I covered an Orange Bowl a couple times.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Did he
So
go to the beach though?
I don't know that I went to the beach.
Those Oklahoma,
but
Miami games.
I saw it. Yeah. Oklahoma. What was the other one? Oklahoma, Washington, maybe something like that. But yeah, it could be bad weather in Washington D.C. So yeah, there's a lot to overcome.
I'm really curious about this. Can you tell us again? And I know you've told us before. When did you start working at the Dallas Times-Herald?
About a third of the way through the '84 season.
Okay, all right. So you were there for plenty of time. We keep hearing all these rumors, and that's what the beat reporters are saying is that Bill Belichick is going to be let go at the end of the year. So I was curious, in your time on the beat, was there discussion before obviously the ownership changeover and everything like that about if anyone would dare fire Tom Landry?
I don't think they would ever dare fire him, but just because I don't think Tex Schramm could come to that conclusion, right, and be able to do it. But I know that there was discussions going on who would be the next guy.
Okay.
Like, kind of, having in mind in case he decided, okay, this is it. So when they brought in, oh gosh, I'm going to forget his name, the offensive coordinator, Paul Hackett. They brought him in as an offensive coordinator, right? Because Tom, at one point, he was doing both offense and defense, but a lot of the offense. And then they brought in Paul Hackett with the idea. So they brought him in '86. And it was sort of the idea that he was going to be the play caller, and then, they were going to groom him to take over from Tom when it was time for him to retire. And obviously it never got to that. And then, 88 happened, and then the sale, and, and Hackett was out. But that kind of was the idea. And I think I might have told you guys this before. So the 88 season, and the sale had not gone through,
right?
Obviously, or there wasn't even talk of it, I don't think. The Super Bowl for that season was in Miami, and Gil Brandt, as a guest in their suite at the Super Bowl, was Jimmy Johnson.
Ah,
how about that?
Your face, Kevin.
Man, I was just curious because I imagine Robert Kraft is exceedingly close with Bill Belichick, and when I heard that, I was like, I don't think that's as easy as people are making it out to be.
Yeah, no, not at all. And it could be, who knows? It could be a decision they're both making.
Sure.
I mean, at some point, guys do say, okay, enough's enough. But yeah. And then, also during that 88 season, and Bum Bright at that point wasn't a big Tom Landry fan. I don't think he thought Tom was giving him the respect an owner should have.
Right.
And there was a little backstabbing going on. I can remember after one game, and he had said something about to someone about he didn't like the play calling. And I remember we had finished our stuff, and we were out and after the game getting something to eat, and we found out, and here we are trying to call Bum Bright to get a comment on what he said about the play calling, right? As if Bum knew anything about play calling. But yeah, there was some tension going on in that 88 season.
Man, outstanding insight. I appreciate you taking that walk with us down memory lane. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
It's a good thing it's memory lane, because if it's last year, I probably couldn't help you out.
Fascinating. We'll catch up about that in 20 years. Thanks, Mick.
Yeah. Well, I'll come back at you, all right?
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Coming up next, Micah Parsons is once again the Defensive Player of the Year favorite. Does it feel that way? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
and studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Micah Parsons, once again, the Defensive Player of the Year favorite. Does it feel that way? And immediately, the first two responses I see are from the 214. It really does this time. And then from the 903, no. Next question is, let's just go ahead and fire off cut number 9, because obviously Micah Parsons has had an incredible year.
Third down stop for the Cowboys.
And Stafford back and rushed and hit and sacked by Micah Parsons.
So the reason why I bring this up is Micah Parsons is not only the favorite, he's the favorite by a pretty wide margin right now.
Can I ask a quick question?
For sure.
What happened to Myles Garrett?
Myles Garrett is second. He's 2-1. And Micah Parsons is 2-3, which means you would have to bet more money than you would win.
Wow.
So essentially, he's 3 times the favorite as Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett is second. He led for a good chunk of the way, but since Thanksgiving, it's been Micah Parsons. And I have to admit with this question, I will admit, and I looked at the numbers and they prove it all wrong. It doesn't feel like he is the favorite for Defensive Player of the Year.
And I love this topic. I know that you came up with it, so I love it even more, right? Because I love you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so Corey, when it comes to this year, I was just thinking about Micah Parsons because we were talking about this question yesterday, preparing for the show tomorrow, which is now today. I said that correct.
You did.
I was thinking when Micah Parsons came on the scene, at least our show wasn't the most pumped up about the draft pick.
Agreed.
Right? We were hoping to get a cornerback. Micah Parsons felt like crap. Everything fell apart, and now we got Micah Parsons.
We were also concerned about some other stuff, too.
And so he comes onto the scene as a rookie, and he is unbelievable. And we're like, wow, he is a linebacker, but he can rush the passer, too. And so we're like, what an amazing, awesome Defensive Rookie of the Year campaign. And then last year, they move him to about 80% defensive end. And his first 10 games were arguably the best in the NFL. And we're like, oh my God, he was an awesome linebacker. Now he might be the best defensive end in the NFL. Now, the season didn't end tremendously well. He kind of ran out of gas at the end of the year, being at his size, playing defensive end the whole year. And this year, he's doing kind of the same thing at both positions together. Now, still playing more defensive end than linebacker for most snaps. But it's almost like we've been shocked by him his rookie year, shocked by him in a positive way his second year. And so now we just expect it. So what I think he's doing is he's kind of putting his first year and second year together and having another great year, but he can't shock us anymore. That's where I'm coming from for your defensive player, because I feel the same way you feel.
I think you're right about that, because we talked about the brand new toy theory, and I think that fits in really well with what you're saying, because I just went back and I looked at the numbers, and tackles wise, he's on pace to be about what he is last year. But what people really think about is how many sacks is he going to get? Well, right now he's on pace to have 16 sacks. His career high was last year at 13.5, and obviously the year before he had 13. So from just a sack perspective, he's clearly still doing very, very well. But I was surprised to just see how emphatic he was as the leader, because like if you look at sacks, don't mark that. He's 8th in the league.
I didn't even think about it until you said don't mark that. That's a great sentence.
If you look at tackles for loss, he's tied for 4th. So clearly great numbers, but not overwhelming favorite for Defensive Player of the Year numbers, yet here we are.
He could add some pass deflections, and I do mean that with all sincerity. Like, put your hands up and knock a ball down, because I think he has 2. TJ Watt has 7 and an interception. Don't forget about all the times JJ Swat was the big thing, right? Whenever he was playing, that was a big factor in he changed games in other ways too. If I couldn't do it this way, if I couldn't get to the quarterback, I'm going to keep the ball from being attached to anybody else. This is the number, Kevin. This is where it really is the separation for me. In the pass rush win rate rankings.
Yeah.
And I've sent you some other stuff that show Green in so much favor of all these other areas where Micah is just so far away, separated from everybody. except for sacks.
Yep.
Sacks, he could finish the season with the most sacks. He still can. Because
Oh, yeah.
Khalil Mack, I can't guarantee he's going to get any more than 15.
And he's only 2.5 ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So he could finish the season, against Washington. There could be a great day right there if he really wants to do it. And he's got some big games here that he has to make some big moments happen. Hell, I think against Detroit, he might have 2.5 to 3 sacks in that game.
Woo!
So, but I'm looking at pass rush win rate here. His plays, 194 plays. He has 72 wins. Okay, now whenever you hear that, you're like, okay, what is that compared to Myles Garrett? 198 plays, 59 wins. So
Whoa,
Micah's pass rush win rate is 37% of the time. He's winning. He's defeating the guy there. That doesn't count all the times that he gets held. Like, that's not all those times where he's getting held.
Part of it.
So 30% for Myles Garrett, 37% for Micah Parsons. That's the next best guy.
Yeah.
And then when you look at the double teams, 32% double teams to 33% double teams for Myles Garrett. The double teams are there too. He's taken on everybody's best, and he's winning about as much as a hitter does in baseball. And so, like, his actually better than hitters do in baseball. Almost 40% of the time, he's defeating whoever it is across from him and taking on double teams at times. So that's where it's been difficult for a long time for the NFL to kind of differentiate who's the best, because they look at sack numbers and maybe there's a guy that has 19 or 20. He's clearly the winner this year. But this right here is proof that the pressure, that changes games, and that's what Micah's doing so well.
But this is the thing that makes that, I don't disagree with anything you're saying. This is the thing that makes that complex, is from the 682. Max Crosby has more sacks, double the amount of tackles, number 1 in the league in tackles for loss and run stops, and number 4 in pressures. So he trails, obviously, in some of these categories, but he's ahead in several of the others. Just to show
his
you,
pass rush win rate is 19%.
But that he also does a lot more than Micah in terms of run stopping, would be the argument about the all-around edge rusher right there.
And I think Max Crosby doesn't get enough credit for what he does.
So let's talk about that.
Even being the irritator that he is.
Max Crosby is 40-1 for Defensive Player of the Year. I told you Micah Parsons is less than even money. So let's even say he was even money. That would mean they would have him as 40 times more likely to be Defensive Player of the Year than Max Crosby. And that's amazing to me. I also always wonder
his team just held the Vikings to 3 points the other day.
What a terrible game that was. I mean, if you play defense, you're
Great
probably
job.
like, we did great, and you're right.
Yeah.
But what an awful game. I do sometimes wonder this. I'm not saying this is the way it should be at all. Is when he burst onto the scene in 2021, Micah Parsons, second to TJ Watt. Last year, second to Nick Bosa. I do kind of wonder, Mike, you talked about the human element of voting.
Yeah.
And would people naturally not vote for Cowboys? In the instance of Micah Parsons, I wonder if they would be driven to an account of about a tie, give or take, in a specific voter's mind. Give it to Micah Parsons to be like, man, he was second the last 2 years. He's badass. This is his time.
I hear what you're saying, and now you have me Googling, and I'm not going to be able to do this fast enough. I just need to know the team that had the MVP and Defensive Player of the Year on the same team. I'm sure it's happened.
Right.
But this is going to be, can you imagine Cowboy fans? I know right now Dak's getting a lot of publicity for being the MVP with 4 games to go in the NFL season, and he should. He deserves it. We're bringing up Micah. Micah is the favorite. Dak is the favorite in Vegas. If you're betting, they're saying right now we bet that Dak is the MVP, Micah Parsons is the Defensive Player of the Year. That's hard to fathom. And the Cowboys are having a great year, but they would have both. The 2 most prestigious awards for players are the MVP and the Defensive Player of the Year, because the Defensive Player really has no chance anymore at MVP. So I'm just thinking to myself, I guess Offensive Player of the Year is kind of your 3rd award.
I would agree.
And I don't think the Cowboys, CeeDee Lamb might finish I think he will finish in the top 10 in that, because quarterbacks don't get a lot of votes for Offensive Player of the Year. It's kind of take out the quarterbacks. Who are we giving that to? That's hard to fathom that the Cowboys right now, with 4 games to go, have the MVP of the NFL on their team, and have the defensive player of the year on their team and are not really the favorites to come out of the NFC and play in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's wild. And
if pressures, by the way, somebody said voters don't care about.
I don't know if that is the case anymore.
They care about pressures. If that's the case, Aiden Hutchinson has 42, and he has 6.5 sacks. So the pressure is there, but
he's not even on this board.
It's not a place for him to be. So I think it would be between like a TJ Watt, Max Crosby, Micah in that instance, because they're all kind of lumped in that same group as well, with only about 3 pressures separating them.
And I do agree that there's probably still some voters who have been on that panel for too long that are like, I don't know about your fancy numbers and whatnot, but I think there's...
Why did you say it? Why did you do that? Because they're old?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
But I think there's enough of the voters who are in the know of all of the stuff that would go into this. By the way, somebody asked about Deron Bland. We talked about some of his struggles.
Yeah.
He's 4th on the list. So it goes Micah, Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, and then Deron Bland, who has been in that 4th spot ever since he showed up 4 weeks ago.
I have the answer. If Dak and Micah Parsons pull this off, and you have the MVP and the defensive player of the year on the same team in the same year, it's been done 3 times in NFL history. In 1986, Lawrence Taylor was defensive player of the year. Lawrence Taylor was the MVP of the league.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
He was on the same team because it was the same person. It's been done by San Francisco in 1994. Steve Young and Deion Sanders, MVP and Defensive Player of the Year. The only other time it was done, 1971, Alan Page won both awards. He won the MVP and the Defensive Player of the Year. So
it's only happened once in terms of 2 different players.
One time in the history of the NFL, 1994, Steve Young and Deion Sanders did it on the same team. Besides that, you'd have to go to a defensive player who also won MVP.
And I just really wanted to double down because I thought about this with the Philly game when they were like, oh, we think he has the flu. I had no doubt that Micah was going to play and make an impact. I was just curious if some of us, because I think I have fallen into that category a little bit, sometimes get dulled to how amazing he is because he's so consistently amazing.
Yeah. I'm not paying attention to it because I expect it to be there.
It's like Lucas syndrome, just a little bit.
Yeah, and I probably should pay more attention to it because I didn't see Lawrence Taylor like in his dominant stage. I wasn't paying attention to the NFL at that time that way because I was 4. But like,
grow up.
I know, thanks. But like that's where I should probably, to be able to see greatness, I should probably pay a little more attention to it. When Dirk was here, I was like, look, he may never win a championship, but I get to watch greatness night in, night out. So I might as well just enjoy that.
No matter what, you always get, I don't want to say tired, but you just get used to it.
Yes.
I'm sure Bulls fans got used to what Jordan was doing. And when we play Aaron Donald, we're like, oh my God, I get to watch Aaron Donald. And I know that he's probably a little bit out of his prime, but when he was in his prime, we're like, oh my God, Aaron Donald, right? Yeah. But probably Rams fans, the 3,000 of them that they have, were probably like, I'm kind of getting I'm getting used to this Aaron Donald.
Might have more fans
doing
than
this.
3?
I think they might have more fans than 3,000. But 5, I don't know how much higher I'm willing to go.
No, honestly,
I don't know how much higher I'm willing to go.
Probably Rams fans. I would guess there's 1 million Rams fans. You think that's a good diss? Yeah, I guess.
1.2 million, according to Twitter.
Okay, because I think St. Louis, even though most of them were probably like, screw them, they probably were like, some of them were like, the Rams are still my team, and LA's used to have them, still have them. Now, the Chargers, I bet there are less than 350,000 Charger fans.
My God, that number is so low. We will investigate that perhaps. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We'll have some Mike Likes It, talk about Ranger stuff in the Hall of Fame, and Gridiron Gravy. Do you realize Christian McCaffrey is on the verge of making history? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
The Fan invites you to raise your hand and help support the North Texas Food Bank with 105.3 The Fan's first annual virtual food drive.
1 in 8 persons in North Texas are food insecure. Dallas County is 6th in the nation for food insecure persons and 4th highest regarding children who may go hungry. This reaches across the area where families are forced to choose between feeding their family and other necessities.
Raise your hand and donate to the North Texas Food Bank's first annual virtual food drive right now at 1053thefan.com/raise your hand.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is sponsored by QCkinetics.com.
Trying to do something here with Christian McCaffrey. Got a bruising block from Brandon Ayuk. Got another from Ray McLeod. Turned it into a touchdown. It's a 65-yard lightning strike from McCaffrey.
Holy crap, man. Every day you demand to get a Niners highlight play to come back on.
I keep doing it.
Wait till Christmas.
And then what?
I keep waiting to see if you'll get mad and stop it. That's honestly, I'm going to keep rolling these out until you're like, no, Chris, turn that crap off.
You know what?
It's a great highlight.
Yeah, here we are.
Mike, you're not helping right now.
It sounded good. There was energy in the call. There was actually like a good play by McCaffrey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's a Niners call. You're just giving credit where credit's due. I see where you're going with that, man.
I mean, just be a nice guy. They had a good play. Clap for him.
That is not the way you feel at all.
We'll let San Francisco play those highlights.
Lakers won the fake championship. Clap, 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 Lakers.
Now that's more like it. All right, so Christian McCaffrey is actually on the verge of doing something really amazing. He had 152 yards rushing the first week in the 49ers win over the Steelers. He has been the league leader in rushing every single week since then. Only 3 other running backs ever have accomplished that and finished out the season. And right now, he's ahead of Raheem Mostert by 253 yards. So it feels like a pretty decent bet that he'll win the rushing title. Do you want to take a guess about the 3 other running backs who went wire to wire as the rushing leader?
I'll take a guess.
Go
Jim
ahead.
Brown.
Jim Brown is one guess by Mike.
That's a good guess. That is incorrect. I will tell you.
Why'd you say yes when you turned your mic off?
That was to somebody else.
Oh.
Is all 3 of them are awesome. Like you
Walter Payton.
Walter Payton
was my guess.
Is correct.
So
That's your guess.
He did
that
that
was mine.
in
You got it right.
1977.
I was saying it for you.
Ooh, maybe this will be a hint. I want to clarify. They're all awesome at football. I'll just leave it at that.
O.J. Simpson.
O.J. Simpson.
Because he wasn't
is
maybe
correct.
awesome at other things. Hey,
He-
Twitter world.
He did it twice in 1973 and 1975.
And there's one other.
One more.
Emmett
I'm worried
Smith.
about Barry Sanders.
Emmitt Smith is correct. He was the last player to lead the league in rushing every single week from start to finish. That happened in 1995. It's been 28 years. And like all 3
Earl
of
Campbell.
No.
He's already done it.
The,
He
the list
sausaged.
is done.
He had to make sausage because he couldn't do it.
Edgerrin James.
None of these other
What?
running
How
backs.
do you go from those people to Edger and
He led
James?
the league 2 years in a row.
Okay, but like if we're tearing out the Hall of Fame, which I think we're going to do and Mike likes it, you do not put Edger and James in the same group as Walter
He
Payton
won
and
it
Emmitt
2
Smith,
years
right?
in a row.
But he didn't go back to back.
Kevin, how many people
Or
have
he
won
didn't
it?
go
How many
beginning to end.
went beginning to end 2 years in a row?
I think 12.
Oh,
Corey.
That's pretty impressive.
I have a question.
Otis Anderson.
Is Emmitt Smith your favorite Cowboy of all time?
Man, that is a very tough.
You guessed Emmett. You got it right.
Yeah.
And I feel like you have this connection with Emmett, and I'm just wondering, is Emmett your guy?
Emmett and I are pretty tight. He gave me that tequila bottle
He did.
at the Super Bowl. I've interviewed him multiple times.
Yeah.
My Twitter profile has my first interview with him. I love Emmitt Smith, man. I really do. But there's a whole bunch of people on that list.
You don't know who your favorite Cowboy is of all
I don't
time?
think I do. It's like Troy's right up there, man. I love
Kevin,
Troy.
who's your favorite Cowboy of all time?
Emmitt Smith. I didn't do that to
that's
sandbag
fine.
you.
That's good.
I didn't
He's
do that.
off the board now. You can't. It can't be.
Oh
Emmett.
crap!
That's
I
not
can't
how
have
that
Emmitt
works.
Smith.
I thought we were drafting. Anyway, I was asking for a specific reason, but it helped me out.
Emmitt Smith.
Now I know you're not an Emmitt Smith guy.
Emmitt and Troy. I love them.
Oh my gosh. All right, let's go to some elite wide receivers. Jamar Chase said 100% he's playing against the Vikings. They're like, I don't know. You haven't been at practice. He goes, yeah, 100% I'm playing. Yesterday.
How does he get to say
Is
that?
Justin Jefferson out?
No, remember I told you yesterday he's going to play.
Okay.
But
do you think they're both playing because they want to show each other up?
I don't think that. That is an interesting hypothesis.
Well, they're both buddies, right? Didn't they played together?
I can't rule it out. That's just not what immediately jumps to my mind. Let's go to cut number 4. This is Justin Jefferson talking about being in an ambulance and watching football.
Are you watching the game on your phone in the ambulance?
Yes. Yes.
And on your phone in the emergency room waiting for x-rays?
Yes. I was yelling, I was screaming. You know, the people that was really, hurt, they probably was annoyed by me.
Now, obviously, I love his laugh, but also I love the awareness of the people that were in the emergency room that were really hurt. They were probably annoyed by me.
Now I have to sit down with
Which
all
game
the
did he
Cowboys
go
of
to?
all
Was that the
time.
3-0 game?
Yeah.
What was he cheering about?
Yeah.
What was he making noise about?
That they scored, they got close enough to kick a field goal.
Was he getting annoyed just because? Were people getting annoyed because he was like swearing and cussing so
I mean,
much?
there's like not a report or anything, but I can imagine if maybe you got shot or something, you were like, shut up. You probably couldn't yell at him.
Midday on a Sunday?
People get shot every day,
Hold on.
all the time,
Did you just
Mike.
suggest that you can't breathe if you're shot in the foot? You just said I don't think that they could.
A lot of shot. That's true.
Yeah.
You get shot in the lower area. Well, I don't know. Maybe you can't
I've never
breathe.
been shot in the
I've
foot.
never
I feel like
been
most
shot
shootings
either.
happen at night.
What statistical evidence do you have to back that up?
The news.
The news? Okay.
Corey's looking it up for me.
Okay.
I would say, before you give that answer, I would say that 75% of shootings where people get shot, it happens during the nighttime.
75% of shootings where people get shot. Okay, well,
you could shoot an animal. You could shoot like different things.
I know what you
wanna
meant by shooting, Mike.
I want to specifically talk about people here.
Oh my God.
Because if a horse falls, you're shooting it during the daytime.
Okay.
Like gets hurt.
I promise I won't get the data mucked up with your rampant horse shootings that you're talking about that occur in society as well.
This is a tough find, guys.
Okay, we'll get back to that. I don't know if we're going to get back to this or not.
To it. Mike likes it is in 5 minutes.
No. Oh, no. God help us all. Is Keenan Allen has been ruled out tonight. So we're talking about Justin Jefferson's going to play this weekend. Jamar Chase is going to play this weekend. Keenan Allen has been ruled out tonight for Thursday Night Football. A couple of other things. The Giants did designate Darren Waller for return from injured reserve. Obviously, that doesn't mean he's ready to go immediately, but they have opened up that window for him to come back. Let's go from that to the punt god. I didn't get a chance.
Yes,
I didn't get a chance to bring this up
You
yesterday.
getting Trevor Bauer?
So we'll get a good idea of that now. So Matt Ariza, who we've talked about, is the former punter at San Diego State. That's when they called him the punt god. He got drafted by Buffalo, I want to say in the 5th round. He was on the team, and then all the accusations came out that he allegedly, I'll just warn everybody real quick for some language coming up, is that he allegedly committed rape on a woman. And I believe the further accusation was at the time she was underage. Well, it didn't go to criminal charges because they were able to show that he wasn't even there when this alleged incident occurred. And now to further it, the civil suit against him has been dropped with no condition. We talk about this all the time. Like, if you have enough money, sometimes maybe you just think it's better to pay it off so you don't have to deal with it anymore. Well, the reports coming out are that the civil suit has been dropped and Matt Ariza has conceded nothing. No money has exchanged hands. No admission of guilt has
But he's
taken
had to pay
place
a lot of money, I bet, to
with
defend
legal
himself.
fees, all of that. So he is free and clear across the board. The police cleared him, the criminal justice system cleared him, and now the civil court cleared him. He's free and clear across the board.
Yeah.
What do you think's going to happen now?
I think he's going to get Trevor Bauer.
And
I don't
just
think he
not-
plays an important enough position for somebody to put him on the team. Do I think that's fair? I don't think it's fair at all. In fact, I'll say this. Obviously, you have to be careful about talking about situations like this. I assume and think this. I think men get away with way more against women in these cases than get caught and get punished for hurting.
I think you're probably right.
hurting women in this way. So I want to make that clear that men unfortunately get away with things that were being accused of this guy way more than they should. And I think that they should never be free the rest of their lives, to be honest. I think that they should lose their freedom the rest of their lives if they rape a woman. But in this case, I feel like when all of this is proven and the girl lied, she should not be free as a human being either.
For the rest of her life, or just
I won't
for
say
a
the rest
period
of her
time?
life,
Okay.
but she should go to prison for a good amount of time. She ruined his life.
I do think criminal charges would be appropriate in this case. And then the other thing is, like, I know he's
and she ruins other people's lives by now when women really have this happen to them by, let's say, a kind of famous person or a really famous person. Unfortunately, they'll
up
point to
Ariza,
this horrible human being who decided, I don't know what her goal was. Obviously, she was not happy with him in some way, shape, or form and decided to ruin his life.
Yeah. And then it also, I'm not saying this is the most important thing whatsoever, but the Bills were able, because of this, to void out his $3.8 million contract.
Yeah.
So right now, we'll see if he gets to play. Mike said he does not believe so, and that's hard to argue against.
I know.
He didn't get the money for it. Obviously, he's been out, no doubt, a lot of money having to defend himself, and all of these systems of justice in place, which I realize, I will point this out, I understand are not perfect, have said in this instance that he is innocent. But how many people will also walk around life and say, this system of justice is not perfect, so I don't believe he's innocent? And that's something, that's a stigma he's going to carry forever.
It's like, I believe in the case of Trevor Bauer. I totally believe Trevor Bauer. Once that girl put the video out of her in bed with Trevor Bauer, smiling and happy that she slept with Trevor Bauer as he's just sleeping and her face looks perfectly normal, at that point, it's tough to believe you. But her face did get beat up somehow, some way. But I don't believe it was by Trevor Bauer. But that's my opinion. I obviously wasn't there for that. But Trevor Bauer's career ended because of that situation.
And I have to admit, I'm more intrigued or interested to see what happens with Ariza than I would like just your run-of-the-mill punter, because I'm fascinated to see how the league deals with this.
Yeah, and the dude can put the boot to the ball too.
Yes.
Like he really is that talented, and we've always discussed if you're talented enough, a lot of times they look aside from things. But is that talent at punter important enough?
I don't know. I don't think so, but I can't wait to find out. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you could go ahead and fire off cut number 10, let's take some time to talk about the Texas High School State Football Championships.
Bussey to the air, over the middle, complete on the run. DeCorian Johnson cuts back at the 15 and scores. 44 more and another touchdown pass for Terry Bussey.
Now, yesterday, no doubt memories were made at AT&T Stadium, but none of those games were competitive. Timpson won Division I 2A 49-7. Benjamin won Division II of the six-man division 82-34. And earlier in the day, Gordon won Division I of the six-man 70-20. So
how many six-man divisions are there?
Two.
Okay.
And then the first one I told you, that's 2A. But yeah, none of those games were closer than 42 points yesterday. So unbelievable job to all those teams that won a state championship. We move into today, Division II 2A. Both of these teams, Albany and Mart, are 15-0 going into this game.
So neither team can lose.
I mean, I feel like one of the teams is definitely
the
going
purple
to
team.
lose.
What, they can't finish in a tie?
But what I was really curious about from our Tolos, Twolos, our YouTubers, is there a team today that we really need to be rooting for? Because we have talked a good bit about Aledo, South Oak Cliff, Duncanville, DeSoto. Like, those will be the last four games with Aledo playing on Friday night and then the rest taking place Saturday at AT&T Stadium. Do we have pockets of Tolos anywhere else that you're like, man, I need you to get in on this team? They're we love them. We got a lot of fans out here, blah, 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 blah. Who do I need to be rooting for?
I don't know. Let's let those texts come in. Do you guys miss covering high school football when it comes to playoff time?
That was There are a couple of different times where there would be big games, big like inner city games or big division games Homecoming, I thought, was always kind of fun because there was a lot of promenade going on. Is that the right word for
Hullabaloo?
it? Yeah, there was a lot going on.
Excitement,
Yeah,
like
there was-
energy.
Yeah, there was the stands were obviously much more full, and there was just a lot going on. But yeah, playoff time, and I think playoff time whenever it was early in the playoffs. Late in the playoffs was cool and everything, but early in the playoffs, you could go at the old stadium. You could go sit at that stadium for the entire day and watch 6 football games?
Yeah.
It was insane.
4. Usually they would do 4.
But you could watch a whole bunch of high school football, and it was all sorts of different crowds. You know, some crowds would have the coffee cans full of rocks, and some they'd all have different stuff. So yeah, I do miss that a little bit, but there was also some really interesting connections we made with some of the families and the students, and even the coaching staff. You get to know them pretty well. So I do every once in a while.
We got to see a ton of people who went on to the NFL. Keenan Robinson, Jackson Jeffcoat, Kyler Murray springs to mind, and I realized the
Justin
concerns.
Blaylock.
Did Johnny Manziel, did he play in a state championship game?
Kerrville?
He did when he was with Tybee, I'm pretty sure, but it was far enough away from most of our schools that I wasn't there for those specific games. But Kyler Murray, for example, whether he was dismantling Skyline or whoever it was, is you just watched and you thought, this kid is on a totally different level. And he went on to be the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. I know that there are concerns about him now, but just think about how crazy that is. He's going to go on and be the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. And there's a good shot all throughout these 4 days. You will see players that will be in the NFL.
And I guess you're too young for Myles Garrett, but I don't remember Arlington Martin ever making a run deep in the playoffs.
Yeah, they did not. And for Myles Garrett, I saw him in a scrimmage against Allen, and he ran wild on them. And I thought, who the hell is this kid? He's amazing. And clearly that's turned out pretty well.
A lot of Malakoff and Alito fans so far that I'm seeing, Kevin.
Okay, so
where's Malakoff?
Ooh, we'll have to check on that. They play in the next game at 3:00. They'll be playing Franklin, and so Malakoff is undefeated, and Alito also undefeated. They will play in the last game on Friday.
Just outside of Athens, kind of in between Corsicana, Athens, and Maybank. It's past Maybank, yeah, east.
All right, next question. This is kind of turning into Mike Likes It. During this football segment.
For it.
Do 6-on-6 high school football teams, can they have 5-on-5 basketball, or is there a 3-on-3 basketball league?
Oh, I don't know that I've ever.
I would
if there's only
5-on-5, I don't know.
I'm assuming these 6-man football teams. Help me out. If you went to one of these schools, how many kids are on the football team? 15, 12?
It does not, just looking through the roster and box score, it does not look like there's a ton on those.
If there's only let's say 14 kids that can play football at your school, freshman through senior. I'm assuming, I could be totally wrong. How in the world do you put 5 people out there at a time playing basketball with substitutions and foul outs and stuff?
Yeah, and the inherent nature of a 1A or 2A schools is probably pretty darn
Or maybe
small.
they don't have basketball?
I don't know. I think they do.
Because didn't Leighton Vander Esch play basketball and 6-man football up in the Northwest?
I think he did. I think you can. I'm just not as familiar with the 1A and 2A schools, I'll admit.
Okay. And they play on a smaller field because they're showing the highlights and they are not playing.
From the 6A game? Yeah.
It looks so fun.
I've heard watching those games is an absolute blast. And
Vander Esch, I'm sorry.
And both of those games ended up, I guess for lack of a better term, essentially getting run-ruled yesterday in the state championship.
All right. You ready for Mike Likes It?
Let's do it.
Okay, so Clayton Kershaw. Remember I brought him up early on in free agency. And look, nothing was happening after the Rangers won. There wasn't people signing. And I thought, hey, Jordan Montgomery's better. I didn't want to make that statement or that argument. Sometimes people took it a little bit different. You want Kershaw over Jordan Montgomery? No, I do not. I would like Jordan Montgomery to be back on the Texas Rangers. At this time, I don't think Jordan Montgomery is going to be back on the Texas Rangers. I think financially it's not making they're not coming together financially. I'm not saying I know where Jordan Montgomery's going, and hopefully he comes back to the Rangers. I'm still hoping Jordan Montgomery is a Ranger. But I think the indications are Jordan Montgomery is going to be on another team, and I have no clue who that other team is on like a 6-year contract.
Yeah.
So Clayton Kershaw. There's an article out today on Clayton Kershaw because he went on 570 AM LA Sports Radio yesterday. And Kershaw said he's in the process still of discussing with his wife, Ellen, about where he will play next season. He joked that the free agency of Shohei Ohtani and his contract with the Dodgers this week allowed him more time to ponder his future. So it sounds like in this article, this is on ESPN, the article, but they're getting it through his radio interview in LA. It sounds like he's either going to come back to the Dodgers or retire, that he's not even considering the Texas Rangers. Now, I could be totally wrong about that. And look, Chris Young and Clayton Kershaw are friends. If you don't know, they both went to Highland Park. They're a little bit different in age, so I don't know if they were ever, I don't think they were at Highland Park together. Chris Young is older, and I think by the time Chris Young graduated, I want to say Kershaw's 6 or 7 years younger. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's about the age difference. But they are friends. They grew up in the same area. They went to the same high school. And I don't think that Chris Young is going to try to steal him away from the Dodgers.
Right.
If the Dodgers, for some reason,
9 years
difference, thanks, is if the Dodgers, for some reason, even though they said they want him back, in this article, it even says a month ago the Dodgers said, we want Clayton Kershaw on the Los Angeles Dodgers. But if for some reason they can't come to a financial agreement on a 1-year contract, then I do think Chris Young would step in and say, if you want to keep pitching, we will have you here if we can come to a financial agreement on a 1-year contract. That being said, I just want to make sure everybody knows Clayton Kershaw probably won't be a Texas Ranger.
Yeah.
It sounds like in this article/interview that it's Dodgers or retirement.
And that makes plenty of sense to me.
So my next topic off of Clayton Kershaw. I think this is an interesting topic. I watched this YouTube talk, whatever, that it's called Spitballing Cards. So obviously it's on baseball cards, and it's not even on basketball or football cards. It's specifically on baseball cards.
Okay.
But they brought up an interesting topic, as these guys are hardcore collectors of baseball cards. And they said, do you know, since the debut of Max Scherzer in 2008, there's a good chance that nobody debuting after Max Scherzer, and that was 2008, nobody will make the Hall of Fame as a pitcher ever again. Now, they said there is an exception. Shohei will make the Hall of Fame, but you kind of have him in his own unique category. You're not putting him in the Hall of Fame for just being a pitcher. He will go into the Hall of Fame as the dual player that he is. They said Garrett Cole has a chance. He debuted, I believe, I can't remember what year he debuted, maybe 2011 or 2012. I'm off a little bit on it, but they brought up Garrett Cole, that he maybe has a chance, but he has to pitch another, they said, a good 3 to 5 more years of premium pitching to kind of have that chance. And so they were just saying, are they going to have to change everything up for pitchers? Because after Verlander, Kershaw, Scherzer, CeCe's about to go in. He's really close to going in, but these are like the 3 active pitchers that they know will go into the Hall of Fame: Verlander, Kershaw, and Scherzer. And they're like, after that, we might not ever see a Hall of Fame pitcher the rest of our lives unless they really change up how they say you're a Hall of Fame pitcher.
Yeah, and I think, Mike, you've always said this. You feel like when you played against Hall of Famers, you knew it. And I feel like we should, and we've been discussing a lot of those things. Whenever you watch a Hall of Fame pitcher, you should know it. Whether or not those stats line up over the years, because the way the game is currently played, you should know if you're watching Hall of Famers in those times. And I think that should be more significant in those moments for those voters.
And I think it is going to evolve, because I think about like the Felix Hernandez Cy Young, for example.
Yeah.
Because he won like 11 or 12 games, not very many games. But I feel like over the years, you've seen enough of the voters change in terms of, it's not really about how many wins you have. What is your strikeout to walk? What is your ERA? What's your whip and things like that? So I feel like they evolved on that. I think they will evolve on this as well and be like, hey, does somebody have 3 Cy Youngs? Because they're in. I would put them in. I'm just telling you, if you win 3 Cy Youngs, I think you've shown you're a Hall of Famer.
So that brings up a great question because they actually brought up the name Jacob deGrom on this YouTube channel. And right now, how many more wins? Jacob deGrom is 2 years younger than our buddy Derek Holland. How many more wins does Jacob deGrom have than Derek Holland, if you had to guess?
34.
Okay.
Because of the way you structure that question, I'm going to say 15 to 20.
Jacob deGrom has 2 more wins in his career than Derek Holland. Derek Holland has 82 wins in his major league career, and Jacob deGrom has 84.
And you had 10?
I had 10.
You're almost deGrom.
Hey, I wanted to make sure it stayed a really nice number.
Yeah, that's a nice
11
round number.
didn't make any sense.
Clean number right there.
I didn't want anybody to round
Man,
up or round
I feel like
down.
at the time you would have done a lot of things to get that next win.
Yeah. I would have. Honestly, I would have, yeah.
Okay, thank you for not finishing
I guess I didn't take steroids. Like, I thought about it, got really close to making some phone calls to do it, but I ended up not doing it. And I'm happy I didn't. I'm happy that because I don't know, like, if it would have led to success, would I just lie about it the rest of my life? Or would I admit it and say, hey, the last 3 years of my career that I stayed in the major leagues and was able to win another, let's say 15 games. I did steroids during that time. And so the only reason that I made it, I saw your face. I'm making a suggestion. If I would have, and I guess in my era, there was a lot of no shame in doing it, right? Plenty of people did it. There was no shame in doing it, but I would have felt shame. I guess I even though I got really close to making a few phone calls and getting the steroids and figuring out how to do it correctly, I decided not to, and I'm glad I didn't.
How difficult do you think that would have been to talk to your boys who love baseball and play baseball about that?
I think it'd be tough. I don't know if dads today who were lucky enough to make the major leagues and play in the major leagues for a while, but did it doing steroids and HGH, because mostly you did both of them. You weren't just doing one. You were doing HGH and steroids at the same time. I don't know if they say, hey, it was part of the era. I just did what I had to do to survive. At that time, I couldn't compete against the steroid HGH guys without doing it myself. I don't know how they go about it. Or do they just lie to their kids? And just don't bring it up. I don't know. I don't know how those conversations go. I would hate to lie to my kids about how I stayed in the major leagues. But back to the topic. Jacob deGrom right now has 2 Cy Youngs. He's a 4-time All-Star and has an ERA title. Like, I don't think he's going to have to I know he's not going to pitch much at all this upcoming season if he does. So those last 3 years of that Ranger contract, he's probably going to have to win 40 games in a Cy Young for your kind of, if I'm going to let Jacob deGrom in on 125 wins, I need 3 Cy Youngs.
I'm telling you what the difference I think would have been, because right now, I'm with you. I don't think I would have put him in the Hall of Fame. But you know what? If you add 8 more wins, I think I probably would have if they came in 2021. Because that's the season where, before he got hurt, he was going to win the Cy Young by the biggest landslide, or tied
108 ERA.
Tied for the biggest landslide ever. People were like, does he have to be the MVP then? But he didn't, and so you have 2 Cy Youngs. For whatever reason, I feel like 3 is the pivot point where I'm like, you're in versus I'll think about it.
Can you imagine, though, Corey, if after Kershaw, Verlander, and Scherzer retire, Greinke's a borderline guy. They talked about Greinke being kind of a borderline guy, but obviously he debuted in 2002, I think, or 2003. I can't remember his exact year, but after 2008, the debuts of pitchers and the debuts going forward, we might not ever have another pitcher go into the Hall of Fame unless we vastly change the criteria for a Hall of Fame pitcher.
And like, you're watching, I know there are some really good pitchers in Atlanta right now. And like Spencer Strider, is it 2 years in a row that he's led in strikeouts?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he led. He might have his first year, because he came up halfway through the season approximately, maybe earlier than that.
And it kind of goes back to the Jordan Brady thing, where maybe Nolan's strikeout record is just too far for anybody to ever get to, because you can't pitch a 15-inning game and then pitch 3 days later on short rest. It's just not the way it happens. But no, man, I can't imagine that we won't watch another Hall of Fame pitcher in our lives from here on. Like, that doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, right? It'd be like, hey, we're never going to see another Hall of Fame running back.
Yeah.
Because the running back position has
It's
changed
changed.
tremendously, but I think we're still going to, maybe not. Christian McCaffrey's not a Hall of Famer. He's a great player, but he hasn't played enough for me to say that's a Hall of Fame running back. Now, if he plays another 3 premium years in the NFL, changes the topic, changes the story. But running back and starting pitcher, we could become old men 10 to 15 years from now and go, we're never going to see another starting pitcher in the Hall of Fame because nobody's going to get close to even 200 wins, to be honest. And nobody's going to get close to, let's say, 3,500 strikeouts because they're not going to pitch enough innings. And then running back wise, I know it's a topic that we need to get to the C block here, but we might not ever see another running back in the Hall of Fame ever again.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it is indeed the C Block starring Corey Majors.
The audio you've been waiting for from the Microsoft Excel World Championships. Plus,
he's right.
Will you apply for this job? Next on The Fan.
RJ Choppy. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. A couple of news updates for you. Jonathan Taylor out for the Colts on Saturday against the Steelers, and the NFL did approve opening up their international slate of games to 8 starting in 2025. The lone dissenting vote, the Chicago Bears. Now, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. You're
welcome.
Somebody texted in earlier and said MLBshop.com had everything 40 to 60% off. So I went to the website. I typed in MLBshop.com.
Mm-hmm.
COM. And yeah, there's Rangers World Series stuff that's 40% off. A $79 hoodie is $49 right now. And no, what do you mean?
Forget
why
about
are you
it?
doing
Does
this
it
right
say if you buy it today or whatever, they can get it to you by Christmas? Like,
yep.
Because it does?
Yes.
That's a big thing right now on websites. Like this week seems to be like, if you order it today, we can get it to you shipped before Christmas.
I texted Adrian a picture of it's the black hoodie with the gold World Series stuff on it. And I said, Adrian, should I get this right now? And she said no. And I don't know why she would say no.
Yes, you do.
Say you're the man.
You know what, Mike? You're right.
What?
I'm going to go ahead and order it anyway.
Yeah.
But didn't she probably get it for you?
Oh.
She did ask me what size.
Ah.
Billy, you should know that.
So,
She should know that.
she should know. So I went ahead and ordered it anyway. So maybe I'll have 2. What do you think?
Yeah, that's fine. How's that going to go over with your wife?
She steals my hoodies all the time. So she'll probably just end up stealing this one too.
Yeah, and she falls asleep. Remember we went over that?
Oh, she's a sleeper.
Yeah.
Gosh.
There should be more context to that.
So
I feel
anyway,
like.
MLBshop.com if you want to get some very good prices. Like the Corey Seager autograph ball, still going for $4.99. They didn't slash the price on that, all right?
Okay.
The Spores ball, still $2.99. They didn't slash the price on that, but there's some really cool stuff available if you just haven't gotten around to getting your stuff yet. I know a lot of people ran out like night one and stood in lines and everything. Not my style. I'm not a fan of lines. All right? I don't like to stand in lines for anything.
Albany just made a clutch, deflected interception right there.
Well, they're up 21-3,
Yeah,
Kevin.
how clutch is it? They're kicking their butt.
Yeah, they were winning right now.
You know it's clutch because when he got tackled, those people hit him hard because they were mad. They think they just lost the game.
He
from
might
Mark.
be injured. Do you think Osa Odigizua deserves to be in the Pro Bowl? If you do, go retweet him right now at Osa Goes Hard, where he has posted a picture of himself, hashtag Pro Bowl vote, plus Osa Odigizua. And I do too.
Please
I agree.
do it because Jalen Smith made it by doing this, and he was not good at football.
That's right. Mike's right about that. And Osa is very good at football. Like he's done a phenomenal job there in the middle for you this year. So, and I expect a couple more games of it that are really awesome. And then in the playoffs, he should be coming through big for you. So if you do think that, go retweet Osa at Osa Goes Hard. Very easy one to write.
Hey, I'm on the MLB shop, but I'm not on the shop. I'm on the game used material shop or game used stuff. Let me give you, Corey, this is your block here. If you could buy this, how much would you pay? And let's just say you were a millionaire.
All right.
Which you will be here pretty soon.
I will.
2023 World Series game used baseball pitched by Paul Sewald. Game 5.
Oh, is it the one that got hit right over his head by Josh Young?
Josh Young single and Nathaniel Lowe single hit by this ball.
Off this ball.
The Josh Young
is the Nathaniel Lowe one? Is that the one that went through the center fielder's glove and he was that? Or was that Jonah Heim?
It was Jonah Heim.
Okay,
sure. So Josh Young and Nate Lowe hit a single with this game used ball in Game 5 of the World Series. And then look, you go get Josh Young at the Dallas Card Show, maybe Nate Lowe at the Dallas Card Show. I don't know. Throwing out a hint there. Like I don't know. Like go, but like, and then you got them to sign that ball. So it's the World Series game used ball in the 9th inning that they got 2 big hits.
30,000. That's what I'm
man,
on
that's
it.
way. I was only going to say like 6,000. So I think Corey's going to win.
Well, it ends tonight. Today's the 14th.
Correct.
Okay, so it ends tonight at 7 p.m. Central Time. You can get this. It's only $1,510 right now.
Wow. And
That's it?
I was going to put 30 on it.
Okay. Do you think, this is a serious question.
There's a game-used ball from Game 1 where Evan Carter got his double. It's $760. If you want that ball where Evan Carter got his double in the bottom of the first inning in Game 1 of the World Series, it's $760 right now.
I'm not going halvesies with you on this, Kevin.
No.
You still owe me my Julie,
We're not
Dr.
ripping
J.
the card in half. And I'm also not sure about that. Should we buy this for Peace-a-thon?
Used stuff, and there's some World Series game used stuff. Some stuff is weird, like the locker tag of Max Scherzer for games 1 and 2.
Cool.
$250 right now. That seems like a lot for his locker tag.
Yeah.
But I mean, if people really like that, they have Marcus Simeon's locker tag. They have Nate Lowe, Jordan Montgomery. They have bases. Like, how much did the base go for?
I think it went for like $1,300 from the ALCS.
phenomenal. Yeah.
Something like it was just at least $1,000.
To give you an idea, they have a bag here. It says here, Game 1, game used first base bag. Innings 7 through 11.
Oh my God.
So this is the bag that
Corey Seager.
So they had two bags?
Yes, they changed
They
bags.
got tired. This is a union for
Current
bags.
bid is $2,610.
Wow.
For that bag
that feels
Corey
so
Seager
low.
and Adolis Garcia hit when they hit their home runs. That base,
stepped
first
on it.
base, is available.
And those feel like two of, if not the most iconic. It'll always be tough to overcome the Neftali strikeout of A-Rod as part of the amazingness. But
So you want the rubber on that?
Should I be talking about this? I think people are going to take this from me now.
those
that I
two
talk
home runs feel like two of the most iconic in the history of the Texas Rangers.
Somebody did
Would you
say,
rather have first base or would you rather have a baseball? If you could just choose, if they were like MLB,
I'd rather have
probably
first base.
the ball. That first base specifically is very interesting because of the moment, but probably a ball because I feel like the base takes up too much space.
Tougher to display.
And plus it leans. I'm going to have to dig it into the dirt in the backyard, and that's going to be tough.
It looks like, I'm not sure about this, it looks like they took off the rod.
Yes. That was the same. The
So
anchor,
it's just the base.
maybe is what we were looking
the
for.
rod.
That's the same thing they did with our ALCS.
It's just the base. So you don't have to stomp on it to get it into the ground.
Somebody said from the 817, how did they both get a hit off of the same ball? And I think the ball gets hit, and then it gets thrown
they throw
back
it to
the
second
pitcher.
base, and then they throw it to the pitcher, and he throws it again and gives up another hit.
Yes.
It happened all the time to me. Believe me. Then you look at the baseball, you go, stupid baseball, and then you blame the baseball, and then you take all the pressure off yourself.
You definitely did that, right? Where you blamed the baseball?
Oh, I blamed a lot of things.
I do remember in high school, Coach Knight, I remember throwing my glove once, and he was like, he made me run. He was like, your glove didn't do that. Yeah, that was you. And I was like, oh, crap. So I tried to carry that on. And then speaking of cards, have you gotten your World Series cards? Mine said they will ship between the 15th and the 22nd. So that's what I'm hoping. Kevin said his are supposed to get there in May.
Well, when you originally bought them, it said, we'll ship no later than May of 2024. And I thought, great.
That's a long way away.
I don't know.
A job opening is available. The offensive coordinator job for the Iowa Hawkeyes.
What's that now?
The Iowa Hawkeyes, offensive coordinator. What was their point total? You said 20 points a game this year, something dumb?
Oh my God, that feels
14
high.
points a game is what Carter Freeman.
They scored
14 and a half.
7 points.
7 points a game.
7 points a game. I'm convinced of it. Carter, you can come in here
don't
or
worry.
tell us.
It was 18 points a game.
Okay.
It's 18 points
18
a game.
points a game.
Which is close to 20, Kevin.
True.
But so they
16.
said, you know what? This offensive coordinator, he stinks. We're getting rid of him.
Oh my God, he's the worst.
So on the university's website, it says job opening, offensive coordinator, assistant football coach, offensive coordinator. It is there on the website, and that's wild to me.
So I could apply for this right now.
Yeah, it's on LinkedIn. It's on Indeed.com. You can go to these places. You go to Monster.com or whatever. Is that still around? And you can apply for the offensive coordinator job. And I just feel like that's weird. Like does that happen? Is Harbaugh getting fired this year? You think?
No.
You don't think he is?
Why?
Jim, for cheating. The
No
cheating
way.
scandal.
Look, everybody's cheating. He just got caught.
Man, look at Mike over here.
So okay, let's say a head coaching job comes up.
Right.
Does that go up on the university website as a hey, look, we don't really even have to do this?
It would be super weird to be like, hey, would you like to be the Michigan Wolverines' next head coach? LinkedIn and send you an email about it.
Somebody said,
That'd be cool.
Man, this is fascinating. 2 different texts. The only job available I care about is the Rangers trophy transport coordinator job I applied for.
I heard that this morning on Sean and RJ. It sounded like a fun job.
And they said that they would rather, somebody else from the 805 said they would rather have that Texas Ranger trophy coordinator position. And that sounds pretty amazing too.
MLB's not letting me bid. I'm trying to bid. I'm going to have to use a different card.
And my friend Kelly Shopik texted and said it's law, has to be posted for 10 days. So I guess every coaching position
because it's a
out
state
there
school?
has to be posted for at least 10 days. So there you go.
Man, that's what I thought back in the day. I know this is lower tier, but when they opened up the position for the Plano ISD director, athletic director, there was names on there that I could not figure out who these people were, and I think they're just random people who were like, I can do it.
Yeah, I remember that. I wrote a column about how Johnny Ringo should apply for it or something like that. It was crazy. All right. Actually, that was for the South Lake. The Cowboys job.
Oh.
That's a really, if you haven't read that column, it's funny.
Go check it out.
All right.
Same name.
Now, the most important audio of the day.
This elimination, the top 4 will be moving on to the finals. Yes. See, there's it. See, these. Oh my gosh. These probably was sitting on points.
Yeah.
See, now Yaakov.
All right, so that right there is the beginning of this beautiful audio from the Microsoft Excel World Championship. That's right. The Active Cell.
Can't believe this is real.
Microsoft Excel and Financial Modeling Training Camp is what this is. And so they decided to have the first ever Microsoft Excel World Championship. If you're like, I have no clue what Microsoft Excel is, it's a spreadsheet. It's how spreadsheets are created. It's the best version of it that you can find. And they had their first ever 2023 Microsoft Excel World Championship. This is multiple days, Kevin, that this went down. There were 16 Microsoft Excel players, if you will, out there. But let's hear.
Hold on. Before you say that, I believe this because of the housekeeping Olympics from a few months ago and how feverishly people were into that. I've heard this audio. He's not lying. It's amazing.
This is the basically it tests your Microsoft Excel skills and logic in challenging cases. So I don't know how you decide that guy is obviously the logical winner, but correct answers earn valuable points and the highest scorer wins. So that's how they judged it, was you got points based on the decisions you made throughout the process of creating a spreadsheet. Just listen to this.
40 seconds remaining.
40
seconds to go.
This is it. There's no more eliminations. When this is over, it's over. And Andrew Nye, he's looking around. He's taking his headphones off. What is he doing? Okay, is he safe? Is he safe? This is bold. Look at it, crossing his arms. No. The guy is flexing.
19,
He's flexing.
18,
He's flexing.
16,
What is he doing? Look at this guy. Look at
13, 10, 9.
Oh, come on.
8,
What is
7.
No.
Came down to the last second, Kevin.
Did he win? Do we know if that guy flexing won?
The dude that was flexing won. He had 16 seconds left, and he knew that he had defeated everybody. So he just stood around, took his headphones off, crossed his arms, and said, y'all catch up to me. I just did a page break, and you can't handle this. Watch me do all these fonts in bold in just a minute.
Look, that's great if you can do it.
And those dudes went nuts over
that one guy was pumped. I think I'm the competitor that wants to defeat you by the most amount possible. So I would not have done that, but that's amazing if you can pull it off.
I'm frustrated. Both my credit cards aren't working.
That is not related to
I'm trying to get Evan Carter's double in the first inning of game 1 off Zach Gallion. I'm wanting to give you money,
that
baseball.
Would be cool.
And if we get a chance to see the Microsoft Excel World Championships next year, Kevin, because it was held in Vegas, so maybe we'll see some trophies there whenever we go to Vegas for the Super Bowl.
Trophy.
No, that's not. Nope, that's not going to happen. But if we get to see it next year, I will have more audio for you. And Derek just posted a video of him kicking a 35-yard field goal at some practice.
Did he have on his Michigan helmet?
He did have on his Michigan. Well, it's a shirt. It's a Michigan shirt.
Okay.
So he can kick a 35-yarder. He's trying to go for Brandon Aubrey's job.
You should pick
I want to go out and
different
try
kicker.
to kick.
I'm sure
I don't think I can do a 35
we can
yarder.
facilitate that.
You're the man, Derek. Except for pitching. I can out-pitch you right now.
Oh, my God.
Prove
I can.
It. Prove it.
I'll prove it right now.
Okay. Well, you know what? That's a good segue because it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion or think they can outpitch Derek Holland right now? We'll get into that next right here on The Fan.
Well, Kevin, almost everybody can because his elbow's jacked up. All right, let's talk about my friends.
The go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
In the corner, 3 Exum picked up. Lively with the offensive rebound. Doncic thinking 3. Now the runner, Lively will slam it down up hard and down.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just a reminder that the Dallas Mavericks host the West-leading Timberwolves tonight. We'll get to my buddies an idiot in just a second. But first, the questions that matter. If you were out of glue at your house and couldn't leave the house and you really needed glue, what would you do?
What's your alternative?
Now, it's time for my buddy's an idiot. Don't you dare say it. 877-881-1053.
Okay. I have a friend. I don't know if he's an idiot or not. I think he's a great guy, and he works really hard.
Oh, no.
All right, so he was just playing sports with his friends and having a great time. And he wasn't really close to like getting the ball or anything like that. But he's like, you know what? I think I should jump right here and fall down. Except he did it on his friend's ankle as hard as he could.
Is this Dwight Powell?
His friend's ankle wasn't broken, but was severely damaged where he couldn't walk on it like 5 to 6 days later. And he probably needs like at least a month before it works again. Would that be like an idiot for jumping for no reason and landing on his ankle?
Your buddy is an idiot for doing that.
I'll tell him. He was just trying his best.
Well, and that's he is clumsy. He is a clumsy person.
He's the most athletic, clumsy person ever.
Yeah, because I mean, like, look at his fit.
Oh, that's a good way to
His
put
body is like every person would love to have a body type like him, right? Like you're big, tall, strong, nice shoulders. Everything looks great. But in the NBA, well, they're all big, tall, and strong like that.
Isn't it amazing, like a person like Eric Dampier? He's been thrown a basketball 7 million times in his life, and he never figured out how to catch it.
Couldn't catch it. Yeah.
For some of you who sent the answer in, we had a lengthy hypothesis question or a hypothetical question about this that almost made me fall out of my chair.
How did they get that answer correct?
Good for them.
I would have said bubble gum.
Sure. From the 940, my buddy's an idiot. He believes Dak is not an MVP just because Mahomes exists. Look, Patrick Mahomes, the MVP does not always go to the best player every single year. Right. I know theoretically you would think it could, but most valuable player. And he has struggled this year because of the cast around him and partly because of him. We talked about that. Whereas, and like, that's the thing. Any fall from him feels like a big fall. Whereas Dak, Brock Purdy, they are having amazing seasons and they have been moved to the front of the line. Lamar Jackson is maybe in the mix as well. So, yeah, I think that's a bad opinion by your buddy right now.
Do you think that Mahomes has any opportunities? Like, can he stake his claim again, or is that all said and done with?
I don't think so, just because you would have to jump over so many people. Like, you would have to go past Lamar, Dak, Purdy.
Throws for 450 and 4 touchdowns in every game for the rest of the season.
About the only way they play Patriots, Raiders, Bengals, Chargers. That is a really easy schedule.
And you had opportunities to start the season. You had the Lions. You've had the
I don't think
the Eagles. You've had the Dolphins. You've had
he'd
the
have
Bills.
to throw to your point, I think he'd have to throw in those 4 games, and I don't know if what his totals would equal out. If he throws for 1,600 yards and 16 touchdowns and no interceptions in the last 4 games, I think the voters would go, oh crap. Like, not that they would immediately vote for Mahomes, but if he won his last 4 games by throwing for an average of 400 yards and 4 touchdowns a game, they might have to look at him and go, I still would lean towards Dak or Purdy or whatever, but that was pretty damn impressive.
I don't think he can, just because I look and I hear everything y'all are saying. Is 12-5 as opposed to last year they were 14-3, and Purdy's going to have a better record with the 49ers.
Well, and that's all and well, Kevin. I think the reality is that none of his receivers are catching the football, so those numbers won't exist.
Yeah, I want to know what receivers got him to 450 yards. How did that happen?
In the last 6 games, how many times do you think the Chiefs have scored 28 points or more?
once or twice.
Once.
Yeah.
31 points against the Raiders. Besides that, they are in the low 20s pretty much every game.
From the 940, this is interesting because I have a really good friend who has this opinion. Speaking of Mahomes, am I an idiot because I think after watching the Netflix show Quarterback, I thought it painted Mahomes in a bad light. So I have a really good friend who thinks that his brother is trash and his wife is the worst. So secretly, Patrick Mahomes is also the worst because those are the people
he lets it happen.
that surround him. I'm not saying that.
I did not feel that way coming away from it. I saw uber competitor, but I could see it because he's pretty cocky and deservedly so. I mean, he's earned that right to be. But I see what they're saying there. But there's some other qualities about him that I was like, all right, he's just entertaining. I think anytime he's on the screen, it's entertaining. But I didn't see coming off in a bad light. I guess if you're trying to juxtapose it with Kirk Cousins, he came off as humble dad that you could root for.
Right.
And Mahomes came off as cocky athlete that you might. I get that.
If we can go to cut number 1, there's a lot of blame to go around. I want to know where you think the idiot vibe falls on this one.
Moore gets the ball taken away by Beasley, feeds it ahead. Giannis, here comes the exclamation, flushes it through. How about a clean 64 for the Greek Freak? The freakish flyer takes off again.
Now, Giannis had 64 points on 28 shots. That's the most points ever in an NBA game where somebody took less than 30 shots. So good job, Giannis. I know that some people in that game were mad because even though the Pacers got within like 10, the game was over. They put Giannis back out there. He scored more points. Where does the idiot vibe fall for taking the game ball and giving it to the Pacers rookie who scored his first NBA points ever via a free throw versus letting Giannis keep it? Because he was mad. Supposedly, Rick Carlisle says, I believe their GM got elbowed in the ribs at some point in this fracas.
Well, I mean, the Pacers were in the championship game. So, I mean, they are kind of the dominant team in this situation. Did
they beat the Bucks on the way to that?
Against the Lakers last week. So
you have to defer to the
I mean, they're the runner-up. This is so tough. This is a really I don't have a strong opinion on this because the guy did score his first NBA point. And guess what? I never heard of the guy. He's probably not going to have a long career in the NBA. He's probably going to have to work like I do. Right? Giannis is probably going to have another 60-point game, but on the same token, that's his highest scoring game. Is that the highest scoring game in Bucks
history of Bucks history?
Yeah, so I understand why the Bucks and Giannis want that ball too. I totally get both sides of this, and in a way, I think the home team, it was their ball. They bought the basketball to play in the game. So the home team gets to decide.
I think they should cut the ball in half. That's the only logical solution.
And if somebody stops it,
then they actually get to keep the ball.
What'll be funny is if we go to NBA.com shop and at the end of the year, this ball is online auction because the guy who scored 1 point is like, I'm probably not going to make a lot of money playing basketball, but they gave me this ball, and it's not going to be his 1 point. It's going to be like Giannis's 64-point basketball.
That would be awesome.
He gets like $5,000 for that ball.
Somebody was like, hey, that wasn't his first points. His first points was during the in-season tournament. He did have a free throw, I do believe, but that doesn't count to his regular season statistics. So this was his first points. Kevin, look, man, you watched quarterback. Kirk Cousins had an entire room full of crap.
There was so much stuff in there.
And I understand all that stuff. He probably thinks it has some meaning to him and everything. Dude, it won't matter. It doesn't matter. You'll forget all about that stuff. Giannis has a lot of stuff, dude. He has an NBA championship trophy. He has MVPs. He
screwed over a lot of people with not signing autographs he was supposed to sign.
That too, yeah. So he
has
things.
You want him to not get it because he's got too much stuff already,
dude. Why should he have two when somebody else doesn't have one? And so I think that the guy that scored his first points deserves it. I also do think that this is Rick Carlisle being Rick Carlisle.
I love Rick Carlisle.
He is
because he's a jerk.
He will get under your
skin,
man.
He's a great coach too.
Yeah, he really is.
I agree with that.
And hey, look, you don't have to call us morons, moron. There are 2 game balls.
I like
there.
saying that.
There are 2 game balls there, but guess
there
who?
are?
Yeah.
Take it up with Giannis.
Giannis was crying about that too.
He said, they gave me another ball. It didn't feel like it was the real game ball. It felt brand new. Giannis is the one who brought this to the table. He's the one, and the Bucks who started this fight.
So, on that MLB auction where you can get these awesome Ranger things that are ending tonight, you can never verify a home run unless it's like a record breaker, because they won't verify it because they can't tell you that really was the ball. Because if for some way, somehow, you got another ball or you brought another game ball with you, since it left the stadium, they will not verify that foul ball or that home run as verified as Aaron Judge hit this foul ball before he hit the home run, and that's Aaron Judge's last ball that he hit before hitting 62. They won't do it. So how can you verify the other ball if Giannis is even saying this doesn't feel like a game ball?
I don't know. I don't know how you would verify it other than just like there are 2 out there. You get one, I get one. And so, both of these balls were used to play within the game.
Obviously, in the first half, you don't care about the game ball. You're not assuming anything important's going to happen. So they are just taking a ball off of the rack, because that's what they do for the game ball, right? There's a rack of a dozen balls.
They test them out.
And they give the ball to kind of the team captain, and he kind of is like, good ball. And the other guy on the other team goes, good ball. And then the ref's like, I think it's a good ball too. We're playing with this ball tonight for now, and then we'll play with another ball in the second half.
I want to run through this real quick. Let's go to cut number 6. The Pistons have now lost 21 straight games. This was their announcers in the middle of their 20th loss. They were down by 15 points with 3 minutes to go. Listen to how fired up they are about friendship and teamwork.
Saw great spacing, 57% from the field, 6 in double figures, but most important, Mick, and we'll talk about it in the postgame, I saw fun, high fives, transition basketball, high-flying action. That's when these guys can play their best ball.
Yeah, a lot of really interesting and positive individual experiences and performances here tonight. We'll work through them all after the game on Pistons Live, guys.
Oh, my gosh. This is great.
They have lost 21 games in a row. And
who's their coach? How is he coaching?
Oh, it's crap. I know the answer to this.
I'm sorry. I
guess I
Monty Williams?
Monty, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, God, he's such a good dude, too.
Yes, I was just listening to him to talk about this, too. Also, shout out Carter for this. This is going to be the most depressing sports stat you hear all day. The Pistons, Spurs, and Wizards are combined 1-54 over their last 55 games. That one win came when the Wizards defeated the Pistons. So that only win came in their little ecosystem, of which those 3 teams are 1-54 in the last 55 games.
At this point, if you lose to one of those teams, it's a horrible loss.
You're out of the
especially if you're like trying to compete for one of those real playoff spots. Like for the Mavs, for example, if the Mavs lose to the Spurs this year, as long as Luka or Kyrie's healthy and one of them is on the court, you're like, it's going to be a horrible loss if you lose to the Spurs or the Pistons, unless your 2 superstar guys are both out.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 through the Fan.
All right, let's talk.
Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you very much for asking. I wanted to pick y'all's brains. I don't know if you guys talked about this already or not. Is big deal in the NCAA. You think this is a big deal or not? Malik Murphy transferring and not being there for the college football playoff as the backup quarterback for Texas. And then a federal judge issued a 2-week restraining order that would put back in place your ability to transfer multiple times without having to sit out. So as it is now, you can transfer, you're good to go. Transfer a second time, you got to wait a year. So that's going through litigation right now.
Yeah, I could see more, guardrails being put on the whole process. I think we're just kind of sorting our way through it at the time. Is there like an advantage for Malik Murphy to not stay with the team? I can see how the competitive nature of the position and everything, but I think we just have it as a priority, maybe more to be with your teammates.
Plus, you could throw the game-winning pass in that game, in one of those games. I hope nothing bad happens to any of those kids, but it's football. You see people get hurt all the time.
Yeah, I mean, Texas is in a situation where something happens to Quinn. Here comes Arch Manning, who's only played in garbage time.
You could be a champion.
Is Manning, though, is he considered redshirt?
Yeah, because he hasn't played. He's only played in 2 games?
Can he play in a playoff situation?
Yeah,
I think they might have to burn off.
That's what I'm saying. Does he
I don't know
lose
about
that year?
I think they changed the rules, and they also extended the amount of games you can play, so I think he'd be okay.
Okay. But even if you did, you would burn that year, right? Because
you'd have to.
Because you don't envision him as he's going to be here 4 years or whatever.
And Texas would be in a situation where what else are you going to do?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I agree. But I was just curious if people
if you lose the player? Like if I'm his dad, if let's just say my son is the quarterback, we've redshirted all year.
That's what I'm saying.
And the kid gets hurt and they're like, we're putting your son in and he's losing the whole redshirt year.
Right.
I'm like, if you do that, because that kid transferred, we're not going to UT next year. So if you're willing to put my son in after he redshirt this whole year and you're going to lose that red shirt because a kid left at the end, my kid's going to A&M or going to Oklahoma or going somewhere else. So I think as the coach, you really have to ask that question to the kid and the parents before this semifinal game.
I need to get a ruling on this. Yeah, I need to get a ruling on this.
Okay, so the NCAA does not count bowl games toward redshirt status.
Okay, so they're good to go either way.
Okay.
And I would wonder if you're going to see in this next 2 weeks like a sprint to the portal for kids who are like, hey, when I transferred for the second time, there were no year restrictions in place, so I'm good to go.
I have a question for you guys. I asked my guys yesterday, if you're a 5-star quarterback and now all these programs are recruiting 5-star quarterbacks and you end up leaving anyway, why would you want to go to a big-time program? Why won't you go to maybe a team that's not, where you could be a starter for all 4 years you're there?
Okay, so there was this kid I covered in high school. This was a long time ago. He committed to Wake Forest. He's a quarterback. And I thought, good. That is an excellent decision. I think you'll do very well there. And then we were talking one day, and he was like, hey, I'm switching my commit to Alabama.
Why?
And just because at the time it was Alabama.
Yeah.
And this was before all the
But he was going to play all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's why I was just like, in my head, I didn't want to kill this kid's day and his dream because, hey, you're going to Alabama. That's amazing. But in my head, I thought, mistake. He didn't play a single relevant down there and ended up having to transfer out to another different school.
See, this is where I look at coaches like if I'm coaching like at Oregon, right? And I'm sitting there looking at my program, and the last 2 years, what have I done? I've taken transfer portal guys. If I'm a player that's getting recruited by Oregon, that's a quarterback, screw you.
Yep.
You're going to take a portal quarterback. I'm a 4 or 5-star recruit. I'm going to go play it somewhere else.
Oklahoma did that 3 years,
but
right?
I mean, how do you trust these coaches now? They're going to save their jobs. They are going to take quarterbacks that have played 2 and 3 years instead of a kid that's fresh out of high school.
And just about every game is on TV now. Everyone will see you. You're not going to get lost in
Scouts will see you.
Oh, there's no question. Yeah,
go play at Houston. Everybody will see you. You'll be fine.
Yeah, I think that's I think that's the other side of the open market. That would be my point. Like, you're getting a lot of benefits from all this freedom of movement, but the other side is now your job can be gone. So,
You have coaches have no loyalty to you.
No, but you don't have any loyalty to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only way out of it is contracts between the universities and the players.
Bingo. That's it. You come in, you sign a 1, 2, or 3 year deal. How much security do you want?
Feels inevitable.
Yeah.
The schools don't want to pay the players, and now so sponsors are paying the players or alumni but they don't have any control. In order to get control, you have to guarantee revenue to the player. So I think that's where we're getting. Maybe, and it's going to be interesting to see how the university creates new revenue streams to pay for the players, because they're not taking money from their current coffers.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's going to be difficult, But
what's the next step for players, though? It's collective bargaining agreements, right? In college football,
it feels like the NCAA should just count themselves lucky they got away with it for this long.
Yeah.
It feels like every ruling is moving us closer and closer to that exact scenario.
Yeah.
And then, Mike, I know you like daily fantasy sports and you like the Jacksonville Jaguars. I didn't get to bring this up yesterday. Did you see the story when you were gone about the guy who got fired because he allegedly stole $22 million from the Jags franchise?
I did not see
via
this.
the credit card program and everything. It says that he was a high-stakes daily fantasy sports player. What percentage of that $22.2 million do you think, and he was also well-known as being bad at it, what percentage do you think he lost on high-stakes fantasy
Oh, they have this
sports?
broken down?
I don't know the answer.
100%.
I just want y'all's speculation.
100%.
But he was also into Bitcoin and stuff too, right? He's got a lot of things.
He had
8%.
Oh, I'm going to go with 85%.
See, I was
20%.
120%.
Because if you play, you've done this with me. If you play hey,
some of his own money,
for $20, you can
Yeah.
enter for $1 million prize.
Yeah.
Well, there's one person who wins that out of the 150,000 who enter or whatever, and he was probably entering all of those.
You shouldn't be able to lose that much money, but apparently I would bet he did.
See, I was going to say 75%, but 120 meaning all that money and some of his own money. That kind of makes sense to me.
And plus, a lot of those platforms let you just place wagers on games. Plus, he probably had other bad habits, wagerings.
I could see that.
Horse track.
But if he lost that kind of money, wouldn't somebody say something about this though?
It took 4 years because it was under a credit card program that he was in charge of.
No, I understand, but wouldn't DraftKings say, this Billy Smith?
Here's some reward points, sir.
No, they comp him a room. You know the deal. They comped him a room.
Yeah.
They're like, here's a free entry into our high rollers stakes, and then you move about your day.
I know we're out of time, Broadus. I need some help here with my Jags.
Oh.
I called up Derek
I tried
Holland.
to help them. They got rid of me.
I called up Derek Holland because he obviously watched the game. Cleveland beat my Jaguars. And I said, what's interesting is we're near the end of the year, and almost after every drive, there's a mass confusion play with the quarterback and their wide receivers like, hey, you were supposed to run here. I didn't think I was supposed to run here. They can't line up correctly, and the clock's running out on them. I'm like, how are we this late into a season, and wide receivers don't know where to line up and run routes, or they are lining up and running correctly, and Trevor Lawrence is confused on where they were supposed to go?
What are you asking me if I'm not
isn't
going to blame
that Doug Peterson's job?
I'm not going to blame Doug. I'm blaming the players. Bad players there at Jacksonville.
Maybe
never
they're
the coach's
stupid,
fault.
right? You run into stupid players, and that's Kadarius Toney. He's just stupid.
Doug's one of my best friends. You know what? You're right, though. It's not this late in the season. You shouldn't be having communication problems.
Yeah, because Derek Holland's it was amazing watching the Jaguars. How much miscommunication.
Maybe they're playing new positions because Christian Kirk's out. So you've got some new receivers doing different things. Who knows?
Doug tries to do too much at times.
Oh,
that's my.
So it is Doug's fault.
Yeah, it is Doug's fault.
Damn it, Doug.
What do y'all got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. Baldy at 4:20 and a Zach Martin show at 5.
Awesome. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Roanoke, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Thanks to our Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Huge show coming up. Brian's tape study of the Bills' defense at 2:40. Looking forward to learning there about what we can expect from that side of the line for the Bills coming up on Sunday. Zach Martin at 5 o'clock. Brian Baldinger at 4:20. And I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say. Some Tolos thought he might have come off as the Eagles homer with us last week. He was very confident. We'll see his updated thoughts on where Philadelphia goes from here. That's Brian Baldinger at 4:20. Very good, our Odyssey NFL insider. I do feel like maybe we need to open up and apologize on behalf of Chief, who picked the Bills last night during Cowboys Crosstalk. I can't believe he did that.
Oh, my gosh. Neither could anybody in that building. I was like, you could hear a pen drop. Yes. They were like, whoa, wait. It's like they were already assuming Cowboys win. There's just like, how much did the Cowboys win by? Yeah. And then when I said Bills win, it was like, wait,
so you said
I'm sorry, come again?
Chris's answer to you was really, well, no, did you pick the Bills?
Wait, so the Bills?
Yeah.
You think they're going to circle that in damn wagons?
Yeah, that was an uncomfortable feeling right there.
As you're walking out with
in the
food.
Cowboy Club. Yeah, thanks for the venison.
Yeah,
I'll catch y'all next year. Delightful venison. It was fantastic.
Delightful.
So how do they prepare venison to make it delightful? Is that like medium rare, or is that like
I would say
like
so.
a brisket?
Yeah, I would say like medium rare. Yeah, you'd look at it and think you were eating a steak.
I've never had that at a restaurant.
I've never had venison either.
Yeah. I think I've had like some venison jerky before.
Jerky is good too. What were your sides?
No, there were none.
No sides.
There were no accompanying sides.
Maybe that's why. Maybe you got shafted on the sides.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you needed to say like venison with like sides. It just didn't have like a natural side that it's paired
cancer.
With. Yeah, the sides cure cancer, baby. That's why they wouldn't give them to me.
Brian talking about the Bills' offense yesterday, though. The offensive line is good. Their weapons are pretty good. Yeah. The combination of a running quarterback and a good running back who's getting nearly 5 a clip in this season is just exceptional. I think it's a tough matchup for the Cowboys. I could see them winning, though, because I don't know if Buffalo has enough on defense to slow them down.
I'm going to let you know about Buffalo on defense. I think you're going to be surprised.
Okay.
I think you're going to be surprised about what I have to offer at 240. And please give it a listen, because I think you'll be surprised as well.
Okay, I'm for the record, I'm expecting, going into this, I'm expecting a shootout. I think first team to 38 wins. We'll see Krusty's Corners coming up at 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. You see Dak is a finalist for the Art Rooney Sportsmanship Award.
Yeah, he should be, man. Reigning Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Quite a sporting gentleman, that Dak.
Well-deserved, Dak.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I think he just embodies everything they're looking for in that award. I looking at the other nominees, I'd be surprised if Dak doesn't win it. And maybe he's getting that and MVP, and it looks like Micah Parsons is the front runner for Defensive Player of the Year. So it's going to be a big offseason, I believe.
Have we ever had an MVP depoy team in the history of the sport?
Yeah, Bassick actually went down that rabbit hole earlier today. Now, 2 of the instances, I believe it was the same player that won MVP and Defensive Player of the Year, but 94 of the 49ers had Steve Young in primetime.
Yeah, there's some guy like from the 60s or 70s. Who won Defensive Player of the Year?
Alan Page, and I'm blank. I think it was Lawrence Taylor.
Okay, and LT won MVP? Wow, impressive. I know he was the MVP in Tecmo Bowl, if you guys were playing it back then. You could not.
Couldn't block him?
You couldn't get a PAT or a field goal
really
off against the Giants in Tecmo Bowl.
Just a total cheat code.
He would block every
Did you
kick.
automatically know it was going to get blocked?
Yeah.
I mean, going into the game, you're like, oh, damn. And there was no way to go for 2?
Nope, not then. So you would have to.
Coaches were too cowardly. They didn't even give him the option to go for 2.
So he had like scorigami.
Ron Rivera traded the game.
Yeah, scorigami. He had a lot of scorigami at Tecmo Bowl.
It was basically like playing with Brett Maher.
I got the yips, coach.
It seems realistic, though, about Lawrence Taylor. Like, I didn't get to live through it and experience it in real time. So, like, looking back and all the things that they show of him, it seems like he was as unstoppable as any force of nature could. Like, it was almost like, should he even be allowed to play? This is not
like
fair.
The Michael Vick of our era, playing in Madden with Vic.
Oh, for Vic, dude.
This afternoon, I was going to the Star to do my the broadcasting stuff I do. So I'm walking in the front door, and 2 guys are standing out front. I'm like, damn, that's John Randall, and that's Ronnie Lott.
Oh,
so they're standing out there. They were here for a meeting. They were at the Star, and they're waiting for a shuttle to take them to the airport. So I walked by and I said, hey, I just want to let you know you ruined my life at Minnesota. And he turned around and goes, whoa, yeah. And I go, yeah, I was at Green Bay, and you ruined my life when I was in Green Bay too. And I was just sitting there talking. It was fun to just kind of like with John Randall, but he was like, yeah, but one of my old teammates at LSU was Henry Thomas, who was a teammate of his. So we're talking about Henry, and like I go, I was 0-12 at the Metrodome, and there he goes, man, that was a tough place. And then Ronnie Lott I was like, yeah, and I go, you weren't much better the way you played, and he goes, man, it was kind of a great times, great, it was kind of, but
Cool.
it was fun just to get to like.
That's
I think I surprised him. I said, yeah, you ruined my life when I was in Green Bay. And he just spun around.
Were you looking down at John Randall?
Oh, he's a kind of a shorter guy.
I imagine he walks around with that face paint all over
James
his face.
Harrison, though. Dude's
super nice guy, though. Super, just grabs your
Texas
hand,
guy.
like shakes your hand. Texas A&M Kingsville,
Yeah.
Texas A&I at the time.
Did you shake the 4 fingers of Ronnie Lott?
No, Ronnie was he was kind of like, he was just kind of
4.5.
He just kind of tipped his hat.
That's
Kinda
such a
kinda-
badass story.
But yeah,
I don't know if
but
Ronnie
just
Lott
walking-
can play in today's game, man.
I'll tell you what. No, how about John Randall? You think the way he's like, he would dive into
Be roughing quarterbacks,
legs.
yeah.
Always kind of the extra business guy. But it was cool. Like you're walking through, and you just never know. But man, you're thinking,
That's
man,
cool.
these dudes were legends the way they played.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson has been cleared. The description, he's got mutant genes, as perhaps he is part Wolverine. And he's been out, I think, since week 2, but has now been medically cleared to open that 21-day practice window. He'd been talking about December 20th for this entire time.
Wow.
And I guess, maybe he's slightly ahead of schedule. So that's one of the developing storylines here across the world of sport. The quarterback Milroe is going to Bama for
Going
his
back, yeah.
Senior year.
Yeah.
Probably a
And
smart decision. He's not a very draft-worthy guy.
the Oregon State quarterback Childs is heading to the Spartans, Michigan State.
Following his coach?
Yeah, so, man, whoever is left in the Pac-12 out there, the quarterbacks are leaving for better times, as who knows what the future of that conference holds, and the mass exodus does continue. Okay, let's do a little bit of Rangers here for you. I actually think this story here might be the biggest Rangers story that we should be looking at, and a trade for Klay. But Clayton Kershaw, the story is still no word on a possible return to the Dodgers. Apparently, he and his wife are still discussing things after the significant shoulder surgery that he had. Says the Ohtani decision bought him a little bit of time, but he's still working on it. The 3-time Cy Young, a winner. You got to imagine CY is putting the press on him, right?
They are friends. They do have a relationship dating back to HP. I was reading a Ken Rosenthal article from The Athletic a week ago, and the thought was maybe he does re-sign with the Dodgers because they know his medical history and he's not fully healthy. And if he does end up with the Rangers, it could be a midseason type of trade. But listening to this, it seems like it could be Dodgers or retirement. So I don't know. Well, I think it's a fluid situation there for Kershaw. But I think that it's very real that Chris Young would love to have him as a Ranger.
He was horrible in his last start, didn't get a single out in the NLCS. And his quote, I think the competitor in me doesn't want it to end the way it did. I want to win. I want to win another World Series. I think it's both are really tempting, right? I don't know how you'd look at it. It's been easy to say no to the Rangers up until this point.
Mm-hmm.
But now you have a chance to win with your hometown. At the same time, you've been a lifelong Dodger. You probably feel an obligation to go back there and right that. Or maybe you want to, even though you grew up in DFW and the Rangers are primed for a championship and your buddy Chris Young is the GM, and you're looking at a situation saying, no, I want to do the Dirk Kobe thing. It's rare in sport where I want to be Derek Jeter of the Dodgers. So both have their appeal. I don't think you can, put anything past CY after the wonderful sales jobs he's done so far.
I kind of feel like, though, his legacy with the Dodgers is cemented, and maybe
for sure.
Maybe the opportunity to play for your hometown team that
Yeah.
one time, put that, play in front of the home crowd for all these games and go out there and pitch. And, I think there's something to that. I don't think I can say – I can understand the Jeter and Colby. I can understand that, wanting to be with the same team, Dirk. But also, I mean, his legend, he's already a legend out there.
Yeah.
So, nothing he does, it can be very similar to what happened with Tony Dorsett going to the Denver Broncos or Emmitt Smith going to the Arizona Cardinals. I mean, it's kind of it's one of those things where you just go away and then, you keep playing. But to come back to your home team, I think that's really kind of a special thing to be able to do.
Yeah, it's an interesting deal. He's just doing 1-year contract. So I think it matches up well with the kind of commitment that the Rangers are probably looking to make as far as building this thing out. They do like guys who are legends who also get hurt a lot, so he matches that piece of their profile as well. Mavs host the T-Wolves tonight. Minnesota 17-5.
Good team.
They are making it happen once again. Got to have the biggest rotation in basketball. And then, Anthony Edwards, they're basically running three centers pretty consistently. They got two of those guys in between Reed, Anthony Towns, and Rudy Gobert. That's three of their top four scorers along with Anthony Edwards. So, I just think it's a matchup nightmare for the Mavericks until they get some, serious veteran help up front.
Yeah, I mean, with a team like this, with the defense that they play, I mean, this is like the best defense in the league. They're like 8-2 in their last 10. I think they got the best record in the Western Conference. Like they are playing legitimate basketball.
Yeah.
I am excited to see Derek Lively versus a Gobert and just kind of, how does he measure up to one of the better big men in the league, who's probably defensive player of the year to this point.
Yeah, they were in New Orleans on Monday night and took an L there. And that's probably because when you hang out in New Orleans, you kind of go a little crazy there a little bit.
You know better than anybody.
So you're probably going to get their best shot tonight. They're probably going to trying to get
a
back
little bounce back,
get back on the winning ways after spending an evening in New Orleans.
Did you happen to hear from your buddy Rick Carlisle last night after that commotion between the Bucks
No,
and Pacers?
I didn't ask Rick about something happened with the ball, right?
Yeah, what the hell? Giannis had a massive freak out about this.
You should have zoomed into his presser.
Good Lord.
Be like, what the hell, coach?
Yeah, that could have been a good question.
So he scored 64, and then the Pacers took the ball basically at the end of the game.
Well, because one of their rookies scored his first basket.
Yeah.
So they
Which is obviously more important than Giannis setting a franchise record.
They wanted to give it to the rookie. Well, Mark Cuban was asked about this. He said, I'd give the ball to the rookie and give Giannis then the score sheet. It's a scoring type of deal. There's a way we can make this everybody happy.
Is that? I don't think that would. No, you think that was making Giannis happy last night?
No, Giannis wanted that damn ball.
Here's your score sheet, bro. Congrats on the 64. Congrats on setting the franchise record. I think Giannis would have been very fine with Mark Cuban just walking up to him and saying, "Here's your score sheet from
I think
last
when
night,
he wakes
bro.
up in the morning,
we
maybe.
laminated it and everything." Can
In the
you believe
moment, he
that?
looked like a little baby child who had his toy taken away from him.
Oh, for sure. It was inexcusable.
It was embarrassing for him to react that way.
What about give the score sheet to the rook?
Yeah, like, come on now.
The rookie probably would have taken that. Giannis is like, I want that damn
We've
ball.
gone so far the other way of the rookie hazing that we're actually going to do things that the best player on the team and career highs and franchise records. 64 points. You made a freaking layup, bro. What are we talking about?
Hey, he made a basket in an
That's
NBA
insane.
game. That's pretty cool.
Not as cool as 64 points.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been more convinced that Mark Cuban's out of touch with the league now if he thinks that the ball should go to the rookie.
Luke is looking at him going, wait, you think when I go for something historical, you're going to give it to the guy who made the layup? That's wonderful. Okay, Mark. Can't wait to demand that trade.
It was quite a scene, but I mean,
over a ball.
What should I ask
Pretty
Rick?
crazy, dude.
What should I ask Rick?
You got MVP trophies and a championship trophy.
Ask Rick who he thinks the ball should go to. I mean, it's his
text
rookie.
him right now. See what he says. He
Yeah,
might answer back. He might say "F you, Brian." I'm not going to answer your question.
Say, well, Mark
You're asking
Cuban
me who the
feels
ball should go to?
He's done that before.
It's
Just
a
tell him
ball.
Mark Cuban feels this way. He'll probably feel the other way.
All right, hang on. Well, go ahead. Talk. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stop while I'm doing this.
Okay,
Coach Rick.
No, you're good.
There he is. Okay,
Coach Rick.
Coach Rick. That's what I got.
I would have
Coach
paid
Rick.
not that much money, but for me personally, it would have felt like a lot of money.
Yeah.
To watch Mark Cuban last night personally hand deliver the score sheet to Giannis and watch him and his veiny biceps take Mark Cuban to the woodshed.
There was only one thing Giannis wanted last night, and it was that ball. And I don't think he got it, according to him.
Lucius,
I don't know if he got it.
I was touching that ball for 36 minutes. I know what it felt like.
You
This ain't that ball.
Lucius, can you do a Giannis imitation?
No, I can't.
Oh, I
no.
thought you had that one.
No.
I thought
Maybe after a few coffees. I haven't had a coffee or anything
okay.
yet.
All right, I got you.
I mean, the game is in Milwaukee. Does that matter? I mean, the Bucks probably furbished the ball.
Yeah, home court advantage.
Yeah, they definitely should have gotten the ball then. What the hell are the Pacers doing?
I don't know. I don't know exactly how that should fall out, but maybe we'll get an answer from Rick Carlisle.
I'm trying right now.
And we'll break a little bit of news thanks to Brian Broaddus and his just unbelievable network.
Giannis is just MFing Tyrese Halliburton over this ball.
Yeah.
Was the NBA TV headlines last night about the 2 points that the rookie scored for the first time in his career? Or was it about Giannis dropping 64 on their
There
heads?
was 9 minutes of highlights on YouTube I watched on it today. Yeah. that whole thing.
It was,
interview, everything.
All right, we got Cowboys.
A free throw, apparently.
Oh, the Stars, they're going to be back in action tomorrow.
Hey, you guys talking about him chasing after that ball?
Yeah.
Wanting that ball so much?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They said it sounded like LeBron. Hold on.
It ain't our ball. It ain't our ball. It ain't our ball. It's our ball, ain't it? It's our ball. Hey, it's our ball. It's our ball. Dave just made the ball up down there.
Dude, this is going to be a meme paradise in the coming days and weeks. This is going to live in infamy. Stars at Ottawa tomorrow. They host a St. Louis on Saturday. It's time now for some X Factors with Zach. What you got, buddy?
Yeah, we'll look at Cowboys-Bills. Of course, who are some players we need to keep an eye on for Buffalo? That's next.
DFW.
105.3 The Fan invites you to raise your hand and help support the North Texas Food Bank with 105.3 The Fan's first annual virtual food drive.
1 in 8 persons in North Texas are food insecure. Dallas County is 6th in the nation for food insecure persons and 4th highest regarding children who may go hungry. This reaches across the area where families are forced to choose between feeding their family and other necessities.
Raise your hand and donate to the North Texas Food Bank's first annual virtual food drive right now at 1053thefan.com/raise your hand.
Yeah, buddy, we're 6.5 minutes from the G-Bag of the Day. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, call the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Here's Wolchuk with some X Factors.
Yeah, DallasCowboys.com pumps this out every week, some of the key players in the matchup. Let's go through some of the Buffalo Bills. Of course, we know about Stephon Diggs, and we're being robbed of what would be such an amazing matchup, getting to watch the Diggs brothers go up against each other with Trayvon and Stephon. And I did think it was interesting, Dan Quinn earlier in the week said he's not going to ask Trayvon Diggs for the secrets on his brother. I mean, like, Brian, I'm sure you were maybe in a situation like this where there were brothers playing against each other. You had friends from other teams. Naturally, I mean, wouldn't you go ahead and just share that information?
Oh, I think that maybe that Diggs has probably talked to these coaches. I mean, Dan's probably protecting him a little bit there too. You know,
but if he's not talking to Deron Bland, I mean, I feel like naturally probably is. I'm sure Bland's asking him, hey, what's the best way to guard your brother?
Absolutely. You know, I mean, you know, especially if you're Bland or Gilmore and you've been watching tape, maybe there's stuff that you want to ask, like, hey, listen, when your brother lines up at this split or he comes across and, you know, motion and he sets here, you know, what do you think his path? What does he try to, how does he try and set guys up? That's the kind of stuff you can ask.
I'm throwing him off the scent if I'm Trayvon. I'm taking care of my brother. We're going to the playoffs. They need this dub more than I do. If we see you in the Super Bowl, I'm going to get you.
Yeah, but you also need, if you're
not
Dallas.
The real scouting report will come out on Super Bowl Sunday.
I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. Just wait till I'm playing you, baby.
If you're Dallas, you need the number 1 seed is what you need. You know?
It's a pipe dream.
Well, expect a heavy dose of Diggs in this one.
Some of my favorite dreams.
I'd sell out my brother to get the number 1 seed. You know? I mean, you do what you have to do.
I would too. I definitely would.
What was it Mike Vrabel, right? He'll run over his own mom.
Oh,
cut the private part off. What's he doing?
Yep. I don't think he's running over his own mom. I don't want to get crazy.
I think
here.
Dan Campbell.
It's something a little bit more logical, like just
Dan
Campbell has said something wild.
Like I'd run over my own mom to get to the
Vrabel was
place.
the man piece.
Yeah. I think we've heard that. Yeah. About run over your mom.
What are you more likely to do in that scenario?
Oh, geez. That's a terrible question that I don't. I'm going to pull the Kyle Shanahan and plead the fifth on this one.
I still have it in mine in a Super Bowl ring, so I'm going to probably not do it.
You didn't have to run over your mom or cut off your man piece.
I did not have to do either.
As far as we know.
At least I've got one child on the way, so it makes cutting the man piece off a little bit better.
That's right.
Like I don't have to reproduce.
That's all it's good
I've got
for.
one. Yeah, that's all it's there. 8 times, though, Stephon Diggs has been targeted at least 11 times. We're going to have a heavy dose of Stephon Diggs to deal with. And then Ed Oliver. You guys remember Ed Oliver, former U of H stud?
University of Houston, yep.
Absolute beast. He went in the first round. He was highly touted coming out in 2020. He does. Mm-hmm. So he's been solid for the Bills, writes the DallasCowboys.com staff.
He's good against the run, too.
Good overall player, right?
Yeah.
Run stopper, pass rusher. Leads their defensive tackles with 6.5 sacks. He ranks 4th in the NFL in that category for D tackles. Definitely a player they're going to have to contain in the middle with Tyler Biadasz.
Yeah, but they're better equipped because you have Smith and then you also have Martin.
And he's not quite as big as a Jalen Carter is.
No.
He's a little bit more. I mean, he's bigger than Aaron Donald, but more of that type of player.
This line is that way. And you know, the Eagles have really big inside guys. This guy, when you start to talk about Oliver, there's your pass rusher. The 3 technique, and then the 2 edges. They've got 3 legitimate rushers, yes.
James Cook as well. Of course, we've talked about him not only just running the football, but as a factor out of the backfield.
Joe Brady's using him as a receiver now. That's a problem.
And he's got 4 games in a row where he's had over 100 yards from scrimmage. Yeah. So, Joe Brady, definitely, that's been the biggest difference, I think, of their offense. I mentioned that yesterday. You know, they would just go away from the run, and it's working for you. And you don't have to have Josh Allen feel like he's got to be superhero. Take the ball out of his hands a little bit and help him out. And Joe Brady's done a good job of doing that with James Cook.
Yeah, I think that Eric made a really good point on Cowboy Crosstalk last night, talking about how if with no Hankins in there, if I'm Buffalo, I try and run the football.
Hell yeah.
Well, especially with my quarterback, like that's the big thing there. Like that is Josh Allen being able to run and not just run on scrambles, but design runs where they know they got more blockers than you can handle, and our quarterback's a bulldozer. That's scary.
It is. And then, of course, we know about Josh Allen. You're going to have to deal with him. For the Cowboys, interesting game for Stephon Gilmore, going back to the place that drafted him. Spent his career with Buffalo there, of course, so he's talked about returning. That'll be interesting. And I wonder if Stephon Diggs will call him old to just go ahead and set him off like A.J. Brown did. And then we get a blast from the past Defensive Player of the Year type game from Stephon Gilmore. But he's going to be big. I mean, you've got Davis on the other side as well, who is also a deep threat for Buffalo. When Josh Allen's in that scramble drill, he gets in trouble. He'll look to hit Gabe Davis over the top. So both corners are going to have to carry over the type of performance they had a week ago to cover both of those guys.
I'll tell you, the X factors could be these tight ends, though.
Dalton Kincaid was on a tear until he got hurt.
Yeah, he's dealing with a little bit of a shoulder problem right now. And Dawson Knox, though, is another one. He's been dealing with a wrist. But if those two guys get involved in the game plan, how you handle them will be key.
Yeah, I got some questions for you on that a little bit later
with the tight ends?
with some football conversation. Just in general, how you handle a few things, but it involves the tight ends for sure.
Because they've got a couple. I mean, they're definitely receiving threats to the position, not necessarily good
They don't
blockers,
miss many balls. They
but
sure
Dawson
don't.
Knox and Dalton Kincaid can both stretch the field for you. And I think it'll be another important game, of course, for Osa Odigizua. He's got matchups with the rookie inside, and Osiris Torrance, then former Cowboy Connor McGovern, who he knows very, very well. Osa, week in and week out, has been very, very consistent, but he's going to have to step up, especially without Hankins.
Thank you, Wooly Bully. We'll have more from Zach coming up at 3 o'clock in your NFL news of the day. Krusty's Corners coming up in 15. Time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Okay, there we go. As soon as you called my name, a little indigestion was hitting right there from that coffee. I tried to down it too fast. That was me just dealing with it. All right, G-Bag of the day. We do it every day on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there on social media, you might think it's funny. You hear it on another radio station. I don't care what it is. It's got to be fire, though. We'll play it. Look us up, G-Bag Nation on Twitter.
Get us
Follow
something
all
from
right
Cat
there.
Daddy.
Wow. Yeah. Look out. Whoa. Our winner right here is a Manitoba Junior Hockey League announcer with one of the funniest calls I've ever heard in my life.
Joey Bielik has it. He turns back. Looks like they're doing a little reverse that you might see in football. And here comes Bazin. He's got some speed. With the D. Oh, what's he going to do? He's shooting the roof, Daddy. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Look at that.
Bro, that's hilarious.
I think it's getting better and better each day.
It's so good.
Daddy.
Yeah.
The roof daddy is special.
Looks like they're doing a little reverse that you might see in football. And here comes Bazin. He's got some speed. With the D. Oh, what's he gonna do? He's shooting the roof, Daddy! Oh, look at that! Look at this, look at that!
Look at this, look at that.
Nice.
So good.
I finally hear it all.
Yeah.
I think it took me 10 or 11 tries.
Hey.
Yeah.
Now it's a hit for real.
Yeah.
Did you guys go to church yesterday by chance? Yesterday was a church day.
Always on Sunday.
I missed it.
You know, okay.
Made up for it this morning, though.
I'll take you to church. I'll take you to church. Hold on, right here. Hey!
Too good to me. God's been too good to me. Believe I shout. Believe I shout. Believe I shout. Believe I shout. He healed me. He healed me. He pushed me. He told me. He helped me. Believe I will.
Busy.
Believe I will. Believe I will.
What?
Woo!
That's real.
They get those offering plates ready right now. Right when you feeling good, here comes some offering plates. Ooh, catch them right now. Here we go.
A little bit softer now.
Yeah.
A little bit softer now.
Yeah, feeling good? All right. Here's the church clip for you, cats.
We're headed in this country, my friend. We got a bunch of pastors who pee sitting down. We got a bunch of, and you say, oh, you know, you're being vile. I'm not. Hey, then God's being vile. God's the one that wrote the Bible, my friend. We got pastors who pee sitting down. We got the President of the United States probably pee sitting down. We got a bunch of preachers. We got a bunch of leaders who don't stand up and piss against the wall like a man. And I'm going to tell you something. That's what's wrong with America.
Wow.
Well, this hits really close to home.
Ooh,
That's why my dad said I could never follow in his footsteps.
Pastor, that throw God? Please sit down.
Yeah, throw God with his church.
America.
Pastor Eric.
All right, what else? Do you guys believe in announcer jinxes?
Yes.
I do.
Is jinx is the right word to say it?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yes.
I feel like something that was Velma saying. Didn't Velma say jinxes or something? I don't know, man.
Zoinks.
I don't know, man.
Look, Scoob.
I don't know.
That's weed.
Yeah. Announcer jinx right here. The great Iron Eagle with this one.
Oh.
Sir, you don't believe in announcer jinxes, right?
No, I do not.
The Nets have 0 turnovers. Here's Thomas. The drive in on Eubanks, the fadeaway. It goes, but a travel. That was an announcer jinx. Booker gets O'Neal to join him on the outside. Booker, that's sweet. Devin Booker can light up in a hurry. His first field goal of the night. And now it's back-to-back turnovers for the Nets.
Wow.
It's Dorian Finney-Smith called on the offensive foul.
So since you brought up the fact that Brooklyn had 0 turnovers, they've now had back-to-back turnovers and 2 possessions. Maybe I do believe in announcer jinxes.
Well, that's why I asked you ahead of time. If you would have said you did believe, then I would not have given the
Really?
stat. Yeah.
You would have?
Yeah, 100%.
He's very irritated.
Blame it on her.
That's why I asked you in the beginning.
He actually, Iron Eagle has a pretty respectable stand-up comedian background.
He does.
Yeah, I don't know if he still does some of that, but I know at least from his younger days that was part of his shtick.
That is
So
great.
that's hilarious.
Let's go to some late night Jimmy right here. Late night Jimmy. This is Jimmy Fallon. They had a song for the Giants QB. What's his name?
Tommy Kellitz?
Hey, Tommy touchdown. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Hey, they had a song for me jammed.
When your man throws a bomb but still is with his mom, that's DeVito. When he has quite the arm and wolfs down chicken parm, that's DeVito. Making plays Sunday and Monday, lives a mile away. Football's Leonardo da Vinci. He will win ring-a-ling-a-ling, and wear them on his pinky. That's another game won, but your pop says, "Ma, don't do the dishes, do the dishes. If you tackle my man, I'll call Paulie, you'll sleep with the fishes."
That's great.
Well done.
Very well done.
Nice job.
I think Jimmy has like a Christmas album out too or something like that.
Really?
Yeah, Jimmy calls himself a musician now.
In the way RJ Choppy is, maybe.
A bit musician.
Hey, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, like Adam Sandler is. Hey, is it our current champion, the hockey call from Manitoba? Is it Pastor with his takes on what's wrong with America? Announcer jinx from Iron Eagle, one of the greatest of all time, and Jimmy Fallon there with the late night Jimmy songs about Tommy DeVito, their Giants quarterback. They're head over heels with this guy.
Yeah, they
it's
are.
amazing. I hope they can beat the Turds. That would.
too.
I mean, shoot, I'll become Italian if that happens, or at least I'll fake Italian.
Is that how it works? Okay.
Yeah.
This is how it works.
Fake Italian.
I'll be
You
fake
get jumped
Italian.
in or something? What
Yeah. Shoot, that's a tough one. I think for the second time this week, I feel like any 4 could be champion, and we might have to take one of these challengers and make him an instant 5-time to bring him back, depending on how the vote goes. I'm going to go with...
I had so many clips too. Carter said, chill out on them. Don't play them all because that Manitoba guy is going to win. And don't play them all. I was playing some good stuff back here. Carter seen it. He's like, nah,
I
don't
mean,
hit.
that guy.
Please, LA, don't hurt him.
That's a 5-time. I mean, we could advance him if you want. Just already, boom, put him in there for the 5-time.
Who you vote for, Chief?
I'm going to go with the champ. I'm going to go with the
Yeah, Manitoba. Hey, they out there too, man, in Canada. I'm telling you. My Instagram proved it. I was like, oh, okay. Nice. Oh, all right.
So good. Yeah, I'm voting for the champ.
Right.
Tommy Cutlets.
Okay, I was voting for Jimmy as well by a score of 3-2, and still your G-Bag of the Day champion. I believe that's 3.
That's 3.
He'll be looking for 4 tomorrow in What You Drinking, What You Thinking Football Friday. Okay, where are we going in the corner?
Yeah, we're going to talk about this Buffalo's defense, I'll tell you what, there's something you need to know about their secondary. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want you to talk about
courtesy of Miller Lite.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. NFL News of the Day is coming up at 3 o'clock. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for making us part of yours. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. Haven't heard back from Rick yet, but this is what I texted him. I said, hey, don't let that guy take that ball from you. I thought you were tougher than that. That's what I said.
No way.
I said, yeah, I thought you were tougher than that. See what he says back. He might tell me to F myself.
He'll say it was his effing ball.
I hope he does.
The guy scored 64.
Yeah.
The idiots on my team wanted to give it to a rookie.
Yeah.
You know he'll call out the guys on his team.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Not publicly.
Those idiots ran away with the ball.
Yeah. I thought we were a little bit tougher than that,
I mean, if you watch my tape, you can see my team has no common sense.
Gosh. Oh, Rick.
He was mean to everybody except like Jason Kidd and Dirk.
Yeah.
He was a tough son of a gun.
That's what coaches do, though, man. They know they don't yell at their really good players. Everybody else gets yelled at. I was like in college. I was made an example of plenty of times. Because when you're not any good, they can punish you. Nobody cares. It's like you're an example. But anyway, all right. I promised something about this Buffalo's defense. Buffalo Bills defense. Buffalo Bills defense. When you watch these guys on tape, they really, really rely on their front four. Their front four is what carries their day for them. And so they struggle at linebacker, and they do have some issues in the secondary. And Gavin was talking about potential shootout if the weather turns dry and not windy and all that. You very well could get one in this game. With two quarterbacks that are playing at a really high level, that's very possible. But these guys are really good when it comes to that four-man pressure when rushing the passer. They don't like to blitz. And when you look at the metrics on them, just to make sure, I checked, they're near the bottom of the league when it comes to that. They're 26th in the league when it comes to blitzing people. And you watch your tape, and you can see they don't want to blitz. But they put a ton of pressure on you rushing the passer. They're third in the league when it comes to sacks. So that's something you're going to have to deal with. But when they do blitz, the Cowboys have to be ready from blitzes. It's not linebacker blitzes because they use their linebackers in coverage. If you look at their linebackers have 5 of their interceptions this year in playing in coverage. But they're small, and they get bullied in the run game a little bit. But Cowboys have to be ready for the blitz. It's going to come from secondary blitzes. This is where the running backs come in. Have to be ready for. Remember when Orlando Scandrick used to play in the slot, and they bring that slot blitz from the backside, and they never picked it up, and then he would have 3 or 4 sacks for the year, nobody picking him up. Well, Cowboys need to be worried about this. They need to be aware.
That Terrell Bernard.
Yeah.
He's like a safety playing linebacker is how he looks. I mean, he makes a ton of plays in coverage.
Yeah, he's been pretty good.
He is. And Bernard, he actually, he's the most productive of the two. He has 112 tackles for the year.
I think he's had to slide in for Milano, who got hurt and was out for the year.
That's their problem. Matt Milano is being gone since week 6. Has kind of hurt them a little bit. The problem is that both of these guys are slight built guys. 200. They're very similar to what the Cowboys do playing with Bell and guys like that. 224 pounds, 226 pounds. So, but they're both very aggressive. Now, what you worry about with this defensive line real quick, if I can, is that I think they've got 3 legitimate rushers here. But Von Miller is seeing like a lot less work. He's the veteran of the group. But Gregory Rousseau and Ed Oliver are the 2 guys you really need to worry about. And Epinesa is another guy. He's hurt right now, and he might not play. And that would be a huge, huge break for the Cowboys. He's got a rib injury, and his status, he tried to come back in the game. I was watching it. He gets hurt. He comes back. He lasts 1 play, and he's gone. And you don't see him again. So his status, I think, is probably in doubt for this one as well. But this defensive line, like I say, is pretty good when it comes. Leonard Floyd's involved too, and he's been pretty productive as well. So it's all about their defensive line. Now, their secondary. This is where their problems are, in my opinion. They got former Eagle. We all remember Rasul Douglas.
Yeah,
used to play. Well, he's bounced
they
around.
traded for him at the deadline.
Yeah, he's bounced around. He's bounced around like 3 or 4 other teams as we've gone here. He starts at one corner, excuse me, and Christian Benford starts at the other. And Douglas has a history of not playing very well against the Cowboys.
Yeah.
He has 1 interception and only 1 pass defense in like 7 games. And he's been attacked a bunch and given up some big plays. He's still very handsy, very grabby as a player. And I would just call his speed competitive. Not much there. There's snaps where you watch him play, he gets lost in coverage. But, if you make a mistake around him and the ball's not where it's supposed to be, he finds a way to make a play. Benford, on the other hand, has improved from where he was a second-year guy to Villanova. And the learning curve has been really, really steep with this guy. But there has been some promise. Opponents are completing about 70% of their passes against this guy.
Wow.
So you'll see him line up on both sides of the defense. Now, the real issue, here's another team that struggles with their nickel. Terrion Johnson is the nickel, and he is the guy the Cowboys absolutely need to attack in this game because he'll struggle when he has to deal with receivers that have speed. And everybody that's put speed on him has been able to make plays. And so this is where I think that you take Brandon Cooks and you put Cooks inside, or you could put Lamb. You can put Lamb on the outs, but you can put anybody that Johnson has to cover that has speed is going to be a problem for him.
Take a shot with Turpin.
Take a shot with Turpin too as well. Now, what you have to know about, and I looked at metrics again. I look at the film, and I'm now looking at metrics, trying to kind of marry the two together. When you block this front, they're near the bottom of the league when it comes to creating tight window throws. I looked it up. I'm like, how often are these guys in position to make plays? They're 27th in the league when tight window throws. Ooh. They give up a ton of space when they play zone. Tape shows that. And opponents have taken advantage of their throws of like when they call open throws, like a 3 to 5 yards.
Yeah.
Open throws. 50% of those passes are open throws against the secondary.
Wow. So you can get separation.
Well, here's the kicker. Here's the kicker for the Bills. And the Cowboys have done this and better each and every week. Red zone. The Bills are allowing 46% of their completions in the red zone. It's almost 50% completion percentage in red zone. Usually teams are somewhere right around 20, 21, 18% down in the red zone. They're giving this thing up at 46%, which is one of the worst in the league. So the Cowboys, when you get down in the red zone, if you find ways to, yes, you can complete. And the Cowboys have done a better job of getting the ball to various people, whether it's Ferguson, whether it's Cooks, whether it's Gallup on the slant, Lamb, whoever. The Bills have struggled with that. Like they're a clip now where their defense is giving up touchdowns at 80% of the trips down there in the red zone.
Oh, so block their front, and you should be able to throw on them, and then you got to cash in the red zone.
You got to cash in. You got to cash in against the secondary. You got to be able to block this front. We always talk about block the front. They've got more rushers, I think, than what the Eagles had, and you have to be worried about the occasional slot blitz. The blitz is going to come from the secondary. It's not going to come from the linebackers. It's going to come from the secondary. So running backs need to be well aware of that whole situation right there. But these guys, they don't cover you very tight, and they allow some open throws. So how the Cowboys play in the second, how the Cowboys run their routes, how they get open, especially if they're going to play a lot of zone coverage, which they do. You have to be ready to make some plays here because the Buffalo defense is not that good in the secondary, and especially at nickel. So this one's got a shot if, in fact, that you find a way to take care of Rousseau, Oliver, and then also, though, with Floyd being a rusher as well.
Sounds quite a bit like the Eagles' defense.
It sounds promising.
Yeah.
It sounds promising. It's two offenses. You're going to have to deal with their offense. They're going to have to deal with your offense. And, which group can make plays, get those 1 or 2 extra stops. We've seen the Cowboys being able to come up with those here against the Eagles and then also with Seattle. Hopefully that continues for them.
Surprising they're going on this run, but that's just how good their offense has been playing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian. He's at Brian Broaddus on the Twitter X machine if you want to get in there and follow him, especially in the lead up and the aftermath of these Cowboys game. He's got a lot of great takeaways. Don't troll him, okay? You owe him some serious respect.
No trolling.
Okay, not your most clever, evil thoughts you can come up with. Okay,
They're good at that too.
They are. That's what Twitter is.
Yeah, they do it to you too. So don't do it to Gavin either.
Yeah, it's the NFL news of the daytime now. Chuck, where are you taking us?
Yeah, we got one Buffalo Bill who believes he is not from this planet. Have the Steelers lost their way? And who's the Niners MVP? That's next.
I'd love to chat with you about the Frankels.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. The latest weather report out of Buffalo. Possible showers. You're looking at a 50% chance now of some precipitation with temps in the mid to low 40s around game time. And, we'll see how it goes with the weather. I think it's something very important to track. I think it's advantage Buffalo the worse the weather gets because of how desperate they are and their willingness to run their quarterback, his skills at running, and then their actual running back.
They're running backs, yeah.
Yeah. A running game, I believe, would favor them.
Yes,
but hey,
it should.
The Cowboys can run well, too. And when they play disciplined, maybe they could handle that. I don't know if we ever have seen them handle a threat this good from a quarterback and running back combo. Well, I don't know. Giants. But still, Giants don't have the weapons to threaten you like that. So, yes, I think that would be the biggest challenge maybe that this defense has faced other than maybe a Shanahan offense over the last couple of years. Anyway, here's Zach Wolchuk in your NFL News of the Day.
Guys, how pumped are we? We get Chargers, Raiders tonight for Thursday Night Football. I know nobody's more excited than Al Michaels. And, of course, the Chargers will not have Justin Herbert. They're going to be starting Easton Stick, 3-time national champion in college at North Dakota State. But they won't have their wide receiver Keenan Allen either. He's got a heel injury. He will miss his first game of the season. And then Josh Jacobs is very much doubtful for the Las Vegas Raiders as well. So two big members of both teams' offenses. We get Easton Stick and Aiden O'Connell tonight on Thursday Night Football on Prime.
Is this just the diehard of diehards for the respective teams tonight watching this game, and then the gamblers?
Much like last week.
Or the fantasy
when it was Steelers and Patriots.
I can't. How are they promoting this? Wait, what are they doing to promote this game? You know, when they're like, Brady versus Manning,
it's
or
Austin Eckler and Max Crosby.
Okay, because they can't even use Keenan Allen,
or Devontae Adams.
I don't know what you. Yeah, Devontae. You probably do Devontae Adams,
Eckler and Adams
versus Eckler. Sure,
it's a legendary AFC West showdown, boys.
It is.
Two proud franchises.
Can't wait to watch that tonight. That's going to be an absolute blast.
Do you think we're going to be watching a tank off?
Oh, I don't know how much teams do that.
I don't think Antonio Pierce is a tanker. But I think that Brandon Staley knows he's got one foot out the door.
Yeah,
I don't know if there's much effort going on with the
Pierce
Chargers.
is trying to get the job.
That's true.
He's got to try and win. So yeah, he's not interested.
It seemed like they tried pretty hard last week.
Yeah, unless you're interested,
when they scored 0 points.
Mark Davis has told him, listen, if you lose the rest of the games, we'll keep you around on the staff.
Well, it was hilarious when KNC played the audio of Justin Jefferson earlier, who was part of that 3-0 game, and then he gets taken to the hospital, and he said he's in the emergency room watching the game, and he's cheering, and everyone around him that was actually hurt probably got annoyed. And Baskey made the great point of, well, what the hell was he cheering about? It was a 3-0 game.
There was nothing to cheer about. Well, his teammates did do a keg stand celebration.
The celebration was fun.
Not a touchdown celebration because they only scored 3 points. So they must have gotten an interception, and then they all ran to the end zone to do the keg stand thing, which was all just to make fun of their offensive coordinator who had just been arrested for a DUI 2 nights prior before the game.
Well, Brian, you will get both of your former LSU Tigers, go Tigers, in Justin Jefferson playing against the Bengals despite his chest injury, and Jamar Chase will be playing as well. So arguably the 2 top receivers in the sport, depending on who you ask and who orders what. But Jefferson and Chase will be fun. They'll both be out there playing against each other.
Yeah.
Have you seen him ask Jamar Chase about that? He's saying, I'm the best. There's no 2 best. It's just me.
And from a wide receiver, I expect that.
No, but it is funny because it's 2 teammates, guys I presume are legitimate friends.
He's not going to give him any credit.
Yeah.
It's just me, and then it's everybody else. Dude, you talk about tanking. The prices for the Panthers home game against the Falcons this week. I don't know if any of you guys saw this online.
Panthers, Falcons. I bet that's actually probably like $20.
$20?
$20 you can get in there.
Go way lower, buddy.
Wow.
Way lower?
$8?
You can get in the building for 45 cents.
Holy cow.
45 cents for a ticket, like a seat. That's not a standing room deal. 45 seconds, you can get a nosebleed seat.
I wouldn't even charge for
45
that.
cents.
Just don't embarrass yourself like a franchise.
It's like, here's 2 quarters, and they're like, oh, so I'll give you your change back.
Yeah, how brutal is that?
As the owner, I'm buying up every ticket under $20.
It's terrible, man.
Yeah, you can't let that get out. No, that's a bad look. Oh, that's disgusting.
It's disgusting.
45 cents? This isn't just some person selling their own tickets for 45 cents. There's like a bit. This is
How
like
would you not go? It's football. I mean, it's the NFL.
I'll go see an NFL game for 45 cents. Yeah.
yeah, or I can watch Scott Hansen in the red zone for free on my couch.
Yeah, but you don't want to go see a potential division champ in the Falcons?
Watching Desmond Ridder play football gives me odds.
You're gonna have great access to upfront parking.
That might be a great payoff.
No line to the concessions or the restrooms.
45 cents. I was blown away. When
Yeah,
I
that's
It's
true.
not like going to a bar, but a football game's going on live.
It'll be pretty spacious in there.
Yeah.
Terrible.
It'll be a nice afternoon.
We probably will not get to see C.J. Stroud play for the Texans this week as they take on the Titans. Davis Mills is most likely going to start. C.J. Stroud still has not cleared concussion protocol. It's Thursday now.
His head hit pretty hard on that turf.
Yeah, so we're probably going to get the neck of Davis Mills out there quarterbacking the Texans as they're fighting for a playoff berth there in the AFC, and they need that win. Now we go to Josh Allen, whom the Cowboys will play this week, and of course we put a bow on the Bills and the Chiefs game. We move ahead, but people were wondering, well, did Mahomes, he apologize? Did he apologize specifically to Josh Allen? Media asked Josh Allen about that today.
He reached out to me, and I was just like, it's football. It's a game of emotion. You know, I know he didn't mean anything by it. And I know the cameras kind of caught the last few seconds of what we were talking about, but you know, he's an ultimate competitor. He wants to win, and you know, that's why he is who he is.
So there you go. He did. For those that were wondering and wanted to make sure that Mahomes apologized to Josh Allen, he did. And I believe they're friends. They have a very good relationship.
I bet he sent him a 12-pack of Yellow Bellies.
Think so?
Yeah.
Would that be better than
four more already drank?
better than an edible arrangement?
Yeah.
4 empty cans and 8 others.
Well, he's
sorry, man. I was
definitely
wrapping
a Coors Light guy.
I was wrapping this up, and I had a couple on the way.
Man. That's great. Okay.
Enjoy the 8-pack, man.
I saw this via The Athletic. Jordan Poyer. He has explained how the combination of quitting drinking and doing ayahuasca has made him a better player. As he previously was with Cleveland, he started 10 games in total, 3 years there. Then he gets to Buffalo and he breaks out. And since 2018, he's been one of the better safeties in football. He was an All-Pro in 2021. And they asked him, okay, well, what changed? He said, I stopped drinking. I started doing ayahuasca. And his wife, Rachel Bush, said that he would drink about a 6-pack of IPAs in 20 to 30 minutes, then often black out back in 2018.
Lightweight.
Quote, I'd find him drinking
And
in
then I would
crazy
go out with
places,
her teammates.
like under the bathroom cabinets, hidden like a child, his wife reveals.
Whoa.
Wait, he was hiding in the bathroom cabinets?
He was hiding booze?
Just shotgunning beers?
Just drinking.
Warm beer underneath the counter? That's weird.
It was weird.
Run back those
He's got
numbers
a
real
Yeti.
quick.
He's got a Yeti
No, but
built
he
in there.
was doing IPAs at what
He
what
was
type of
drinking
rate?
a 6-pack of IPAs in 20 to 30 minutes and often blacking out.
I mean, I feel like the blackout there is inevitable.
How about how full you are drinking IPAs?
Very
in that,
thick.
In that time of
That's like 9 beers. The blacking out after that?
I mean, but those IPAs are usually anywhere from like 6 to 9%. 6 of those in 30 minutes. Maybe not full on blackout, but
If you're doing that every night,
pretty bad.
Yeah,
You
that's
build
what
up
it
the
was.
tolerance.
I mean, he was essentially an alcoholic.
I think that's probably what she saw.
That's
but there was like a pint of whiskey in the garage. Or
There was something else going on.
Okay.
Something heavier.
Yeah.
So, however, after quitting drinking,
Appreciate your expertise on this, by the way.
Thank you. He was
Seriously.
still dealing with anxiety,
Maybe a couple hydrocodone
and depression. Yeah, a couple
Xanax.
Quaaludes.
Dawson was calling him weak. He's got to have some more booze.
So
Can't black out over that.
Poyer says that's when he discovers ayahuasca. Quote, it's brownish and really thick. It almost looks like oil, but it's darker and thicker. It's one of the worst things you could ever taste. But after he did ayahuasca, his wife Rachel says, he became like my dream husband. I was nervous about what it would do to him, but he came back a totally new man, so appreciative of me and our family. Poyer went on to say, I truly feel like I'm not from this planet. Always being the odd one out, having different perspectives, thinking differently. Now he says his purpose is to be a bright light for everybody that I touch and connect with. And that's who the Cowboys are playing on Sunday. The ayahuasca, no longer alcoholic Jordan Poyer. And shout out to him for getting his life around.
Just call him an alcoholic?
No longer.
Oh.
He quit in 2018.
You did, though.
But he was. Well, he admitted he was in this article via The Athletic. I'm just reporting.
Dawson just called him out for not drinking enough.
Well, I called the details of the story. It didn't seem right one way or another, and I think we got to the bottom of it. She was just unaware of everything that he had going on.
He's a hell of a football player.
Yeah.
And we've got Jake Ferguson, who's been putting his face along with other Bills safeties up as they run through the running back gauntlet there. And that's now taken over social media. Shout out to Nick Harris, who posted that.
Wait, Jake Ferguson? That was Jake Ferguson's idea?
Mm-hmm.
To print out the
Put the
faces
two
of
safeties.
Buffalo Bills. Oh, just their safeties?
Yeah, and I think behind there's other,
Is it
maybe
like
defensive linemen.
The rubber arms, like the little tunnel that you run through, like that thing, the resistance deal.
Yep.
I was trying to get you and Broadus to do that on video in Oxnard.
Nope.
Would have been a great
I don't know
video.
if so we just didn't do it because I feel like we'd have been kicked out.
I mean, Broadus, come on now.
You maybe could have the pull to do that.
Could have got stuck.
That's what I was hoping for.
I
Or
totally-
just getting slingshotted back out.
That's what I'm saying.
Because-
You know what? Next year we go back out on the field.
You're doing
Just
it?
Give me a little liquid courage. I got you.
Yes, dude. I want to see you channel your inner Mike Allstott.
Give me a little liquid courage. We can go out there and do this. Now, who is the MVP of the San Francisco 49ers? Is it Brock Purdy? Is it Christian McCaffrey?
It's choice C, Kyle Shanahan.
Kyle Shanahan? Well, Kyle was asked this question about both of them, and here was his response.
Trying to get me in trouble with those two guys. That's the only reason I wouldn't overly comment on either one of them, because I don't want them to cancel each other out. But if any non-quarterback's going to get an MVP, I don't get how Christian McCaffrey can't. I mean, he's amazing in what he's done all year. If it's going to a quarterback, then I don't have to talk about Christian. I can talk about our quarterback, and I'm still, if his numbers is all you see, then I think that solves it up. But if you watch the film, then it makes it even stronger, which to me is the most important thing.
I think he's making a great point, and I think this is how we get Dak to an MVP. Much like Dak and Zeke took votes away from each other in 2016, neither of them won.
Yeah.
We need Purdy and McCaffrey to take votes away from each other, and Dak wins.
There you go. Is McCaffrey anywhere on these odds, like these MVP odds?
We're going to start the
campaign
here.
Hey, I
Let's
think
go.
that's
The
good.
campaign. Yes,
that's
the
a good
campaign.
That's a good
The
turning.
campaign's what we need.
It's a good turning of the page from last year. From our one McCarthy year or McCaffrey year to the next year in the G-Bag Nation. We've really, gone.
We know the
full
impact that
circle on
CMC
this.
has made
We've
for this
grown.
team. They're a completely different offense.
His mama asked for us to stop being Richards.
Yeah.
And we're complying.
Yes.
We are full on.
He's got my vote.
Ready to vote for Christian McCaffrey.
CMC for MVP, baby.
Absolutely. Start it, and maybe Dak can end up getting this thing. Now, speaking of quarterbacks, Ben Roethlisberger, he's got his football and podcast, and he's taking shots at his former team. Has the tradition been lost there in Pittsburgh, according to Ben?
Maybe the tradition of the Pittsburgh Steelers is done. Maybe it needs to be formed a new kind of way. I don't know. Like, who's grabbing someone by the face mask and being like,
Yeah.
That's not what
we do.
It's not what we do. Is that happening? You have guys on defense doing it, but you need guys on both sides of the ball doing it. You need someone to stand up in that room on offense and be like, hey, this isn't what it means to wear the black and gold.
Yada yada yada. You just got to be good. They don't have any. They don't have
They
good
don't have
enough
a quarterback
players
right now, Ben. You should be the first one to be able to see that.
Yeah.
But what the hell are you doing?
No, it's 60 years of tradition. It doesn't go away.
Good
when you
Lord,
retire.
there's still a physical defense when you watch. If they win a game, it's probably because of their physical play.
Yeah.
They're running the ball with Najee Harris and Jalen Warren, former Oklahoma State Poke. And probably Warren should be the starter there, not Najee, but they took Najee in the first round, so they got to keep giving him the ball. They don't have a quarterback.
Heard that story before. Yeah, they don't have a quarterback. I think Ben Roethlisberger's onto something, though. They're just a few grabbed face masks away from
That's what
being
they need to do.
Well above 500.
Put foot, insert in rear, and maybe somebody out there will start playing better football.
Yeah, you got to set the tone.
How's Ben looking?
Yeah, Ben looks about the same.
Does he? Is he like
Probably added a few.
Most players get smaller. He
could get on the soda program with me.
Oh,
he could.
Could he?
But he's always been a thick guy.
Yeah.
But I've never been a big Ben Roethlisberger fan, so he can go blame himself. Shout out to Keegan-Michael Key, who's going to return to host the NFL Honors this year. Do you guys ever watch the Honors? Last year, I mean, we were in Vegas, or at the Super Bowl in Arizona. This year it's in Vegas. I missed it last year.
Remember how we were trying to navigate getting out of that
It got
convention?
busy.
It got to the point we couldn't get out of the
right,
place.
it's at the same place where we're doing our show and the convention is. So the traffic got wild.
It was
but
crazy trying to get out of that place.
from what I remember, and I think Lucius does a good job. You pull some of the clips if they're funny. But Keegan-Michael Key, I thought he did a good job last year from the clips that I saw.
Yeah, I can't recall, but I'm sure he was just absolutely hitting the home run. I do know he's a big football guy, so he understands, he gets it. So his jokes are probably on point and topical.
Is he the guy who looks like James Franklin, the coach at from Penn State?
Yeah, but he just doesn't wear glasses.
Oh.
And he's taller. He's probably better looking.
Okay.
Funnier.
Much funnier. Very talented.
Just a better presence.
I thought there's a clip I saw where he imitated Coach Franklin, and he's dressed up and he ran on the field like he does and all that stuff like that.
I mean, and the names bit that he does is hilarious.
Yeah, well, Key and Peele is an all-timer.
Well, and Jordan, I mean, absolutely. Yeah, they're both wickedly talented individuals. Now, yesterday we heard about the expansion when it comes to the NFL and going to Brazil. They want to keep doing this when it comes to international games. Well, according to a source, there was only one team that voted against the expansion when it comes to the international games. It's the Chicago Bears. They were the lone vote. The McCaskey family said, we ain't into this. The reason why is, quote, we have generational talents coming in. Fans want to see Patrick Mahomes coming in. They want to see Josh Allen. They want to see Jalen Hurts. They want to see Tommy DeVito coming in.
They say that?
Yes, that was the direct quote from McCaskey.
Was it really?
He literally said that. The room, and the article writes, the room burst into laughter. It was the best line of the entire meeting, one source said in the meeting, adding it was a good-natured and well-received quip.
Okay, very good. He was just busting balls there. That's a good line.
Was he busting balls because they voted against this? He's like, I need my fans. I'm not giving up a home game. I want them to come see Pat Mahomes if they're playing in Chicago.
No, because they're selfish. That's what they are. The McCaskies are selfish there in Chicago.
Yeah, everybody knows that.
They don't care about their fans. They want the money. That's what it's all about over there.
It is a funny line though to throw in DeVito. He's clearly not being serious when he says DeVito. That's the joke, ha 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 portion. But he did clearly vote against this thing.
I mean, when you threw in Tommy DeVito in there, it's like, hold on a second. What are we doing? What are we doing?
But you still got outvoted, and you can go bleep yourself.
The league is also going to go ahead and not ban the tush push, as Troy Vincent basically said. Roger Goodell, you go bleep yourself. We're not going to ban it just yet. There's no evidence when it comes to the injuries, and just because the Eagles are doing it better than anybody, we're not going to go ahead and reprimand them for that. The NFL is going to ban the hip drop tackle, most likely, and they're going to review touchback rules regarding fumbles through the end zone. So that's be something to monitor as we move into the offseason.
817 has a follow-up question asking, what the heck is ayahuasca? It's that ancient special drink that the natives handed down. It's like off of some bark of some tree. They make a tea out of it, and that's kind of like a mushroom or a peyote type of experience, like hallucinogen, and people go on like spiritual journeys or whatever with it.
I was smoking that.
Aaron Rodgers, I think, was the first last year to really popularize it. Now other players are,
Was this when he went on the darkness trip?
Yes.
On this?
I think that was before the darkness trip.
Yeah,
I don't know.
He's dabbled before, but
he
definitely
separates. He has his darkness trips, and then he's got his.
So he doesn't do both, right? Together.
Who knows?
Like
I don't know what he does in the darkness. I don't know that he's really told us.
Yeah. I don't know if that was just sensory deprivation or if he was also tripping balls, Brian.
Yeah.
Okay. The greatest reason for fear this weekend.
We did it better.
Might also be the greatest weekend to believe this is the Cowboys' year, and it's next to the nation.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley.
Oh,
No, Gavin's picking the Bills.
Oh, that's right.
Have the Bills just been like bending but not breaking? Because looking at their game results, they don't get are they taking teams away? How is it?
It's their offense.
How is it not adding up to a bunch of points again? Oh,
it's the sacks. The sacks. They're second or third in the league in sacks. So what happens is when they don't get you with pressure or they don't sack you, that's the issues that they have. So I don't know. I mean, it's funny when you watch the games. They watch the Kansas City game, and then you watch the the game against Philadelphia, and they should have won the Philadelphia game.
Oh yeah,
they definitely should have won the Philadelphia game.
But
penalties were an issue for them late.
But you look at overall metrics of the team, the tight window coverage is not there, and they play a ton of zone. But
their analytics say they're better than most defenses the Cowboys have played. Do you not agree with that based on the film?
No, I don't agree on that on the film, no.
You think they fit in right with these other?
I think they fit in because I think they're a better pass rushing. They played some good pass rushing teams. They played some teams that haven't played well in the secondary. So I'm the guy buying Cowboy offense.
Yeah.
So, my hope is
should be able to execute against what you described.
I'm hopeful that they find a way to, if you could find a way to block these guys. That's where it's going to come down to, I believe.
I think if the Bills win, it's going to be because they score a lot of points. And, so far I still expect that. And, the biggest concern with the Bills, I wanted to tie this together for you, is also the biggest reason to be bullish on a Cowboys championship parade. Okay, we go to Chris Trapasso. Bills motioned on 60% of Josh Allen's dropbacks against the Chiefs. 3 straight games with Joe Brady at OC in which Buffalo has hit the 60% motion mark on the Allen dropbacks. So they are now amongst the league leaders in motion. What happened for them happened for the Cowboys for different reasons. The Cowboys found it in a healthy and organic way at the bye week. The Bills found it, I believe, because Joe Brady, who is one of the guys who's been given credit for kind of pushing this offense into the future, in college and the NFL. I think he was watching Ken Dorsey run something that was not optimized, and as they fall to 5-5, he strikes when the opportunity was there. You go into the people in charge and say, here's why you're struggling. It's an easy sell at that point, even though Ken Dorsey had a lot of success with the Bills and was given quite a bit of credit for bringing along Josh Allen. He's gone, and now both these offenses are amongst the best in the NFL if you just go by what they're doing right now. And it's the same reason at least partially with the Bills, I'm sure their offense isn't totally the same as the Cowboys, but a huge push to motion, saving both offenses. If you need any further convincing that the Cowboys, I believe, have stumbled upon the formula for great offensive football here into the future, this is it right here. I mean, the Bills had fallen to 5-5 with an MVP caliber quarterback, what should be unstoppable, losing right and left to bad teams. And they're like, hey, let's do this. Should have won 3 in a row if it wasn't for crappy defense and some penalties. They would have beaten the Eagles as well and the Chiefs, both the Super Bowl teams last year, just by going to more motion. Holy cow, how drunk are NFL teams' leaderships if everybody can't see this right now?
Yeah, it's bizarre.
Been wondering about it for years, man.
Like when you asked Stephen Jones the question early in the season, we were frustrated about the offense, and Stephen's response is, well, there's multiple ways to skin a cat. It's like, yeah, sure, that's true. But then we go through and you look at all the top 10 offenses in the sport at the time, and they're all basically top 10 in motion use. So, yeah, that's definitely the way to have success in today's NFL.
Fix both teams. I just think that's pretty cool. Okay, next topic here, G-Bag Nation. Why hasn't the biggest game in America not returned yet? We could be looking at 20 years. It's weird. It's an unsolved mystery. How the hell did Jerry Jones kick off the super stadium era in America? He's running around helping all the other teams build stadiums.
Yeah.
Maybe they think
he's getting pieces of those too, though.
Maybe they think Jerry's getting pieces of everything.
He is. The Legends is part of what's going on at Vegas. It's part of what's going on with the Rams and the Chargers out there in L.A.
New York.
Yeah.
They got the concessions everywhere.
Sure. He's a part of, every one of these Super Bowls that you're seeing now. He's, with the concessions and stuff, it's part of his business. So he's got his hand in the till. No question.
Do you think there's any way that it's because of what happened with the seating and the snowstorm?
Could very well be. The seating, you can't plan for the weather.
No.
That I mean, the day of the game was a beautiful day, but the seating thing that was embarrassing.
Yeah, it was terrible. They thought they had plenty of time to add like 2,000 extra seats, or maybe it was more than that.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And when the weather came in, they just could not get the equipment out there to the stadium.
Nope.
And on game day, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of fans who are like, "What the hell?"
Yep.
But I think if you're the NFL, you would chalk that up to. I mean, nobody has a stadium that holds that many people. You're talking about tens of thousands of tickets that Jerry Jones represents.
Oh, the Vegas
that other teams can't put in there.
Yeah, Vegas is one of the smaller stadiums, believe it or not, for being new.
You make a great point about the revenue, and now that area has also hosted what was the World Series. Granted, it was 2020, right, during the pandemic, but now another World Series championship with the Rangers, and they're about to have the All-Star game there. So the Rangers' new stadium is definitely hosting these events. I do think Arlington deserves another shot.
Yeah, I mean, you got, I don't know, would they want Texas Live as a backdrop? Seems like a pretty perfect place. You got wonderful hotels. You're 10 minutes from an airport.
Yeah.
You don't have to deal with L.A. traffic or San Francisco traffic. It's probably even worse.
We live in a very spread out city to do all this, though. I know it's probably no different than L.A. or any of these other places that host Super Bowls, but Miami's another one that's really, really spread out.
It's tough to get around through.
Tough to get around.
Yeah.
You know, there's some of these Super Bowls that, like the New Orleans one, you don't need a car. You know, everything is downtown. The hotels are downtown. The restaurants are downtown. The stadium's downtown. Everything's there for you. You don't have to have a car.
Which is definitely
you go to the Super Bowl here. Like I remember the media hotel was the Sheraton down here downtown.
Yeah.
Games in Arlington and all the events, everything was all spread out all over the place.
Well,
I almost
Arizona,
died going to that Sheraton, by the way.
How far was it to get to Glendale?
That was pretty far.
Right, from the actual stadium. And we were downtown where everything was for the actual
It's like that in
media
every
row.
Super Bowl city, though. You're staying in New York City, the game's in the New Jersey. You know, you're staying in San Francisco, Media Row's in San Francisco, you got the game in Santa Clara.
Yeah, but I'm saying, though, when you look at, though, for convenience for everybody involved.
Yeah.
I tell you what, there's nothing worse than having to drive 30, 40 minutes every day to have to, you have to go to the team's hotel is over here and it's 30 minutes from where you're at or 40 minutes from where you're at. And then, got to go to the other hotel. Oh, that's another hour away, the other side of town. You know, I mean, there's a lot of things they have to think about with these things.
I don't know. If I'm Jerry, I think I'd get my private eyes on this one. I'm like, you guys, this is ridiculous. I'd be hacked off, and maybe that's just how it is behind the scenes. Like Jerry Jones trying to cowboy every deal. He's trying to dominate everything, get all the money, and maybe there's a group of people. You know, Arthur Blank with the Falcons wasn't a huge fan of his. He tried to chase out Roger Goodell. That was just 6 years ago. You know, Jerry wields his power as like a ratings machine, as the strongest card in the deck quite often. And I think, everybody knows somebody that's kind of done business with Jerry Jones. I do think people start to resent that. And I think in Jerry's world, that's how men do business. That's how you negotiate. So he's probably got no problem with it. It's just interesting when we start to see signs of it. Like, really? We're going to go 20 years without a Super Bowl at AT&T Stadium. That's what it's going to be.
Yeah. Well, I do think there's – I do
That's
think –
nuts. Now, I'll tell you what, it's already starting to look old out there. I'd want to get a couple of more in before this thing's like one of the middle-aged stadiums.
Oh, I disagree with you on that. I find that as one of the – when we walk out of there, it's
I'll
funny.
point it out to you.
Yeah, okay. You're good at this. I find it when we're walking out of there, Zach, right? We walk across the field at the end at 1 a.m. It's
gorgeous.
That thing's already cleaned up. All the trash is already out and everything's picked up.
They're doing a great job with it. But, Father Time is undefeated. And it's going to start weathering certain parts.
I haven't been to the new one, so you could very well be right. If we went to Minnesota, we might be blown away, or Atlanta, or the ones that have been made within the last 10 years.
You're about to see some things being done to that stadium because of the World Cup coming here.
That's true. They are doing renovations.
That thing's going to spruce up. Yeah.
Yeah, they might. They're getting that facelift you want.
And I saw something about Lowe's and they're revamping the
I think they're going to build another hotel
area. And it looks like the renderings look pretty sweet with pools and all sorts of fun stuff going down.
The Medal of Honor Museum should be up and running here eventually as well.
That thing looks so cool.
It does.
How the architecture's coming together on that deal. Around the Rim coming up next. What kind of basketball stuff do we have, Chief?
The Greek Freakout and, oh my gosh, Derek Lively next here in the Nation.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening all day to 105.3 The Fan.
else, and lots of laughs as you hang with us all day long.
It's just like hanging with the guys. It's like talking to your buddies. Don't take yourselves too seriously.
Download the free Odyssey app and listen wherever you go. That's AUDACY to turn it on and leave it on 105.3 The Fan.
Jerry Jones is Can't Miss Radio.
Jerry, did you have any hot take on the college football playoff committee and whether they got it right or wrong?
And I wouldn't touch that with yours.
Jerry Jones, Tuesday mornings at 8:30 with Sean and RJ. And Friday mornings at 10:30 with the KNC Masterpiece. Right here on The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. Let's get some hoop talk in here with the Chief.
Let's do it. We cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the stat of the day allows us to make fun of the San Antonio Spurs.
Ooh, let's do it.
Historical incompetence is what we are seeing in the association. The Pistons have lost 21 in a row, while the Spurs now lost 18 straight. This is the first time in MLB, NBA, NFL, or NHL history that two teams have been on 18-plus game losing streaks at the same time.
Ooh. Man.
When do they play?
Each other?
Oh, that's a good question.
Somebody's got to win that game. They can't both lose.
The something's got to give game. I don't know.
Something's got to give. I'll figure it out.
Yeah. Look that up.
I'll look it up.
They probably only meet like 2 or 3 times throughout the course of the entire season. It'll be a terrible basketball game. But if they're both riding like 20-plus, 30-plus game losing streaks, it would be phenomenal.
Historic, man.
That would be a game that I think we could do like a watch party for. Just satire.
Oh, dude, I would love watching that. I mean, it'd be like a G League All-Star game. But I think this is really a matchup between a team that's really horrible in the Pistons and a team that's really good at tanking. I guess the projected #1 pick is another French dude. Maybe they're trying to go twin French towers.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pop's got his eye.
I like this.
Overseas. January 10th.
Dude, there's a chance they could both be riding this
less than a month
streak.
away.
It'd be the 38th game for Detroit at that point.
It would be?
Mm-hmm.
38 game streak. Okay. Well, I think we're all pulling for this.
It'll be game number 38.
It'll be game number 38. It'll be losing streak number like probably 32, 33.
Dang, 2 French dudes in the top 5 next year. That's pretty impressive.
France putting up the
coming on
talent.
strong.
The come up is real right now.
It's become an international game.
Wow. Okay. Well, if we see the Spurs or Pistons win in the meantime, that'll be disappointing, but there's your stat of the day. Now, of course, we need to get to the Greek freak out, but we got to start with Derek Lively, I think. D Magazine, our buddy Istok Franco.
Istok.
He really does a nice job, man.
He does do a great job with that magazine.
Breaking this team down. It's a good follow on the Twitter, but every once in a while he drops a Mavs article on you, and today's was centered around Derek Lively. And I think he wanted to pump this out today because the first time we saw Derek Lively play in a Mavericks uniform was in Abu Dhabi, and they took on the Timberwolves, Rudy Gobert. Yeah. And he recalls it as, seeing Derek Lively, the 19-year-old rookie, getting pushed around. Obviously, first game, Gobert, makes a ton of sense.
Welcome to the NBA.
That's right. But now we're like 25-ish games into his NBA career, and we're all sort of rethinking the way that we thought about Derek Lively the night he was drafted, and really, right up until the start of the season. So we've seen games like 20 points, 16 boards, 7 blocks versus the Thunder.
Wow.
Now, don't tell the national basketball folks about that. They don't really much care because it wasn't Wemby. It wasn't Chet. We've seen him go 16 points, 16 boards. So he's done some special stuff. How special, though? Well, Derek Lively, one of only 6 players this season who are averaging more than 9 points, 8 boards, 3 offensive rebounds, and a block and a half a game. The other guys are Gobert, Embiid, Anthony Davis. And then you have rim protecting lob threats like Nick Claxton and Clint Capella as well in that. But so you're starting to already see sort of the big man archetype that Lively is falling into, and it's the type of big that the Mavericks have been chasing for many years.
Yeah, and he's probably around the prototype of the future. I mean, obviously you'd want a Wemby if you can get it.
Right.
But if you can't get the superstar player, this guy that's active and versatile and skilled is, I think, what every team's looking for right now.
Yeah. I mean, the athleticism for sure. And then when you combine it with, like you said, the activity, the effort, like he really jumps off the screen at you when you watch him because of how active he is. And then you combine that athleticism. According to Basketball Reference, only 9 other players in the past 25 seasons have produced these types of statistics. And that was, before their age 21 season. He's only 19 years old.
It's unbelievable how quickly he's learned a different way to play basketball, because at Duke he wasn't asked to do any of this stuff. I think that's why he struggled in Abu Dhabi, and in the preseason we were still like, oh my goodness, this is going to be brutal. He's fouling too much. He doesn't know his role, but he can do all the stuff. His mom was a great player and a great coach. And I think it's just basketball IQ is oozing out of him. And, some players, it's incredible. I see it on the soccer team all the time. A kid can show up and see the drill once and do it better than a kid that's been doing it for a couple of years. It happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's actually, I'm glad you bring that up. How quickly he's learning things.
Yeah.
And that's something that the Mavericks need desperately because they're depending hugely on him. And fortunately, that's the kind of guy that he is. And Franco writes about that in the article. He's going just a few weeks ago, I was writing about this dude and some of the defensive issues that the Mavs were having and how Derek Lively wasn't quite on par with the elite rim protectors like a Gobert or a Jaren Jackson Jr., Brook Lopez. At the time, opponents were making almost 70% of their shots at the rim with Lively as the closest defender. A surprisingly high number. So it led Franco to believe that he was still adjusting to the speed of the NBA and things of that nature. But in 7 games since, Derek Lively has averaged almost 3 blocks per game, recording at least 2 blocks in all but one of these games. And during this stretch, the opponent's field goal percentage at the rim, with Lively being the closest defender, is now 49%. So it's gone from a few weeks ago, him going, gosh, this is at the rim, you're giving up 70%, Lively, you're going to need to be a little bit better there. All of a sudden now it's slightly under 50% at the rim. He's learning things at a very rapid rate.
And at 19, scratching the surface right now. How good can he be?
The big man learning curve is supposed to be 2 or 3 years of pro basketball before you get there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he's showing up at 19 and learning this stuff in 20 games. I think sky's the limit. I was dead balls on wrong about what he's capable of.
Yeah, and when you start to project players to the Mavericks, one of the things that's hard to project to an extent is but what is it when you're playing with one of or 2 of the best offensive weapons in all of basketball, and that takes the pressure off you, and it can really just highlight your strengths, because that's all we're going to ask you to do, things you're good at. You're super athletic, cool. Let's just pick and roll lob this thing for a while until you figure other stuff out. But we can do that at a high level right now because everybody's concerned about Luka. Everybody's concerned about Kyrie. So it's just been a perfect fit. And shout out to Derek Lively for being just a super quick learner, sponge kind of dude. And he's been a joy. And now you'll get to see him tonight versus Gobert after game 1 of his career in Abu Dhabi, kind of getting pushed around. You'll be able to let's see what this growth looks like now versus what I believe to be the defensive player of the year to this point, Rudy Gobert, best defense in basketball in Minnesota, the number 1 seed in the West. It's crazy to say that about the Timberwolves, but that's where they're at right now. So tonight's going to be pretty interesting.
You got to play your game. I don't know if it's going to go great. I think he's got weight room concerns here again in matchups like this, and then he needs help. You can't take on those 3 guys by yourself effectively. But I like his chance. I'm encouraged by what I've seen, and I'm excited about watching him tonight. Again, play your game. You can't try to wrestle the strongest dude in the room. You got to use your speed and your skill. And if he can accomplish that and put up 15 and 10 tonight, I will be thrilled.
Me too, dude.
Yeah.
Giannis career high franchise record, 64 points, 20 of 28 from the field, 14 boards, 4 steals, and 1 extremely violent chase down after the game trying to get the game ball. Never seen a basketball player try and go get the game ball. I didn't know that was really a thing. I was actually wondering, so these NBA games, they're just playing with the same ball all game? Because in football and basketball,
that surprises me.
Football and baseball, they're cycling through.
You would just naturally change them out.
Well, at least at halftime, you figure,
or quarters.
I think you got to find one that both guys agree to. It's
broken
into.
The balls
can be so different.
They always, I know with the tip off, they always kind of let the starters bounce the ball a little bit and feel the ball, and So I kind of felt like at halftime they changed the ball.
I think there's just such a difference in the texture and the PSIs and everything.
I hope Giannis ended up getting the right ball.
Yeah, he's still not totally 100% sure that he did, but he was furious. The Pacers took the game ball after the game, and they wanted to give it to their rookie who had scored his first points or whatever. But Giannis was furious. He's chirping at everybody, "Get me my ball, get me my ball," and then he just sprints into the opposing team tunnel. Yeah. Oh, it's his career high for sure, and it's a franchise record. I mean, that's a special ball to have. I get why he would want it, but I've never seen a player act like that. It was insane.
No, it was insane.
Almost as insane as
the reaction was just. It's like you're Giannis. You're gonna get the ball if you really want it that bad.
It's still not as insane as what Mark Cuban said he would have done, which is give the ball to the rookie who was the road team in this game, who scored 2 points, 2 useless points and a loss. And he was going to give Giannis the scorecard. Basically, going to go to ESPN, print off the box score.
He suggested Giannis receive the scorecard instead.
He's just mad that he was too stupid to take Giannis all those years ago. He traded out of the pick to get Giannis because he wanted $250,000 in cap space. Shut up, Mark.
He said his teammates can sign it and frame it for him.
You still here?
Is that what he said? We were getting butt cracked. There's no way Mark Cuban said that.
I don't know, man. This is NBA
He's
Central.
too smart for that.
I might owe Mark Cuban an apology.
Getting ball sacked on that one. Come on, dude.
I'd give the ball to the rookie. With situations like that, I'd take the box score, I'd get his teammates to sign it, and I'd frame it for him.
You got to tell the rookie, I'm sorry, but the night you scored your first bucket, Giannis had his career high. Yeah. And you don't get this ball. But
we lost that game. Let's not forget that.
Not a ball sack.
Maybe Giannis could sign another one for you.
Yeah. Come on, dude. And Draymond Green suspended indefinitely. So what does that mean? I don't know. But they're going to lay the hammer down. And now Jake Paul is offering $10 million to Draymond Green if he wants to hop on one of these celebrity fight cards.
Is he really?
10 mil?
10 mil.
Wow, they got a lot of money in that deal.
Dude, he is making a killing.
Yeah, I don't know what Draymond's going to want to do. I don't know what the league wants out of him.
I mean, he's making $25 million a year for the next 4 years. I'd say take your $10 million and cram it up your crim, hold the floor.
Wow. Yeah, you don't need that money, but I mean, maybe if
who's my opponent?
You got a good matchup for me.
Who's my opponent?
I don't feel like Draymond Green has a lot of confidence in his basketball skills anymore. I kind of agree with Charles Barkley.
Barkley made a really good point.
Yeah, but this is Draymond Green should pivot to wrestling probably, right?
Yes.
Instead of legitimate fighting.
Yeah, he should have the MMA route. I mean, he's trying to choke people.
I mean,
Brock
Lesnar,
that punch that he had was pretty impressive.
I think the deal in MMA, especially in the heavyweight, you could be so much bigger. Like if he really started putting on weight, he'd be like 270 pounds. I don't know. If you can fight at all, you're going to be whipping 205-pound guys. You're going to be the heavyweight champ just because you're bigger than everybody. That's what Brock Lesnar did. It's time for the Wooly Bullies Top 10 because Brian Baldinger's coming up at 420. Wooly, it's a little early. What's your subject today?
All right, well, it is National Monkey Day. I've got the 10 best movie primates. What's the best monkey in movie history? And we got to do a little judging of the gift giving. That's next.
Okay, you want to give yourself a gift of a brand new vehicle, any car, truck, SUV on the market, you call D&M Leasing right now. You're going to love it because there's
Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it is hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation. It's about to get glorious. Brian Baldinger coming up at 4:20. We'll take a trip around the bases at 4:40. Get you the very latest on the Rangers and off-season moving. And then Zach Martin's coming up at 5 o'clock. So that means Zach Wolchuk has to do his top 10 at 4:20 right here at 4:02. Here's the Wooly Bully, Zach with an H.
Moly. It is National Monkey Day. Shout out to the monkeys. They are always fun to go see at the zoo. Just watch out, they might throw some poo at you. But I've got the top 10 best monkeys in cinema history. Got a lot of good texts already flowing through. I did have a couple of sports items I wanted to hit before we slide on into the list.
Would Mike Nesmith be on that list?
Who the hell is Mike?
He's one of the original monkeys.
Then, yes.
Hey,
absolutely.
with the monkeys.
Absolutely.
People say we're monkeying
the
around.
gorillas we can put in there.
Too busy singing.
Sure. No, this is actually either people who like acted as a monkey in a movie.
Peter North.
I can give some love to your monkeys, no
Yeah.
doubt.
Yeah.
I liked this quote from Micah Parsons in regards to Josh Allen. He said, quote, Josh really reminds me of that one crazy guy at the frat. The one that makes his friends get all the way drunk and you just go, oh, man, I ain't going out with this guy. He just does anything. He's that wild dude on the field, man. He wants to dip his shoulder. He wants to talk trash. He's going to get rowdy. He shoots the beer pong. He aces the cup.
Man.
I would love to go have a bar and grill out with Josh for sure.
He's like the opposite of Ben Roethlisberger, who would insist that all the ladies get super drunk.
Meet you in the ladies' room.
Sorry. I should have joked about that.
No, that wasn't very kosher of you, but that's okay.
I thought it was appropriate. He's in the news today.
It was appropriate.
It was topical.
We played
It's just,
we
it's not
played
a good
cut of
topic.
him
Between
an
bites of
hour
a
ago.
sandwich, he was talking about no tradition at Pittsburgh.
But it honestly describes him pretty well because that is kind of how he plays the game. Just like carefree, wild. Yeah. Josh Allen's just out here slinging it, man.
He's a drunken master.
The YOLO stuff, right, Brandon?
A lot of YOLO. A lot of YOLO going on.
If you get 2 turnovers for Josh Allen, Cowboys win this game. Just get at least 2.
I think that's like a statistic you can actually bank on.
I think it is as well.
Yeah.
I was going by all their losses this year.
Yeah.
And he's had either 4 or 2 in basically every single loss. So I think if you get at least 2, you're going to win the football game.
And there's a heck of a chance of that.
If you give the Cowboys 2 turnovers, they'll bleep you on the scoreboard.
All right, let's judge the gift giving here. So Alvin Kamara, of course, a couple weeks ago, he had that sideline collision. And
with the
poor dude broke his leg, Mr. Piazza.
Yeah.
The guy my age?
Yeah, in the third quarter. Yeah. So
I got wrecked.
Alvin Kamara sent him some gifts. He sent him a signed jersey, signed ball. I mean, do we think that this is enough to make up for it?
Wheelchair.
A signed jersey and signed ball.
Signed jersey and football.
No,
That's what
absolutely
Kamara
not.
sent.
After you rolled into this poor dude's leg
Probably
and snapped it.
Left him paralyzed. Now, he didn't. He didn't actually. That's not a real thing. But at his age, there's going to be some serious rehab involved.
These last 5 minutes, our show has really gone downhill.
I don't think that's enough, Wolchuk. I'm going to be honest with you. And I don't know if the NFL covers these surgeries.
I think the
all
NFL
the
is
rehab.
Build him a ramp at his house.
I think the NFL is covering that.
If the league is paying for all of that, then I guess this is just a little cherry on top here. I mean, how about Alvin Kamara thinking like this guy probably really wants so he can remember forever, as if he's already not going to be able to forget that day. Now he'll have signed the guy who broke his leg. That's fantastic.
Then his teammate Derek Carr gave Chris Olave and Rashid Shaheed Rolexes for Christmas, while the other receivers got diamond chains, and the offensive lineman got a chest of steaks with grills.
So he clearly has his favorites here.
He definitely does.
So 2 guys get the Rolexes.
I don't think the offensive lineman would be complaining about that. But yes, his top 2 receivers get the Rolexes. Everyone else gets diamond chains, and the big offensive lineman get a chest of steaks with grills.
I would rather have the steaks and the grills.
I know you would.
I mean,
but how do we think his gift giving was?
I still believe the best gifts I've ever saw was when Zeke gave those offensive linemen those John Deere Gator.
That was cool. Yeah.
That was so.
Zach Martin talked to us about that. He loved that gift.
He still
Zach
got
Martin
it.
coming up in an hour, by the way.
Yeah. Those Gators were awesome.
I don't know if I would take it would be a while before I got comfortable wearing a watch that was worth like $10,000. I would constantly feel like I'm about to get robbed.
I don't even wear one, and I've always thought like I should start wearing a watch. Just think it makes you look more professional.
A little bit more sophisticated.
Like I'm hiding how dumb I am. I look a little smarter because I've got this watch on.
Well, yes, yeah, I mean, it's great jewelry if done properly, but also it makes you look like you got somewhere to be. Like, boy, I got to look at my watch. I got some deals to close.
Yeah, you come across a little bit more important than the next guy.
I mean, I think it could be a good look. Last bit of sports info before we get into the top 10 best monkeys in film on National Monkey Day. NFL GM's talking about what the Bears should do with Justin Fields and if they should draft Caleb Williams. One AFC general manager telling Charles Robinson of Yahoo Sports, quote, "It would be a clear-cut decision to draft Caleb for me. The fact we're in year 3 and they don't want to exercise the fifth-year option tells me what I need to know. I just don't think Fields can win consistently as a passer, even though he is gifted physically." Another GM, quote, "When you pass on talented quarterbacks to lean into a guy's development, which is what the Bears would be doing, they might not have taken C.J. Stroud with the first pick last year, but he was there for them to do it. Caleb Williams is a no-brainer, and if they get the top pick, he's there for them. Sometimes the gamble is continuing to pass on players. Fields doesn't get over the hump. You don't want to be the guy that passed on Stroud and Caleb Williams." I think they should draft Caleb Williams as well.
Have you guys watched him yet?
I've watched Williams, Daniels, and May. And I think all three have tremendous upside and potential. I'd be happy with any of them, to be honest with you. But Caleb Williams is the most talented of the bunch.
Yeah, Williams will be the top quarterback. Might be the top player on the board for me when it's all said and done.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the move is probably to move on from Justin Fields. As much of a bummer as that is, I do think he's an extreme weapon with his legs. I just don't know that he can actually throw the ball quite enough to make up for it. And now, like, having him cheap on his rookie deal you're getting close to that no longer being your huge advantage. I'd like to reset that contract clock with a number 1 overall pick rookie who can actually spin it.
I'll tell you what, man, if I'm a Bears fan, I'm terrified right now of this situation.
Just your team's going to mess it up. Whatever the right thing to do is, they'll do the opposite.
They tried it with Trubisky. They tried it with Fields. Now another guy. Do I have faith that this front office is going to do the right thing?
No.
You
can't. You can't right now.
You need a quarterback or a coach so great that they lead you in spite of the organization. That's hard to find, but those quarterbacks are out there. I figure we're about due now. For me, it just comes down to how are we exiting? Are we going to keep Fields around just in case he starts developing and we'll have a quarterback battle?
Look what that guy did down there in Houston. That's a defensive coach hiring the right offensive guy. But look at the weapons. There's not really a lot of how would you rate the weapons at the Texans?
Oh, not very good. Subpar.
That's what I'm saying. Noah Brown. I'm sorry, Noah, but you look at overall.
But when you have a competent play caller.
Tank Dell probably should have been drafted higher than he was.
Yeah, Nico Collins has been a good player for them.
But, man, seriously. I don't know. To me, I think having a competent head coach and a play caller, I think that might help Fields.
It could.
That might help
him.
For
sure.
We'll see what they end up doing.
It would help him. But I think you got to go after one of whoever you think the number 1 quarterback is.
I'd look at resetting the timeline as well and try and get some more picks.
They got two picks, right?
They do. They have Carolina. That's why they're going to have the number 1 pick. It's just the Panthers pick.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens there. Let's slide into the top 10 National Monkey Day. Quit monkeying around. We got the best monkeys in movies. What monkey pops into your mind?
Sharon Stone.
The movie Monkey Trouble for me.
Monkey Trouble's a good one. I thought you were going to go with Dunstan from Dunstan Checks In. That's a classic monkey.
Planet of the Apes work?
Well, can I go with...
Planet of the Apes. Planet of the Apes is going to own this list in the top 4.
Oh,
Mighty Joe.
Mighty Joe from Mighty Joe
King
Young.
Kong.
Absolutely. Yeah. King Kong. Lucius?
It's a movie. You probably never seen it. Clint Eastwood was a truck driver and a bare knuckle fighter.
Yeah.
Traveled the West, kicking ass and driving that truck.
Yeah.
He had an orange orangutan that used to hang out with him.
Dude, that's badass.
Every which way but loose.
Every which way but loose.
Okay, that got texted in.
That was great.
Yes, and I have not seen that Eastwood movie, but that did get texted in and got some mad love. We got a lot of people that are going for Curious George got texted in. The ape from George of the Jungle.
Ooh,
that's pretty good.
Watched that recently, actually.
Absolutely.
Caesar did not start this war.
Yeah.
Caesar.
That's terrifying.
Caesar from Planet of the Apes. We got another one coming out soon, too. The Gorilla in Trading Places got texted in. The cheetah in the Tarzan movies.
Wait, what are we doing?
In.
Thought we were doing the monkeys.
What?
Somebody's texting in cheetahs.
The gorilla's name is Cheetah.
Okay, that's
in Tarzan.
How about that?
Dustin.
That's how he identifies.
Did you say trading places? Trading places.
They were so progressive.
The gorilla, right? The gorilla on the train.
Yeah. The monkey from The Hangover 2 as well, getting some love. The monkey and Grandma's Boy getting texted in.
How about Rafiki?
Rafiki, absolutely. And Abu from Aladdin.
Yes.
Yep. You also had the king from The Jungle Book, King Louis. King Louis as well. Now, number 10 is Dunstan.
Say that with confidence.
It's definitely King
Take
Louis.
your word for it.
100%.
Yeah. Okay.
Fact check it. Number 10 is Dunstan from Dunstan Checks In, which is a great movie if you haven't seen it. I recommend it for the kids. Number 9 is Rafiki from The Lion King.
Yes, dude.
Rafiki.
I mean, he's really the guy that he's really the glue guy of the whole thing.
Kind of holds it together, doesn't he?
He does. If it weren't for Rafiki, I don't know if any of this would have been able to happen in the circle of life.
And he was just like, he put his ego aside. He's like, I'll just hide in the shadows here, but I'll make sure that we get our guy back and we save this Pride Rock.
Wasn't that Benson? Rafiki? Was that Benson? I don't know.
The voice?
Yeah. You guys probably never seen Benson either, huh?
Benson, yeah.
I think it was. Benson. I think
I'm
you're
sorry.
right.
I was raised in front of the television. I apologize.
Yeah, you're right.
No, Benson was a famous butler guy.
Yeah.
I love how quickly Lucius went from asking a question to realizing we're going to have notes.
No, I knew what he was talking about.
Jodeci, I love that dude, man.
George Benson.
Quite an actor.
Almost as much as I love that guy Wu-Tang.
Yeah. He's amazing.
Number 8 is Flying Monkeys from The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, they were terrifying.
They were absolutely terrifying.
Yes.
They were wearing makeup.
Robert,
man, have you seen the monkey motorcycle guys in The Wiz? No, what am I doing?
Yes.
Those are terrifying. What am I doing?
The Wiz.
The tribe leader in 2001: A Space Odyssey comes in at number 7.
Oh my God.
Number 6 is Abu from Aladdin. Aladdin.
Oh,
Aladdin.
The monkey. Dude, Abu's funny. Abu had some really good comedic humor in that.
Dude, what are these alien monkeys I'm looking at here, Lucius?
Yeah, they are frightening, bro.
This is insane.
Is it worse than the Gremlins?
Motorcycle monkeys, man.
The Wiz. Oh my gosh.
The motorcycle monkeys sounds terrible.
Yeah, like a motorcycle gang. They look scary.
Number 5 is Amy from Congo.
Hell's Monkeys.
Seriously, dude.
With leather jackets.
I don't know what the initiation is.
Where the bananas?
Number 4 is Cornelius from the Planet of the Apes franchise.
Oh, yeah.
The OG. Number 3 is Caesar.
Yeah.
Strong. From Rise of the Planet of the Apes and Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. We got a new one coming out. I think it's Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes.
What?
Number 2 is King Kong. King Kong. But number 1 is Zira from the Planet of the Apes franchise.
Yeah.
Zero?
Which one was that?
Is that how Jerry says zero?
Zero.
She was a wife, right?
Gonna be about that shit.
She was a wife. She was a doctor.
Yeah. So Cornelius, who was the protagonist, and then the wife was kind of the heart of the series.
When she had to speak in court, everybody kind of fell in love with her.
Oh, we're gonna listen to you.
We're getting a lot of frustrated texters
We didn't get
about
nothing from
primates and monkeys and
Oh,
tails.
yeah,
and
a whole lot of actually guys on the fan text.
Yeah.
Well, actually.
That's a macaque.
Donkey
You guys are
Kong.
idiots, man.
Spike from Ace Ventura.
You don't know your monkeys and your apes. What's going on, man?
Dude, the macaques had a huge takeover in Thailand recently. They were running amok with weaponry and stuff. It was like it was almost like
Snatching
Planet of the Apes.
purses and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the macaques are the Planet of the Apes.
It was the Planet of the Macaques. Volume 2 is actually the one you want to watch.
Good save. Hey, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for our Odyssey NFL Insider. Brian Baldinger's next in the nation.
We will gladly be your side piece on your burner phone.
It's totally changed my life.
Download the Odyssey app and listen all day wherever you are to The Fan.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here. This holiday season, bring joy to your world, the gift of fitness. Johnson Fitness and Wellness stores have the perfect home fitness equipment for your body, your budget, and your health goals. They have the finest, top-rated treadmills, now up to 50% off. You'll find ellipticals.
free activation. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today.
105.3 The Fan invites you to raise your hand and help support the North Texas Food Bank with 105.3 The Fan's first annual virtual food drive.
1 in 8 persons in North Texas are food insecure. Dallas County is 6th in the nation for food insecure persons and 4th highest regarding children who may go hungry. This reaches across the area where families are forced to choose between feeding their family and other necessities.
Raise your hand and donate to the North Texas Food Bank's first annual virtual food drive right now at 1053thefan.com/raise your hand.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. As Brian Baldinger join us, our Odyssey NFL Insider, host of the Odyssey original podcast In the Huddle with Jason Lockenfor and Carl Dukes, covering the entire National Football League. And a good evening, Baldy. How you doing?
I'm doing good, guys. Good to be with you. Thanks.
It is great to have you on, man. Obviously Cowboys-Eagles has been a big story this week, and where we go from there. How much concern do you have for the Eagles? Do they just need a turn in the schedule, or are there bigger concerns underlying?
Well, I mean, just because you play good teams doesn't mean that, you're playing good football. I mean, they didn't play well against the Cowboys. They fumbled it 3 times. 3 forced fumbles. They're out there working on, protecting the ball, going to the ground, or changing the practice schedule so that stuff like that doesn't happen. But it was more than that. They're not getting to the – obviously, they had the big play with Jalen Carter and Fletcher Cox. It was a big play. But other than that, they're not creating a lot of big plays defensively. And they're not running the ball at all. I mean, they're not running it effectively. They're not leaning on teams. They're not pushing anybody around. And so I feel like if they really want to get back to winning ways, it would start by having a physical ground attack. And that hasn't really showed up in a lot of games this year.
How do you think they play down the stretch? Do you think the Eagles still win the division?
No, I don't. I don't think they're – I think this game in Seattle is, it's really going to really dictate their season. I mean, that's a 6-hour flight home from Seattle to Philadelphia. They either go to Seattle and they fix a lot of their issues and they have a great ride home and a holiday party on the flight and all that stuff that can happen, and really, get your sights set for the next 3 games, which 2 of them are against the Giants. Or you lose that game, the team can splinter on that flight. And all these little, pockets start talking about what's wrong and pointing fingers, like all that stuff can happen. And it has happened, and I don't know if it's going to happen to Nick Sirianni's team, but I think this game on Monday night is pivotal to the Eagles season.
Hey, Baldy, we saw that Jalen Hurts, some designed runs, and it looks like the way that he's played, and you came on last week and said he's healthy, and I totally believe you talking to Philadelphia people. I think you're dead on right about that. Do you see more of him, like they're saying, listen, our season's kind of on the line right now, more of him doing things with his legs, these design runs, things like that, to try and get this offense going even a little bit better?
Well, I mean, that's what was the spark against Buffalo. They beat him in overtime, but the spark really was Jalen running, and he was really good. That's why I think I came on last week and said that he looks healthy and healthier than he's been. Sure, I know he had a deep bone bruise, and the bye week really, they had a late bye week. That really helped him. Got a lot of treatment, didn't go anywhere, stayed right, in town and treated it. And I thought he'd turned a corner. And then last week, he was really he was kind of back to his way. I'm just going to stay in the pocket and try to figure things out.
Yeah.
And look, I think he's gotten better as a pocket quarterback, but this is a much more dynamic team when he's escaping. And San Francisco's whole game plan was, we're not going to let him escape through the A and B gaps because he reads the rush, and we're just going to keep him in the pocket. And he did. And it was a big part of their success the week before. So they're just a more dynamic team when he runs. I mean, from the very first time he ever started a game in Philly, they played the New Orleans Saints, and the Saints couldn't touch him. He ran for over 100 yards that day. They beat the Saints, who was a much better team than them. And I thought we'd see a lot more of that this year than what we have seen, and we just haven't.
Well, yeah, we got a lot of requests to ask you about Micah, and he's certainly been very vocal when it comes to not getting the benefit of some holding calls. What have you seen when studying the film on Micah and that?
Well, I don't want to be fined by the officials or by the NFL, but I mean, it's kind of comical sometimes what they do to him. And it's not just one guy. I mean, I've seen there's self-defense things that they can teach in karate classes, like chokeholds and things like that. And it looks like he's in one of those karate classes.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, Micah, come over here. Let me put my arms around your neck. And by the way, what if two guys decide that they're going to attack you? This is how we get out of it. And, I try not to belabor that. He, to his credit, he doesn't complain a lot on the field about it. He just gives them a look. He's not flopping, trying to get calls, to his credit, like a lot of guys are in this league right now, and they're getting the calls. But it's pretty comical to see some of the stuff that happens on Sundays.
It's Brian Baldinger here with you on the Fan or Odyssey NFL Insider.
Baldy, when you look at this Buffalo team right now, what type of challenges and how different is this offense now that Joe Brady's calling it instead of Ken Dorsey?
Well, even with Ken Dorsey, I mean, they were running the ball pretty good. James Cook is a good back. Just watch his feet. He's got excellent feet. And the play might be blocked. They love to pull their left tackle, Deion Dawkins, and run this trap. And the play could break outside. It could break inside. It could really break anywhere. And it's really James Cook's vision. So I think they're running the ball very good. That would concern me. You just go back to the Arizona loss and how well they ran the ball against the Cowboys. And then, Josh Allen, I think you're going to get a heroic effort from him. And he's a great runner. He showed it last week against Kansas City. He basically carried the whole defense of Kansas City into the end zone. I have said this for weeks now. If they don't do the tush push in Buffalo, but if there's a third and one, if there's a fourth one, if there's a goal line, if there's a short yardage play, if there's a 4th and 3, I'm putting the ball in Josh Allen's hands. I just trust him versus throwing it. I trust that guy to run and get the first down. And he's clearly out of that stage where it's like, okay, I'm going to try and protect myself, get through the end of the season, don't get hurt. That's the bubble wrap is off. And so those things concern me. And anytime he gets outside the pocket and he's extending plays and there's a play after the play that was called, those guys are pretty good at uncovering. He's got his second tight end, Dawson Knox, back last week. They're a big 2 tight end offense. I think Joe Brady will lean on that a little bit more. But, those are some of the things offensively that would keep me up if I was Dan Quinn this week.
Is the Bills' offensive line underrated?
They got handed to them in a loss to Cincinnati this year and a playoff loss to Cincinnati. They got it handed to them. Osiris Torrance is he's a cyborg. He's just a big block of granite at right guard, and obviously Connor from Dallas at left guard.
Yeah.
I think they've upgraded that position a great deal. You can say, okay, Spencer Brown at right tackle, Deion Dawkins, they're athletic, but I think you can win a lot of battles on the edges against those guys.
It's Brian Baldinger here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, further on the Cowboys side of things, what do you make of how this passing game has evolved, and should we be evolving our opinion of what this team could be capable of against San Francisco if they can keep this going?
Well, the opening touchdown was to CeeDee Lamb last week, and, the Eagles doubled him, and there wasn't anything to go. And then, Dak he kind of, slid past Tyron Smith, and CD came across the field and beat the double team across the field. They flipped it in the end zone. His ability to extend plays, to really move, it's like a real good dance, with the quarterback and protection and where you can extend plays and how you do it. And Dak, I think, used to be pretty frenetic doing it. Now it's just a smooth dance with his offensive line. And he does it when he has to. He does it when coverage dictates. He moves to extend plays. I just think he's really, really good right now at his movement and keeping his eyes down the field to find the secondary target.
Is our guy Jake Ferguson putting himself in the top-tier tight end conversation?
I think so. Last year I was impressed by his rookie blocking, and I thought, Hendershot and him, and, I thought they were really good rookie blockers. And now, he's a real target. I mean, he's big. He adjusts to the ball in the air really, really well. He runs really good routes. He's good after the catch. I think he's in that upper tier. I mean, it's happened very quickly. And Dallas is used to having a really good tight end. But, I mean, I don't think they're, crying about, letting Dalton Schultz go right now, although he's having a good season in Houston. But I think Jake has really grown into the position. I think they're really fortunate to have him.
We're frustrated sometimes with Dak not running, and obviously he's not as good of a runner as Hurts is, but as a youngster he could really make plays, and but then the leg injury happens there. Hurts gets banged up last year. I think they're just making business decisions, and from an organizational standpoint, Baldy, I think that's what I'd want my quarterbacks to do. Like, stay healthy until we get to the playoffs, and then when it's like all or nothing, I think those are the games these guys should be risking themselves in. What do you think about that idea?
Well, I don't think you can legislate against injuries, although I wouldn't put Dak in harm's way unnecessarily. I think there is a game plan situations where his ability just to run the read option, he's very good at it, and and some RPOs where he could be a third option sometimes. I think those are good calls, depending on who you're playing and how they're playing that particular dive play. But the idea that, well, we'll cut it loose in the playoffs, I don't agree with that. It's not. It doesn't have to be a big part of the offense because the passing is so good right now. But I think there's a place for Dak to run. I think Mike McCarthy recognizes that ability in him, and they call him every once in a while. But I do think in the back of their minds, the past injuries are there and the broken ankle and all the stuff that's happened. I think they're all there, and so maybe you limit the amount of times he does it, but I don't think you should get completely away from it, even during the regular season right now.
Brian Baldinger with us here on The Fan. As you look around the conference here, we're feeling good about our Cowboys. Are the Lions losing steam? Like, do you look at the Lions as the same threat as you did a few weeks ago?
No, I don't. I think what Chicago did to them, they did to them twice. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, Justin Fields has been running the same option runs and quarterback keepers since he was in high school in Georgia. He did it at Ohio State. He does it to the Lions every year, and they still don't know how to stop it. It's just unbelievable to me, like how they don't play assignment football. And he had a great game against them twice now. And then defensively, I mean, the Bears are getting a lot better offensively, but I don't believe in the Lions defense right now to stop people. And I think they're going to have their hands full against Denver this week. I think Denver is really well coached. Defensively, I don't think anybody's improved more. And I think you might see Detroit slip up at home this week.
How about Nick Sirianni? What are they saying about him? Is he a good coach in your mind, Brian?
Yeah, I think he's a good coach. I think he is. I think that he's a real stickler in fundamentals. I think look, they've won an awful lot of games with him. And so sometimes you don't get a chance to really address weaknesses when you just keep winning. And he's won a lot. And he took over a team that was 4-11-1. Had him in the playoffs the next year, had him in the Super Bowl, got him in contention for the number 1 seed this year. Like, that guy he lost both coordinators. The secondary has not been good this year. I think he's trying to do the best that he can with what he has, but I think Nick is a really good coach.
Baldy, should NFL teams be worried about the Rams sneaking into this playoffs with the way that they're kind of, heck, they go to Baltimore. A great effort. Probably should have won the game. Should we worried about the Rams being a team that sneak in?
If they get in, yes, because their passing game is elite. And just watching Matt Stafford throw the football, I mean, he's a spot thrower, and he throws the spots like the touchdown to Cooper Kupp in the end zone. Like, I didn't know if Cooper Kupp was going. It was an option route, choice route, and he went to the corner, and Stafford threw it before he ever thought about making a break. And he does it all the time. And they're protecting him good. Kyron Williams is a hell of a back. I mean, he is really good. And Baltimore couldn't stop him early in the game. And defensively, nobody really knows Byron Young or Kobe Turner, but they got a lot of really good young players. And they've gotten better throughout the season. Now, I know they gave up a ton of points in the punt return and overtime last week, but they've improved a lot. And the passing game would scare me if they get in the playoffs against anybody right now.
We're wondering how much help the Cowboys could get, Baldy. Ravens could beat the Niners, could the Rams, and could the Giants beat the Eagles in one of those two?
I think they can. I mean, we'll see what DeVito does in New Orleans this week. He's riding a hot – like, they've improved their offensive line, and you couldn't even evaluate them.
Yeah.
For the first half of the season, they were so bad. Obviously, you saw them week 1, 40-0. I mean, it was so bad early on. But now Andrew Thomas is back. John Michael Schmitz is back at center. He's a good player. They got the left guard, Justin Pugh, came off the couch. They ran the ball for 209 yards last week against a good Green Bay defense. The kid didn't make any mistakes, and Wink Martindale can coach up defense as well as anybody in this business. If they go down and take care of business against New Orleans and they win their 4th in a row, they're going to be tough down the stretch.
That's good stuff. Now, you were at the White House yesterday, is that right?
My buddy was getting the Congressional Medal of Honor in behalf of his dad, Larry Doby. So it was just sort of honoring what he did in the baseball world as the first black player in the American League, and it was good. It was a really nice ceremony. It was a lot of fun yesterday.
Amazing.
Did you have to pass through a bunch of security checkpoints
Yeah,
yourself? Did
yeah,
they
I don't know how many security checks. It was everywhere.
I was wondering if they checked out your background, and made sure.
Yeah, they looked at me twice when I said I played with the Cowboys. They really were questioning that decision right there.
Well, enjoy that L this week, Baldy, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Okay, guys. Take care, man. I'll talk to you next week.
Right. There he goes. Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider here on The Fan. Make sure to follow In the Huddle on the Odyssey app or subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Brian Baldinger.
Yeah. Larry Doby, yeah. Old Cleveland Indian back in the day.
That's a good reason to go to the White House. Yep. That sounds awesome.
Pretty badass.
Yep.
Okay, around the bases coming up next. Where are we taking that, Chuck?
Yeah, the Rangers have added somebody to their bullpen. I'll tell you about that. And in a world, if Tom Brady did this, that's next.
Would you like to add a new vehicle?
#1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. Okay, Zach Martin is going to join us here in just a couple of moments. Okay, so we're looking forward to the Zach Martin Show here on your home of the Cowboys. We're talking with a future Hall of Fame right guard of the Cowboys. But before we get there, there's Rangers news. Let's see if we can sneak this in here, Willie. What do you say?
Yeah, the Rangers have added a new starter in Tyler Malley. He, of course, is recovering from Tommy John surgery. He signed a 2-year, $22 million contract with the Rangers today. So he had TJ on his right elbow in May. He's likely to miss the entire first half of the 2024 season. Now, when he comes back, it'll be interesting what they want to do with the rotation. It'll depend on what the rotation looks like at the time. My initial thought was, if you indeed are able to get DeGrom back and let's say a Scherzer's healthy and Evo's healthy and maybe you get somebody else like a Dane Dunning that's playing well, do you kind of slide him into the bullpen if it's still struggling? Is he able to give you some bullpen relief? And then in 2025, you're looking at another starter in your rotation. So they've definitely got options here with Tyler Malley, but he's a high strikeout guy, doesn't walk a ton. He'll get $5.5 million the upcoming season and then $16.5 million in 2025.
Maybe it's a situation too where halfway through you don't have to do anything at the trade deadline.
Yeah,
maybe that's your piece.
Because you're getting addition. You don't have to internally.
Give up.
Yeah, he's only 29 years old.
Yeah. So,
excuse me. I think it's just weird that they would bring another guy coming off of Tommy John because I asked Mike Maddox last week about DeGrom and he scolded me for being optimistic. That's what I felt.
I mean, he said, "Look, you don't ever know when it comes to the medicals."
Yeah, you're not coming back from the Tommy John.
Well, for DeGrom, he's trying to do it for the second time, which probably adds another whole element of unknown there.
Okay.
So, I mean, that also might be why
I should have known that.
He's being a little bit more pessimistic, but you're right.
Yeah,
you don't know. You don't know how they'll recover from Tommy John.
Got to get it together, but that stacking assets. I do think they got to be hopeful that he can be a winning player in 2024. But this is really for 2025, and this thing just continues to shape up so incredibly well. It's a dream come true.
They're always looking for pitching though, and maybe this is the guy that you stash until, like I say, the second half, and it keeps you from having to go and giving up one of your assets to go get a guy. You've got a guy. You got a guy in training right now, kind of getting rehabbed, and you're monitoring his situation and you understand it, and you're like, instead of having to get a guy and give up an asset, I could say they had to give up a pretty premium player to go get that reliever from the Royals. So I mean, maybe they don't want to do Chapman. Maybe they don't want to do that again.
No doubt, absolutely. Other Rangers items, we know that they are going to be sending some stuff to the Hall of Fame, of course, from their 2023 World Championship run. So there will be a hat worn by Rangers manager Bruce Bochy.
It's going to take up its whole own area, huh?
Yep, his 4th World Championship there for Boch. There will
big hat.
There'll be a batting helmet worn by Rangers shortstop Corey Seager.
You know those big hats that are actually big?
Yeah.
That's like his
That's his normal hat.
Just a giant hat.
That's what I'm saying. You get it. Oh, look, it's Bochy's hat. It's that big oversized hat.
8 1/4. That's my guess.
There'll also be.
We need to find.
I'm going to see if I can find that.
Okay, find out how large that hat is. We got batting gloves worn by outfielder Evan Carter, who set the postseason record with 9 doubles, and of course, one of the greatest runs that we'll ever see from a rookie in MLB history. Marcus Simeon's Game 5 jersey and elbow guard worn when the Rangers second baseman hit a game-clinching 9th inning home run in his major league record 835th plate appearance of 2023. We've got the spikes and hat worn by Rangers pitcher Nathan Eovaldi when he went 6 scoreless in the 5th game. And then relief pitcher Will Smith's luggage tag from the World Series, which we knew about a couple of weeks ago because he pitched for Atlanta, then Houston, and now with the Rangers. So he has won 3 consecutive World Series.
And somewhere Giannis is trying to get some of the stuff back right now.
And Giannis just wants the damn ball. Does anyone know where that ball is, by the way?
He's taking
Can we
stuff
find that
out of
for
this.
him?
Giannis is like complaining right now the Rangers are giving too much.
All right, do we have a hat report?
Bochy's hat size is widely said to be 8 1/8 inches. Wow. But Tim Kirchin has reported it to be 8 1/4. Wow. So I think you nailed it.
Dang. It's impressive,
8 1/4.
I've always been fascinated with it because I discovered early on in my life I had a bigger than average dome, and people would make fun of me. So I'd always hide my New Era hat in shame, or I'd take out the tag so they couldn't see that it was 7 5/8 at 14 years old.
See, I thought that was a flex.
It is a flex.
It should have been. I don't know why I was weird about it.
You should be flexing that.
Yeah.
Now we've got
doesn't look that cool.
the latest rumors.
They call you names?
Yeah.
Were you getting bullied?
Mostly Dumbo, actually, because my ears stuck out quite a bit, too. Yeah, they call me Dumbo.
That's a tough combo to bounce back from.
That's why this truckrate.com fan text can't mess with me. You know, I'm used to it.
Yeah.
You were built for this.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Okay, it's time now for the Zach Martin Show, brought to you by Ford, official vehicle of the Dallas Cowboys. Ford is the best in Texas. As Zach Martin joins you now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are y'all?
We're doing wonderful. And what are you hearing about the weather? Looks like it's not going to be too bad of a day up there, huh?
Yeah, it looks like if we can dodge the rain, it looks like it'll be a pretty good day up there in December.
Is there ever a time where it's okay for an offensive lineman to wear long sleeves?
I have never worn long sleeves.
You're a true American hero.
I would, I would never accuse you, but a teammate, like you're looking at your teammate side eye when you see the big man throw on the.
Yeah, there was one. I think it was the year before I got here,
Chicago,
2013 Chicago. That was the one everyone always talked about.
Yeah.
Where everyone rocked the sleeves.
Yeah. Were you worried about people grabbing you, Zach? I mean, just grabbing onto it. Is that the biggest problem?
I don't know. I'm just not. I just never wear them, so I'm not really I just am not comfortable wearing them. So I just rock with what I go with.
Do you ever like to do the pregame tone setter where you just go fully shirtless on the field and warm ups?
No one needs to see
so
that,
that's a no-go.
No, that's a no-go.
Okay.
Maybe you gotta feel good. You gotta feel comfortable.
I feel the same.
Well, you can wear a stocking cap and no shirt, and you probably get away with it, right?
It's a good.
I don't know. I don't have like that's a receiver thing. They're trying to show the body off a little bit. That's not. I can't really.
We're not all Tyron Smith,
right? Or Tyron.
Yeah.
Better yet, Tyron with a six-pack.
Yeah, I want to ask you about that. In the locker room, every time the video from DallasCowboys.com, it's always shirtless Tyron standing behind McCarthy.
Like,
on the game ball. He's just kind of like standing there like a guard. And I'm like, okay, he's figured out this is his bit.
Yeah,
right?
he's 310 pounds with a six-pack. I mean, it's just not. It's not fair.
I'd probably walk in with my shirt off.
Yeah, I'd probably play with my shirt off.
Hey, how are you feeling? There was that one snap you got up a little gingerly. Brian and I are looking at each other like, get up, Zach. We need our guy to be okay.
Yeah, I was good. I got clipped a little bit there in the ankle, but no, I'm fine. I was catching a breather there on the turf.
I like that.
Hey, speaking of clipping, come on, man. You get your head across. It's not clipping right there, right?
Yeah, I know. That was a...
What kind of call is
the
that?
cutting rules are tough because it's kind of gray. Like, you used to be able to cut whenever, wherever. And now, there's the tackle box deal. And, obviously with that getting called last week, it kind of puts up a little bit of a, man, I don't know when we can cut.
We were joking about the cold weather there in Buffalo, and hopefully it is good. I think 48 degrees is the report right now. But what do you guys do to try and prep for the elements?
Well, we've actually got some cool weather down here this week. So, Coach is big on being outside on the grass and practicing the elements. As you guys probably know, our field and how it's situated is a natural wind tunnel.
Yeah, with all those buildings right around you.
Right. So we get the wind effect quite a bit.
Zach Martin's with you here on 105.3 The Fan. Well, I mean, we do have to say congrats and thank you for whooping the Eagles like that, man. That was glorious. How was your experience?
Thank you. Yeah, that was fun, man. It was a lot of fun. And, anytime you get a big division win like that, it's great. But, I think there's got to be a little bit more of an emphasis this week to, lock back in. We're going up to Buffalo playing a good Buffalo team. And although that win was great, it was just one win. And we got to lock in because, a lot of times you see a little bit of a lull coming off a win like that. So, we're guarding against that, and everyone's very aware of that.
Eagles definitely look like they're in a lull compared to where they were. Did you think about how different they were, or were they much different to you? I guess that's a good question.
No, I mean, I think we attacked them a little bit differently, which was, I felt was good for the, great for the offense. We were able to run the football a little bit, and obviously, and then, Dak again spot on and getting those guys the ball, but I think overall we just played a cleaner game, and I think we still left some out there, which is L-Dub, our tight ends coach, always says don't get discouraged, get encouraged. So I think we're encouraged after watching that tape and seeing we still got some plays out there we can make.
Hey, Zach, not a common opponent again this week. Is there And I know the way you guys prep, but is there any bit more that you have to do when it's like, I mean, we haven't seen these guys, or I don't remember going against Ed Oliver that much, and what can I take from this? I mean, is there any more that you have to do, or is it's just pretty consistent with how you do it week to week?
Yeah, I think you got to be on the details a little bit more when you're watching the film. I mean, I can speak like, for example, last week when you're watching the Eagles, you're definitely watching a lot of tape and their structures and how guys play, but you have that familiarity with them and kind of different tells or tendencies of the guy you're going against. So obviously Buffalo, I don't think we've played since 2019. So got to put a little extra time there in the film room and really hone in on the details. We did play them on 19. They have a lot of on defense. They've got some of the same guys. So
Sure.
definitely took a look at that film. But yeah, I'd say just a little bit more on the tape and the details of it, because like you said, we don't see these guys very often.
When you haven't been to Buffalo, I think since what, 2015?
I think 15 was the last time we went to Buffalo, and that was a cold, rainy one.
So when you go to a stadium, maybe for the first time, or if it's like this, you haven't been there in almost a decade, do you have any different routine? Do you get out there a little earlier and check out the field or anything?
No, I just stick to my normal pregame routine. Wherever we're at.
What is a like a road trip night before the game, Saturday night, team hotel? Like, can you take me inside that for a minute? Is it a bunch of team meetings? Are you guys hanging out together? We playing video games?
Yeah, Coach McCarthy is awesome with our scheduling, and he's got the philosophy that 24 hours before the game, everything's in, and that's your time to get your mind right and get ready to play. So yes, we do have meetings, but we're not sitting in there for an hour or 2 hours. We're in there, quick team meeting. Coach gives us kind of his final message, and then cuts us loose to start getting our minds right. But yeah, just kind of hanging out, having dinner with the guys, and then getting back to the room and just decompressing a little bit, getting a good night's sleep.
All right, Zach, it's about to be holiday season. That means everybody's giving each other gifts over there. As we talked about with Zeke, he gave you the Gators.
Yes.
But do you think about that? Do you kind of let yourself, I know you're getting ready for a big-time game, but you kind of drift and think about, I wonder what I'm going to get this year kind
Slide
of thing?
deck, the Christmas wish list.
Maybe like, maybe a Lear jet or something like that,
God, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, travel back and forth between Indianapolis and the places.
That would be badass. Yeah, I mean, we do. I can speak on the offensive line. We do a nice white elephant gift exchange every year between the offensive line. So that we'll do that next week. So definitely got to get out and get the gift, and it's a pretty good time.
Is there a limit on the funds you're allowed to spend?
We do. We put a limit on it, but it's we do the old stealing gifts. A younger guy can't steal from the older guy.
Oh.
And all the way starts at the youngest guy on the O line, and then works its way up to Tyron, and so no one can steal. If someone's older than you, you can't steal them.
So Awesome Richards is pretty much hosed. Is that what you're saying?
He's hosed. Yeah, if he opens up, I won't say last year the first gift open. I won't throw anyone under the bus, but it was a last minute gift. Let's just say that it was evident it was a last minute gift, and the first person who opened it was pretty much screwed because he knew no one was going to steal it and was stuck with it. So we're rallying this year to make sure we got no last minute gifts.
Do we have substitute gifts? If somebody does go last minute, you're like, hey, listen, man, I got a better gift for you in the back.
I got a backup gift?
Yeah, I got a backup. Come on my locker. I'll give you a backup
Yeah. Well, me and Tyron usually get something for everyone, and then we do.
Yeah, there you go.
We do the little gift exchange, so you're not leaving empty-handed.
That's good leadership right there as we're talking with Zach Martin. Now, does this happen at the Star or at somebody's house? Or
Well, we usually go to someone's house. So it's either me or Tyron's house and get the fellas together, have a nice dinner, and then do our gift exchange.
Are you good on time still?
Yeah.
Good? You don't got to go anywhere
no.
yet? Okay, cool. Mike let you out a little early today, huh? That's kind of nice.
Yeah, we're on the winter schedule, so we get done a little tad earlier than we normally had.
Okay, cool. Because I just had one other serious football question, as best as I can do in that department anyway, Zach. The Bills defense, it looks pretty average in a lot of categories, but nobody's really lit them up other than Philly. So my question is like, how good is that Buffalo defense when you're looking at it going in?
Man, it's I tell you what, it's the trend in the NFL. Every team has got a really good defensive line and some premier type players, right? Like when you turn the tape on Ed Oliver, 91 pot, like just jumps off the film, and elite quickness for an interior guy. And then they got the Jordan Phillips and they brought in Linville Joseph for some beef in there. But and then obviously the guys on the edge. Yeah. Floyd's having a nice year, Vaughn and those guys. So really when you turn the tape on again, it's a group that really leans on that front four.
Would you make it a point to get some buffalo wings while you're out there?
Yeah, remember Scott Sandard, our nutritionist. So I think we got some, may have some wings coming post game. So
there you
hopefully
go.
We can earn the wings.
Anchor bar, hopefully. Yeah.
Do you go blue cheese or are you a ranch guy?
I mean, I'm a ranch guy.
Yes.
I know it's frowned upon.
No, it's not.
You're good, man.
But I'm a ranch all the way.
That's fine.
Yeah.
And I'm ranch as well for most things, unless it's a hot wing. Then I'll go with the buffalo.
Okay.
My buddy Eric, we fight about this all the time. I do want to ask you about Tyler Smith. Give him some love here real quick because I don't think we've been giving Tyler Smith enough credit. I mean, you're watching him. This dude is playing nasty. He's putting people on their ass. When you guys are in your offensive line meetings, what's the talk going with how Tyler's playing?
Oh yeah, we've given him a ton of love in that O-line room, and God, he is just he's a special athlete and has elite play strength. He's a good sized guy. He's not like the biggest guy, but when he gets his hands on someone or someone's trying to run through him and he gets his hands on him, you're not going to move the guy. And we see that's in pass pro, but in the run game, I mean, his physicality and the way he can roll his hips and get underneath people. If you take Tyron out of the mix, don't think of Tyron. He's got it about as a high of a ceiling as I've been around.
Zach Martin here with you on the Fan, wrapping up here. Christmas is around the corner. I'll be out next week, Zach. So I want to ask you this question: are you making plans to be the family Santa? Is that still the dad's domain? How's that go over there at the Martin house?
You mean like dress up as Santa?
Yeah. Would you ever do that?
I'm not opposed to it. My father-in-law usually they come down for Christmas and he usually packs his Santa costume. So he's done that the last couple of years for my kiddos.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
And my final question for you today, sir, is have you got these wide receivers coming over and getting blocking tips from you? Because it seems like when you get Gallup and Tolbert and these guys, Cooks on the edge, man, these guys are getting some helmet stickers. Some of the blocks they're throwing out there.
Absolutely.
I think you guys need to take a lesson or two from how they're blocking on the edge, that perimeter.
Oh, seriously. And really that's a great point. And they've been awesome this year. And when you look at the best run teams around the league, it's the receivers getting in there and digging those guys out because, these safeties are so good at their run fits. And a lot of times, no one has accounted for them up front. It's receivers, putting in that extra effort to dig them out and giving the back a second to make a cut and get gone. So, the receivers are a huge part of our run game. They've done a great job this season.
Well, thank you so much, Zach. Have a great time up there in Buffalo.
Well, I appreciate y'all. Talk next week.
Yes, sir. There he goes. Zach Martin with you on 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Ford. Every Thursday at this time throughout the NFL season. It's been amazing having him. Okay, so coming up next, do you have any more baseball? Wolchek, you want to segue?
Yeah, there's a sprinkle of Ohtani. He's got an out we got to talk about, and then this hilarious Tom Brady audio and a troll job from Eli Manning. We can do that next.
our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks to Zach Martin for joining us here on your home of the Cowboys. That was a lot of fun, and he'll be back next Thursday around 5 o'clock. Coming up at 5:20, it's the Expressway. We will take you commercial-free to the top coming up here in just 10 minutes. Zach Wolchuk's going to get you taken care of right here, buddy.
Thank you very much. If you missed it, right before we talked with Zach Martin, we did announce the Rangers have made a signing. It is with the righty starter, Tyler Mahle, to a 2-year contract. He's 29 years old. Now he's going to miss at least the first half of the season because he went under Tommy John surgery back in May. He will make $22 million over the duration of the deal and has another $5 million through inning-based incentives in 2029. His track record is he's been an above-average starter. He's got 123 career appearances, a .293 strikeout-to-walk ratio. So it'll be interesting kind of what the rotation looks like when he's ready to come back in. I wonder if the bullpen still isn't quite fixed, if they go ahead and move him to the bullpen, similar to how they used John Gray, Dane Dunning, Andrew Heaney, other starters. Then you kind of ease him back into things. But certainly you're looking at a starter in your rotation for 2025. So I think an exciting signing there for the Rangers, a kid who certainly has a ton of upside. Now, this was circulating a couple of days ago. I saw it. And we just haven't had some time to get to it, but this was pretty hilarious. You have the card company, Topps, went ahead and made a Tom Brady baseball card because he was drafted as a catcher by the Montreal Expos.
How about that?
So they went ahead and basically created a world in which Tom Brady ended up being a 7 World Series champ, 3-time MVP, 5-time World Series MVP, 15-time All-Star, hit 649 home runs over 23 years, and made his Tom Brady Montreal Expos card. And they even put together a commercial with some of the Major League Baseball greats like Pedro Martinez, Vladdy Guerrero, Larry Walker, other Expos that could have played with Tom Brady in this era. And here's how the commercial sounded.
You know why Tom Brady won 7 rings? It wasn't because of his game calling or his arm.
It was because of his hitting. 649 home runs. What a power hitter.
Excusez-moi, tout petit. With extra Tommy, merci.
There's no question. Brady's the greatest. 23 seasons, 7 championships and champions. The greatest comeback of all time against Atlanta.
I caught a lot of Expos fastballs. But now, here's my pitch to you. Come on down to Brady Auto and catch some major league savings. Now sing that.
That guy just never let us lose.
Except to the Giants.
Twice. Yeah, twice. Without him, they would have moved us out of Montreal.
Sing that Thomas Promise.
And then Brady wakes up. It was all a dream, right? And yes, it was, because they certainly did move from Montreal, and you did not do any of that in Major League Baseball. The best part is you hear Pedro Martinez making fun of, okay, well, they did lose to the Giants. So Eli Manning's got to get into this bit.
Sure he does.
Eli then records a video in a San Francisco Giants jersey and his 2 Super Bowl rings, and he's got a message back on #Brady Day for Tom Brady.
Hey, Tom, I hear it's Brady Day, and it seems like people are sharing their favorite moments from your career. So I wanted to add my thoughts. Man, what a run you had. 23 years, 7 world championship, multiple MVPs. You're a Montreal legend. Personally, my favorite moments were those Giants championships. You've got a special place in the hearts of all of us from San Francisco.
Wow, it's kind of clever.
It's good.
It is clever.
It is. I mean, it's fun. I had never seen quite anything like this. I mean, they go ahead and they make this entire fake commercial of him as a Montreal Expo.
Alternative universe, as they call it. The alternative universes.
Like, in a world, what if?
Yeah.
What if Brady had have played for the Montreal Expos? Would they still be in Montreal?
It's like
Who
the
knows?
Bradyverse.
It's the Bradyverse.
The Bradyverse.
It absolutely is. It's nuts.
I can't wait for them to roast his rear end on Netflix here in a few months. That's going to be hilarious.
I really think Peyton and Eli might be the stars of that show. I think they're going to get him pretty good.
They will.
Because Peyton, we know, has the comedic chops, but Eli, I think,
is Bill Burr on this thing?
Eli's always in his bag. Bill Burr will be. I'm sure Boston.
Like, I just don't think they can reach the same savage levels that like the real professional like comedian roasters will.
That's why you're not grading them on that same curve. But
Let them drink.
I think they're going to end up being the stars.
That's what I'm saying. I used to watch like they used to have these roasts in the 70s. You know, the Dean Martin roasts and stuff like that. They had like it was a TV program. Those guys were up there smoking and drinking. Those things are hilarious. They used to roast like Ronald Reagan,
Don Rickles.
Yeah, I mean they
offending every race on the planet.
Everybody, like
everybody clapping like that was a great one.
Oh, get him done!
Fantastic. I'm hurting on this side.
Everybody up there in the panel is just drunk. It made for some pretty crazy TV.
I'm pumped for that. The last thing, Shohei Ohtani, we found out today, he's got an out in his contract that was reviewed by ESPN. If specific changes in Dodger personnel, a player may opt out of the contract at the end of the season if the change occurs. So if their executives, Walter and Friedman, end up opting out, then Shohei Ohtani can say, hey, you've got to change to your front office. I now am able to get out of my contract. So probably smart. And apparently, according to like Jeff Passan, other big players that do these high $1 million contracts, like I'm sure a Mike Trout, for instance, I think he might have a similar clause in his. But it'll be interesting to see if they ever have some change in the executive front office of the Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani stick around.
Dude, that seems like you get great job security if you're one of those front office guys. It's like, man, we'd like to let you go, but that means we might lose Shohei. You're going to go ahead and keep your job, sir.
Yeah.
Genius.
So win for both.
Yeah.
Did Shohei's people bring that to him, and they're looking at it like, yeah, we could absolutely agree to that.
Andrew Friedman and Chairman Mark Walter. They're very lucky individuals.
Indeed, man. That's like a job for life.
Oh, he's actually doing he's doing his whole press conference right now. He's wearing the Dodgers uniform. We're getting live tweets as we speak.
Well, congrats to Shohei. I'm just happy he got out of the American League.
Me too.
You know, now you can. I mean, that would be a legendary showdown, Rangers and Dodgers. You don't have to face him into the World Series. That should be awesome, considering what he's done in that ballpark. Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, it's time for the Expressway. We're going commercial free to the top. Everything that's been breaking. Chief has an edition of football's finest as well, and we're back with 35 minutes, no commercials next here in the nation. I want to chat D&M leasing with you though before we do.